David Priestland. The Red Flag. Communism and the Making of the Modern World. In Memory of My Mother. Introduction, 1789, 1889, 1989. Prologue, Classical Crucible. 1. A German Prometheus. 2. Bronze Horsemen. 3. Under Western Eyes. 4. Men of Steel. 5. Popular Fronts. 6. The East is Red. 7. Empire. 8. Parricide. 9. Guerrillas. 10. Stasis. 11. High Tide. 12. Twin Revolutions. Epilogue, Red, Orange, Green, and Red. Introduction. 1789, 1889, 1989. In November 1989 the Berlin Wall, the concrete and graffiti-daubed symbol of division between the communist East and the capitalist West, was breached. Joyful demonstrators from both sides danced and clambered on the wreckage of Europe's ideological wars. Earlier that year communism had been dealt another blow by popular protests in Beijing's Tiananmen Square. And so, exactly a century after the ascendancy of organized international communism was marked by the foundation of the Second International of Communist Parties, and 200 years after the Parisian populace had stormed another symbol of authoritarian order, the Bastille, revolution had again erupted in the world's capitals. These new revolutions, however, were aimed not at toppling the bastions of traditional wealth and aristocratic privilege, but at destroying states supposedly dedicated to the cause of the poor and oppressed. The dramatic, and largely unpredicted, fall of communism in 1989 was, then, much more than the collapse of an empire. It was the end of a 2-century-long epoch, in which first European and then world politics was powerfully affected by a visionary conception of modern society, in which the wretched of the earth would create a society founded on harmony and equality. For many, communism could now be consigned to Trotsky's rubbish heap of history, a hopeless detour into a cul-de-sac, an awful mistake. The American academic Francis Fukuyama's claim that history, or the struggle between ideological systems, had ended with the victory of liberal capitalism was greeted with much skepticism, but deep down, many believed it. 1. Liberalism, not class struggle, was the only way to resolve social conflict, and capitalism was the only economic system that worked. And for some time, the world seemed to lose interest in communism. It seemed to be a fading set of sadly fossilized attitudes surviving amongst a generation that would soon be crushed by the forces of reform. It was a phenomenon best left to dry scholarship, an ancient civilization akin perhaps to the ancient Persians, with its own Ozymandian wreckage reminding us of past delusions. In the mid-1980s, when I began to research communism, at the height of Cold War tensions, it seemed an exciting subject, but within a decade it seemed irrelevant in a new world of triumphant liberal capitalism. However, 2 events in this decade have brought communism back to the foreground of public attention. The first, the destruction of New York's Twin Towers on September 11, 2001, had no direct connection with communism at all. Indeed, the Islamist terrorists responsible were militantly anti-Marxist. Nevertheless, the Islamists, like the communists, were a group of angry radicals who believed they were fighting against Western imperialism, and parallels were soon being drawn, by politicians, journalists and historians. Though the term Islamofascism was more commonly used than Islamocommunism, Islamism has been widely depicted as the latest manifestation of totalitarianism, a violent, anti-liberal and fanatical family of ideologies that includes both fascism and communism. For American neoconservatives, these threats demanded an ideological and military struggle every bit as determined as the one Ronald Reagan waged against communism in the Third World. 2. In 2004 the European Parliament's centre-right parties sought to condemn communism as a movement on a par with fascism, whilst in June 2007 President George W. Bush dedicated a memorial to the victims of communism in Washington, D.C. If the September 11 attacks showed that the post-1989 political order had not resolved serious conflicts in the Middle East, The fall of the American bank Lehman Brothers on September 15, 2008 and the financial crisis it triggered demonstrated that the post-1989 economic order had failed to create stable, sustainable, and enduring prosperity. The lessons drawn from these latter events, however, have differed from those learned after 2001. Whilst nobody is calling for the return of the rigid Soviet economic model, Marx's critique of the inequality and instability brought by unfettered global capital has seemed prescient. Sales of capital, his masterwork, have soared in his German homeland. The history of communism therefore seems to be more relevant to today's concerns than it was in the early 1990s. However, we have found it difficult to grasp the nature of communism, much more so than other aspects of our recent history. Whilst many warned of the Nazis' aggression and their persecution of the Jews, very few predicted the Bolshevik Revolution, Stalin's terror, Khrushchev's de-Stalinization, the Cultural Revolution, Pol Pot's killing fields, or the collapse of the USSR. In part, the obsessive secrecy of communist regimes accounts for this, but more important has been the enormous gap between the outlook of historians and commentators today, and communist views of the world at the time. Explaining communism demands that we enter a very different mental world, that of Lenin, Stalin, Mao, Ho Chi Minh, Che Guevara, and Gorbachev, as well as those who supported or tolerated them. 2. This book is the product of many years of thinking about communism. I had my first glimpse of the communist world in the summer of that Orwellian year, 1984. I was then a 19-year-old student and had taken the cheapest route to Russia, a Russian language course run by Sovietophile friendship societies throughout Europe, in a dingy Moscow Institute for Civil Engineers. I knew little about either Russia or communism, but they seemed to me, as to many people in that era, to be the most important issue of the time. That year was, in retrospect, an unusually turbulent one. I was visiting the capital of Reagan's evil empire at the height of what is now known as the Second Cold War, as relations between East and West deteriorated after the brief détente of the 1970s. Debate was raging over NATO's decision to deploy cruise missiles in Western Europe, and the previous autumn West Germany experienced its largest demonstrations of the post-World War II era. I went to Russia, at least in part, so that I could answer for myself some of the questions that obsessed Western opinion at the time: what was communism, and what was the Soviet leadership trying to do? Was the USSR really an evil empire run by Leninist fanatics who, having broken their own people, were now intent on imposing their repressive system on the West? Or was it a regime which, regardless of its many shortcomings, enjoyed genuine popular support? I arrived in the sinister gloom of Moscow's Sheremetyevo airport burdened with teenage intellectual as well as physical baggage, an ill-thought-out jumble of preconceptions and prejudices. Though I was skeptical of Reagan's rhetoric, I was also apprehensive of finding the grim and fearful dystopia of Orwell's 1984 or John Le Carré's spy novels. From childhood I had been aware of the moral objections to nuclear weapons. My mother had joined the Alder-Maston marches in the early 1960s. But at the same time I found the triumphalist demonstrations of military hardware in Red Square, shown proudly on Soviet TV, frightening enough to justify a defensive response. My sojourn in Moscow merely increased my confusion. Orwell had, in some ways, been right. I did encounter fear. Some of the Russians I met smuggled me into their apartments, terrified lest their neighbors hear my foreign accent. The atmosphere in Moscow was drab. Under Gorbachev these years were to be dubbed the period of stagnation. I also encountered cynicism about the regime, and criticisms of its hypocrisy and corruption. Nevertheless, in many ways Russia could not have been more different to the world portrayed by Orwell. Everyday life for most people was relatively relaxed, if devoid of creature comforts. I also sensed a genuine nationalist pride in Russia's strength and achievements under communism, and a real emotional commitment to world peace and global harmony. My first visit to Moscow answered few of the questions that bothered me, and on my return to Britain I read all that I could find about Russia and communism. A few years later, it seemed that I would have a real chance of understanding this enigmatic society. I was a graduate student at Moscow State University for the year 1987-8, studying that most mysterious event of Soviet history, Stalin's terror 50 years before, with a room high up in Stalin's massive wedding cake skyscraper on the Lenin Hills. I lived at the ideological center of a curious communist civilization. My neighbors had come from all corners of the communist world, from Cuba to Afghanistan, from East Germany to Mozambique, from Ethiopia to North Korea, to take degrees in science or history, but also to study scientific communism and atheism, the better to propagate communist ideology back home. Moreover, this was an extraordinary period in Russian history. Gorbachev's glasnost, whilst still limited, was encouraging debate and the expression of a wide range of opinions. If there was a time to discover the attitudes that underlay communism, at least in its mature phase, this seemed to be it. The system was unraveling and revealing its secrets, but it was still communist. Again, what I saw left me confused. Russians' reactions to the idealistic Gorbachev and his reforming policy of perestroika were myriad. Some of my Russian friends believed that communism was fundamentally flawed and they could hardly wait to join the capitalist world. Yet I found others far from ready to hold a wake for an alien ideology, but optimistic that Russia had finally found a path to a reformed communism and a better and more just society. Communism, some seemed to believe, was a positive, moral force which, though sadly corrupted by bureaucrats, could yet be reformed and harmonized in some obscure way with liberal democracy. It seemed that a version of the communist ideal had established real roots in Russian life. Now traditional communism is all but dead. Mao Zedong still gazes serenely over Tiananmen Square, but the Chinese Communist Party has jettisoned most of its Marxist principles, and Vietnam and Laos have followed its example. Yet the sudden demise of communism merely added to the mystery. Which impression of communism was the right one? Was it the nationalism I saw in 1984, the socialist idealism of 1987, or just the conservative authoritarianism of an aging generation, manifest in the dwindling band of pensioners we see demonstrating in Moscow on the anniversary of the October Revolution? 3. A great deal has been written about communism, addressing these and other questions, but efforts to understand it have sometimes been hindered by the highly politicized nature of the literature and the large number of contradictory interpretations this has yielded. At root, though, the various approaches may be reduced to three powerful, competing narratives. The first, derived from Marx's writings, became the official credo of all communist regimes. In one country after another, the story went, heroic workers and peasants, led by visionary Marxist thinkers, overthrew an evil and exploitative bourgeoisie, and embarked on the path to communism. Communism itself was an earthly paradise where humankind would not merely luxuriate in material plenty, but would also live in the most perfect democracy, harmonious, self-regulating and with no man subordinate to another. It was also a rational system, and would come about as the result of the laws of historical development. This story, the centerpiece of Marxist-Leninist ideology, remained inscribed in the dogma of all communist states right up to their sudden demise. As late as 1961, for instance, the Soviet leader Nikita Khrushchev predicted that the Soviet Union would reach the promised land of communism by 1980.3. Since the beginning of the Cold War, few outside the communist bloc or communist parties have been convinced by this story, and Western commentators have preferred, in its stead, one of two alternatives. The first, most popular amongst the center-left, might be dubbed the modernization story, in which the communists were not so much heroic liberators as rational, technically minded modernizers, committed to developing their poor and backward countries. Though undoubtedly and regrettably violent in their early stages, they swiftly abjured extreme repression. Indeed, Khrushchev's forswearing of terror following Stalin's death proved that communism could reform. and in the 1960s and 1970s some even talked of the gradual convergence between the now modernized communist East and the social democratic West around a common set of values based on welfare states and state-regulated markets. Point 4. The second account might, perhaps, be called the repression narrative, and is popular amongst harsher critics of communism. Point 5. For them, communism was a dark horror story of extreme violence, followed by continuing repression, inflicted by an unrepresentative minority on a cowed majority. Within the repression story there was some disagreement over the nature of the communist minority. For some, they were essentially non-ideological political bosses who sought to recreate a version of the conservative bureaucracies and tyrannies of old under the guise of modern communism. Stalin's butchering of his opponents in the party is seen, therefore, not so much as the work of a Marxist ideologue as that of a new Tsar. 6. A version of this account became especially popular on the anti-Stalinist left. It was most fully developed by Trotsky in his famous denunciation of Stalinism, The Revolution Betrayed, and was most successfully popularized in Orwell's fable Animal Farm. 7. For others more hostile to socialism, however, the communists were not reincarnations of the strongmen of the past, but were genuinely driven by Marxist-Leninist ideology. 8. They were imposing an unnatural order on their populations, seeking to indoctrinate new socialist men and women and establish totalitarian control. Violent repression of anybody who refused to submit was the inevitable result of this utopianism. 9. The modernization account is justly unfashionable, and many today stress the role of ideology. Some communist parties did genuinely seek to develop their countries and, at times, attracted significant support. But few won an electoral majority, and communist regimes often desired the total transformation and control of their societies. They could also resort to extreme violence to further their ends. However, ideology does not explain everything. It is clear that many communists were not the cool-headed technocrats of the modernization story. The archives show that some lived and breathed Marxist-Leninist ideology, and many of their more disastrous policies were driven by a real commitment to it, not by pragmatic calculation. But, as will be seen, Marx's ideas could be used to justify a number of widely divergent programs, and communists adapted Marxism to the specific conditions and cultures of their own societies. Also, we need to understand the specific contexts in which communism emerged. War, sharp international competition and the emergence of modern nation-states were especially important. We therefore require an approach that understands both the power of utopian ideas and the violent and stratified world in which the communists lived. Paradoxically, perhaps, the most helpful inspiration for new insights into communism lies not in the contemporary but in the ancient world, and in the drama of 5th century BCE Athens. Greek tragedies dramatized a set of fundamental transitions in human society, from a hierarchical order of fathers and sons, to an egalitarian community of brothers, from an aristocratic polity of kingly warriors, to a more democratic one, in which all male citizens took part in politics and fought as equals in people's armies, and from a fragmented society of clans and feuds, to one more integrated and governed by law. 10. Aeschylus' Prometheus trilogy offers an especially striking dramatization of this journey from paternal to fraternal politics, and also from backwardness to knowledge. According to Greek mythology, Prometheus, one of the old Titan gods, stole fire from Zeus and the newly powerful Olympian gods, as a gift to mankind. In so doing, he brought knowledge and progress to humanity, but at the cost of angering Zeus, who was intent on keeping men in their place and preserving the old order. Prometheus is harshly punished for breaching the hierarchy to help mankind. He is shackled to a rock in the Caucasus Mountains where daily an eagle feasts on his ever-regenerating liver. In Prometheus Bound, the first and only surviving part of Aeschylus' trilogy, 4 characters dominate the play: power and force, the servants of the tyrannical father god, Zeus, Hermes, the messenger, and Prometheus, who is both a rational thinker and an angry rebel. Prometheus is presented sympathetically, transformed by Zeus' intransigence and Hermes' cowardice from a humanitarian into a furious rebel. He is determined to resist Zeus, even at the cost of unleashing terrible violence. So let fire's sharp tendril be hurled at me. Let thunder agitate the heavens, and spasms of wild winds. Let blasts shake the earth to its very roots. Me will he in no way kill. 11. Prometheus and Zeus are still confronting each other as the play ends, although in the final part of the trilogy Aeschylus probably showed his disapproval of Prometheus' anger. It is likely that Prometheus made his peace with Zeus, and that both admitted their extreme behavior. In Prometheus Bound, then, we have a brilliant dramatization of the seemingly insoluble tensions between hierarchy and tradition on the one hand, and equality and modernity on the other. The play recognizes the appeal, and the dangers, of the Promethean message, especially to intellectuals in a repressive, archaic world, for whilst Prometheus does desire to help mankind, when opposed his anger can also shake the earth to its very roots. The communists can be seen as the heirs of Prometheus, but there were several elements to his legacy. Communism literally means a political system in which men live cooperatively and hold property in common, and it was originally a broad and diverse movement. Some communists placed most value on Prometheus' commitment to liberation. Coming from a more romantic Marxist tradition, they were more interested in human authenticity and creativity than in taking political power and building modern states. However, this outlook became increasingly marginal to the communist tradition. It was Prometheus' hostility to inequality and his commitment to modernity that came to characterize the mainstream of the communist movement. 12 But there was one aspect of Prometheus' legacy Aeschylus did not explore, his anger at those ordinary men and women who rejected the fire of knowledge and enlightenment. Communists could be as angry at, and violent towards, the backward peasants and religious believers who rejected their vision as they were towards lords and merchants. It is not surprising that it is Aeschylus' heroic but angry Prometheus who should have emerged as a key symbol of emancipation amongst the poet critics of Europe's monarchies, from Goethe to Shelley. But it was Karl Marx who embraced the Promethean metaphor most fully. For Marx, Prometheus was the most eminent saint and martyr in the philosophical calendar. He quoted his hero in the preface to his dissertation, "In sooth all gods I hate. I shall never exchange my fetters for slavish servility. 'Tis better to be chained to a rock than bound to the service of Zeus." 13 Marx went on to forge from Prometheus' belief in reason, freedom, and love of rebellion a powerful new synthesis that would be both scientific and revolutionary. Marx's Prometheanism appealed to many critics of inequality, but it was especially compelling to the opponents of ancien regimes such as that of Tsarist Russia. This paternalistic order presided over not only economic, but also political and legal inequalities, granting privileges to aristocratic elites and discriminating against the lower orders. It was also ideologically conservative and suspicious of modern ideas. By the 19th century it was increasingly evident that such stratified societies had created weak, divided states, which struggled to maintain their status in a world dominated by more unified powers. So, for some of the Tsar's educated critics, the Promethean synthesis of liberation, modernity, and equality promised to solve all problems at once. It would bring equality in the household, overcoming the patriarchal subjugation of women and the young. It would achieve social equality within the nation-state, creating citizens in place of lords and servants, and it would level international hierarchies as the revivified regimes developed sufficiently to hold their own abroad. At the same time, it would bring the latest discoveries of science to mankind and fortify the nation. Russian conditions, and especially political repression, also helped to create the institution that would further the Promethean project, the conspiratorial vanguard party. Designed to seize power and forge new socialist men and women, the party's culture encouraged the more repressive and violent elements of the old Prometheanism. The Bolshevik Party's quasi-religious desire to transform its members, and its Manichean division of the world into friends and enemies, combined with conditions of war to create a politics very different from that envisaged by Karl Marx. It was this project, and the means of achieving it, that was to become so appealing over the course of the 20th century, especially in the colonized and semi-colonized world, for it promised an end to the humiliating subjugation brought by European imperialism, whilst modernizing divided, agrarian societies. Revolution alone, many communists believed, could destroy the imperialists and their local collaborators who were holding their nations back. Planned economies would then propel them into modernity, finally giving them dignity on the world stage. Once communists were in power, romantic ambitions were rapidly overshadowed by technocracy and revolutionary fervor, though in practice even these proved difficult to reconcile, and communists tended to stress one or the other. Modernist Marxism was an ideology of technocratic economic development, of the educated expert, the central plan and discipline. It offered a vision that appealed to the scores of technicians and bureaucrats educated by the new institutes and universities. Radical Marxism, in contrast, was a Marxism of the mobilized masses, of rapid leaps forward to modernity, of revolutionary enthusiasm, mass-meeting democracy and a rough and ready equality. It could also be a Marxism of extreme violence, of struggles against enemies, whether the capitalists, the so-called kulaks, the intellectuals, or the party bureaucrats. Radical Marxism came into its own during war or fears of war, and suited a military style of socialism, similar to the workers' militias of the Russian revolutionary period, or the partisans and guerrillas of the post-war world. 14. Each form of Marxism had its particular advantages and disadvantages for communists. Radical Marxism could call forth deeds of self-sacrifice, inspiring heroic feats of productivity in the absence of the market and money incentives. However, by encouraging persecution of class enemies, it could bring division, chaos, and violence. It encouraged the persecution of the educated and expert, and its militant commitment to enlightenment alienated the religious and the traditional, particularly in the countryside. Modernist Marxism, in contrast, established the stability necessary to embark on rational and planned economic modernization. But it could also be uninspiring and, more worryingly for an ostensibly revolutionary regime, it created rigid bureaucracies ruled by experts. Both of these approaches to politics had little purchase in the societies they sought to transform, and it was difficult to sustain them for long periods of time. Communists therefore soon began to seek compromises with broader society. 15 Some became more pragmatic, seeking to combine central planning with the market, abjuring violence and embracing greater liberalism. This kind of Marxism became dominant in Western Europe in the later 19th century and, from the 1960s, was increasingly influential in Soviet-controlled Central and Eastern Europe. Others adopted a more humane, romantic socialism. Still other Marxists, however, particularly in poor agrarian societies, took a very different course and inadvertently adapted communism to the old patriarchal cultures of the past, whilst using versions of nationalism to mobilize the population. This form of communism, developed by Stalin from the mid-1930s, began to resemble in some ways the hierarchical states the communists had once rebelled against. As Cold War tensions lessened, the system became less military in style and more concerned with social welfare, but its paternalism and repressiveness remained. It was this system that Gorbachev sought to reform, and ultimately destroyed. 4. This book follows the history of communism in its four main phases, as the center of its influence shifted from the west to the east and the south, from France to Germany and Russia, thence further east to China and Southeast Asia after World War II, and then to the global south, Latin America, Africa, the Middle East and South and Central Asia in the 1960s and 1970s. It finally returns to Europe to trace the story of perestroika and communism's collapse. The book concentrates on the ideas, attitudes, and behavior of the communists themselves, although it also explores the experience of those over whom they ruled. I have organized it broadly chronologically, but not strictly so, as chapters are also devoted to specific regions. I have also devoted more attention to some parties and regimes than others, partly because their influence varied, and partly because I have tried to achieve a balance between breadth of coverage and depth. The book starts with the French Revolution, for it is here that we can identify, For the first time, the main elements of communist politics, though they were yet to be successfully combined. It was, however, Karl Marx and his friend Friedrich Engels who showed the true power of a form of socialism that melded rebellion with reason and modernity. They also tore socialism from its nationalist, Jacobin moorings and, 100 years after the French Revolution, announced its global ambitions with the foundation of the Second International of Marxist Parties. And whilst its inaugural Congress was in Paris, the real capital of communism had moved to Berlin, the home of the International's largest member, the German Social Democratic Party. The second phase of communism's history, the Soviet Age, began in 1917. Once the self-proclaimed Third Rome of Christianity, Moscow was now to be the first Rome of the new communist world. But despite its universalist pretensions, Soviet communism acquired an increasingly nationalistic, patriotic complexion, and was yoked to a project of state-building and economic development, features that made it attractive to colonized peoples as Western empires crumbled. It was in this period that the totalitarian objectives of Soviet communism, the ambition for the total transformation of individuals and societies, became so dominant, even if that goal was by no means achieved. In its third phase, communism, now firmly allied with nationalism, spread outside Europe as European and Japanese empires collapsed in the years following World War II, and the United States tried to ensure that pro-Western elites took their place. Meanwhile, within Europe, communism ossified into Stalin's imperial order. Radical communists throughout the world soon rebelled against both Stalinism and the West. The Trotskyists were the first, but after the war new communist capitals began to rival Moscow, Mao's Beijing and Castro's Havana, and proselytized alternative rural communisms in Asia, Latin America, and Africa in the 1960s and 1970s. But by the mid-1970s, guerrilla rebellion was being eclipsed by a much more urban, Stalinist communism, especially in Africa. Meanwhile, it was becoming clear that communism was entering its final phase, as it lost ground to other forms of radicalism, the new militant liberalism of Ronald Reagan and Margaret Thatcher, and political Islam. By the mid-1980s, the Kremlin was forced to respond, and Gorbachev sought to bring a renewed energy to communism. It was these efforts to revive popular enthusiasm for communism in the Soviet Union that were to lead to the system's final dissolution. Communism tended to follow cycles, through periods of radical revolutionary advance, followed by retreat, whether towards technocratic modernism, a more patriarchal communism, or a pragmatic accommodation with liberalism. The revolutionary impulse renewed itself for various reasons, but the non-communist world played its part. Capitalism, unrestrained, frequently discredited itself, as financial crises led to economic suffering, most spectacularly following the Wall Street crash of 1929. As important, though, were sharp international inequalities. The widespread attraction of the extreme right contributed to Germany's and Japan's bloody attempts to create new empires of ethnic privilege, and the Western powers' desire to maintain empire in the developing world, before and after World War II, fueled nationalistic anger in the Third World. Communism also seemed to be a recipe for rapid economic development, narrowing the gap between the poor South and the rich West. Domestically, too, social tensions, especially in the countryside, created fertile ground for revolutionary parties. Communism in its old form has been discredited, and will not return as a powerful movement. But now that globalized capitalism is in crisis, this is an ideal time to revisit communists' efforts to create an alternative system, and the reasons why they failed. And to understand the origins of communism, we need to start with communism's stirrings amidst the first Promethean challenge to the rule of Zeus of the modern era, the French Revolution. Prologue. Classical Crucible. In August 1793, the beginning of the most radical period of the French Revolution, Jacques-Louis David, the artist and propagandist for the new regime, designed one of the many political festivals staged throughout France. The Festival of the Unity and Indivisibility of the Republic celebrated the first anniversary of the end of the monarchy, and David erected 5 allegorical scenes to represent the various stages of the revolution so far, the most notable of which was the fourth. A huge figure of the Greek hero Hercules bestrode a model mountain in Paris's Place des Invalides, holding in his left hand the fasces, the bundle of rods that symbolized power and unity. In his right hand he wielded a club, with which he beat the Hydra, shown as a creature with a woman's head and serpent's tail. The scene was intended to illustrate the alliance of the militant French people with the radical mountain faction of the Jacobins and their spokesman Maximilien Robespierre. 1. Aeschylus had seen Hercules as the protector of the oppressed, and David's interpretation was not dissimilar. When he proposed the construction of a permanent 46-foot-tall statue of Hercules after the festival, he described him as a figure of force and simplicity, an embodiment of the French people whose liberating energy would destroy the double tyranny of kings and priests. 2. His virtues, lest anybody be in doubt, would be quite literally carved into his body, force and courage along his arms, work on his hands, and nature and truth across his chest. He represented, therefore, a very particular section of the French people, the people who laboured with their hands. These were the sans-culottes, the radical city-dwelling artisans without breeches who were not afraid to use violence in pursuit of their ends. The editor of the journal Révolutions de Paris certainly saw David's statue in this light. We will see the people standing, carrying the liberty that it conquered and a club to defend its conquest. No doubt, amongst the models entered in the competition, we will prefer the one which best projects the character of a sans-culotte, with its figure of the people. 3. However, Hercules was not merely a figure of popular strength, but also of reason, as the inscription of the word light across his brow showed. David had created a symbol merging the sans-culotte with the man of reason and enlightenment, which embodied a powerful new view of politics. 4. No longer was it sufficient merely to strike down tyrants and disperse their power, as liberals argued. The state had to be of a fundamentally new type, at once radical, energetic, and intelligent, capable not only of integrating ordinary people but also of mobilizing them against the state's enemies. It is to David's Hercules and its underlying intellectual inspiration, the quasi-classical Spartan vision of the Jacobins, that we must look for the sources of modern communist politics. Of course, communism as an idea had much earlier origins. The inhabitants of Plato's ideal republic held property in common, and the early church provided a model for fraternity and the sharing of wealth. This Christian tradition, combined with traditional peasant communities' cultivation of common land, was the foundation for the communist experiments and utopias of the early modern period, whether the utopia of 16th-century English thinker Thomas More, or the community established by the digger Gerard Winstanley on common land in Cobham, Surrey, during the English Civil War in 1649–50. But all of these projects were founded on the desire to return to an agrarian golden age of economic equality, whereas future communists also claimed they were creating modern states based on principles of political equality. 5. And it is under the Jacobins that we can see this second, political ambition. The Jacobins did not redistribute property, nor did they oppose the market, indeed they persecuted those who did. Nor did they advocate class struggle. But they did argue, like later communists, that only a united band of fraternal citizens, free of privilege, hierarchy, and division, could create a strong nation that was dignified and effective in the wider world. Jacobinism was, then, in some respects the prelude to the modern communist drama, and it is in the Jacobin crucible that many of the elemental tendencies of communist politics and behavior appeared in rough, unalloyed form. It is also no accident that the first revolutionary communist of the modern era, François-Noël Babeuf, emerged from the ranks of the Jacobins. The Jacobin approach to politics achieved some successes, for a time. The French, after years of defeats, actually began to win wars, and it seemed as if they had finally overcome the debilitating weaknesses of the Bourbon Ancien Regime. And yet there were tensions within the new type of politics, tensions that would become all too familiar in future communist regimes. The revolutionary elite, seeking to build and consolidate an effective state, often found that their relations with the more radical masses were less confraternal than confrontational. Meanwhile, the Jacobins themselves split, between those for whom Hercules courage, or emotional revolt, was paramount, and those who emphasized order, reason, and light. Ultimately these conflicts were to destroy the Jacobins, amidst much violence and turmoil. 2. With the end of the Ancien regime. In 1789, a social order founded on legally entrenched and inherited hierarchy collapsed. The estates system was abolished, and with it the notion that men were born into particular and tiered stations of society ordained by God. No longer were the first two estates, the clergy and the aristocracy, to be privileged over the rest of society, the third estate. All men were declared to be legally equal, citizens of a single, coherent nation rather than members of separate estates, corporations, and guilds. In part, these demands for legal equality arose from Third Estate anger at the superciliousness of the aristocracy. Ordinary people also resented having to pay taxes from which their superiors were exempt. But the attack on the estates system was also a much more profound critique of French society. Royal power and social distinctions, it was commonly argued, had weakened France and rendered it feeble against its enemies, and especially against its great rival Britain. 6. Despotism and feudalism not only created divisions between people but also engendered a servile and unmanly character. As Abbé Charles Cheonneau explained in 1792, the French had been naturally virtuous, but despotism ruined everything with its impure breath. This monster infected the truest feelings at the source. 7. It was no wonder that the French had become impotent. All the revolutionaries had initially agreed that they had to create a wholly new culture, and efforts were made to remove all traces of the Ancien regime. From everyday life, indeed nothing less than a new man was required, free of the habits of the past. As one revolutionary declared, "A revolution is never made by halves, it must either be total or it will abort." All the revolutions which history has conserved for memory as well as those that have been attempted in our time have failed because people wanted to square new laws with old customs and rule new institutions with old men. 8. At the center of the new culture were political equality and reason, or the break with tradition. Old distinctions of dress became unfashionable, and costume became much plainer. Those keen to advertise their revolutionary sympathies wore cockades and red liberty bonnets, modeled on the ancient Greek Phrygian cap, which was worn by freed slaves as a symbol of liberty. Meanwhile, the traditional was replaced with the rational. Names of the days and months of the year were rationalized, a 10-day decade took the place of a 7-day week, and the 10 new months were to describe the changing natural world. The spring months, for instance, became germinal, floreal and prairial. New rituals, such as David's festival of the unity and indivisibility of the Republic, were designed to create a set of rights for the new citizens, replacing the old Christian traditions. However, differences soon emerged between the revolutionaries over the content of the new culture, and two distinct visions can be discerned. The first, which prevailed for the first 2 years of the revolution, was fundamentally a liberal capitalist one. 9. Ancien regime. Privileges, as well as traditional protections from the market granted to artisans and peasants, were all swept away in favor of individual property rights and free commerce. But the second vision proffered a much more politically collectivist idea of society, one which looked back to an austere classical republicanism for inspiration. It was this worldview that was to be the foundation of the radical Jacobins' ideology. A vivid insight into this classical vision is to be found again in the work of David, this time his extraordinarily popular painting, The Oath of the Horatii, completed in 1784. The picture showed 3 Roman heroes swearing an oath to their father before a battle. They would die, if necessary, for their fatherland. Meanwhile the women of the family sit by, anxious but powerless. The episode, a tragic scene from the Roman historian Livy via the French dramatist Corneille, was intended to celebrate the triumph of patriotism over personal and familial attachments. Horatius and his two brothers had been chosen to fight for Rome against 3 warriors from the neighboring town, Alba Longa. All except Horatius are killed, and when his sister grieves for one of the slain enemy, to whom she had been betrothed, Horatius, enraged, kills her. His crime is then pardoned by the Senate. This was a drama in praise of masculine, military virtues, and David's austere neoclassical style was designed to reinforce the tough and high-minded message. His images of heroism and civic virtues, he hoped, would electrify the soul and cause to germinate in it all the passions of glory, of devotion to the welfare of the fatherland. 10. And his wish was granted, a German observer wrote, at parties, at coffee houses, and in the streets, nothing else is spoken of but David and the oath of the Horatii. No affair of state of ancient Rome, no papal election of recent Rome ever stirred feelings more strongly. 11. The oath of the Horatii was merely giving graphic form to a set of ideas already well established, largely thanks to the intellectual who most influenced the revolutionary generation, Jean-Jacques Rousseau. At the root of Rousseau's philosophy was a critique of inequality. He condemned the old aristocratic patriarchy and the servility it bred, but he did not approve of the liberal alternative either, the high road, he believed, to greed, materialism, envy and unhappiness. For Rousseau, the ideal society was either a benign paternalism, or a fraternity, a citizenry of brothers modeled on the classical, self-sacrificing heroes portrayed by David so vividly. Heroism then, once exclusively an aristocratic quality, was to be democratized, a republic had to have heroes for citizens. 12. Rousseau described his ideal community in his work, The Social Contract. Of 1762, it would combine the merits of his native puritanical Geneva and ancient Sparta. Sparta appealed to Rousseau because at one point in its history it had been a city-state in which everybody had seemed to submerge selfish desires to communal goals and lived an austere life of heroic endeavor. In Rousseau's utopia, the people as a whole would meet regularly in assemblies, abjuring individualism, they would act according to the general will, a will that outlawed all inequality and privilege. 13. This would also be a society in which every citizen owed military service, for Rousseau's ideal was, at root, a quasi-military order, not because he was interested in expansionary wars, but because he saw armies as the ideal fusion of public service and self-sacrifice. 14. However, Rousseau's ambitions went far beyond the remodeling of the political order. He urged that all spheres of human relationships be transformed, social, personal and cultural. The discipline of traditional, patriarchal family life had to yield to a benign paternalism. His most popular work, Julie, or The New Heloise, told the story of an aristocratic young woman who falls in love with her bourgeois tutor, Saint Preux, much to the horror of her harsh and status-obsessed father. Rather than abandon family ties and follow her immature passions, she embarks on the creation of a new, non-despotic community. She marries a wise father figure, Walmer, and they both live in a chaste ménage à trois, with Saint Preux and their servants, on a model estate. Walmer is shown as a moral guide and educator, who persuades his children, his wife and servants, to do what is right. 15. Rousseau's vision of the state bears some resemblance to later Marxist ideals. However, there was one major difference. Rousseau, unlike most communists, hated modernity, complexity, and industry. Virtue, he believed, was more likely to flourish in small-scale, agrarian societies. Even so, French revolutionaries believed that Rousseau's Spartan ideal had a great deal to teach a large, modern state like France, because it showed how its unity and strength could be restored. As Guillaume Joseph Sage, one of Rousseau's disciples enthused, writing in 1770. The constitution of Sparta seems to me the chef d'oeuvre of the human spirit. The reason why our modern institutions are eternally bad is that they are based on principles totally opposed to those of Lycurgus, that they are an aggregate of discordant interests and particular associations opposed to one another, and that it would be necessary to destroy them in their entirety in order to recover that simplicity which creates the force and duration of the social body. 16. Rousseau's cult of Sparta and classical heroism appealed to many during the revolutionary period, but it was especially popular amongst those radicals who were particularly sensitive to the plight of the poor. No enemy of property, nonetheless he still maintained, unlike most of his contemporary philosophers, that virtue, the sublime science of simple souls, was more likely to be found amongst the poor than the rich. 17. One of those radicals was a young lawyer from Arras, Maximilien Robespierre, the strongest critic of the liberal vision. In his Dedication to Rousseau, written in 1788-9, he declared, "Divine man, you have taught me to know myself. As a young man you showed me how to appreciate the dignity of my nature and to reflect on the great principles of the social order." 18. It was Robespierre and the Jacobins who transformed Rousseau's romantic ideas of moral regeneration and small-scale communities into a political project for transforming the state. Robespierre was elected to the Estates General in 1789, and soon became a member of the Revolutionary Jacobin Club. From the very beginning he was on the radical wing of the Jacobins, the mountain group, more suspicious of the aristocracy and more sympathetic to the poor than the moderate majority. And as internal opposition to the revolution became stronger from late 1790, Robespierre became more radical, as did many other Jacobins. Fearful of conspiracies and attacks by royalists, Robespierre and the Jacobins became increasingly obsessed with enemies amongst the aristocracy and the bourgeoisie. Suspicious of the loyalty of the old aristocratic military officers, the Republic had for some time recruited Third Estate volunteers to fight alongside the regular army, explicitly following the model of classical citizen armies. But the revolutionaries were now forced to look to a wider public, including the sans-culottes. As Robespierre explained, internally the dangers come from the bourgeois. In order to convince the bourgeois, it is necessary to rally the people. 19. It was, then, the needs of war that made a closer alliance with the poor a necessity. And in June 1793 a coup against the moderate Girondins mounted by the sans-culottes helped the more radical Robespierre and the Mountain faction into power. 3. In October 1793 a new play was performed in Paris. The Last Judgment of Kings. Written by Sylvain Maréchal, a radical Jacobin intellectual and comrade of the proto-communist François-Noël Babeuf. Intended for a broad popular audience, the play combines spectacle with audience participation and clear, if not crude, political messages. The action takes place on a desert island, complete with erupting volcano. The players included the Pope and the kings of Europe, alongside a number of allegorical figures, a group of Rousseauian primitives, representing human contentment before the coming of evil civilization, an old French exile, standing for the dissidents of the past, and sans-culottes. From all over Europe, the people of the future. The sans-culottes loudly list the crimes committed by the monarchs, whilst the monarchs themselves greedily squabble over bread. The old exile, the sans-culottes, and the primitives show how the new people, living simply, can work together. The play then loudly exhorts the audience to renounce monarchy forever. 20. In a rather crude way, the play encapsulated the Jacobins' outlook. The sans-culottes are moral, the enemies are specifically monarchs. However, The Last Judgment of Kings was in sharp contrast to other plays of the period, which adopted the restrained, classical style favored by the Jacobins. This was burlesque, a garish pantomime. Whilst not written by a sans-culotte, It evoked their cultural world far more closely than the neoclassical festivals and plays of David and his lofty-minded colleagues. It suggested that Robespierre may have forged an alliance of sorts between the Jacobins and the Sans-Culottes. But it was a potentially fragile one. The Sans-Culottes were not a working class in the Marxist sense. Though most worked, or had worked, with their hands, they were a mixed group, including some who were quite comfortably off alongside very poor artisans. The Sans-Culottes' politics was radical and collectivist, their loyalties attached to the people, an entity that excluded the rich. The main demands of their local councils focused on material matters, especially the state regulation of the economy. Food prices, they insisted, had to be controlled, so that everybody, including the poor, could survive. And though they did not want the end of property, they did want it to be more widely spread. Their vision of society was therefore a leveling one. Fundamentally, they were partisans of class struggle. Avant la lettre. In their world, the rich and the speculators were just as much the vampires of the fatherland as the aristocrats. The Sans-Culottes did not develop a coherent political philosophy, but one of their most thoughtful sympathizers, François-Noël Babeuf, did. Babeuf had been a feudist, an agent who researched feudal archives and tried to maximize nobles' income by enforcing their ancient rights. He was ambitious, and even employed the latest bureaucratic methods, all the better to exploit the peasantry. However, he had become disillusioned even before the revolution of 1789. He was moved by the plight of poorer peasants, victims of both feudal dues and intense competition from wealthier peasants, who benefited from a developing capitalism. As he explained later, "I was a feudist under the old regime, and that is the reason I was perhaps the most formidable scourge of feudalism in the new. In the dust of the seigneurial archives I uncovered the horrifying mysteries of the usurpation of the noble caste." 21. He read what he could of the new Enlightenment literature, and looked back to the classical past, renaming himself Gracchus, after the brothers who, as Roman tribunes, redistributed land to the poor. The revolution may have destroyed Babeuf's business, but it gave him the opportunity to put his ideals into practice. He helped to organize peasant resistance to taxes, and from 1791 he became committed to the agrarian law, the land redistribution which the Gracchus brothers had introduced into ancient Rome. Babeuf joined the Jacobins and became a secretary to the food administration of the Paris Commune. The job entailed finding supplies to feed Paris, enforcing the Jacobins' price controls and punishing speculators. Babeuf saw his work in visionary terms, writing enthusiastically to his wife, "This is exciting me to the point of madness. The Sans-Culottes want to be happy, and I don't think that it is impossible that within a year, if we carry out our measures aright and act with all the necessary prudence, we shall succeed in ensuring general happiness on earth." 22. Although Babeuf was working for the Jacobins, his vision was closer to the levelling paradise of the Sans-Culottes. His utopia was a society in which everybody would be fed, and the immoral rich would be brought under strict control. The fact that the Jacobins were employing people like Babeuf showed how radical Parisian politics had become. The army was particularly affected. Authority was democratized and the harsh discipline of the past was replaced by judgment by peers. Meanwhile, officers were appointed on the basis of ideological commitment rather than expertise. The revolutionary General Charles Dumouriez argued that this was the best way to motivate the troops. A nation as spiritual as ours ought not and cannot be reduced to automatons, especially when liberty has just increased all its faculties. 23. The War Ministry, under the control of the radical Jean-Baptiste Bouchat, distributed Le Père Duchesne, a newspaper published by the journalist Jacques Hébert, written in the voice of a crude, violent sans-culotte. Hundreds of thousands of soldiers read it or heard it read. Conflict between the Jacobins and the Sans-culottes seemed inevitable. Whilst the Robespierrists envisaged France as a classical city-state populated with high-minded, self-sacrificing citizens, the sans-culottes wanted a land of good cheer, bawdy fun, and violent class retribution. But the Jacobins needed the sans-culottes to fight for them, and so compromise was necessary. Various sans-culotte demands were conceded, price controls were imposed, and the death penalty for hoarders of grain introduced. Meanwhile, revolutionary armies of militant sans-culottes were sent to the countryside to seize food from recalcitrant peasants, thus supplying the towns. The new levy en masse, the universal military draft, which included all males, of whatever social background, also satisfied the sans-culottes' desire for equality. However, whilst willing to make concessions, the Jacobins had no intention of being led by the untutored masses. Their goal was to mobilize and channel mass energies behind an increasingly centralized state. This was the meaning of the Festival of the Unity and Indivisibility of the Republic held in August 1793, when the figure of Hercules became the dominant allegorical figure. During the festival, pikes, the sans-culottes' weapon, were brought from every locality and bound together into a giant fasces. Ordinary people were to be players in the drama of politics, but the state was going to bind and discipline them. To this end, the Jacobins limited the powers of the revolutionary armies and constrained the powers of the sans-culotte sections. The Jacobins were also intent on reducing the power of the sans-culottes, because they were convinced that they needed people with expertise to help them win the war against their European enemies. Lazare Nicolas Carnot, a former engineer, reorganized the army along more professional lines. He protected aristocratic officers who had the right skills and brought back some of the old-style discipline of the Ancien Regime army. It was no longer enough that officers were enthusiastic republicans, they had to be literate and have some knowledge of military science. This technocratic approach was also applied to the economy. Carnot's ally, Claude-Antoine Prieur de la Côte d'Or, was put in charge of the manufacture of Paris, a huge collection of arms workshops built up by the state in an extraordinarily short space of time. By the spring of 1794, about 5,000 workers were laboring in workshops of 200 to 300 men, many of them housed in old monasteries or the houses of expelled aristocrats, and they were producing most of France's munitions. They were organized by Prieur and a small group of engineers and technicians, the Techno-Jacobins as they have been called. 24. Even so, the Jacobins still tried to combine this technocratic approach with popular enthusiasm, and there is some evidence it had an effect. Soldiers were aware that they were fighting in an army that was much more democratic than any other in Europe, as one song of the period went. No coldness, no haughtiness. Good nature makes for happiness. Yes, without fraternity there is no gaiety. Let us eat together in the mess. 25. The Jacobins' mass army brought success abroad, at least for a time. The French defeat of the Prussians at the Battle of Valmy in September 1792 had demonstrated the power of citizen armies and the disadvantages of the old aristocratic way of war. As Goethe, present at Valmy, famously declared, "From this place, and from this day forth begins a new era in the history of the world, and you can all say that you were present at its birth." 26. By the end of 1793, the Jacobins' reforms had strengthened the army further, and brought new victories. The regime was now supplying an army of almost 1 million soldiers with food and weapons, whilst inspiring its soldiers with its egalitarian principles. Pierre Cohin, fighting in the Armée du Nord, sent letters back to his family which were full of the Jacobins' messianic message of revolutionary internationalism. The war which we are fighting is not a war between king and king or nation and nation. It is a war of liberty against despotism. There can be no doubt that we shall be victorious. A nation that is just and free is invincible. 27. By May 1794 the French were no longer fighting a defensive war, but were spreading the revolution to their neighbors. Europe was riven by a new type of ideological struggle, an earlier, hotter version of the Cold War. 4. Success abroad, however, was not matched by stability at home. In France itself the Jacobins found it much more difficult to reconcile revolutionary enthusiasm with discipline. The revolutionary armies, charged with collecting taxes and suppressing the revolution's opponents in the provinces, were a particular source of disorder. 28. Collaborating with radical representatives of the National Convention, they often used violence against the rich and the peasantry, and brought chaos to the regions. In many places the wealthy were arrested, their wealth confiscated and chateaux demolished, to the severe detriment of the local economy. Robespierre and the Jacobins, anxious that the ultra-radicals were alienating vast swathes of the population, especially in the countryside, soon decided to restore order and reign in the sans-culottes. In December 1793 the governing convention abolished the revolutionary armies, and established more centralized control over the regions. However, Robespierre also remained apprehensive that without the ultra-left, the revolution would lose momentum. He mistrusted the technocrat Carnot and his ally Danton, convinced that they were not real revolutionaries, but were planning to return to some form of the old order. In March 1794, caught between the desire to keep the momentum of the revolution going, whilst saving it from the radicals and class division, Robespierre moved against both left and right. Both the ultra-Hébert and the less radical Danton were arrested and guillotined. Having outlawed both ultras and moderates, Robespierre was left with an ever-shrinking base of support. In his efforts to continue the revolution without mass support, he turned to methods that had echoes in later communist regimes: the persecution of those suspected of being counter-revolutionaries and propaganda, or, in Jacobin language, terror, and the promotion of virtue. As Robespierre famously put it, if the basis of popular government in peacetime is virtue, its basis in the time of revolution is both virtue and terror: virtue, without which terror is disastrous, and terror, without which virtue has no power. Terror is merely justice, prompt, severe, and inflexible. It is therefore an emanation of virtue, and results from the application of democracy to the most pressing needs of the country. 29. Robespierre energetically set about establishing his new reign of virtue. He set up a commission for public instruction, designed to take control of all propaganda and moral education. As Claude Payen, the brother of its boss Joseph, said, the state had hitherto only centralized physical government, material government; the task was now to centralize moral government. 30. The commission produced revolutionary songs, censored plays, and staged political festivals. It also promoted one of Robespierre's most ambitious projects, the founding of a new, non-Christian state religion, the cult of the Supreme Being. Robespierre also spent a great deal of his time checking up on officials' ideological purity. Those with patriotic virtue were promoted, enemies, vaguely defined, removed and arrested. On June 10 the famous draconian law of 22 Prairial began what became known as the Great Terror. Repression was now directed not only against actual conspirators, but anybody with counter-revolutionary attitudes. The law created a new criminal category, one which was to be revived in the future: the enemy of the people. Anybody who might threaten the revolution, whether by conspiring with foreigners or behaving immorally, could be arrested, and the law had a marked effect on the use of political repression. From the beginning of the terror in March 1794 to the law of June 10, 1,251 people were guillotined on the orders of the Revolutionary Tribunal, whilst in the much shorter period between June 10 and Robespierre's fall on July 27, 1,376 were killed. 31. Robespierre saw this moralistic purging as a permanent method of rule. Other Jacobins, however, saw it as a wartime expedient, unnecessary now that the French armies were victorious. They were also becoming increasingly anxious about its arbitrariness, for Robespierre alone had the power to decide on the measure of virtue and vice. The deputies understandably became worried that they could be the next targets, and began to plot his removal. When Robespierre was finally arrested on the orders of the convention on 9 Thermidor, he had little support. By abandoning the sans-culotte left, Robespierre had left himself vulnerable to the moderates in the National Convention. When Robespierre died, the victim of the guillotine, so too did the radical phase of the French Revolution. The subsequent Thermidorian regime ended arrest on suspicion, and many of those formerly denounced as nobles and counter-revolutionaries were rehabilitated. V. Looking at engravings of David's elaborate political festivals, one might be forgiven for assuming that he was the propagandist for a backward-looking, conservative regime. The classical style and static, allegorical scenes suggest a love of order and stability. But the events which David's festivals were celebrating were revolutionary. They involved heroism, social conflict, and assaults on tradition. The contrast between David's images and the reality of the revolution shows how unprepared the Jacobins were for the politics they ultimately practiced. 32. At first they had planned to transpose the unity and archaic simplicity of ancient Sparta to 18th-century France. David even designed a range of pseudo-classical costumes for the new revolutionary nation. 33. Instead they found themselves involved in war and class conflict, and in order to fight effectively, they sought to build a modern state, army, and defense industry. In trying to reconcile their ideal of classical republicanism with the demands of modern warfare, they brought together many of the elements that were eventually to make up the communist amalgam. For a time, the very contradictions within the Jacobins' project were an advantage. They could use the language of classical virtue and morality to mobilize the sans-culottes, whilst employing technically efficient methods in the army and industry. Also, as a strategy for building a strong state and military, Jacobinism's combination of central authority and mass participation had its advantages. Indeed, it was under the Jacobins that revolutionary France recovered its military élan after a long decline. The Jacobins showed how effective equality could be in forging a modern nation in arms. Ultimately, however, the Jacobins failed to deal with these conflicting forces. They could not reconcile the demands of the sans-culottes with the interests of the propertied, nor could they marry the rule of virtue with the power of the educated and expert. Confronted with these difficulties, the Jacobins split, and then split again and again, until Robespierre was left with a pitifully small network of the loyal and the trusted. His solution was the inculcation of virtue combined with terror. As will be seen, the communists of the future had to deal with similar contradictions. They often sought to satisfy or exploit a populist egalitarianism and anger towards the upper classes and an urban rage against the peasantry, whilst at the same time they sought unity and stability, and they tried to build effective modern, technologically sophisticated economies whilst also believing that emotional inspiration was the best way of mobilizing the masses. At times they, like Robespierre, tried to solve these contradictions by trying to impose strict discipline, or by imposing a reign of virtue with propaganda and violence against unbelievers. Yet the communists had no qualms about destroying property rights, and so could, for a time, secure the support of the poor. They could also learn from the history of the revolutionary movement, and of the French Revolution itself. The Jacobins had nothing to look back to, except a classical past that was of dubious value. Robespierre remained unloved for some time, spurned by the left as well as the right. It was only in the 1830s, as socialist ideas became more fashionable, that his rehabilitation began. But the ideas and forces he and the Jacobins had unleashed were enormously influential on the communism of the future. For the next half-century, the example of the French Revolution and its failures loomed large over the left. and the events of 1793-4 exerted a particular pull over the imagination of one young radical, born in a Rhineland that had only recently been occupied by revolutionary France. For Karl Marx, the Jacobins had made serious mistakes, but the Jacobin era was still the lighthouse of all revolutionary epochs, a beacon that showed the way to the future. 34. Marx, like many other 19th-century socialists, was to construct his theory of revolution by learning the lessons of the Jacobins and their bloody history. A German Prometheus. In 1831 Eugene Delacroix exhibited his extraordinary painting of the 1830 Revolution. July 28, Liberty leading the people. His representation of the first major uprising in Europe since 1789 has now become an iconic image of revolution, indeed it is often mistaken for an image of its more famous predecessor. This is understandable, as the painting, in some respects, showed the 1830 revolution, which toppled the restored post-Napoleonic Bourbon monarchy, as a reprise of 1789. The bare-breasted female figure of Liberty, wearing a Phrygian cap and holding a tricolore and a bayonet, is a semi-allegorical figure, echoing the classical heroes of the late 18th century. The painting was also designed to show the alliance of bourgeois and the poor that had existed in 1789. Liberty leads a ragbag of revolutionaries, from the top-hat young bourgeois intellectual to the bare-chested workman and a street child, clambering over the dead bodies of the revolutionary martyrs. However, the painting also showed how views of revolution had changed since David's day. The workers and the poor figure more prominently than the bourgeois, and unsurprisingly, given the prevalent fear of the poor, hostile critics complained that lawyers, doctors, and merchants had been omitted in favor of urchins and workers. Moreover, the figure of Liberty was not entirely allegorical, but clearly a woman of the people. The Journal des Artistes found her dirty, ugly, and ignoble. 1. In 1832 the painting was hidden from view for many years, for fear that it would incite disorder, only to re-emerge from the attics during the revolutions of 1848. For Delacroix, at the heart of revolution were not the bourgeoisie in togas but the workers in rags. Delacroix's painting strikingly illustrates how far the imagination of revolution had moved from David's ordered and hieratic tableaus. Delacroix's Liberty may have included the odd classical feature, but his canvas exulted in its high romanticism. There is a wildness and an elemental energy to the figures, far removed from David's classical restraint. However, Delacroix also inserted into his revolutionary ensemble a uniformed student from the École Polytechnique, the institution established by Carnot, Robespierre's techno-Jacobin rival. The romanticism of revolution was tempered, even if only mildly, by respect for science. Delacroix, though, was only briefly enthused by the revolution of 1830. He was no political radical, and he soon became disillusioned. Indeed, many have seen in his famous painting a highly ambivalent attitude towards revolutionary violence. The figures closest to the viewer are corpses, and despite the title, it is not Liberty who leads the people but a pistol-brandishing child. Karl Marx, by contrast, did not oppose revolutionary violence, though like Delacroix he sought to apply the experience of 1789 to a newly powerful socialist politics. In the later 1830s and 1840s the German-born Marx was as obsessed with the legacy of 1789 as any French intellectual, and he even planned to write the revolution's history. 2. And like Delacroix, Marx was updating the revolutionary tradition, declassicizing it and placing workers at the forefront of the mise en scene. The failure of the Jacobins, he insisted, arose precisely from their excessive admiration for the classical city-state. Their nostalgia for ancient Sparta and Rome had led them to oppose the sans-culottes. The political equality they espoused, giving all men full citizenship, was no longer enough. In a modern society true equality and harmony would be realized only with full economic equality, and without support from society, they had been forced to use violence. 3. Marx also made even greater efforts than Delacroix to temper his revolutionary romanticism with an appreciation of science and economic modernity. The Jacobins, he argued, had exaggerated the power of morality and political will to transform society, underestimating the importance of economic forces. It is in this remolding of the French revolutionary tradition that Marx's originality lies. Marx was forging a new left-wing ideology fit for the new industrializing societies of the 19th century, with their belief in technological progress and their increasingly large industrial working classes. It was also suited to an era when social conflict, between workers and employers supported by the state, was sharpening. Moreover, Marx sought to relocate the center of socialism from the backward France of the late 18th century to a new home, the new backward nation, Germany. 2. After the guillotining of Robespierre in 1794, the jails of France disgorged thousands of prisoners imprisoned by the revolutionary regime. Amongst them were three radical thinkers, François-Noël Babeuf, Comte Henri de Saint-Simon, and Charles Fourier. All three had been traumatized by the preceding terror, and had tried to learn from it, though their conclusions about what had gone wrong and how to reanimate the radical tradition were very different. Babeuf condemned Robespierre for betraying the artisans and peasants of France, and became the leader of one of the first communist movements. Saint-Simon, by contrast, was heir to the techno-Jacobins. For him it was Robespierre's neglect of the needs of production and modernity that was most culpable. Fourier differed from both in envisaging a future where the priority was neither equality nor productivity but creativity and pleasure. Each, then, founded a particular strain of socialism, egalitarian communism, scientific socialism and a more romantic socialism, all three of which would be incorporated by Marx into a grand, if never wholly coherent, synthesis. Babeuf's communism became more fully egalitarian during his second spell in prison after Robespierre's fall. He now developed a more radical condemnation of property than he had under the Jacobins. 4. He no longer thought that the agrarian law and the end of more obvious forms of inequality were enough, a radical form of absolute equality had to be pursued. In the new society, money would no longer exist. Everybody would send the products of their labor to the common storehouse, and then they would receive an equal proportion of the national product in exchange for their labor. Work would not be a chore because men would want to work out of patriotism and love of the community. In essence, his was an egalitarian version of the sans-culotte utopia of hard work and strict social justice, implemented by recourse to a super-efficient version of the Jacobin food supply administration. On his release from prison in October 1795 he decided to take a revolutionary course. He helped to organize an insurrectionary committee of public safety, which issued a manifesto of the equals. Babeuf and his comrades were planning an insurrection for May 1796, but the authorities discovered the conspiracy and he and several others were arrested and executed. Yet their strain of revolutionary politics and puritanical egalitarianism lived on. Filippo Buonarroti, who took part in the original conspiracy, wrote a history of the equals in 1828, a time far more receptive to Babeuf's ideas than previous decades. Buonarroti ensured that Babeuf's broader ideas reached a wider public, and they became the core of what became known as communism, communal ownership, egalitarianism, and redistribution to the poor, and the use of militant, revolutionary tactics to seize power. It was to this revolutionary egalitarian tradition that one of the best-known communist figures of the 1840s belonged, the German itinerant tailor Wilhelm Weitling. Weitling was a highly accomplished autodidact, who taught himself Latin and Greek and was able to quote Aristotle and Homer, as well as the Bible, from which he extracted much of his social theory. Weitling arrived in Paris in 1835, and whilst there joined the League of Outlaws, a Republican secret society which followed the teachings of Babeuf and Buonarroti but infused this communism with a Christian apocalyptic vision. For Weitling, the ideal society, the outcome of a violent revolution, would be a return to the Christian community of goods. Like Babeuf, his principal concern was equality. He did try to solve the problem of monotony, but his main proposal was that workers had to be taught to enjoy work by doing 3 years of compulsory service in a quasi-military industrial army. Weitling was probably the most influential socialist in Germany, and his ideas influenced a generation of German workers living in exile in London, Brussels, Paris, and Geneva. The League of the Just, one of the largest of these German radical secret societies, adopted Weitling's ideas in its official manifesto in 1839, and members of the group took part in an insurrection in Paris in the same year, led by the conspiratorial, Jacobin-influenced Auguste Blanqui. However, not all communists, including some within the League of the Just, were enthused by the hair-shirt socialism of the Babevians and Weitling. Schapper, one of the leaders of the London branch of the League, condemned Weitling's communism as joyless and despotic, just like soldiers in a barracks. In Weitling's system there is no freedom. 5. But particularly hostile to this aspect of communism were the romantic, or utopian, socialists, and their most eccentric representative, Charles Fourier. The term utopian socialism was used by Marx and Engels as a way of dismissing a large number of their rivals, and denigrating their ideas in comparison with their own. Scientific socialism. Despite this, it does describe one strain of socialism in the early 19th century. 6. Unlike the communists, the utopians were generally not workers and initially did not have a close connection to working class movements. They were also considerably less interested in seizing the central state. Instead, they focused their efforts on fashioning small, experimental communities, and presented a vision of the ideal society that was more appealing to many than the Spartan egalitarianism of the Babevists. And rather than enforcing Weitling's Christian morality, they sought to challenge what they saw as the oppressive doctrine of original sin on which Christianity was founded. Mankind, they argued, was naturally altruistic and cooperative, and right-minded education would permit these qualities to predominate. They were particularly hostile to what they saw as the grim work ethic of the new industrial capitalism, which was so closely associated with Christian, and particularly Protestant, ideas of the time. The factory system and the division of labor transformed men into machines and life into joyless drudgery. Society had to be organized so that everybody in the community could be creative and develop their individuality. Their vision was therefore romantic in spirit. Though unlike the Jacobins, whose romanticism was one of the self-sacrificing heroism of the soldier, theirs extolled the self-expression and self-realization of the artist. François-Marie Charles Fourier was one of the principal theorists of this utopia of pleasure and creativity. Scarred by the experience of Jacobinism, he rejected all forms of violent revolution, and of economic equality. Instead he started from the notion that modern civilization, which suppressed the natural desire for pleasure, was responsible for human misery. In its stead he proposed new model communities, phalansteries, in which social responsibility and passions would coexist. 7. Each of these communities would include 1,620 people. Work would be pleasurable and tasks would be allocated according to the character of each individual. People also needed variety, and the working day would be divided up into 2-hour periods, in each of which workers would do something different. Fourier solved the problem of who would do the unpleasant work with the bizarrely original proposal that children, the little hordes as he called them, who apparently enjoyed playing in dirt, would perform such tasks as cleaning latrines. He also mooted the idea that in the future a new type of animal would evolve, the anti-lion and the anti-whale, who would befriend mankind and perform laborious work. Some of his suggestions may not have been seriously meant, but it is not surprising that the 20th century poet and critic André Breton should have regarded this dreamer as a forerunner of surrealism. However, in his desire to reconcile work with the self-fulfillment of mankind, and his hope that men could be made whole by avoiding the narrowness imposed by the modern division of labor, Fourier represented the romantic side of socialism, and had a significant influence on Marx and Engels. A more influential socialist enemy of Bolivian communism was Pierre-Joseph Proudhon, a printer who outdid Weitling in his autodidactic efforts, teaching himself not only Latin and Greek but also Hebrew. In 1840 he published What is Property? Which, with its powerful declaration property is theft, became the talk of the salons of France. However, Proudhon did not want to abolish private property, he merely wanted to spread it more evenly. Proudhon therefore objected to the Bolivian vision of an equal community, for the moral torture it inflicts on the conscience, the pious and stupid uniformity it enforces. 8. For Proudhon, socialism had to allow people to control their own lives. He envisaged a form of industrial democracy, in which workers would no longer be slaves of their machines, but would manage their workplaces. His ideal was a highly decentralized society, a federation of workplaces and communities run by workers. Unsurprisingly, he came to be regarded as one of the main theorists of the anarchist movement. Much closer to the communist tradition was the socialism of Etienne Cabet, whose imagined utopia, Icaria, organized property in common and was governed by an elected government with complete control over the economy. His followers, who were numerous amongst French workers, were amongst the first to be called communist. But most typical of the romantic utopian socialists was the British thinker Robert Owen, whose ideas were taken seriously by both radicals and more establishment figures, and whose plans for socialist communities were put into practice. The son of a businessman, he became a successful entrepreneur himself and bought a number of spinning mills on the Clyde in New Lanark. He found that the workforce was unreliable, and he set about motivating them by providing better conditions for workers and offering education for their children. But how could work and pleasure be reconciled? Owen's solution had much in common with Fourier's. People between the ages of 15 and 20 would work, and with the help of children would be able to produce all that the community needed. Those aged between 20 and 25 would supervise, and those aged between 25 and 30 would organize storage and distribution, but that would only take 2 hours of their day, the remaining time could be devoted to pleasure and gratification. 9. The utopian socialists, then, broadened the goals of communism from mere equality to the achievement of human happiness. They also transferred the romantic spirit from military heroism and patriotism to the new industrial age, by valuing man's creativity in work. But they had their own peculiar weaknesses, their plans often looked eccentric and absurd, their connections with workers were far more fragile than those of the communists, and they seemed to be wishful thinkers. They had little to offer in terms of a strategy by which the ideal society might come to be realized. They merely exhorted the moral transformation of mankind which, whilst doubtless highly desirable, was hard to enact. At least the Bolivian communists had a political program founded on a proletarian revolutionary insurrection, which, given the worker unrest of the 1830s and 1840s, seemed plausible. However, there was one weakness both the Bolivian and the utopian traditions shared: they rarely showed convincingly how communism or socialism could solve the problem of economic security and productivity. It was liberal thinkers, the defenders of the market, amongst them Adam Smith and, later, Herbert Spencer, who seemed to have cornered the market in sound economic theory. But there was one variety of socialism that did address this criticism: Henry de Saint-Simon's scientific socialism. Count Claude Henry de Saint-Simon, born in 1760, was an aristocrat from an ancient ducal family but had originally welcomed the French Revolution. He fell foul of Robespierre, and was imprisoned, but his response to his persecution differed sharply from Fourier's and Babeuf's. He looked to science to rescue France. Saint-Simon was the prophet of the plan. The goal of society was production, as the production of useful things is the only reasonable and positive aim that political societies can set themselves. 10. Scientists, industrialists, or a combination of the two, therefore had to be in power. Democracy, the rule of the ignorant masses, was only dangerous and damaging, as the Jacobin experience had vividly illustrated. Indeed, ideally politics could be dispensed with altogether, in favor of rational decision-making. Saint-Simon was condemned by Marx and Engels as a utopian socialist because he was not scientific enough for them, but this label is misleading. Saint-Simon was the heir of the anti-romantic strain of Enlightenment thinking, and his ideas proved enormously appealing to later socialists who tried to reconcile equality with economic prosperity. And it was the combination of his ideas, together with those of Bobovian communism and romantic utopian socialism, that was to be the hallmark of the system created by Marx and Engels. Just as the left in the 1990s sought a third way between visions of social justice and the rationality of the global market, so too Marx and Engels tried to show how a much more radical social model, communism, could be wedded to economic prosperity. 3. Karl Marx was born in 1818 in the Rhineland town of Trier. During the French occupation after the Revolution, Trier was governed according to the relatively liberal Napoleonic laws, which had benefited Marx's father, Heinrich, a respected lawyer and the son of the rabbi. However, the absorption of the town into the more hierarchical and conservative state of Prussia was a disaster for Heinrich. Under Prussian law, Jews were denied all positions in state service, unless they had a special dispensation. Heinrich was forced to convert to Protestantism, and was baptized in 1817, the year before his son Karl was born. Marx, therefore, grew up in a region resting on a historical and political fault line, between modern, revolutionary France, with its principles of equality of all citizens before the law, and Ancien Regime. Prussia, founded on autocracy, hierarchy, and aristocratic privilege. Unsurprisingly, Marx, whose own family had briefly bathed in the rays of enlightenment before being cast back into Ancien Regime darkness, was keenly interested in how the forces of history might be accelerated to bring progressive politics to a backward country. In his youth, Marx, like the French revolutionary generation of the 1770s and 1780s, was obsessed with his country's backwardness. The German middle class, he complained, was weak and enthralled to the aristocracy, and, unlike its French counterpart, could not be relied on to challenge the old order. The Rhineland in the early 19th century did not lie only on a political fault line between French liberalism and German conservatism, but also on an intellectual one, between French Enlightenment and German Romanticism. Marx's father, according to Marx's daughter Eleanor, was a man of reason and the Enlightenment, a real Frenchman of the 18th century who knew his Voltaire and Rousseau by heart. 11. Yet Marx also came under the influence of a rival mentor, Baron von Westphalen, father of his future wife, Jenny, who introduced him to the Romantic worldview. As Eleanor wrote, the Baron filled Karl Marx with enthusiasm for the Romantic school, and whereas his father read Voltaire and Racine with him, the Baron read him Homer and Shakespeare, who remained his favorite authors all his life. 12. The tension between the Enlightenment devotion to reason, order and science, and a romantic disdain for routine and passion for heroic struggle, was a fissure within Marx's own thinking. His personality certainly had more in common with the brilliant and extraordinary romantic genius than the worldly and sociable Voltairean man of science. One of his father's letters to him at university captures the tension between the civilized, enlightened father and the romantic son. God help us. Disorderliness, stupefying dabbling in all the sciences. Unruly barbarism, running wild with unkempt hair in a learned dressing gown. Shirking all social contacts, disregarding all conventions, your intercourse with the world limited to your sordid room, where perhaps lie strewn in classical disorder the love letters of Ajay and the well-meant, tear-stained exhortations of your father. 13. As a student in Bonn in the mid-1830s, Marx attended courses on the philosophy of art, some delivered by the famous Romantic theorist August von Schlegel. He also planned to publish a work on Romanticism, and penned poetry infused with romantic themes. Nevertheless, his worldview was far from the early Romanticism of Rousseau, with its elevated regard for virtue. Marx's was a high Romanticism, with the hero figured as the artist as rebel. In one poem, Human Life, he wrote of the dreary self-interestedness, or Philistinism as he often called it, of everyday life. Life is death / an eternal death, / distress dominates / human striving, / greedy striving / and miserable goal / that is its life, / the play of breezes. 14. Marx, however, was determined not to succumb to conventional life. He would rebel. As he explained in his poem Feelings, never can I carry out in peace what has seized my soul so intensely. Never remain comfortably quiet. And I storm without rest. 15. And as has been seen, he identified with that great rebel of ancient myth, Prometheus, struggling against the tyrant Zeus. Marx's sentiments did not change markedly as an adult. Intense, pugnacious, and sensitive, he declared that his idea of happiness was to fight, and his idea of misery was submission. He described his main characteristic as singleness of purpose, and this quality certainly put him at an advantage over his contemporaries. Although he was less original than many other socialist thinkers of the time, he was infinitely more energetic and painstaking in synthesizing ideas and forging them into a coherent whole, and he put this rigor at the service of rebellion rather than the forces of order. Given Marx's self-image as a rebel, challenging authority to bring enlightenment to humanity, it is not surprising that he became interested in radical ideas. Initially this radicalism emerged in debates on philosophy, when he was a member of the young Hegelian group of thinkers. George Hegel, the German philosopher, had developed a theory of world history by which history was seen as the unfolding story of the progress of mankind's spirit towards increasing freedom. The process was dialectical, that is, it moved forward through struggles between competing ideas and social systems, in which the clash between a principle and its opposite resulted in synthesis, incorporating the positive aspects of both. Christianity, the Reformation, the French Revolution and modern constitutional monarchy were all syntheses, stages in the movement of humanity towards the ideal society. After Hegel's death, Hegelians disagreed over what constituted that ideal society. The establishment saw it as the contemporary Prussian Protestant monarchy, arguing that the existing order represented the end of history. The young Hegelians, however, condemned the monarchy as reactionary and saw the ideal as a parliamentary system, which allowed freedom of the press and religion, though they decried the economic liberalism which, they argued, gave excessive power to private property. On becoming editor of the Cologne-based liberal newspaper, Rennes-Zeitung, in 1842, Marx espoused these causes with energy. He showed a particular interest in social issues, protesting on behalf of peasants who were losing their old communal rights to individual ownership in the name of liberal ideas of private property. In 1843 the Rennes-Zeitung was closed down by the authorities, and this setback encouraged Marx to adopt an even more radical position. His hopes that a free press would be a force for reform now dashed. He argued instead that political change was not enough, a fundamental social and economic transformation was needed. Moreover, he had also lost faith in the German middle classes, who had been cowardly in the face of the monarchy's assault on press liberties. Unlike the French bourgeoisie, which had led the French Revolution of 1789 and had defended liberal freedoms in the 1830 revolution, the German bourgeoisie, he argued, was hopelessly backward. Marx, along with several of his radical friends, decided to emigrate from a repressive Germany to the more open atmosphere of Paris, and it was here in 1843 and 1844 that he developed what was to be the core of his future ideas. Marx had always been interested in French socialism, and in this period he increasingly fell under the influence of French socialist writers, their hostility to constitutional democracy becoming more evident in his own writings. Marx also became more aware of English intellectual currents through his lifelong collaboration with Friedrich Engels. Engels, the son of a prosperous, Calvinist lace manufacturer from Barmen, Westphalia, had, like Marx, been a radical in his youth, dabbled in romantic versification, and was a member of the young Hegelians. but there were also significant differences between the two. Most marked was the contrast between their temperaments. Engels, more sociable and less combative than Marx, fitted well into conventional bourgeois society. He fenced and rode, enjoying music and the company of women, and drinking fine wines. Yet he was also well organized and businesslike, unlike the chaotic Marx, which was fortunate for Marx as Engels was able to bankroll his frequently impoverished friend. But most importantly, Engels brought an English perspective to Marx's thought. He had been sent by his father to work in the Manchester branch of the family firm, and it was here, in the city at the frontier of the modern economy, that Engels became aware of the nature and mechanisms of capitalism, and its socialist critics. Engels was close to the Owenite movement, and despite his later criticisms of its utopianism, he remained highly sympathetic to its goals. At this crucial time in the development of Marx's thought, therefore, Engels encouraged his interest in utopian socialism, whilst also providing Marx with a more detailed, practical knowledge of how modern capitalism worked. 16. In the next few years, on the basis of this fruitful partnership, the foundations of Marxism were built, in the Paris manuscripts, and a number of other works. It may seem strange, given later developments, that Marx's primary interest was freedom. But this was freedom in a Rousseauian sense, the end of dependence on other people and material things. 17. In modern societies, Marx argued, man was losing his autonomy, his ability to express himself and the opportunities to develop his creative capabilities. In Marx's Hegelian philosophical language, man was being controlled by alienated forces outside himself. Autocracies deprived the individual of freedom, but liberal democracy was no solution, because it merely allowed people to vote periodically for a government over which they then had little influence. Only when all citizens took part in running the state all the time, as had been the case in ancient Athens, would they end this political alienation. The same was true in the economic sphere. Man was a naturally creative being who, collaborating with others, realized his full potential through labor, whilst also changing the world around him. But in modern, capitalist societies, men had become slaves to alien forces, money, the market, and the material things they themselves produced. 18. They worked not to express their creativity, but merely to eat, drink and acquire material things. They frequently worked for other people, they were cogs in a machine, forced to perform particular, narrow tasks, according to the modern division of labor. Moreover, they were increasingly alienated from other people, unable to establish true human relationships. For Marx, the solution to this grim state of affairs was the abolition of the market and private property, that is, the establishment of communism. All men would govern the state directly, participating in government rather than electing parliamentary representatives. This, then, was not modern liberal democracy, which is based on the assumption that there will always be conflicts of interest between citizens. Marx's vision of communism assumed that once class division was overcome, complete consensus could be achieved. Liberal rights and freedoms, which protect the minority against the majority, would be wholly unnecessary. This critique of liberalism was to become central to the ideologies of communist regimes. Under communism, economic life would also be transformed, people would not work for money, the market would be abolished, work would become a creative activity, and people would express themselves through their labor. As Marx put it, our products would be like so many mirrors, each one reflecting our essence. My work would be a free expression of my life, and therefore a free enjoyment of my life. 19. And economic well-being would not suffer, because if men worked for enjoyment they would be much more energetic and enthusiastic than if they were downtrodden and exploited. The division of labor would end, and men would be whole. In an extraordinarily utopian vision of communist society, each person would be able to do one thing today and another tomorrow, to hunt in the morning, fish in the afternoon, rear cattle in the evening, criticize after dinner, without ever becoming hunter, fisherman, shepherd, or critic. 20. In these early political writings, therefore, Marx's communism bore little resemblance to Bobovian equality, the crude communism which was merely universal envy setting itself up as a power. 21. It was much closer to Fourier's vision, founded on a romantic, fundamentally artistic view of life, which identified the Philistinism and materialism of modern culture as the main evil. The German Romantic poet Heinrich Heine, with whom Marx spent a good deal of time in Paris, may have been an influence here. He strongly defended a sensualist vision of a future society in which all could fulfill themselves, whatever their rank in society. His enemies were the socialist Puritans, who would mercilessly smash the marble statues of beauty. 22. Yet Marx's communism was also founded to some degree on his view of pre-capitalist societies, and a Rousseauian love of ancient wholeness. 23. Marx explained that amongst primitive peoples there had been very little division of labor, except within the family, men produced for themselves or relatives, rather than employers or the market. Therefore they were not alienated but had full control over their economic lives, in contrast to those who lived under capitalism, in which people were producing for a larger market. They also had power over their political lives, running their own affairs in small-scale communities. However, crucially, Marx did not want his communism to be backward. He saw it as similar in some ways to pre-capitalist society, but operating at a higher level of economic development. Unlike most communists and utopian socialists, he accepted that capitalism and markets had brought benefits which had to be built on, not destroyed. He praised the way in which capitalism had integrated the world and destroyed backward institutions and old, primitive ways of life. Here we see the influence of Saint Simon, an author whom Marx had admired as a youth, and of whom Engels wrote that almost all of the ideas of later socialists were contained in embryo in his theories. Marx, therefore, had little sympathy for the decentralized utopianism of a Proudhon or Owen. Indeed, in some places, the Communist Manifesto might be taken for a paean of praise for capitalism and globalization, and even its progenitors, the bourgeoisie. The bourgeoisie of the Manifesto was a revolutionary class, in many ways to be admired. It had accomplished wonders far surpassing the Egyptian pyramids, Roman aqueducts, and Gothic cathedrals. By subject the countryside to the rule of towns, it had rescued a considerable part of the population from the idiocy of rural life, by creating more massive and colossal productive forces than have all preceding generations together, and centralizing production in huge factories. It was forging nation-states out of fragmented communities, and it was even replacing national seclusion with universal interdependence of nations, a process which benefited the proletariat because, unlike the bourgeoisie, it had no fatherland. 24. Marx's communism was therefore unmistakably a modern society. It would follow capitalism but build upon it. It could not, he insisted, emerge in a backward country dominated by a feudal aristocracy and lacking a powerful industrial base and a large modern proletariat. A bourgeois revolution against the feudal aristocracy, like the French Revolution, was therefore the essential precondition for the future proletarian revolution. Social development followed a series of stages, from feudalism to capitalism to socialism and then on to communism. Yet, whilst Marx and Engels praised the bourgeoisie for shaping nation-states and the global economic system, they also maintained that it could not control the dynamic world it had created. Indeed, the bourgeoisie was unwittingly fashioning the tools of its own destruction, using the romantic, poetic language he loved so much. Marx described it as like the sorcerer, who is no longer able to control the powers of the nether world whom he has called up by his spells. 25. Industrialization was destroying small-scale, artisanal production, and creating an enormous industrial working class, which would ultimately destroy the bourgeoisie. The bourgeoisie's nemesis would take the form of the new industrial proletariat. Proletarians, Marx insisted, would be much more collectivist and better organized than artisans, learning how to cooperate from their work together in large factories. They would also become increasingly dissatisfied, as the logic of capitalism inevitably led to their increasing exploitation. Competition between capitalists would force them to invest more and more in new labor-saving machinery, which would inevitably reduce their profits and compel them to exploit workers even more brutally. But it would also compel capitalists to produce too much for the market to absorb, leading to periodic economic crises, putting many small capitalists out of business, and concentrating ownership in ever fewer hands. The instability and irrationality of capitalism would thus prepare the ground for communism. The workers, an increasingly revolutionary force, would be ready to seize control of a mechanized production process now ideally suited to rational management by central planning. The social and economic system, like a ripe fruit, would readily drop into the laps of the waiting workers. As the manifesto declared, the proletariat will use its political supremacy to wrest, by degrees, all capital from the bourgeoisie, to centralize all instruments of production in the hands of the state, i.e. of the proletariat organized as the ruling class. The state would improve the economy in accordance with a common plan, and all workers would be mobilized in industrial armies. 26. This image of society, then, was one of centralization and planning, and even military discipline. So how could it be married to the vision of work as joyful creativity? And how could either form of socialism be reconciled with revolutionary insurrection and violence? Marx and Engels struggled to resolve these tensions, but despite their best efforts, a foundational flaw ran through the edifice of Marxism, reflecting its original three major constituent elements: the utopian romanticism of people like Rousseau or Fourier, Bourgeoisian revolution, and Saint-Simon's technocracy. Three rather different visions can therefore be found in Marx's and Engels' works from the 1840s, a romantic one, in which people work for the love of it and govern themselves, without the need for authority imposed from above, a radical, revolutionary, and egalitarian one, in which the heroic working class unite on the barricades to fight the bourgeoisie and establish a new modern revolutionary state, and a modernist one, in which the economy was run according to a central plan. Administered, at least in the early stages, by some kind of bureaucracy. These different visions also affected Marx's and Engels' response to another question: how was communism to be achieved? For a more radical Marx, the proletariat was ready for communist society. Just as it could be trusted to work diligently, without direction from above, so its heroism and self-sacrifice would lead it to stage a communist revolution in the very near future. But for the modernist Marx, the revolution would only arrive when economic conditions were ripe, when industry was highly developed, and when capitalism was on the brink of an often hard-to-define crisis. Those who simply had faith in the heroism of the working class to deliver communism and demanded an immediate end to capitalism were ignoring economic realities and committing the deadly sin of utopian thinking. 27. The weight of the three elements after 1848, however, was unequal. Utopian romanticism remained in the ultimate dream of communism, but its prominence declined. Marxism was increasingly becoming a philosophy of both revolution and science, and the tension between the two created a fault line within Marxism that persisted throughout its history. Marx and Engels struggled heroically to obscure it, yet paradoxically, this imperfection was not without its advantages. Whilst it offended their love of consistency, it also provided them with flexibility, allowing them to tilt towards radicalism or modernism depending on the particular situation. This balancing act was to prove vital for Marxism's survival during the violent upheavals and sudden changes of political fortune in 19th-century Western Europe. 4. Norbert Truquin, a poor, frequently unemployed laborer, went to Paris in 1848 in search of work, and found it turning a grinding wheel for 2 francs a day. Though well aware of socialist ideas, he was ambivalent about them. His autobiography records that he felt anti-communist because it seemed to me that community required an iron discipline, before which all individual will would be erased. This would interfere with his desire to roam the world. However, he also saw the advantages of communism. If goods were held in common, we would not have to travel 3 leagues a day to get to work, we would not be reduced to eating nothing but broth, and children would not be forced to work so young. 28. And when revolution actually broke out in February 1848, Truquin joined the barricades. Reminiscing about the joyful atmosphere, as both bourgeois and worker denounced the Orleanist monarchy, he also detected tensions beneath the surface. From the physical appearance of the bourgeois, you could tell that there was something false in their effusive gestures and that they were experiencing a poorly disguised aversion for their comrades in arms. 29. Truquin had indeed sensed the beginning of the end of the bourgeois-worker alliance that had typified French revolutionary history. By June the split had become permanent. In fact, the first signs of the split had emerged much earlier, in the aftermath of the 1830 revolution. The revolution had brought to power a regime that favored laissez-faire economics, and the government of the Orleanist Louis Philippe was unsympathetic to the demands of artisans and laborers who were suffering from the newly emerging capitalist economy. As cities grew, markets expanded, and new technologies encouraged larger-scale industrial factory production, small-scale artisans found themselves under pressure. Craft guilds, where they still existed, were damaged by the cheap goods churned out by capitalist entrepreneurs and their factories of less skilled workers, Marx's proletarians. Rebellion was the result, and the Lyon silk workers' uprising of 1831 can be seen as one of the first modern workers' revolts. 30. Workers had protested before, of course, the sans-culottes of 1793 to 4 amongst them, but they had generally done so as hard-hit consumers, not as producers. Now, as their slogan "Live Working or Die Fighting" showed, popular rebels saw themselves primarily as workers fighting against the propertied. And unlike the 1789 and 1830 revolutions, when an alliance of the poor, middling artisans and relatively well-off masters came together to protest at an aristocratic order, these rebels were largely manual workers, protesting against a liberal government. Indeed, some called themselves proletarians even though they were not Marx's new industrial workers and despite the fact that some owned their own businesses. Observers at the time understood that something new was happening. 1831 was the year that the term socialism was coined by Henry Leroux, and the social question became a fashionable topic of discussion. The year after the Lyon strike, Parisian workers tried to follow their example, in events which Victor Hugo portrayed so dramatically in Les Miserables. Socialist movements and thinking flourished in 1830s and 1840s France, but it was in Britain, where modern industry was already becoming dominant, that workers' protest was most dramatic, as the Chartist movement united artisans and modern industrial workers in the demand for the vote. The events of the 1840s, in France and Britain, convinced many on both the right and the left that revolution was a real possibility. They certainly fueled Marx's and Engels' optimism. As Marx wrote of one meeting with Parisian workers back in 1843. When communist artisans form associations, teaching and propaganda are their first aims. But their association itself creates a new need, the need for society, and what appeared to be a means has become an end. The brotherhood of man is no mere phrase with them, but a fact of life, and the nobility of man shines upon us from their work-hardened bodies. 31. Yet, as is clear from these observations, Marx's profession of faith in the collectivism and revolutionary energies of workers was based largely on the experience of artisans, not in fact the industrial proletarians whom he assumed would be the creators of communism. Artisans were indeed often very radical, though largely in defense of their old way of life against capitalism, not as heralds of the industrial future. Moreover, they lacked the power of numbers, coherence, and organization. Production on the continent was still largely artisanal, and where the proletariat did exist in large numbers, in England, it boasted few revolutionaries. Even so, whilst the Communist Manifesto, published in early 1848, was hardly noticed beyond a select circle of communists, it appeared to be uncannily prescient, and the spread of revolution across Europe reinforced Marx's belief in the imminent collapse of capitalism at the hands of the proletariat. The revolutionary events had begun in Switzerland in 1847, and early the following year spread to Sicily, Naples, Paris, Munich, Vienna, Budapest, Venice, Krakow, Milan, and Berlin. In the vanguard were affluent liberal professionals who demanded freedom of speech and expansion of the franchise. Sometimes, as in the Austrian Empire, they called for national independence. The weaknesses of the old regimes became rapidly evident, and monarchs were toppled, or were forced to grant liberal freedoms. The new authorities introduced moderate, liberal reforms, destroying autocratic government and the serfdom typical of the Ancien regime. Where they still existed, especially in Germany and Austria-Hungary. Marx had great hopes for these uprisings, seeing in them a prelude to his proletarian revolution. Together with his family and Engels, he left Paris for Cologne and set up a radical newspaper, the Neue Rennisszeitung. Whilst working as a political activist, his attitude towards revolution depended on each country's particular situation. In France, he believed that the revolution would follow the pattern of 1789, the bourgeois revolution would inevitably be radicalized and class struggle would then erupt between workers and the bourgeoisie. Germany, however, he thought too backward for this scenario, a bourgeois revolution had not yet happened. Even so, by the end of 1848 he argued that the prospects for communist revolution were particularly favorable in Germany, because of its uneven development. Although German states were ruled by the old feudal aristocracy, the bourgeois revolution would take place with the help of a developed proletariat. Marx therefore urged his fellow communists to support the bourgeoisie and fight for liberal political reforms, but then to carry on struggling for the proletarian revolution which would follow immediately after, as the proletariat used its political supremacy to centralize and increase production. 32. This was the first enunciation, in embryo, of the theory of permanent revolution, the idea that even in a backward country the proletariat should support a bourgeois revolution and then immediately prepare for a second proletarian revolution. It was this theory that Leon Trotsky enunciated, and was then used to justify the Bolshevik Revolution in Russia. For Marx and Engels, the outcome of the proletarian revolution was to be a temporary dictatorship of the proletariat. By this, they did not mean the rule of a revolutionary party over the majority, in the Jacobin or Blanquist tradition. Rather, they favored a democracy in which the proletariat would rule through popular assemblies, and use emergency powers, violent if necessary, to break the old state. 33. In the first half of 1848, Marx's predictions for revolution in France did not look too implausible, and whilst the revolution, like its predecessors, united the middle classes and workers, the latter were determined to learn the lesson of 1830 and not to allow their revolution to be stolen. 34. The right liberal government of François Guizot, working under King Louis-Philippe, had alienated both the middle classes and the workers. It retained a highly restricted franchise and manipulated elections, whilst taking a harsh line with the poor. On the night of February 22, over 1 million paving stones were torn up and over 4,000 trees felled, and by the morning more than 1,500 barricades had been built. The authorities were unable to persuade the National Guard to take action, and by the following day Guizot had resigned. The day after, Louis-Philippe fled to England, where he lived quietly in Surrey until his death 2 years later. The new French government was dominated by moderate Republicans, leavened by a minority of radicals, amongst them the famous socialist Louis Blanc and a solitary worker by the name of Albert. But the radicals were reinforced by a huge crowd of workers who put direct pressure on the government by assembling menacingly outside the Hôtel de Ville. The provisional government rapidly met many of their demands, a republic was declared, universal male suffrage introduced, and reforms specifically designed to help workers enacted. Subcontracting, a method used by employers to reduce wages, was banned, and the working day was restricted to 10 hours. However, it was the provisional government's commitment, under pressure from Louis Blanc, to guarantee labor to all citizens that caused the most conflict with the bourgeois members of the government. National workshops were set up to employ the indigent, largely on public works schemes. The workshops were financed by a land tax, which fell on the mass of peasant farmers. But the elections of April, which were won by rural notables, showed how unrepresentative the Parisian radicals were and how sharply Paris and the countryside were split. The newly elected assembly promptly proposed that the workshops be closed, and workers fought back. In June they returned to the barricades, this time rather more sturdily built, and over 15,000 of them staged one of the most impressive of all worker insurrections. Some of the insurgents were members of the workshops, but most were artisans protesting against the new factory-based economy. 35. The rebellion was brutally crushed. The government was forced to recruit about 100,000 National Guards from the provinces, and fighting was bitter and lasted for several days. Thousands of workers were killed, imprisoned, or sent to Algeria. It was clear that the artisanal workers were not numerous or powerful enough to impose a socialist settlement on France. If Marx's predictions of a proletarian revolution had fared poorly in France, it was less likely that they would come to fruition in Germany. There the workers' movement was smaller and more divided, and the middle classes more conservative, though parts of the peasantry were radical. Marx himself initially favored the pursuit of constitutional, democratic objectives, rather than socialist ones. But by September, as it became clear that the middle classes were not going to play a revolutionary role, he and Engels called for a Red Republic that would adopt socialist policies. Marx also favored revolutionary insurrections where he thought they might work, though he insisted they be mass revolutions, involving both workers and peasants, not Blanquist conspiracies. 36. Engels was especially militant, and personally took part in uprisings in Elberfeld and the Rhineland-Palatinate in May 1849. The previous September he wrote enthusiastically of the armed rebellions. Is there a revolutionary center anywhere in the world where the red flag, the emblem of the militant, united proletariat of Europe, has not been found flying on the barricades during the last 5 months? 37. In 1848-9, therefore, Marx and Engels were setting an example for so many future communist revolutionaries, fomenting popular revolution in undeveloped, agrarian societies. 38. Throughout Western and Central Europe, artisans demonstrated against unemployment and competition, sometimes joined by rebellious peasants, as the loss of common land provoked enormous anger. The view of radicals like Marx, that 1789 could be repeated, was therefore understandable. But moderates and conservatives had also learnt the lessons of 1789, and were determined to suppress popular unrest, and the authorities fought back. 39. By November 1848 the Prussian Revolution had been defeated, and thousands of workers were deported from Berlin and other cities. Meanwhile, Napoleon's nephew, Louis Napoleon, was elected President of France, trading on the Bonaparte name and garnering support from opponents of revolution in the countryside, the Party of Order, and workers resentful at the violence used against them by the liberal Republicans. Once in power, Louis Napoleon's politics became increasingly conservative, and by mid-1849 his troops had contributed to the defeats of the last revolutionary governments in Italy. For some time after, however, Marx and Engels refused to accept that all was lost, and they continued to predict that revolution of the 1789 or 1848 type was about to break out. Their revolutionary hopes waxed and waned, but it was clear by the late 1850s that revolution was not on the horizon. Socialists, however, could find solace in one revolutionary episode in an otherwise distinctly unrevolutionary period, the Paris Commune of 1871. Paris had been surrounded by the Prussians in one of the longest sieges of modern times, and when the government signed an armistice, Parisians were outraged. They held elections, and about a third of the elected deputies were craftsmen, making it the most worker-dominated government to appear in Europe thus far. 32 of the 81 members of the Assembly were members of the First International of Socialist Parties, which Marx had helped to found, but they were not his disciples. 40. Most deputies were influenced more by the decentralized socialism of Proudhon, or by Blanquy's insurrectionary Jacobinism. 41. However, the Commune's real significance lay in its legacy. It was the first government to be connected with Marx, and for the first time the red flag, not the Republic's tricolor, flew above a seat of government, the Hôtel de Ville. Marx and Engels also described it as the model of their proletarian dictatorship. 42. For them, the Commune had proved that the old state bureaucracy could be smashed, and all areas of government democratized. Elected deputies ruled directly, both legislators and executives, while all officials received workers' wages and were subject to dismissal by the people. V. In 1871 few places seemed further from the revolutionary turbulence of the Parisian Hôtel de Ville than the hushed neoclassical splendour of London's British Museum Library. Seated in his comfortable blue leather upholstered chair at desk number G7, beneath the massive dome painted in cool Georgian azure and picked out in gold, Karl Marx immersed himself in tomes of economics and history. Despite the calm surroundings, it could be tough going. At one particularly low moment he told one of his daughters that he had been transformed into a machine condemned to devour books and then throw them, in a changed form, on the dunghill of history. 43. Marx had decided to forsake politics for the library, and had shifted the focus of his struggles from the barricades to the realm of theory. Now that he was losing his earlier faith in proletarian heroism, he sought to show that another force would drive the world to communism, economics. The result was his monumental, if little read, work of synthesis. Capital. As the title suggests, Capital was largely an analysis of the mechanisms, weaknesses, and supposedly ultimate demise of capitalism, and said little about communism. But as Marx became more interested in the realities of the modern economy, his views of communism and how to achieve it began to change. Both he and Engels now insisted that a communist society had to be a more economically rational society than one based on capitalism, fully embracing the realities of industrial society. His earlier opinion that labor could be self-motivated, creative, and enjoyable yielded to the much more pessimistic view that work would have to be directed from above, by technicians and bosses. Promises of workers' control over their factories were quietly dropped, and Marx made it clear that proletarian heroism and creativity were not enough. As he explained in Capital, all combined labor on a large scale requires a directing authority. 44. Self-realization and individual development could only happen after the end of the workday, during leisure time. 45. Moreover, Marx increasingly implied that he no longer hoped for the romantic dream of the complete man as morning hunter, afternoon fisherman, and evening critic. Even under communism, he suggested, the modern division of labor was the only efficient way of producing things. For Marx now, the main advantage of communism over capitalism lay in efficiency, rational planning, and its ability to end the chaotic booms and busts brought by the free market. Marx and Engels were decisively tilting Marxism in a modernist direction. Their communism now increasingly resembled the mechanized and orderly modern factory rather than a romantic idyll of self-fulfillment, whilst the heroism of the barricades was postponed. And given this view of communism, it is not surprising that Marx insisted that it could only come about when the economic preconditions, large-scale industry and a dominant proletariat, had emerged. Marx had ceased to view the revolutionary heroism of the proletariat as the main driving force of history. Rather, the objective, scientific laws of social and economic development would deliver communism, and the best people to accomplish this task were both proletarians and expert Marxists who understood the science of history. 46. Revolution could not be premature, the proletariat would have to wait until the time was ripe. This scientific approach to Marxism was, in part, a response to the intellectual currents of the 1860s. Darwinian social theorists like Herbert Spencer were now in the ascendant. It was now fashionable to argue that mankind was on the verge of discovering general laws which would apply both to human societies and to the natural world. Marx and Engels were anxious to keep abreast of the latest scientific thinking. As Engels declared at Marx's funeral in 1883, just as Darwin discovered the law of development of organic nature, so Marx discovered the law of development of human history. 47. It was Engels who was particularly interested in transforming Marxism into a science, and thus proving the objective necessity of communism. He spent a great deal of time trying to graft Hegel's ideas of the dialectical pattern of history onto the natural sciences. The result was a body of rather eccentric theories that came to be known as dialectical materialism. 48. One of these dialectical laws was the theory that the natural world, like human societies, advanced through periods of evolutionary change, followed by revolutionary leaps. So, for instance, when heated, water changes gradually until it suddenly undergoes a revolutionary transformation into steam. 49. As will be seen, in later years, under communist regimes these theories were used to justify efforts to promote extraordinary, and usually disastrous, economic leaps forward. Yet Engels himself tended not to take his ideas in this revolutionary direction. His attempt to recast Marxism as a science led inexorably to gradualist conclusions. If the laws of nature ensured that communism was coming anyway, why try to force history? 50. Nevertheless, the revolutionary radicalism of 1848 and the romanticism of the youthful Marx were never entirely purged from an increasingly modernist Marxism. Instead, Marx himself tried to reconcile the three elements, sketching what was essentially a route map, showing the way to communism, but delaying its more egalitarian elements to the distant future. The map was not consistent, as Marx was notoriously resistant to speculating about the future, and his followers had to piece it together from his and Engels' often contradictory statements. But a broad outline was generally accepted by Marxists. Communist parties would organize the working class in preparation for the proletarian revolution, but during the initial stages of the revolution the working class could not entirely be trusted. Communists, the most advanced and resolute section of the working class parties, would therefore have to take the lead. 51. Similarly, in the early stages of communism immediately after the revolution, though the market and private property would be abolished, the state would persist. A new state, the dictatorship of the proletariat, would be established, which would suppress bourgeois opposition, and gradually centralize all instruments of production in the hands of the state. 52. There would then follow a longer phase, the lower stage of communism, when workers, who still could not yet be trusted to work simply for the love of it, would be paid according to the amount they did. Only later, during the higher stage of communism, would workers become so collectivist and public-spirited that they could be relied on to work without recourse to either coercive discipline or monetary bribes. Only then would society be governed by the principle, from each according to his ability, to each according to his needs, and only then would the whole of the people be able to govern themselves, allowing the state finally to wither away. 53. This route map dominated Marxist thinking, and all Marxists were obliged to follow it. But it could obviously be interpreted in many different ways. For example, the timetable could vary. The road to communism might be very swift or rather gradual. It could be a journey accompanied by revolutionary violence or one of largely peaceful economic development. Marxists could and did disagree about who was to be in the driving seat, the revolutionary working class, or a group of wise Marxist experts on the laws of history. They also took different views of the role of the state, and how quickly it could be replaced by a Paris Commune-style democracy. Marxism therefore still had its romantic, radical and modernist elements, but from the 1860s until World War I a new equilibrium had been established, with its center of gravity decisively shifted towards modernism. The main romantic Marxist texts of the 1840s were not published until the 1930s, and Engels, who became the leading theoretician after Marx's death in 1883, set about popularizing a modernist form of Marxism in seminal works such as Socialism, Utopian, and Scientific. According to this Marxism, the journey to communism would be a gradual one. Workers would have to wait until economic conditions were ripe, and the communist ideal was to be founded on modern industry and a powerful bureaucracy. In the meantime, communists, or social democrats as they were now called, were to establish well-organized, centralized political parties. They were to fight for workers' interests as far as they could within the existing bourgeois political system, participate in elections, and were not to push for premature revolutions. However, they were to maintain their independence. They were not to slip too far to the right and collaborate with bourgeois parties. This Marxism was far from the revolutionary egalitarianism of the barricades. After a long period in the 1850s when repression made any socialist politics very difficult, Marx and Engels returned to political activism in the 1860s, helping to found the First International, a grouping of national socialist parties, in 1864. The results were mixed. They failed to persuade the pragmatic British trade unionists to break from the Liberal Party, and the International's influence in Britain never recovered. But the left, if anything, was even more of a threat to Marx and Engels. Their main opponents were the anarchists Proudhon and Mikhail Bakunin, for whom Marxism seemed authoritarian and who favored a decentralized form of socialism. For Bakunin, the charismatic son of a Russian count, Marx was head to foot an authoritarian, and his scientific socialism was designed to give power to a numerically small aristocracy of genuine or sham scientists. 54. Marx responded in kind. Bakunin was a monster. Perfect blockhead. Stupid. Aspiring dictator of Europe's workers. 55. Bakunin, however, enjoyed a great deal of support in the International, and the conflict between Marxism and anarchism was to contribute to the institution's destruction. The final meeting took place in The Hague in 1872. Marx, who had become associated in the public mind with the Paris Commune of the previous year, was now a notorious figure, and crowds followed the delegates from the station to their hotel, though according to one journalist, children were warned against going into the streets with valuables in case the evil International stole them. 56. Yet Marx was unable to bring the leverage of his street-level reputation as the leader of socialism into the conference hall. He antagonized many of the delegates by his harsh treatment of both Bakunin and the British trade unionists. He was only able to impose control by moving the General Council from London to New York, leaving the Italian, Spanish, and Swiss socialist parties to Bakunin's rival, Anti-Marxist International. The transfer to the United States was hardly practical, and soon afterwards the First International was dissolved. Yet in the longer term, Marx's and Engels' modernist version of socialism proved to be more enduring in Western Europe than its anarchist rival. The so-called Second Industrial Revolution of the 1880s and 1890s led to the development of what we think of as the modern industrial economy. 57. Factories became bigger, as the metal, chemical, mining, and transport industries came to the fore. Machinery became increasingly complex and expensive, international competition became harsher, and the modern corporation emerged, employing hierarchies of managers to create efficient businesses and to police workers. All of this had an enormous effect on workers. The urban labor force became larger, and employers tried to increase productivity by cutting wages and using machinery to deskill workers, paying them less to perform routine mechanized tasks. At the same time, national economies were becoming more integrated, and workers became more aware of their fellow laborers. Many of Marx's predictions were therefore being fulfilled by the time of his death in 1883. Deskilling and globalization were precisely what Marx had foretold, and the enlarged working classes provided a reservoir of recruits for Marxist parties. However, these new industrial workers were limited to a minority of the population in the more modern sectors of the economy, and they often had little in common with the mass of less organized, casual workers. Also, their reactions to economic change varied. Deskilling could anger workers and provoke militancy. But workers were often less radical than they had been in the early stages of industrialization. The labor unrest of early industrialization was fueled by an ambivalence towards modern industry, and sometimes by a complete rejection of it. But now many workers had become part of the factory system, and had learned to work within it. Employers often had a great deal of power over them, and workers were more likely to accept the realities of the industrial world than rebel against it. 58. The evolution of European politics also contributed to this mixture of conflict and compromise. Workers and trade unionists continued to be the victims of state repression in many parts of Europe. However, the violent social civil wars of the 1830s and 1840s had become muted by the 1860s. States were granting the liberal reforms demanded and refused in 1848, and they were gradually extending them from the middle classes to workers. Marxism, therefore, benefited from some of the social and political changes of the late 19th century, but not others. The poor of the Western world had a number of paths available to them, and they by no means all chose the Marxist one. 6. The year after Marx's death, in 1884, the French writer Émile Zola began his great socialist novel, determined to draw middle-class attention to what he regarded as the central issue of the time, the imminence of bloody revolution. The subject of the novel is the revolt of the workers, the jolt given to society, which for a moment cracks, in a word, the struggle between capital and labor. There lies the importance of the book, which I want to show predicting the future, putting the question that will be the most important question of the 20th century. 59. Zola initially planned to call the novel The Gathering Storm, but finally decided on the title Germinal, in deliberate evocation of the Jacobins who had given the name to their new springtime month. Zola believed he needed to force his complacent readers to acknowledge the shaky foundations of the bourgeois order as capital and labor struggled, quite literally, beneath their feet. In the immense coal mine, l'Ivoireuse, an army was growing, a future crop of citizens, germinating like seeds that would burst through the earth's crust one day into the bright sunshine. 60. Zola's main characters stand for four rather different socialist visions. Suvarin is a Russian émigré anarchist, Étienne Lantier a Marxist of sorts, an intransigent collectivist, authoritarian, Jacobin, Rasseneur, a possibilist, or moderate socialist, and the Abbé Ranvier, a Christian socialist. Étienne, the Jacobin, is the hero of the novel, but, like Rasseneur, is also shown to be egotistical and ambitious. Meanwhile Suvarin, though idealistic, is destructive, and Ranvier is ineffectual. Ultimately, Zola believes that none of the socialists can control the masses, a violent, almost animalistic force of nature. Zola terrifies his readers with his accounts of the uncontrollably violent strikes and demonstrations. His bourgeois characters saw a scarlet vision of the revolution that would inevitably carry them all away. On some blood-soaked fin de siècle evening, these same rags and the same thunder of clogs, the same terrifying pack of animals with dirty skins and foul breath, would sweep away the old world, as their barbarian hordes overflowed and surged through the land. 61. Zola himself had little sympathy with revolutionary politics, and ultimately Étienne, the leader of a disastrous strike, is shown to have outgrown his immature resentment, in favor of a future when workers would abjure violence and form a peaceful army. Organized trade unions would fight for their rights and bring about the demise of capital by legal means. Then the crouching, sated God, that monstrous idol who lay hidden in the depths of his tabernacle untold leagues away, bloated with the flesh of miserable wretches who never even saw him, would instantly give up the ghost. 62. Zola's prediction, that leftist politics would become less revolutionary and more law-abiding, was true for some countries but not for others. Where existing bourgeois political parties were willing to accommodate workers in the political order and concede trade union representation, as was the case with the British Liberal Party and its Lib-Lab politics, workers tended to jettison revolutionary goals. Why confront an established order that gave workers what they wanted, 63. In these more liberal conditions, the Etiennes did poorly, and the Rasseneurs were in the ascendant. Yet Marxists did not prosper in societies that were too illiberal either. In repressive countries with underdeveloped industries, such as Russia, the Balkans, and much of Austria-Hungary, it was difficult for Marxists to organize parties and trade unions. In parts of Italy and Iberia, in contrast, anarchistic sovereigns and more radical Marxists who demanded immediate revolution seemed to have a more compelling case. There it was easier to organize politically, but the state often used harsh repression against popular demands, most strikingly during the violence of Tragic Week in Catalonia in 1909. Anarchists also did well where poor peasants were demanding land redistribution, whilst Marxists often saw peasants as backward, and peasants themselves were often hostile to Marxist plans for centralized states. France was a hybrid case, and the Etiennes, Souverains, Rasseneurs, and Ranviers all found a constituency. Because sporadic state repression continued, Marxist parties enjoyed some success, but anarchists continued to thrive amongst artisans, whilst relatively liberal governments made the lure of reformism irresistible to many potential Marxist recruits. Churches were also powerful opponents of Marxist parties. Marxists, following Marx, usually saw Christianity as a reactionary ideology that justified the old social structure, and the churches usually responded with equal hostility. The Catholic Church was especially antagonistic to Marxism, and it was particularly effective in resisting Marxist influence through its political parties and social organizations. In the United States, Marxists and other socialists were also confronted with a mixture of repression and liberal democracy, but they were less successful in establishing a foothold than in most industrialized countries in Europe. Trade unions and socialist movements attracted a large following until the early 20th century. The medievally named Knights of Labor had about 10% of the non-agricultural labor force as members by 1886. But this left was later undermined by a combination of forces, ethnic divisions, a dominant liberal ideology, male suffrage as an alternative way of seeking change, and high levels of repression. The ideal home for the Etienne Lantiers was to be found in Northern and Central Europe. The largest and most successful party was the Social Democratic Party of Germany, but Marxist parties were also successful in Scandinavia and some parts of the Austro-Hungarian Empire. It is not surprising that the center of the Marxist hopes moved from France, where they had been in the middle of the century, towards the east. Germany now had a large industrial working class, and many of these workers were attracted by the Marxists' commitment to modern heavy industry and their promise that the proletariat would inherit the earth. But political conditions were as important, if not more so, than economic structure. In 1878, following an attempt on the life of the Kaiser, Bismarck demanded that the Reichstag pass anti-socialist laws, banning the SPD and repressing workers' organizations more generally. Nevertheless, the party and unions maintained an underground existence, and Social Democrats were still able to stand for parliament as individuals, thus providing a focus for working-class politics. But discrimination continued, even after the anti-socialist laws lapsed in 1890. The SPD was subject to police harassment, and employers were often harsh in dealing with strikes. Workers were often treated as second-class citizens, patronized by the middle class and excluded from their clubs and associations. This state schizophrenia, its combination of freedom and repression, helped the modernist Marxism of Marx and Engels to flourish. Repression kept the SPD outside established politics and ensured that it did not become a reformist party. The party adopted a Marxist program at Erfurt in 1891, which promised the revolutionary overthrow of capitalism at some point in the future. But at the same time, the SPD had deputies in parliament, and its representation and strength grew after 1890, allowing the party to achieve a great deal through the existing order. It was therefore only to be expected that pressure for revolution was weak. As a result of these complex circumstances, the SPD was to embody the ideal Marx and Engels pursued in the First International, an independent Marxist party that fought for workers' interests within the current system without collaborating with the bourgeoisie. 7. Nikolaus Osterroth, born in 1875, was a devout Catholic and a clay miner in Bavaria. On his return from military service in the mid-1890s, he found the mine owners determined to reduce wages by introducing a new piecework system. Initially, he and the other miners turned for support to the local priest, but they received little sympathy. The priest declared that the employers were appointed by God, and had to be obeyed. Osterroth, in his autobiography, written 30 years later, recalled this incident as provoking a crisis of conscience, after which he left the church with an empty head and a dying heart. It was in this low mood that he read a social democratic leaflet, thrown through his window by a group of red cyclists who were passing through the village. The leaflet, he remembered, affected me like a revelation. Suddenly I saw the world from the other side, from a side that until now had been dark for me. I was especially aroused by the criticism of the tariff system and the indirect taxes. I'd never heard a word about them before. In all the Center Party speeches they kept completely quiet about them. And why? Wasn't their silence an admission that they'd committed an injustice, a clear sign of a guilty conscience? I didn't believe my eyes, a 6-pfennig tax on a pound of salt. I was seized by a feeling of wild fury about the obvious injustice of a tax system that spared the ones who could best pay and plundered those who already despaired of life in their bitter misery. 64. This Damascene moment of almost religious revelation, followed by conversion to socialism, can be found in several socialist autobiographies of the period. Conflict with bosses could trigger a more general questioning of their old value system, particularly amongst those who had been Christian believers. Once Osterroth began to think about his economic predicament, he found that there was a whole alternative worldview available to him, one founded on the notion that workers had power and dignity. God, how clear and simple it all was! This new world of thought that gave the worker the weapons of self-awareness and self-consciousness was very different to the old world of priestly and economic authority where the worker was merely an object of domination and exploitation. 65. He became a social democratic activist, and ultimately a politician, replacing the old dark, vengeful, and punishing Mosaic God, with a new Trinity, one that included a new, charitable God, together with Faust and Prometheus, God-men who embody the deepest yearnings of our race. 66. The red cyclists continued to woo Osterroth, giving him a copy of the party's Marxist Erfurt program to read. But Osterroth was typical of many German workers in showing little interest in the details of Marxist economics or in the notion that workers would take control of production. Most workers joined the SPD not out of a profound interest in Marxist economic ideas, but because they were angry about wages and conditions and, commonly, out of a sense of humiliation at the hands of bosses. Some felt that they were being treated like dogs, sworn at and humiliated. 67. Others resented bosses' control over their lives. The cigar maker Felix Poch, for instance, became sympathetic to the social democratic cause when a fellow worker was sacked for suggesting to his boss that sales would improve if the picture of the Kaiser on the cigars were replaced with one of the Marxist leader August Bebel. 68. However unschooled in Marxist theory, it is probable that many members of the party, even at its lower levels, had at least a rudimentary idea of its fundamental principles, learned from popularizations of the ideology. These included the idea of Marxism as a science, the centrality of economic forces in historical development, the class struggle, the proletariat status as the progressive class emancipating the whole of mankind, and the ultimate crisis of capitalism. But workers had little interest in studying the details of Marxist theory, however much social democratic intellectuals encouraged them. A survey of social democratic workers' libraries between 1906 and 1914 shows that 63.1% of books borrowed were imaginative literature, and only 4.3% were in the social sciences, including Marxist texts. Zola was number 1 or 2 on most library lists, much to the irritation of socialist intellectuals who regarded him as a pessimist, with too little faith in human reason. 69. but there was much the SPD could offer beyond theory, or even political radicalism. It provided an alternative world to that of the factory, where workers were accorded dignity and could improve themselves. For Otto Krill, an unskilled factory worker from Dresden, this was its main attraction. He despaired of the general stupor in his factory, and felt completely isolated amidst his fellow workers' parochialism and erotic banter. For him, social democracy provided an escape from this grim world. He observed that only a tiny fraction are socialists from scientific conviction. Most come to socialism from a vast internal and external wasteland, like the people of Israel out of the wilderness. They have to believe in order not to despair. 70. Krill's attitude was typical of the average Social Democratic Party member, a young, urban, male, and Protestant worker, with ambitions to better himself. 71. In place of Krill's wasteland, the Social Democratic Party provided a world of culture, self-improvement and orderly recreation. 72. Educational societies promised a socialist version of Bildung, or cultivation and learning, precisely what gave the bourgeoisie its status in German society, through lectures and classes. The subjects covered included socialist and scientific topics, like political economy and hygiene, as well as the study of conventional bourgeois culture, art, literature, and music. Even more popular were the leisure societies. A whole range of activities and societies were on offer under the party's auspices, from shooting and cycling clubs to choral societies, and even smoking clubs. The ideological content of the club's activities varied. Some had their own club languages. Members of gymnastic clubs used the greeting Free Heil from the late 1890s. The most visible aspect of social democratic culture was the parade, especially the May Day parade. Despite the threat of harassment by the police, thousands attended and watched processions celebrating socialism and workers' trades. Some of the symbolism came from the socialist past, stretching back to the classicism of the French Revolution. A central place in the 1910 Nuremberg Social Democratic Choral Festival was taken by the Goddess of Freedom, a figure in a white Grecian gown, a Phrygian cap on her head, a freedom banner in her right hand, surrounded with busts of Marx, the German socialist leader Las Ala, and a lion, symbolizing power. 73. Other festivals, however, had a more explicitly military style, complete with uniforms, marching bands, standards, and flags. Many social democratic songs reveal the martial culture. What moves down there along the valley? A troop in white uniform. How courageous sounds their vigorous song. Those tones are known to me. They sing of freedom and the fatherland. I know this troop in their white uniform. Freedom hail! Freedom hail! Freedom hail! The gymnasts are moving out. 74. The appeal of military types of organization was not, of course, new, and Marx himself had used military metaphors when discussing socialism. Indeed, Marxism was committed to a strong, disciplined socialist state, unlike anarchists to the left and reformists to the right. But Marx's and Engels' vision was more commonly an industrial one, and the military style of German social democracy probably owed much to the political culture of Imperial Germany, even though the party's ideology favored internationalism. 75. Whilst the party, like other social democratic parties, in theory championed the equality of women, in practice party members frequently saw women as apolitical and backward, and the party culture was highly masculine. A high value was also placed on discipline and even hierarchy. Gymnastic exercises were regimented, and teams were organized in military fashion. An elected overseer presided over a number of squad leaders, who, in turn, organized the teams. As the gymnastic code ruled, ranks must be strictly held in each team. No one may move from the team without special permission. 76. It was discipline and organization that appealed to Otto Krill, a man educated in a military school but expelled as unfit. As he remembered, I slowly became familiar with social democratic ideas. In the past, the idea of the state had seemed to me to have a kind of medieval crudity that was embodied in barracks and prisons. This attitude changed imperceptibly, because I learned to see myself as a citizen of the state who, though oppressed, still had an interest in it because I hoped to take it over for my own class. And the strangest thing was, that I, the despiser of unconditional military discipline, willingly submitted to party discipline. As contradictory as it may seem, socialist ideology reconciled me to a certain extent with my proletarian existence, and taught me to respect manual labor. I no longer shied away from the name worker. 77. For Krill and many others, the SPD provided a parallel state in which workers could achieve some dignity, and which had the organization necessary to defend the working class against a fundamentally hostile German Empire. The social democratic culture could therefore have a martial flavor, as was captured by the Red Flag, the song written by the Irish journalist James Connell in 1889, inspired by a London meeting of the Social Democratic Federation. The people's flag is deepest red. It shrouded oft our martyred dead. And ere their limbs grew stiff and cold, their heart's blood dyed its every fold. Then raise the scarlet standard high. Within its shade we'll live and die. Though cowards flinch and traitors sneer, we'll keep the red flag flying here. Connell's second verse was designed to underscore the international appeal of social democracy's red flag. Look round, the Frenchman loves its blaze. The sturdy German chants its praise. In Moscow's vaults its hymns are sung. Chicago swells the surging throng. Yet references to the sturdy German were distinctly patronizing, given how central the Germans were to the movement. In 1914, 7 social democratic parties had at least a quarter of the national vote: the Austrian, the Czech, the Danish, the Finnish, the German, the Norwegian, and the Swedish. 78. But the German party was by far the most successful of all. On the eve of World War I it had over 1 million paid-up members, and in the 1912 elections attracted over 4 million votes, about a third of the electorate, though the skewed franchise deprived it of a majority of seats in the Reichstag. The trade unions associated with the SPD, the free trade unions, also had a membership of about 2.6 million. This was the largest Marxist party in the world, and became a model for socialists throughout Europe. Even so, there were real limits to social democratic influence. Whilst some parties, like the French SFIO and the Swedish, forged alliances with peasants, the SPD was committed to the rigid view that peasant agriculture was an outmoded form of production. 79. But even in Europe's proletarian heartlands, such as the mines of the Ruhr, social democrats could only attract a third of the vote, and they faced stiff competition from Catholicism and liberalism. 80. They were also unable to integrate Polish migrant workers, revealing social democracy's difficult relationship with nationalism. The Austrian party faced some of the greatest problems, as it hoped to preserve the boundaries of the Austro-Hungarian Empire. The Austrian solution was to create a federal party of the empire's constituent peoples, but they were still seen as overbearing big brothers by the Czech Social Democrats and other smaller parties. 81. Women were another group social democracy could have done more to attract, although women did constitute 16% of the German party's membership, and their organization remained one of the most radical groups in the SPD. 82. However, despite such failures, the youthful Marx's ambition to move the center of socialist politics from France to the German lands had been achieved. The somewhat chauvinistic leader August Bebel declared, "It is not by chance that it was Germans who discovered the laws of modern society. It is furthermore not by chance that Germans are the pioneers who bring the socialist idea to the workers of the various peoples of the world." 83. 8. The Germans' hegemony in the international socialist movement was clear even as it paid obeisance to the French revolutionary tradition. On July 14, 1889, the 100th anniversary of the storming of the Bastille, the Second International held its inaugural meeting in the Rue Petrel, Paris. Its initial prospects did not look good. A group of moderate socialists, the French Possibilists, held a rival congress at the same time, and there were rumors that they were plotting to accost naive foreign delegates at the railway station and lure them away from the Social Democrats. But these fears proved groundless. The Rue Petrel Congress was an enormous success. 391 delegates attended from 20 countries, including the USA. 84. British representatives included the poet and romantic medieval nostalgist William Morris, and the Independent Labour Party MP Keir Hardie. 85. The French delegation was the largest, as was to be expected given the location. The foreign delegates could visit the newly built monument to industrial modernity and the French Revolution, the Eiffel Tower, and for a time Paris indeed seemed to be the center of the progressive world. But the most cohesive and dominant group at the Congress was the German SPD. The Second International, which met every 2 to 4 years, was by no means a rigid, doctrinaire organization, but it did demonstrate the dominance of the Marxist tradition, and of the elder brother party, the SPD. Engels could take much of the credit for this success. On Marx's death, few countries had popular Marxist workers' parties. Engels was determined to remedy this weakness and establish Marxism as a powerful political force, unlike Marx, who took little interest in Marxist political organization. Engels' easygoing nature, sociability, and patience proved to be good assets, and he acted as a mentor to European socialist politicians, engaging in lengthy correspondence and writing hundreds of letters of advice and criticism from his base in London. Marxists throughout Europe, in turn, treated him as the voice of orthodoxy. But Engels did not only use letters to bind his virtual community of Marxists together, he also sent Christmas puddings, cooked in his own kitchen, to favored revolutionaries every December. They even reached distant Russia. Petr Lavrov, the non-Marxist populist socialist, was a regular recipient of this annual internationalist gift. 86. If Engels founded the Marxist Church, then the first pope of socialism, as he was called at the time, was Karl Koski. Koski was born in Prague to a theatrical family, and his mother was a well-known writer of romantic socialist novels. However, he was not as bohemian as one might have expected, and he was commonly regarded as a pedant. 87. Engels found him a pleasant drinking companion, but commented that he was thoroughly cocky with a superficial and unserious approach to politics, made worse by the fact that he wrote a great deal for money. Koski was indeed an autodidact. Yet his wide interests, and his willingness to pronounce confidently on a range of subjects, were ideal qualities for the task which Koski set himself, creating and popularizing a single, coherent, orthodox Marxist worldview, based on the modernist version of Marxism. Discussion of Koski has often been couched in religious terms. He was the socialist pope, his commentary on the Erfurt program. The class struggle was the catechism of social democracy, and his version of Marxism was the orthodoxy. However, Koski's own intellectual interests lay in science, in particular in Darwinism, and he sought to build on Engels' modern, scientific Marxism. He certainly proved highly effective in defending the modernist Marxism of Engels against its opponents, and propagating it in the parties of the Second International. He even had success in Russia, where one might expect an oppressive regime to have produced a more radical Marxism, and Georgy Plekhanov, the father of Russian Marxism, broadly followed the Koskian line. For Koski, using a scholastically fine distinction, the SPD was a revolutionary but not a revolution-making party. Marxists were not to participate in bourgeois governments and were to keep their place outside the political establishment. They had to believe that ultimately the capitalist system would be destroyed in a revolution, by which Koski meant a conscious seizure of power by the proletariat, but this would not necessarily involve violence. At the same time, however, Marxists were to press for reforms to help the working class, including the expansion of liberal democratic rights, and the organization of parliamentary campaigns. These two positions were rather awkwardly conjoined in a policy of revolutionary waiting. The revolution would only take place when economic conditions were right, and until then the Social Democrats had to wait. But even after the revolution removed the German Reich, the party's goal would be the perfection of parliamentary democracy, not a Paris Commune-style state. Although the German SPD never joined a government, in practice it became increasingly willing to work for reform within the existing system. Even though Social Democrats continued to be subject to petty harassment in many areas, in Prussia in 1911 police even banned the use of the color red on the first letters of banners in demonstrations, they increasingly acted as a reformist party within the system, controlling local governments and proposing legislation in the Reichstag to improve working conditions. 88. This reformist effort was particularly effective from the 1890s, as the party and the unions enjoyed more success. The internal organization of the party became highly complex, and full-time party officials tended to be politically cautious. Koskai himself complained about the ossification of the party in 1905. The party executive was a collegium of old men who had become absorbed in bureaucracy and parliamentarism. 89. But the Germans were not the only ones who proved susceptible to the discreet charms of the bourgeoisie. In more liberal countries, such as France, it was even more difficult to maintain a principled distance from bourgeois politics, and the head of the Social Democratic SFIO, Jean Jaurès, was willing to collaborate with the Third Republic over some issues. 90. In Italy, too, the Italian Socialist Party cooperated with Giolitti's liberal government for a time, although much of the party objected. 91. Koskai's modernist orthodoxy was therefore difficult to sustain, and it came under increasing attack from a reformist right within the party, which agitated for the abandonment of the revolution completely, and from a radical left which believed that social democracy was undergoing a debilitating process of embourgeoisement. From the 1890s, even as Marxism appeared to be at the height of its power in Western Europe, it was increasingly divided, both amongst the party elite and the mass membership. Whilst war and the Bolshevik Revolution ultimately destroyed the unity which Engels and Koskai had forged in the 1880s and 1890s, the conflicts had become evident long before then, and the balancing act between right and left became very difficult to maintain. 92. The first major challenge to Koskin orthodoxy came from the reformists. In 1899 Alexander Milrand became the first socialist to become a minister in a liberal government, that of the French Prime Minister Pierre Waldeck-Rousseau. Although he achieved significant social reforms, his decision to serve in the government ultimately split the Socialist Party into reformists, under Jean Jaurès, and hardliners under Jules Guesde. At the same time, in Germany, Koskin orthodoxy was being challenged in a more fundamental way by a major figure in the SPD, Eduard Bernstein. Bernstein's heresy came as a shock to party elders, because he was close to Marx and Engels and was thought to be their natural successor. The son of a plumber turned railway engineer, he was brought up in poverty, but had been bright enough to attend the gymnasium, and became a bank clerk. Yet despite this semi-proletarian background, his behavior and tastes were conventionally bourgeois. His early politics developed at the time of the Franco-Prussian War, and were nationalistic, but from 1872 he became an adherent of a broadly Marxist line. After the promulgation of the anti-socialist laws, Bernstein left Germany for exile in Switzerland, where he edited the party journal Der Sozialdemokrat. Between 1880 and 1890. Deported from Switzerland in 1888 he left for London, where, unable to return to Germany for legal reasons, he was forced to stay until 1901. It is probable that Bernstein's views were changed by his enforced sojourn in England. Governments there were relatively responsive to working-class demands, the socialist movement was highly reformist, and it seemed difficult to believe that a crisis of capitalism was imminent. And from 1896 he plucked up courage to tackle orthodox Marxism head-on in a number of articles for Neue Zeit. Marx, he claimed, had been too willing to accept revolutionary violence as the way to reach socialism. He was also wrong in predicting the crisis of capitalism and the increasing poverty of the proletariat. Neither, Bernstein argued with some justification, was happening. As he stated baldly, peasants do not sink, middle class does not disappear, crises do not grow ever larger, misery and serfdom do not increase. 93. Social Democrats, he insisted, could peacefully reform capitalism through parliament, and public ownership would gradually emerge from private property because it was more rational. As he famously declared, full communism was less important than social reform. What is generally called the ultimate goal of socialism is nothing to me, the movement is everything. 94. Just as Bernstein argued for workers to become full members of the bourgeois nation-state, so he appealed for social democrats to accept the nationalist and imperialist projects of those states. 95. He rejected Marx's view that the working man had no fatherland, and insisted that proletarians had to show loyalty to their nations. He was also prepared to accept empire, as long as it acted as a force of civilization. Bernstein's ideas were met with a torrent of criticism from the leading figures of the Second International. He was charged, justly, with destroying the identity of Marxism and transforming it into a form of left-wing liberalism. Yet ultimately his revisionism had a good deal of support within the social democratic movement, whether from the French Jean Jaurès, the Swedish Hjalmar Branting, or the Italian Francesco Merlino. It also proved attractive to many ordinary socialist supporters, though there was enormous regional variation. In Italy, revisionism, together with orthodoxy, was more popular in the north than in the more repressive south, where a more revolutionary Marxism flourished. Similarly, in Germany it was more common in the liberal southwest. Revisionist sentiments also seem to have been popular amongst ordinary German workers, and especially within the trade unions. As one explained, there will always be rich and poor. We would not dream of altering that. But we want a better and just organization at the factory and in the state. 96. Despite this support, Bernstein and revisionism were denounced as heretical in a number of social democratic congresses. At the Amsterdam Congress of the International in 1904, Koskai and the SPD attracted a majority for their motion opposing participation in bourgeois governments. Even so, substantial opposition to the anti-revisionist line was expressed, largely by parties in countries where liberal democracy was strong and socialists had a chance of power, in Britain, France, Scandinavia, Belgium, and Switzerland. Representatives from parties in more authoritarian countries, in contrast, opposed revisionism. Amongst them were the representative from Japan, the Bulgarian and future Bolshevik Christian Rakovsky, and a young radical from Russia, Vladimir Lenin. They were joined by the brilliant polemicist Rosa Luxemburg, a Polish communist active in the German SPD. The influence of these radicals presaged a new challenge to Koskai's orthodoxy from the authoritarian East. In January 1905 revolution broke out in Russia, which seemed to suggest that popular action could push history forward towards communism and that Koskai's strategy of revolutionary waiting was flawed. The Russian workers' deployment of the weapon of the general strike in October 1905 also encouraged a working-class radicalism in the West that had been brewing for some time. 97. There is a good deal of evidence that many workers were becoming more radical in the decade before World War I. Trade union membership swelled throughout Europe, and strikes became much more common in this period, especially between 1910 and 1914 as inflation eroded workers' living standards. But this renewed labor militancy was in some ways the rebirth of the old artisanal radicalism amongst skilled factory workers. Technological change was mechanizing areas of production that had previously been dominated by skilled craftsmen. In the metalworking industry, for instance, the use of more effective lathes and mechanical drills allowed employers to replace more skilled workers with cheaper, unskilled labor. And these skilled, often literate workers were precisely those who were most likely to defend themselves. Metal workers were to become some of the most radical sections of the working class in the next few decades. Initially, this militancy fueled the syndicalist movement, which was in some ways an updating of Proudhon's anarchism. Emerging in the French trade unions in the 1890s, syndicalists condemned social democrat parties for taking part in elections and parliaments, and called for direct working class action in mass strikes and acts of sabotage. They also condemned Marxists' love of organization and centralization. Syndicalists had a good deal of support in France, Italy, and Spain. They even flourished in the United States, under the banner of the Industrial Workers of the World, the Wobblies. In Germany they had very little influence, though their views were not too far from a group of radical Marxists in the SPD surrounding Rosa Luxemburg. Luxemburg, like the old radical Marx, had faith in the revolutionary capabilities of the proletariat, and accused Koskai and the SPD leadership of neglecting them in favor of reforms that merely buttressed the capitalist system. Eager for revolutionary politics, she traveled illegally to Warsaw at the end of 1905 to take part in the revolution, and was arrested and imprisoned for several months. On her return to Germany, she urged that the SPD follow the Russian example and use mass strikes to mobilize the working class. Predictably, her ideas were opposed by Koskai, who feared that mass action would threaten his sacrosanct party organization. However, it was foreign, not internal affairs that would ultimately destroy the unity of Marxism, as Marxists found that they had to respond to the increasing power of imperialism and nationalism. Marxists prided themselves on their internationalism, and their leaders were part of a transnational community. Wars abroad, empires and mass armies were anathema. They therefore tried to stress the overriding importance of domestic inequality between classes. Some also tried to adapt Marxism to explain a new international inequality, between Europe and the colonized world. Marxist theorists like Rudolf Hilferding and Rosa Luxemburg developed a new view of an imperialist capitalism. If in the 1840s the main forces of history had been capital and labor, half a century later the nation-state and empire had joined them. Aggressive monopoly capitalists, they argued, had forged an alliance with states, and together they waged wars to dominate the colonized world. Internationalists had some support from industrial workers who did not identify with the nation-state. The international community of workers, united under the slogan "Workers of all lands unite," seemed much more comfortable a home for many workers than an imagined community, as they saw it, created by aristocrats, liberal middle classes and generals. The International's Stuttgart Congress of 1907 therefore denounced imperialism and nationalism. But orthodox internationalism came under pressure from revisionists, people like Bernstein and the British Labour Party's Ramsay MacDonald. They saw the advantages of empire for jobs, and believed that support for imperialist foreign policies was a price that had to be paid if workers were to be integrated into the nation-state. Some also sympathized with imperialist claims that they were bringing civilization to the colonial world. But even orthodox Marxists found it difficult to resist the pressure to support the war effort as peace broke down in 1914, partly because many had implicitly nationalistic attitudes, and partly because they were afraid of the alternative. 98. If they opposed the war, there was always the risk that trade unions and Marxist parties would be banned in the name of national security. Also, the French feared a German regime that might be repressive towards workers, whilst the Germans and Austrians feared the even more reactionary Russians, and whilst the French Socialist Party largely saw the war as a defensive one against German aggression, the German party saw it as resistance to Russian barbarism and autocracy. As the SPD leader Hugo Hasse told a French socialist, "What the Prussian boot means to you the Russian knout means to us." 99. When war came in August 1914, Marxist leaders were wholly unprepared. But it was no surprise that all socialist parties bar two decided to vote for war credits. Some leaders, including Koskai, tried to stand against the nationalistic tide, but they soon sacrificed principle to pragmatism and the desire for unity. Victor Adler, the head of the Austrian party, summed up the dilemma of international social democracy. "I know we must vote for it. I just don't know how I opened my mouth to say so. An incomprehensible German to have done anything else. An incomprehensible social democrat to have done it without being racked with pain, without a hard struggle with himself and with his feelings. 100. It looked as if the International, and Marx's dream, was dead. Most Marxists in Europe had signed up to what they had previously denounced as bourgeois nationalism and imperialism. They were now part of a war effort in alliance with national elites. Having emerged from an amalgam of romantic socialisms, Marxism became a movement of revolutionary radicalism, before evolving into a modernist Marxism, which then increasingly yielded to a more pragmatic, reformist socialism. But a new cycle was soon to begin, as the revolutionaries once again seized the initiative in the international communist movement. Although it appeared that elites and capitalists were in the ascendant in 1914, they were to be virtually destroyed by war, their nationalism discredited. Only 3 years later it looked as if the majority of Marxist parties had made the wrong call and lost the moral high ground. The beneficiaries of this error were the parties within the International that had stood firm against the nationalist current, the Russian Social Democratic Workers' Party, their allies, the small Serbian party, and the Italian socialists. Bernstein might have been right to insist, contra Marx, that the German working classes did have a fatherland, but the situation in Russia was very different. There many ordinary people felt deeply alienated from the national project, and war was to strain relations between them and the state to breaking point. Marx had been mistaken to think that he could transfer the banner of revolution from Paris to Berlin. Berlin was merely a transit point on its journey eastwards, to St. Petersburg. Bronze Horseman. In November 1927, Soviet citizens were treated to a number of films made for the 10th anniversary of the October Revolution. This was a golden era of filmmaking, and the Bolsheviks could call on several talented directors to tell the story of the revolution and explain its meaning, including the already famous Sergei Eisenstein. But it was Vsevolod Pudovkin's "End of St. Petersburg" that elicited the greatest acclaim among the party elite. Pudovkin's film presented revolution as a resolutely modernizing force. It tells the story of 1917 through the life of a peasant, the lad, who is forced by poverty to move from the countryside to St. Petersburg. In a classic Soviet socialist realist plotline, the lad makes a journey from ignorance to political consciousness. He finds work by joining a group of strike breakers. But he soon learns to despise the Tsarist secret police, and sees how cruel the bosses are towards their workers. He turns against the regime, is briefly imprisoned, and is then released to fight the Germans. Whilst in the army he becomes a Bolshevik, and ultimately joins the assault on the Winter Palace. 1. Pudovkin, then, insists that the peasant masses had become both modern and revolutionary. He also shows how the revolution took up the baton of modernization, dropped by the ancien regime. Using the motif of the famous St. Petersburg equestrian statue, the Bronze Horseman. Ever since Alexander Pushkin wrote his famous poem on the subject in 1833, this monument to Peter the Great, the ruler who founded St. Petersburg as a European-style city in 1703, had become a symbol of the Tsar's occasional harsh efforts to modernize Russia. Pudovkin followed Pushkin in presenting the Bronze Horseman as a symbol of the state's brutality, as well as of its modernizing ambitions. During his scenes of the storming of the Winter Palace, he intercuts images of the Bronze Horseman with frames of the classical statues surmounting the palace, as they are destroyed by the guns of the invading Bolsheviks. Pudovkin is suggesting that the Bolsheviks will end Tsarist arrogance. But he makes it clear that they will not destroy the modernity brought by Peter. Soaring cranes replace the elegant classical statues, and an anonymous worker holds up his hand commandingly, evoking the Bronze Horseman's masterful gesture. Pudovkin tells his audience that the revolution will continue the work of Peter. But the new Bronze Horseman bringing modernity will be the workers, not their erstwhile lords. Pudovkin's dramas showed how far the image of revolution had altered since the days of Delacroix, and how influential modernist Marxism had become. His was a violent revolution, but it was also much more modern and scientific even than Delacroix's. Machines and metal had taken the place of billowing robes and blood-stained flags. Yet in many ways Pudovkin's story departed from the conventional modernist Marxism of Koskay and the German Social Democrats. The hero was not a solid worker, but a peasant who had only recently entered proletarian ranks. Also, Pudovkin's revolution was not only going to bring social justice, it would inherit a state-building project from a failing regime, and bring modernity to a poor, peasant country. Pudovkin's film was well received by the members of the Bolshevik elite who watched it at its first showing in Moscow's Bolshoi Theater, largely because he had captured the essence of Lenin's revolution. 2. Lenin was trying to forge a new combination of radical and modernist Marxism, suitable for a society that orthodox Marxists thought much too backward to experience a revolution. As the French Jacobins had found, it was precisely weak and failing states, with their repressive regimes, angry intelligentsias, urban workers, and peasantries, which provided the most fertile ground for revolutions. Lenin was yoking a popular desire for equality with a plan to overcome backwardness, but by the 1920s he and the Bolsheviks had also added a crucial ingredient to the Marxist tradition. A specifically Russian organization, the militant, vanguard party of a new type was to become the bearer of revolution and modernity. In retrospect, though, Pudovkin's story was unconvincing. The idea that peasants and workers would move rapidly from a populist socialism, angry at injustices perpetrated by an elite, to become loyal Bolsheviks and dutiful citizens in a modern, planned economy, was a fanciful one. Soon after Lenin had seized power, he understood how much wishful thinking there had been in 1917. As the Jacobins discovered, it was impossible to marry ordinary people's demands for equality with a project to create a powerful state. The chaos of revolution led many of the Bolsheviks to abandon their temporary flirtation with radical Marxism. They now embraced a more modernist Marxism. Workers and peasants would have to be subjected to strict discipline. But soon they even realized that this order was unsustainable, and they retreated further, from a revolutionary radicalism, to modernist faith in science, to a pragmatism that appealed to larger groups of the population. 2. In May 1896 the coronation of Tsar Nicholas II was celebrated in Moscow with extraordinary pomp. Versailles relived, according to one contemporary. The Tsar entered the city on a pure white horse, followed by representatives of subject peoples, each in national costume. The procession also included delegates of the social estates and the local governments, as well as foreigners. 3. Despite the profusion of social and ethnic groups, though, the procession was designed to stress the empire's unity. The newspaper Moskovskie Vedomosti declared, "No one lived his own personal life. Everything fused into one whole, into one soul, pulsing with life, sensing and aware that it was the Russian people. Tsar and people created a great historical deed and, as long as the unity of people and Tsar exists, Rus will be great and invincible, unfearing of external and internal enemies." 4. The correspondent was mistaking propaganda for reality. As part of the government's paternalistic attempts to involve the ordinary people in the coronation events, it had become customary to hold a people's feast on Kadinksa Field, featuring plays and games for the entertainment of all. This year, however, more numbers than expected came and too few Cossack troops were deployed to control the crowds. As the festival began, there was panic, and between 1,350 and 2,000 were killed in the crush. The public, domestic and international, were horrified by reports in the press. It was clear that for all his claims to be the head of the invincible Rus, the Tsar's government was a poorly managed shambles. Nor was the much vaunted unity of Tsar and people in evidence. Though Nicholas expressed his regret at the events, the festivities were not cancelled, and that same evening he attended a lavish ball given by the French ambassador. An English observer wrote, "Nero fiddled while Rome was burning, and Nicholas too danced at the French ball on the night of the Kadinsko massacre." 5. The future Bolshevik worker Semen Konachikov, arriving at the festival shortly after the disaster, similarly railed at the irresponsibility and impunity of the authorities. 6. The Kadinksa affair was a bad omen for the Tsar. His grandiose pretensions at the coronation had been humiliatingly exposed, and he had responded with insouciant arrogance. There could be no clearer display of despotic decadence. As the coronation rituals made clear, the Russian Empire at the end of the 19th century was proud to be an ancien regime. Indeed, it consciously overtook pre-1789 France as the embodiment of reactionary principles. Paradoxically, its ancien regime was of relatively recent vintage. Just as Enlightenment philosophers were condemning hierarchy and difference, the Tsars were entrenching them, and after its defeat of revolutionary France in the Napoleonic Wars, the regime self-consciously styled itself the bastion of tradition and autocracy against Enlightenment and revolution. Russia continued to be made up of a series of unequal estates, status groups, and nationalities, each with their own specific legal privileges and obligations. 7. The peasants were notoriously disadvantaged, and before 1861 they were unfree, the last serfs in Europe. As the French monarchy discovered in 1789, such a system could persist only so long as the state did not make too many demands of its subjects. But once it sought to compete with rival states, to the west and the east, which could mobilize large, well-trained armies, raise high levels of taxation, and build modern munitions, it had to do the same. Inevitably the peasants, and later the industrial workers and ethnic minorities in the Russian Empire, who were expected to make these sacrifices, demanded something in return. If they were to contribute money or their lives to the state, they wanted to be treated with dignity, as valued participants in a common enterprise, not as cannon fodder or milch cows. A series of military defeats, by the British and Ottoman Empire in the Crimean War, by the Japanese and by the Germans in the Great War, forced some of the Tsar's officials to recognize that the ancien regime was not working. Reformers realized that the empire had to become something like a unified nation-state, with modern industry and agriculture. The divisions within society had to be overcome and an emotional bond forged between people and the state. Against them, however, were ranged conservatives who feared reform would undermine the monarchy and the hierarchies which were its foundation. The result was a series of unstable compromises, which only partially integrated the population into the political system, and increased popular resentment. Alexander II introduced a series of reforms in the 1850s and 1860s, the most important of which, the emancipation of the serfs, legally freed the peasants. But they still had an inferior legal status, and they did not receive the land they believed was their due. They also continued to be tied to the ancient village commune, an ancient institution of local self-regulation, the better to control and tax them. The peasants' anger at the inequitable settlement, expressed as a populist, almost anarchistic resentment against the state, continued to simmer until the Bolsheviks gave them land in 1917. 8. If the peasantry, a separate estate, remained isolated and discriminated against, the working class was completely excluded from the estate structure, despite its growing size during Russia's belated industrialization in the 1880s and 1890s. Pudovkin's lad was typical of the millions who left the increasingly overpopulated countryside for industry in the towns. In the 50 years before 1917 the urban population of Russia quadrupled from 7 to 28 million, and whilst the industrial working class was still a relatively small 3.6 million, it was highly concentrated in the politically important cities. On arriving in the city, workers sometimes joined informal communities, or artels. The worker Konachikov remembered his group of 15 men, who rented an apartment and ate cabbage soup every day together from a common bowl with wooden spoons, celebrating their twice-monthly paycheck with wild carousing. 9. But workers were not allowed to organize themselves into trade unions or any larger bodies, at least before 1905, and so the rich culture of the German unions and SPD was completely lacking. However, Resentment at poor conditions and treatment remained, indeed the workers' impotence fueled it. The worker A.I. Shapovalov recalled in his memoirs his attitude towards his boss. At the sight of his fat belly and healthy red face I not only did not take off my hat, but in my eyes, against my will, there flared up a terrible fire of hatred when I saw him. I had the mindless idea of grabbing him by the throat, throwing him to the ground, and stamping on his fat belly with my feet. 10. Eventually, Konachikov and Shapovalov, and many other so-called conscious workers, decided to act on their anger by joining a larger organization. But it was to the radical intelligentsia that they looked for leadership, another group excluded from the estate system, and determined to overcome Russia's divisions and accelerate its modernization. 3. From the middle of the 1860s, the Russian authorities became worried about a new fashion amongst young educated people. Women were escaping their highly restrictive families by contracting fictitious marriages. The newlyweds would then separate after the wedding, or live together without consummating the relationship. The police were also concerned with what they saw as a related phenomenon, the popularity of the ménage à trois. They located the roots of this subversive behavior in an extraordinarily influential, though poorly written, novel published in 1863. What is to be done? From Tales of New People. By the Russian socialist intellectual Nikolai Chernyshevsky. 11. The impact of Chernyshevsky's novel amongst young educated people was comparable to the influence of Rousseau's novels before the French Revolution. This was not accidental, for Chernyshevsky set out to produce a Russified, socialist version of Rousseau's La Nouvelle Heloise. 12. Chernyshevsky told the story of a woman, Vera, whose authoritarian parents, like Julie's, want her to accept a loveless, arranged marriage. Vera is rescued by Lopukhov, a Saint Preux-like tutor, who lives with her in a chaste quasi-marriage, but she subsequently marries his friend, Kirsanov. After a short period when they live together as a ménage à trois, Lopukhov leaves, to return later and live, now married to another, with Vera and Kirsanov in a harmonious joint family. The novel also presents several romantic socialist utopias. In one, Vera and Lopukhov set up a cooperative workshop and a commune of seamstresses. In another, Vera dreams of a society of rationally organized, communal labor. Men and women live in a huge iron and glass palace full of technological wonders including, prophetically, air conditioning and light bulbs, modelled on London's Crystal Palace which Chernyshevsky had once seen from a distance. His characters work joyously in the fields by day, happy because most of the work is done by machines, and in the evenings they have lavish balls, dressed in Greek robes of the refined Athenian period. 13. We do not know how seriously Chernyshevsky wanted his readers to take these socialist and revolutionary ideas. 14. The novel was written in an obscure style to evade the censors. Yet, what is to be done? Like Rousseau's writings, had an enormous effect on young men and women because it showed an alternative to their everyday experience of hierarchy, subordination, and social division. Just as Robespierre thanked Rousseau for revealing his innate dignity to him, so Russian youths praised Chernyshevsky for showing them how to live their lives as new people, in equality, standing up to supercilious aristocrats, escaping their controlling families and devoting themselves to the common good. The appeal of the new man is shown in the story told of Lopukhov, when he finds himself sharing a St. Petersburg pavement with an arrogant dignitary. Rather than giving way to him, he picks him up bodily and, whilst maintaining absolute self-discipline and formal politeness, deposits him in the gutter, cheered on by two passing peasants. Chernyshevsky, like most Russian socialists of the time, was deeply hostile to Russian nationalism. But his view that the ancien régime was an affront to ordinary men and women's dignity resonated deeply at a time when Russia itself was being humiliated by foreign rivals, just as Rousseau's ideas had appealed to youths desperate to revive French power. Chernyshevsky was convinced that Russia was weak because its hierarchies made men servile. Everybody had to adopt an obsequious, sycophantic manner, and social solidarity was impossible. These Asiatic values had corrupted Russians' personalities and behavior. 15. Chernyshevsky, however, departed from Rousseau in insisting that Russia could only escape its humiliation by becoming more modern, and more like the West. He therefore combined a Rousseauian interest in egalitarian utopias with a Marx-like interest in a modern socialism and revolution. For alongside Vera and her fellow New People, what is to be done? Introduced a special person, committed to focused, purposeful political action, the ascetic revolutionary Rakhimitov. The novel suggests that Chernyshevsky did not entirely approve of Rakhimitov, but his readers found him an exciting figure. 16. He hails from an ancient aristocratic family, and significantly he is of mixed Eastern and Western, Tartar and Russian, blood. He also has the dual virtues of both the intellectual and the man of the people. Though well read in French and German literature, he is also a self-strengthener. At 17 he resolves to transform his physique, following a diet involving raw beefsteak, and even becomes a boat hauler on the Volga. He then goes to university, where he meets Kirsanov, but he continues to lead an austere life, eating the diet of the common people, apples rather than apricots. He abstains from drink, and even subjects himself to self-inflicted tortures, lying on a bed of nails so that he can know what he is capable of. His whole life is dedicated to the service of the people. He reads only books that will be useful, spurning frivolous works such as Macaulay's History of England. His utilitarianism also extends to personal relations. He only speaks to people who have authority with others, bidding a dismissive "Excuse me, I have no time" to anyone less weighty. 17. Rakhimitov deploys these single-minded qualities to foment revolution in Russia, and understandably many readers saw "What is to be done?" as an appeal to emulate him. Great is the mass of good and honest men, but Rakhimitovs are rare, the novel declares. They are few in number, but they put others in a position to breathe, who without them would have been suffocated. 18. Chernyshevsky seemed to have been calling for an elite organization of modern, rational people, who also had an affinity with the common folk. They alone could overthrow the old weak and unequal order. Chernyshevsky's characters were viciously satirized in Dostoevsky's Notes from the Underground, published in 1864. His underground man emulates Lopukhov's assertion of dignity by refusing to give way to an officer in the street. But after days of planning the confrontation, his attempts end in comic failure. When he finally does brush against the baffled officer, it is not clear that the arrogant grandee has even noticed his revolutionary gesture. 19. Dostoevsky's cynical response, however, was unusual, at least among the young, and Chernyshevsky's work became a holy book for generations of radical Russian students. Alexander II's reforms liberalized and expanded the universities, opening the way for non-nobles to become students. The government hoped that they would make their way up the ranks of the imperial bureaucracy and bring new talent to government. In practice, a new radical student culture emerged, intolerant of the Tsarist regime's obscurantism, committed to science, and determined to liberate the people. Radicalism in the 1860s and 1870s became a lifestyle, much as it did in Western universities in the 1960s and 1970s. Students challenged authority by using direct, disrespectful speech, and wearing shabby, poor clothes. One remembered that the medical students were the most political group, and expressed their opinions openly: blue glasses, long hair, red shirts not tucked in but belted with sashes, these were surely medical students. Radical women students, meanwhile, wore puritanical black dresses and short cropped hair. This counter-uniform helped to forge a moral community, a group of apostles of knowledge, committed to using their privileged education to help the benighted people. 20. However, sharp disagreements over how best to bring socialism emerged amongst the students. One remembered the two views competing for the students' loyalty. It is a debt of honor before the people we want to serve that we receive a solid, scientific, well-rounded, and serious education. Only then can we assume with a clear conscience the spiritual leadership of the revolution. Continue to study, others jeered. To remove yourself from the revolutionary cause. It is not in the university or from books but in immediate interaction with the people and the workers where you can receive the knowledge useful to the revolutionary cause. 21. Chernyshevsky had favored the first argument, but he was imprisoned and exiled for his political views between 1862 and 1883, and it was his heir, the agrarian socialist Petr Lavrov, who became its main proponent. Students, the westernizing Lavrov urged, had to master science to prepare for the new order, not engage in destructive revolution. As has been seen, Lavrov, whilst not a Marxist himself, was the Russian socialist who maintained most contact with West European Marxists, and was on Engels' Christmas pudding list. Mikhail Bakunin defended the second view: Western culture was bourgeois and Philistine, and students had to merge with the peasantry, absorbing their inherently collectivist culture, embodied in the traditional peasant commune. 22. Ultimately, in Bakunin's view, peasant revolution, with its roots in Russian brigandage, would destroy the fundamentally alien, German-Russian state. The brigand is always the hero, the defender, the avenger of the people, the irreconcilable enemy of the entire state regime, both in its civil and social aspects, the life and death fighter against our statist aristocratic, official clerical civilization. 23. The debate between Lavrov and Bakunin carried distinct echoes of the conflict between modernist and radical Marxism. But unlike Marx, both believed in the revolutionary potential of the peasantry, happily so, as there was not yet much of a proletariat in Russia. Yet neither Lavrov's nor Bakunin's strategies altered the fundamental conservatism of the regime, and official repression encouraged a turn towards revolutionary violence. Crucial was the failure of the Lavrovite going to the people movement of 1874, when over 1,000 young people abandoned their lives in the towns and went to live with the peasantry. Dressing as peasants, the men in red shirts and baggy trousers, and women in white blouses and skirts, they hoped to educate them, enlighten them, and encourage them to rise up and demand a redistribution of land. The youths and the peasantry did not always have much in common, but it was official repression, not peasant hostility, that led to the movement's failure. Large numbers of the youthful idealists were arrested and sentenced in large open trials in 1877–8. 24. The lesson seemed clear: the radical movement had to become more organized, secretive and conspiratorial. In 1879 one wing of the Russian socialist movement, the People's Will, created the model for all terrorist organizations in the modern world. It was pyramidal in structure, and was made up of discrete cells, which, for reasons of security, were supposed to be ignorant of the activities of the others. The People's Will was also the first organization to use the innovative explosive technology recently developed by the businessman Alfred Nobel. That year it passed a death sentence on Alexander II, which was enacted in 1881 when 2 handheld bombs were thrown at the Tsar's carriage. The harsh repression that followed the assassination only strengthened the terrorists and their most prominent theorist, Petr Tykacov. The son of a petty nobleman, he argued that only action by a small revolutionary minority would bring socialism to the country. It was in the 1880s that Rakhimitov eclipsed Vera and Kirsanov as the role model of choice for Russian youth. Osipanov, one of the members of the terrorist organization that made an assassination attempt on Alexander III in 1887, the Group of March 1, emulated his hero by sleeping on nails. What is to be done? Was also the favorite book of another member of the Group of March 1, Alexander Ulyanov, and, after his execution, that of his brother, Vladimir, later known as Lenin. Russian socialist terrorists continued to operate throughout the 1890s, killing thousands of officials, including several ministers. One author has estimated that over 17,000 people died as a result of terrorism in the 20 years before 1917. 25. Meanwhile the Okhrana fought back, often very effectively. In 1908 it emerged that one of the terrorist leaders was none other than an undercover police agent, Evnoazef. The temper of politics changed, however, with the devastating famine of 1891. The Tsarist state's failure to deal with the crisis encouraged educated society to take its place and organize famine relief. It now seemed imperative that socialists become involved in peaceful reform. However, it proved impossible to return to the politics of Lavrov and the 1870s. Russia was industrializing rapidly, and the famine had destroyed any lingering idealism about the countryside. The old agrarian socialist consensus that the peasant commune was Russia's gift to world socialism, and that suitably modernized it would become the germ of the ideal society, was damaged beyond repair. Agriculture and the peasantry appeared now to be irremediably backward, the embodiment of Russia's Asia-China. And a new revolutionary class would have to be found. It was this lacuna that explains the attractiveness of Marxism. The principles of Marxism provided an alternative to the Tsarist hierarchy, but also promised a new vanguard, the working class, and a path out of backwardness. Moreover, they appeared to be scientific and Western. As the revolutionary and friend of Lenin, Nikolai Valentinov, remembered, "We seized on Marxism because we were attracted by its sociological and economic optimism. Its strong belief, buttressed by facts and figures, that the development of the economy, the development of capitalism, by demoralizing and eroding the foundations of the old society, was creating new forces which would certainly sweep away the autocratic regime together with its abominations. We were also attracted by its European nature. Marxism came from Europe. It did not smell and taste of homegrown mold and provincialism, but was new, fresh, and exciting. Marxism held out the promise that we would not stay a semi-Asiatic country, but would become part of the West with its culture, institutions, and attributes of a free political system. The West was our guiding light." 26. The Marxism adopted by the Russian socialists was firmly of the modernist variety. A backward Russia would have to endure capitalist development first, and as such socialism was a long way away. This was not immediately apparent when Marx was first translated into Russian. When Capital was delivered to Skaratov, one of the two Tsarist censors deputed to read half of it in 1872, he reported, "It is possible to state with certainty that very few people in Russia will read it, and even fewer will understand it." 27. He concluded that it could be published, arguably the most important mistake made by the censors since "What is to be done?" appeared 9 years before. The Russian edition of the work, the first translation from its original German, was an extraordinary hit among the Russian reading public, massively outselling its Hamburg predecessor. But Skaratov was right that not all would understand it, at least initially. Both agrarian socialists and official, pro-regime newspapers welcomed it, as a warning of the capitalist nightmare of child labor and satanic mills. Yet even though Marx himself seems to have been persuaded in the 1880s that Russia could avoid capitalism and preserve the commune, the message of capital was the exact opposite. Capitalism was inevitable. And in 1883, this became the doctrine of the first Marxist organization in Russia, the Liberation of Labor, founded by the exiled revolutionary Georgy Plekhanov. Plekhanov abandoned the old Russian agrarian socialist faith in the peasantry and declared firmly that Russia would not be ready for socialism until it had been through the travails of capitalism and liberalism. The working class, led by intellectuals in the Social Democratic Party, would stage a revolution against the autocracy, but this would bring only liberal democracy, and only at a much later stage socialism. Plekhanov's doctrine became the orthodoxy amongst Russian Marxists, as did the socialism of Kosky and the Second International. Yet the relevance of Koskin Marxism to Russia was highly debatable. It had been developed in semi-democratic, maturing industrial societies, in which workers were being gradually integrated into the political system, and where liberal democracy, suitably broadened, seemed to be in the interests of the working masses. In Russia, in contrast, much more repressive circumstances contributed to a very different culture. Like the Bavarian worker Nikolaus Osterroth, Russian radical students in the 1890s and 1900s saw their lives as a journey from darkness to light. They were becoming new, conscious people, embracing both the modern city and a socialist identity. However, in Russia they were a much more embattled community, infiltrated by the police. Their culture was a highly moralistic and Manichaean one, in which honorable, heroic students confronted evil spies. Courts of honor were held to expose and purge suspected enemies from the student community, their accusers judging them by their public and private lives, practices rather similar to those found in the later Bolshevik Party. In these threatening conditions, it is no surprise that a more radical, sectarian vision of politics was to challenge the more inclusive Koskin tradition. 28. 4. Vladimir Ulyanov was the figure who adapted Chernyshevsky's socialism to the modern world, and the Second International's modernist Marxism to the conditions of Russia. Both Lenin's background and personality suited him to the role of westernizer and modernizer. Although his father was formally an aristocrat, a nobleman who could expect to be addressed as Your Excellency, it would be misleading to think of the Ulyanovs as a family with aristocratic values. Lenin's father was a professional educationalist and had earned his title when he became director of schools for Simbirsk province. Both Lenin's parents were from mixed ethnic background, his father probably of Russian and indigenous Volga background, and his mother was a Lutheran of mixed German, Swedish, and Jewish ancestry. They could, therefore, be seen as ambitious outsiders, eager to succeed and assimilate, and they implanted their socially aspirational self-discipline in their children. 29. They were typical of many professionals of the time who devoted themselves to improving Russia and her people whilst remaining loyal to the Tsar. The Ulyanovs were reformist progressives, interested in the latest enlightened ideas, whilst the Lutheranism and German background of Maria, Lenin's mother, gave the family a particularly westernizing cast of mind, which Lenin betrayed in later life when he compared Russian laziness unfavorably with Jewish and German discipline. 30. In many ways, then, Lenin's background was not unlike Marx's, a professional family of a successful minority ethnicity, willing to assimilate to the dominant ethnicity in an ancien regime, but remaining faithful to enlightened ideas and committed to eliminating backwardness and obscurantism. As in other cases, it was the children of these first-generation assimilators who rebelled, convinced that their parents had been too accommodating to the powers that be. However, whilst Lenin's background bore some similarity to Marx's, his character was very different. Lenin was never a romantic utopian socialist, nor was he a rebel as a child. He enjoyed good relations with his father, and he was a model pupil at school. In his end-of-school report his headmaster stated that the guiding principles of his upbringing were religion and rational discipline. 31. Throughout his life, Lenin observed the practices of bourgeois rational discipline. His desk was spotlessly tidy, he was careful about money, and he evinced nothing but contempt for his more bohemian co-editors on the Marxist newspaper. Iskra. 32. It is not surprising that Lenin should have found efficient Germanic cultures appealing, especially their post offices. According to his wife, Nadezhda Krupskaya, when, exiled from Russia and in an Alpine village, he had nothing but praise for Swiss culture and its postmen, who delivered his precious books to him so he could work on his pamphlets. 33. In 1917 it was only semi-humorously that he described the German postal service as a model of the future socialist state. 34. Yet Lenin was to channel his bourgeois discipline in the service of a revolution against the bourgeoisie. The execution of his brother, Alexander, for involvement in revolutionary terrorism doubtless explains a great deal. Vladimir was discriminated against as a member of a suspect family, and he was left not only Alexander's example but also his books, including What is to be Done? Lenin later declared that this work had plowed him over again and again. It completely reshaped me. This is a book that changes one for one's whole lifetime. Chernyshevsky not only showed that every right-thinking and really honest man must be a revolutionary, but he also showed, and this is his greatest merit, what a revolutionary must be like, what his principles must be, how he must approach his aim, and what methods he must use to achieve it. 35. It may also be that the book provided the model for the romantic triangle involving his wife, Krupskaya, and the future theorist of socialism and love, Inessa Armand. 36. And there is much of the Rachmaninoff about Lenin's puritanical commitment to revolution and utilitarian rejection of anything that might distract him. Although he did not consume a raw beef diet or sleep on nails, unusually amongst his fellow revolutionaries, he kept himself fit with gymnastics. Following his brother's death in 1887, Lenin entered university in Kazan, but was expelled after a year for his involvement in demonstrations. He joined agrarian socialist groups for a time, but it is no surprise that he was attracted by the modernist Marxism of Plekhanov, and in 1893 he went to St. Petersburg with ambitions to become a Marxist revolutionary and theorist. He became known in revolutionary circles as a particularly hard-line opponent of agrarian socialism. But Lenin also differed from most Russian Marxists of his time in significant ways. He appreciated the difficulties confronting Marxists in Russian circumstances where capitalism was only just emerging. They would effectively condemn Russia to a very long journey to the socialist paradise, and in the meantime radicals would have to tolerate the top-hat speculators and satanic mills. This was something he found very difficult, for he hated the bourgeoisie as a class more viscerally than many other Marxists, and was especially hostile to bourgeois ideas like liberal democracy and the rule of law. According to his wife, his view of the liberal bourgeoisie was poisoned early in his life when local society shunned his mother after the arrest of Alexander, and she could not find anybody to accompany her in her carriage on the first stage of her journey to visit him in jail. 37. His personal experience only strengthened the view, common among Russian Marxists, that the Russian bourgeoisie had a particularly craven attitude towards the aristocracy and the Tsarist state. Lenin strongly approved of the sentiments stated in the first Russian Social Democratic Party program: the further east in Europe one proceeds, the weaker, more cowardly, and baser in the political sense becomes the bourgeoisie, and the greater are the cultural and political tasks that devolve on the proletariat. 38. His hatred of the existing order was doubtless strengthened by his imprisonment in 1895 and his subsequent exile to Siberia in 1897. Lenin was therefore always looking for reasons to push the revolutionary process forward. He was in more of a hurry than most of his fellow modernist Marxists, who were happy to contemplate living under a temporary bourgeois hegemony. But his view of the forces that would accelerate history towards socialism varied depending on circumstances. Most frequently, he looked to a conspiratorial elite of modernizers to take on this accelerator role, in a manner reminiscent of Chernyshevsky or Tikhakov. But whilst this elitism was his default position, he did not always put his faith in a revolutionary elite. His Marxism was always flexible, and he adapted it to the conditions of Russia, with its occasionally radical workers and peasants. When it looked as if the people were in insurrectionary mood, Lenin could be more populist than other Marxists, and veered towards a radical Marxist line. From 1902, he was also more willing to see the peasantry as a potentially revolutionary class than his fellow Russian Marxists, although Bolshevism remained fundamentally suspicious of the backward peasantry. Freed from his Siberian exile in 1900, Lenin decided it was too risky to stay in Russia, and he began several years' sojourn abroad, in Zurich, Munich and London. But he still lived and breathed revolutionary politics amongst the small communities of revolutionary exiles. He also continued to argue for the imminence of revolution, most famously in his pamphlet What is to be Done, of 1902. A group of Russian Marxists had in effect adopted Eduard Bernstein's revisionism, insisting that as the revolution was so far off, Marxists should just help workers to improve their working conditions and wages. Lenin reacted angrily to this heresy. Marxists had to have ambition and inspire workers with communist ideas. By themselves, workers would only develop trade union consciousness, the desire for better conditions. Social democratic consciousness, the desire for fundamental political change, had to be brought to workers from without, by a revolutionary intelligentsia versed in Marxist ideology. But this intelligentsia would not be a group of Marxist theorists, as Koskai assumed. 39. They were to be professional revolutionaries, ideologically conscious and acting conspiratorially and in secret, bringing Western efficiency to Russian radicalism at a time when the police was becoming more repressive. 40. The party, he argued, needed to be centralized, like a large factory. 41. Such revolutionaries, both modern and conspiratorial, were, of course, reminiscent of Chernyshevsky's Rachmaninoff, to whom he paid obeisance in the work's title. 42. Initially, Lenin's idea of a centralized, vanguard party was not controversial amongst Marxists, and in strictly ideological terms it may not have been that new. 43. But Lenin's idea of the ideal party culture was very different from the assumptions of Koskai. Lenin's approach to politics was militant, sectarian, and hostile to compromise. He was convinced that his colleagues were refusing to prepare seriously for the revolution he believed was imminent. They, by contrast, saw him as over-optimistic about the end of the old order, authoritarian and excessively hostile towards the bourgeoisie. The first major row, which split the party in 1903, took place over the party's membership rules. Lenin demanded that the party be made up of party activists only. Yuli Imartov, his fellow Iskra editor, wanted a broader membership of supporters. Lenin was in a minority, but because a number of his opponents walked out before the vote, his faction won and became known as the Bolsheviks, whilst Martov's group was labeled the Mensheviks. Lenin then escalated the conflict, acting in an aggressive and high-handed way. Even he admitted that he often behaved in a state of frightful irritation, frenziedly. 44. He also alienated most of international Marxism's leading figures, including Plekhanov, Koskai, and Rosa Luxemburg. Lenin turned out to be more prescient than his Menshevik rivals, for revolution did break out in Russia 2 years later. The fall of the naval base of Port Arthur in the then Russian Far East to the Japanese in December 1904 was even more humiliating for the Tsarist regime than its previous major defeat, by the British in the Crimea. For the first time a European power had been defeated by Asians fighting alone. It is therefore not surprising that at this juncture the many subterranean tensions in Russia should burst into open conflict. An Orthodox priest, Father Gapon, used the opportunity to press the demands of urban workers. On what became known as Bloody Sunday, he organized a demonstration of 50,000 to 100,000 people, which assumed the form of a religious procession of icon-bearing loyal subjects presenting a humble petition to the Tsar. The petition resounded with the Tsar's own paternalistic rhetoric. However, the demands were radical, and included democratic suffrage, the legalization of trade unions and civil rights for all citizens. The police declared the march illegal, and when it failed to disperse, troops fired indiscriminately on the peaceful, unarmed crowd. In the midst of the shooting, Gapon is said to have declared, "There is no God any longer. There is no Tsar." 45. Certainly, this unprovoked violence damaged the image of Tsar Nicholas as benevolent father beyond repair. It was now absolutely clear that his familial model of politics would not give workers and peasants what they wanted. Workers responded by setting up a new type of body, the Council, or Soviet, of Workers' Deputies, to coordinate strikes. These Soviets were organized on the basis of direct democracy, rather like the Paris Commune. In theory, constituents could recall their deputies. Some of those elected were socialists. Lev Trotsky was the chairman of the St. Petersburg Soviet, and they helped to organize the general strike which forced the regime to grant the October Manifesto, a promise of elections to a legislative assembly and civil liberties. The Social Democrats, though, had a modest role in the revolution. It was a genuinely cross-class and cross-party affair. As in the 1830 and early 1848 revolutions, liberals, workers, and the small number of socialists were united against a hidebound autocracy. Lenin was enthusiastic about the revolution, and the October Manifesto convinced him that it would be safe to return to Russia from exile. He was now allied with some of the most left-wing Marxists in the Russian movement, Alexander Bogdanov's Forward Group, who had the utmost faith in the proletariat's ability to build socialism in the near future. 46. Neither, though, went as far as Trotsky, who argued that Russia was ready for a one-stage permanent revolution that would rapidly lead from the bourgeois democratic stage to socialism. 47. Lenin argued for a revolutionary democratic dictatorship of the proletariat and the peasantry to bring in the bourgeois revolution, unlike the moderate Mensheviks, who urged an alliance between workers and the middle classes. 48. In the event, the 1905 revolution broadly followed the course of its failed European predecessors of 1848. The liberals, satisfied with the concessions of October and fearing the radicalism of workers and peasants, abandoned the revolutionary movement. Meanwhile, the regime managed to regroup, bringing troops back from the Far East to suppress the peasant unrest. In December, some Moscow workers staged a final, doomed resistance in the Presnya district, where they threw up barricades and set up a local form of workers' government. But they were no match for the regime's artillery. Carnage ensued and much of Presnya was reduced to rubble. Prospects again looked bleak for socialists, and in December 1907 Lenin was forced again into exile, traveling to Switzerland. He devoted himself to reading and writing. He began with philosophy, but as war approached he immersed himself in the latest works on capitalism and imperialism, by people like Luxemburg, the up-and-coming Russian Marxist Nikolai Bukharin, and especially by the influential Austrian Marxist Rudolf Hilferding. Hilferding convinced him that the old competition between small entrepreneurs had given way to a vicious struggle between nation-states for markets, leading to imperialist expansion and war between the great powers. 49. Capitalism's fundamental immorality had been exposed. No longer did capitalists even pretend to be liberal humanitarians, they were open racists and social Darwinists, justifying their interests with warmongering nationalism. At the same time, though, modern capitalism had become highly centralized, and had prepared the ground for socialist planning. Lenin, always on the lookout for signs of capitalism's imminent demise, seized on Hilferding's insights. In his Imperialism, the highest stage of capitalism, written in 1915 and published in 1917, he berated both capitalists and Koskai's Second International for supporting war. 50. He also followed other, more radical, theorists of imperialism in arguing that just as capitalism was becoming globalized, so would revolution. Because imperial states were exploiting states on the colonial periphery, socialist revolution could occur even in semi-backward countries. The struggle against capitalism could begin in Russia, although he accepted it would have to be supported by socialist revolutions in other more advanced countries. Lenin also argued that Marxists in colonial societies could lead revolutions for political independence against imperialists, even if capitalism had barely taken hold and socialism was far away. Lenin's text laid the foundations for the merging of Marxism and anti-colonial nationalism. As will be seen, his imperialism was crucial in bringing communism to the non-European world. Few Russians read Lenin's imperialism, but its main function was to explain to himself and his fellow revolutionaries why history was on their side. When, in 1917, the Tsarist regime collapsed, workers and peasants behaved as they had done in 1905, establishing Soviets, revolutionary committees and other forms of self-government. Lenin and the Bolsheviks were now in a position to offer a confident and seemingly coherent alternative. Between 1913 and 1916, the avant-garde symbolist novelist Andrei Bely published his great modernist novel. Petersburg. The city had featured as a major character in previous novels, but Bely's Petersburg was a very different place to that of Chernyshevsky's and Dostoevsky's novels. Set in 1905, it was a city in ferment, surrounded by a ring of many chimneyed factories from which the menacing sound of the revolutionary proletariat emanated. 51. The Tsarist official in the novel, Apollon Apollonovich Belukhov, is no longer an aristocratic reactionary but the embodiment of rational modernization. The cold Apollon enjoys looking at the perfect cubes and straight lines of Petersburg's planned streets, and surrounds himself with neoclassical art, including a painting by David. But his command of reason is insufficient to control his own radicalized son, let alone Russia, and he is terrified of the revolutionary forces surrounding him. 52. The other embodiments of reason in the novel are equally ineffectual, though more violent. The revolutionary Dudkin and his mentor, the Azef figure Lipachenko, impose dogmatic and violent schemes on others. Dudkin is even visited by the Bronze Horseman, who pours metal into his veins and hails him as my son. 53. Yet the Bronze Horseman and the spirit of modernity solve nothing, merely setting off a cycle of revenge and violence. 54. For Bely, as for Pushkin, the Bronze Horseman, with 2 legs on Russian soil and 2 rearing into the air, was a symbol of Russia's division into 2, the native traditions of ordinary Russians and the cruel rationalism of Peter the Great. 55. But Bely denied that either officials or revolutionaries could reconcile these halves. For him, only the apocalypse, which he identified with the Eastern revolutionary forces from below, would allow Russia to escape its predicament and leap across history. 56. Ultimately Bely was wrong. The revolution did not bind Russia's fragmented society together. But he was prescient about the events of 1917. Forces from below were to overwhelm Russia's Bronze Horsemen, whether Tsarist, liberal or Bolshevik. The outbreak of war in 1914 brought the third and final crisis for Russia's post-1815 regime. As Savenko, the leader of the Nationalist Party, declared in 1915, war is an exam, a great exam, and it was a tougher one than any the Tsarist regime had sat in the past. 57. Russia's main enemy, Germany, was aiming at a total mobilization of all resources, men, food, industrial production, for war. And Russia, as a semi-reformed ancien regime, was at a severe disadvantage in the contest. Mistrustful of involvement from society as a whole, both elites and ordinary people, the state found it difficult to engage their support for the war effort. Its factories could not produce enough munitions, and it could not raise the troops needed. These structural weaknesses, combined with poor trench technology, led to massive defeats in Galicia and Poland, and by August 1915 over 4 million soldiers had been killed, wounded, or captured. The crisis forced the Tsar to give in to the reforming Apollon Apollonoviches of his regime, and to allow elements of society, members of educated society committed to modernization, a role in the war effort. In some ways this was successful, and by early 1917 Russia had destroyed the Habsburg army and was producing more munitions than the Germans. 58. Yet the Russian monarchy's partial attempts to transform itself from an ancien regime into a mobilized nation-state, along the lines of Germany's, only hastened its end. Its efforts to reform the food supply system were especially disruptive. A peculiar alliance of modernizing ministers and experts, including a future planner under the Bolsheviks, the Menshevik economist V. Groman, tried to replace the market in grain with state-led grain procurement. But the regime could not cope with the organization and transport of supplies, and the peasantry refused to sell grain for the low prices offered. 59. Educated society blamed the Tsar for the economic and military disasters, and accusations of inefficiency became intertwined with the poisonous charge of treason. It was commonly believed that Tsarina Alexandra, English in culture though German by birth, was at the center of a conspiracy centered in Berlin to sabotage the war effort. Tsardom, a branch of the international European aristocracy, lacked the patriotic charisma to unite Russia against its enemies. And when, on February 23, 1917, protests against bread shortages by St. Petersburg women developed into a general strike and soldiers' mutinies, few were willing to defend the regime. For a brief time Russians were united in favor of freedom and democracy. Russia seemed to have experienced its 1789, and everybody was aware of the parallel. The Marseillaise became the new regime's national anthem, played at every opportunity, and forms of address based on the old hierarchy were abolished in favor of the term citizen and citoyennes. 60. Even French revolutionary festivals were imitated, with plans for a grandiose carnival spectacle in the Summer Garden in Petersburg, involving a cardboard city representing 18th-century Paris. 61. Yet, even though Socialist Party organizations had a minimal role in the February Revolution, the new symbolism showed how much more radical the new dispensation was than its French predecessor. The socialist red flag, not a Russian tricolor, was flown over the Winter Palace and effectively became the national flag. It was at this time that the symbols of the urban and rural masses, the hammer and the sickle, first appeared, appended to the Mariinsky Palace, the seat of the provisional government. 62. Yet despite this apparent unity, signs of division between educated, liberal groups on the one side and workers and peasants on the other, were soon evident. The word comrade, a socialist form of address, could be heard alongside citizen. And competing with the conventional Marseillaise, a hymn of praise to nationalist unity translated into a Russian context, was a workers' Marseillaise, a socialist version. This exhorted its listeners to kill and destroy the parasites, the dogs and the rich. It also had another competitor, much preferred by all Marxist parties, the anti-nationalist Internationale, whose words had been written in 1871 by a member of the Paris Commune to the tune of the Marseillaise, but which had been given new music in 1888. 63. Conflicts over symbols and songs were institutionalized from the very beginning of the February Revolution in the existence of dual power. The provisional government, dominated by the propertied and professional classes, ruled alongside the Petrograd Soviet, elected by the lower classes. The provisional government was initially made up of liberals. But from March it included Menshevik and socialist revolutionary members of the Soviet, and from July was led by the moderate socialist Alexander Kerensky. The government was committed to liberal democracy and the rule of law, and declared itself a provisional body until one-man one-vote elections could be held to a constituent assembly. It also sought to continue the war, though from the spring only a defensive one, against the Germans. However, the provisional government found it no easier to enlist the support of workers and peasants into its vision of Russia than the Tsar's reformist ministers. The political and cultural gap between the propertied and educated elites and the mass of the population was too great. The government tried to achieve a compromise on the war, continuing to fight but abandoning the Tsar's old expansionist war aims. Yet following the failure of the offensive in June, it could not maintain discipline within the army, and elected soldiers' committees believed it was their right to discuss whether to obey officers' orders. 64. In the countryside, the provisional government tried to end food shortages by creating an even tighter state grain monopoly, but peasants were no more willing to grow and sell than before. It made a start on addressing the peasants' demands for land, but it was slow and cautious. It soon lost control of the countryside as peasants seized landlords' property, with little fear of retribution. The provisional government also granted concessions to workers on wages and conditions, but again these were not enough. Conflicts between factory owners and workers became more acrimonious. Managers who laid workers off were accused of sabotage, and workers' factory committees demanded the right to supervise management, or workers' control over their factories. 65. A massive wave of strikes ensued in September. By the summer of 1917 the language of class struggle had permeated popular culture. Demands for the rule of the masses, operating through the Soviets, and the overthrow of the bourgeois provisional government, which, it was claimed, could not be a representative people's government, became common. 66. As a resolution of the Soldiers' Committee of the 92nd Transport Battalion declared in September. Comrades! It is time for us to wake up. It is time to shake off the spell of the bourgeoisie, it is time to discard it like an oozing scab, so that it doesn't do any more damage to the revolution. The people can rely only on itself and must not extend a comradely hand to the hated enemy. It is time to shake off these saviors of the revolution, who have stuck to the body of the country like leeches. 67. In some cases, this type of language reflected an interest in socialism and Marxism. Anna Litvenko, a Ukrainian factory worker and future communist youth member, remembered her idealism as a young woman. We thought that communism would begin as soon as the Soviets assumed power. Money was not even mentioned, it was clear to us that money would disappear right away. On clothing, however, our opinions were divided, some of us rejected this form of property as well. And anyway, how were the members of the new society supposed to dress? I could not part with my own ribbon or braids. Did that mean I was not a true Bolshevik? But I was prepared to give my life for the revolution. 68. Much more common among ordinary people, though, was not Marxism but a deep-rooted populist worldview. The socialist word bourgeois was a common insult, but underlying the revolutionary mood was less a Marxist economic critique of exploitation than a moral outrage at the remnants of ancien régime. Privilege. An officer, riding from the front, recognized the deep-seated resentment which his men displayed towards the socially privileged. Whatever their personal attitudes toward individual officers might be, we remain in their eyes only masters. In their view, what has taken place is not a political but a social revolution, in which, according to them, we are the losers and they the winners. Previously, we ruled, now they themselves want to rule. In them speak the unavenged insults of centuries past. A common language between us cannot be found. This is the cursed legacy of the old order. 69. His observation was a perceptive one. The demand for dignity, so evident among Chernyshevsky's students and clerks of the 1860s, had been passed on to workers from the 1890s, and many of the complaints of workers in 1917 were preoccupied with rudeness from superiors. The first act of the Petrograd Soviet, Order No. 1, concerning the army, included the demand that officers address soldiers by the respectful you rather than its informal equivalent. 70. Workers, therefore, increasingly demanded that organizations of the ordinary people, such as the Soviets and factory, soldiers, and village committees take power, whilst excluding the upper classes from politics. This did not mean they were necessarily opposed to the power of the state. In fact, they commonly demanded that the state take harsh, dictatorial measures in the interests of the people against enemies, as the delegates of the 6th Army Corps declared in October. The country needs a firm and democratic authority founded on and responsible to the popular masses. 71. At a time of food shortages, collapsing transport, and disorder, it is not surprising that people should have sought a stronger state and berated the provisional government for its weakness. This popular worldview, that the people should engage in a struggle against the privileged, and build a powerful, centralized people's state, may not have been Marxist in origin, but it seemed to coincide with Lenin's ideas, at least for a short time in mid-1917. He presented his political agenda most clearly in his powerful synthesis, State and Revolution, written during his temporary exile in Finland. In this crucial work, he reconciled the modernist Marxism of planning and centralization with the radical Marxism of proletarian democracy and class struggle. He first used Hilferding's ideas to claim that the war had forged the economy into a single, centralized machine. 72. At the same time, though, Lenin went back to the egalitarian Marx of 1848 and 1871. Workers, he claimed, would soon be able to run this simplified economy by themselves. In his famous phrase, any female cook could run the state. Granting special privileges to technical specialists was no longer justified. Marx's dream, the merging of mental and manual labor, would soon become a reality. Lenin's vision was therefore one of complete equality, not only economic and legal, but also social and political. Liberal democracy, where citizens elected deputies who in turn controlled officials, was not enough. Officials had to be directly elected by the masses, as had happened in the Paris Commune, the model for Lenin's new commune state. The state would then start to merge with the people, and all hierarchies would start to disappear. The vanguard party was barely mentioned. Lenin, then, talked a great deal about democracy in State and Revolution. But this was not a democracy of universal rights. Democracy for the proletariat was perfectly compatible with the violent repression of its enemies. Lenin's commune state was rather like a group of vigilante volunteers. It could suppress the exploiters as simply and readily as any crowd of civilized people interferes to put a stop to a scuffle or prevent a woman from being assaulted. 73. Lenin had no qualms about violence, and described the proletariat as the Jacobins of the 20th century. 74. But he denied extensive repression would be necessary. Only a few demonstrative arrests, he insisted, would be required. Whilst the vigilante volunteers might initially be a minority, they would very soon expand into a militia embracing the whole people. 75. This form of socialism, then, had a martial style, but it harked back to the barricades of 1848 and 1871, it had little in common with the conventional armies of World War I. Did Lenin, a hard-nosed revolutionary, really take the utopian vision of state and revolution seriously? Did he really believe that it would be so straightforward for workers to run the economy and the state? His language is ambiguous, and he may have planned a less egalitarian outcome. But as a Marxist ideologue, he was convinced that classes had single, coherent interests. If proletarians ran the state, there was no reason why it could not forge a consensus with the working class as a whole. Of course, it soon became clear after the October Revolution that Lenin was wrong. Inevitably unity disintegrated into conflicts between the regime and society, within society, and amongst workers themselves. But in the radicalized Russia of 1917, the idea that a popular, revolutionary general will existed, and that it could rule through a state both democratic and centralized, was not Lenin's alone. It seemed to make sense, not only to him, but to large sections of the Russian working class. 76. Lenin returned to Russia from exile in April 1917 determined to impose his uncompromising vision of class struggle on his party. Against the doubts of many of his fellow Bolsheviks, Lenin insisted that power be transferred from the provisional government to the Soviets. The time was not yet ripe for the end of the market, but the workers and peasants, not the bourgeoisie, had to lead and build the commune state. Meanwhile the Soviets had to supervise the production and distribution of goods. The Bolsheviks, therefore, were the only major party outside the government, and they were calling for rule by the lower classes and an end to the war. The Menshevik High Command continued to argue that a proletarian revolution would fail in a backward country like Russia, as did Koskay and the Second International. In July, when the provisional government cracked down on the Bolsheviks and Lenin was again forced into exile, it looked as if he had miscalculated. But conditions were more similar to the France of 1789 than that of 1848 or 1871, and the middle-class forces of order could not rely on a peasant army to resist urban revolution. The commander-in-chief of the army, Kornilov, tried to use the army to restore discipline, and believed that he had Kerensky's support for the coup. But many of his soldiers would not obey. Kerensky denied he was involved, and the episode undermined the provisional government as a whole. The Bolsheviks' popularity, conversely, increased. Even if most were unaware of the detailed policies of the party, it seemed to many that it was the only force that might save the revolution. It won formal majorities in both the Moscow and Petrograd Soviets, and Lenin used this evidence of support to argue for the immediate seizure of power by the Bolsheviks. On October 25 the Petrograd Soviet's Military Revolutionary Committee, led by Trotsky and other Bolsheviks, readily took control of the poorly defended Winter Palace. This was, then, a coup of sorts. The famous scene in Eisenstein's film, October, of thousands swarming over the gates and invading the palace is pure fiction, but the provisional government's failure to rally forces to defend itself, and the ease with which the Bolsheviks took over the major cities, shows how far the Bolshevik approach to politics in 1917 was in tune with the radicalism of many of the urban population. The Bolsheviks never won an all-Russia election. They were an urban party in an overwhelmingly rural country. But in the elections to the Constituent Assembly towards the end of 1917 they gained a majority of workers and 42% of soldiers' votes, and took 10.9 million votes out of 48.4 million. They also shared much of the program of the victors of the election, the left socialist revolutionaries. So this was not, properly speaking, a Bolshevik revolution. It was a Bolshevik insurrection amidst a radical populist revolution, whose values were partly endorsed, for a very short time, by the Bolsheviks. The liberal alternative, of class compromise and the rule of law, supported by most of propertied and educated Russia, had little chance of victory, for the mass of the population was simply too wedded to the radical redistribution of property and power. Lenin and the Bolsheviks were soon to retreat from their populism towards a much more authoritarian politics, and ultimately they only secured their power by force of arms in a civil war. The Bolshevik victory was therefore by no means inevitable, but some radical socialist outcome was likely. And once the Bolsheviks had taken power, however unpopular they might become, there was little desire for the return of the old order. 6. In 1923, the writer Isaac Babel published Red Cavalry, a series of stories about his experiences as a Bolshevik political agitator with Budenyi's Cossack cavalry in the Polish War of 1920. The book received instant acclaim and was widely read. In one story, entitled A Letter, Babel told of the civil war within one peasant family through a fictional letter from the Red Cavalryman Vasily Kordyakov to his mother. It is a peculiar document, poorly written, bland and matter-of-fact, peppered with banal descriptions of the places he has visited. But its subject matter is horrific, the bloody struggle between Vasily's father Timofey, a former Tsarist policeman fighting with General Denikin's anti-Bolshevik whites, and his brothers Fedor and Seaman, fellow soldiers with the Bolsheviks. His father, finding Fedor among Red prisoners of war, hacks him to death, only to be pursued by his other sons, intent on revenge. They finally find him. Seaman, nicknamed the Wild One, declares, "Papa, if I fell into your hands, I would find no mercy. So now, Papa, we will finish you off," and proceeds to slaughter him. The story ends with Vasily showing the narrator a photograph of the whole family. Timofey, a wide-shouldered police constable in a policeman's cap, was stiff, with wide cheekbones and sparkling, colorless vacant eyes. Beside him sat his wife, a tiny peasant woman, with small, bright, timid features. And against this provincial photographer's pitiful backdrop, with its flowers and doves, towered two boys, amazingly big, blunt, broad-faced, goggle-eyed, and frozen as if standing to attention, the Kordyakov brothers, Fedor and Seaman. 77. Many of Babel's stories were about the gruesome violence he witnessed, and participated in, during the Civil War, and his attempts to come to terms with it. As a Jewish intellectual among martial Cossack peasants, he was appalled by the casual brutality of men like the Kordyakov brothers. And yet he admired their bravery, and at times an unattractive Nietzschean power worship creeps into his writing. The result is disconcerting, a deliberately distanced account of his cruel heroes, a firm refusal to judge. 78. He cannot understand them, they are opaque with vacant eyes, as in a photograph. They are forces of nature, Aeschylean furies, seeking revenge for past wrongs. This was, of course, not the world Lenin had expected to inherit. Lenin, whilst not a Nietzschean reveling in violence, was perfectly prepared to use it, and from early on he embraced class revenge. But he soon found it difficult to control. He insisted that the masses had to be both revolutionary and disciplined. It was clear from the beginning that the transition to the dictatorship of the proletariat would not go as smoothly as Lenin hoped. The first challenge came from moderate socialists who objected to Soviet class power as opposed to liberal parliamentary rule. The delegates to the Constituent Assembly, 85% of whom were socialists, insisted that they represented the Russian people, but Lenin denounced them as an example of bourgeois parliamentarism. Red Guards shot several supporters demonstrating in favor of the assembly just before it convened in Petrograd's Tauride Palace, the first time since February 1917 that troops had fired at unarmed crowds, and the assembly was later broken up. The left SRS survived in coalition with the Bolsheviks for 4 months, but by March 1918 it was clear to everybody that all power was being transferred to the Bolsheviks, not the Soviets. Lenin had claimed that power was to be passed to the Soviets as a whole, but he never pretended to be a pluralist Democrat, and it was no surprise that he refused to work with rival parties. At the same time, however, he seems to have taken his promises for some kind of democracy within the working class seriously, and during the first months of Bolshevik rule, Lenin may have believed that the ambitious plans of state and revolution were realistic, popular initiative and centralization could coexist, or he may have merely been giving workers what they wanted when the party was weak. He continued to call for workers' democracy, knowing how popular it was in the factories, and in November 1917 issued a decree on workers' control, which gave considerable powers to elected factory committees. The army also continued to be run in a democratic, or citizens' militia style, with soldiers electing officers. Lenin's approach towards the peasantry was less Marxist, but it also gave in to the demands of the masses. Rather than creating large-scale, collective farms, as Marxist theory dictated, his decree on land gave the peasants what they wanted: they could keep their small plots and subsistence agriculture. As Isaac Babel observed, for many ordinary people, the flip side of democracy, or power to the masses, was class struggle, or revenge against the bourgeoisie, as it had been for the sans-culottes. And in the first few months of the revolution Lenin was prepared to encourage this popular terror. "Loot the looters" was the slogan of the moment, and in December 1917 Lenin declared a war to the death against the rich, the idlers, the parasites. 79. However, he was happy to delegate the conduct of the struggle to local communities. Each town or village was to decide how to cleanse Russia of these vermin. They might imprison them, put them to work cleaning latrines, give them special documents or yellow tickets so that everybody could keep an eye on them, or shoot one in every 10. 80. Lenin's principles were embraced enthusiastically by party activists in Russia's regions. Bolsheviks seized the goods of the rich, imposed special taxes on them, and took members of bourgeois classes, the so-called former people, as hostages. Anna Litvenko herself took part in a detachment to seize bourgeois property. The slogan was "Peace for the huts, war on the palaces." It was important to demonstrate to the people right away what the revolution would bring to the huts. We would enter the apartments and say, "This building is being nationalized. You have 24 hours to move out." Some obeyed immediately while others cursed us, the Bolsheviks in general or Soviet rule. 81. The experience of the aristocracy and bourgeoisie was, of course, traumatic, even for those who were not arrested or physically abused. Princess Sofia Fokonskaya remembered how the authorities forced her to accept lodgers to live in her flat. The couple thus forced on us, a young man and his wife, seemed quite nice, but they were communists. Nothing could be more disagreeable than this, living in close contact with people who considered themselves a priori and in principle as our foes. Take care, shut the door, do not talk so loud, the communists may hear you. Pinpricks. Yes, of course. But in that nightmare life of ours, every pinprick took the proportion of a serious wound. 82. In the early months, class struggle permeated all aspects of life, including the symbolic world, and the Bolsheviks, like their Jacobin predecessors, were determined to create a new culture that would propagate their values. Petrograd, in particular, was the home to several mass theatrical events, echoing the plays and festivals of the Paris of 1793. 1. The Mystery of Liberated Labor, was staged on May Day 1920. In front of the Petrograd Stock Exchange, a group of debauched kings and capitalists indulged in a drunken orgy, whilst toilers slaved to the sounds of moans, curses, sad songs, the scrape of chains. Waves of revolutionaries, from Spartacus and his slaves to the sansculottes, in their Phrygian caps, mounted attacks on the potentate's banquet table, but were repulsed, until the star of the Red Army rose in the east. Finally the gates to the kingdom of peace, freedom, and joyful labor were destroyed, and within was revealed the Liberty Tree, around which the people danced, in the style of David. Huge numbers participated, 4,000 actors, workers, and soldiers, merging at the end with 35,000 spectators. 83. Lenin himself, however, had little interest in the carnivalesque theater of class struggle. As Belly would have predicted, his view of the new revolutionary culture was much closer to Apollon Apollinovich's. Moscow, the new capital of the revolution, was to be filled with statues of the revolutionary heroes and plagues bearing the principles of Marxism. Yet the conservative neoclassical taste favored by Lenin, and much of the Muscovite populace, clashed with the modernism of some of the sculptors. A Cubo-futurist statue of Bakunin had to be hidden by wooden boards for fear of popular disapproval. When the partitions were stolen for firewood and the statue revealed, the authorities, fearing a riot, had to demolish it. The project, moreover, suffered from shortages of materials. In the end several temporary plaster and cement figures were erected, many of which were washed away by the rain. 84. One statue of Robespierre suffered a different fate, destruction by a terrorist bomb. Bizarrely, one of the few to have survived to this day was originally built by the Ancien Regime. A marble obelisk constructed outside the Kremlin to celebrate the 300th anniversary of the Romanovs in 1913, its inscription replaced with a remarkably eclectic list of Bolshevik forefathers, including Thomas More, Gerard Winstanley, Fourier, Saint-Simon, Chernyshevsky and Marx. 85. Given Lenin's love of order, it was perhaps predictable that he would eventually abandon his brief flirtation with radical Marxism. But it was the near destruction of the regime at the beginning of 1918 that forced his volte-face. The Bolsheviks had expected that revolution in Russia would be accompanied by a world revolution, and Germany's proletariat would help the backward Russians to achieve socialism. Instead, however, German militarists were still in power, and were imposing humiliating peace terms. Lenin realized how weak his new state was and counseled acceptance, but he was outvoted on the Central Committee. As the Germans marched into Ukraine, the leaders continued to argue. At the last minute Trotsky changed his mind, and the Treaty of Brest-Litovsk averted the almost certain fall of the regime. The hope that the revolution would be rescued by the expected revolution in Germany was clearly a dream. It was at this point that Lenin realized that the promises of 1917 were incompatible with the preservation of the new regime. Allowing workers and peasants to control their factories and fields, and encouraging anti-bourgeois pogroms, was only fueling economic chaos. Food supplies suffered from the expropriation of the gentry's lands and the breakup of large estates. Meanwhile workers used workers' control to benefit their own factories, rather than the economy as a whole, and harassed the hated managers and engineers. Labor discipline collapsed, a problem only worsened by the food shortages. The ranks of the unemployed swelled and opposition to the Bolsheviks in the Soviets grew rapidly. It had become clear by early 1918, as it had in France at the end of 1793, that the goals of the popular and elite revolutions were diverging. Lenin's Marxist synthesis was disintegrating. But Lenin did not adopt Robespierre's course and launch a moral reformation or reign of virtue. Rather, he reverted to technocratic type, abandoning his short-lived radical Marxism for a severe modernist version. In April 1918 he announced his retreat from the commune state and the citizens' militia model of socialism. Lenin now declared that his earlier optimism about the working class had been misplaced. The Russian worker was a bad worker compared with people in advanced countries and could not be trusted with workers' democracy. Lenin's solution was the creation of a harmonious, economic machine, run by experts, bourgeois if necessary, and based on the principles of the latest technology. If workers were mature enough, this would only amount to the mild leadership of a conductor of an orchestra. Until then individual bosses and experts must exercise dictatorial power. 86. Lenin had learned the lesson of Brest-Litovsk. As he wrote at the time, the war taught us much, that those who have the best technology, organization, discipline, and the best machines emerge on top. It is necessary to master the highest technology or be crushed. 87. He now turned from the example of the Paris Commune to the system of the American scientific management theorist Frederick W. Taylor, used in Henry Ford's car plants in the United States. Taylor deployed experts with stopwatches, dividing workers' tasks up into precise movements, timing them to the second and paying them according to how much they had produced. Previously Lenin had condemned this system as typical of a brutalizing capitalism. But now there was no longer room for such radical notions. Workers' enthusiasm and creativity would not revive the economy. They had to be encouraged by the carrot, money, and the stick, labor discipline. 88. The old hated bourgeois experts would have to be given back their power and higher wages. In the army that meant restoring the old imperial officers and disbanding soldiers' committees. The Red Guard assault on the bourgeoisie, Lenin now declared, was over. Lenin justified his retreat from the promises of 1917 by recourse to Marxist theory. The Bolsheviks, he asserted, had been overambitious to talk about workers' democracy, especially in the absence of world revolution. The time was not yet ripe for the withering of the state, which would only arrive with full communism. 89. Lenin's new vision, of a modern state with powers over the economy, was closer to Marx's lower stage of socialism than to his higher stage of communism. 90. But Lenin had transformed Marx's vision in a crucial way. Modernity would be brought by the elite vanguard party, which now had to transfer its attention from revolution to state building. 91. Over the next few years, the party was to centralize power in its own hands, emasculating or destroying the elected Soviets and committees that had made the revolution. The Bolsheviks' vision of modernity was not only one of heavy industry and hard work. It included a commitment to mass education, welfare, the end of religion and the emancipation of women, though little progress was made on much of this program, especially that relating to women's equality. 92. But Bolshevism's technocratic culture was unmistakable, and some took it to extremes. Alexei Gastev, a metal worker before 1917 and a poet, the Ovid of engineers, miners, and metal workers, was one of the most committed propagandists of the Taylorist system. In his most popular poem published in 1914, We Grow Out of Iron, he described a worker growing into a giant, merging with the factory with new iron blood flowing into his veins, but after the revolution he sought to combine man and machine in more practical ways. 93. As a board member, alongside Lenin and Trotsky, of the League for the Scientific Organization of Labor founded in 1921, a vigilante body which sought to expose time-wasting and laziness in factories and offices. 94. Gastev embraced a new world in which workers would become anonymous cogs, permitting the classification of an individual proletarian unit as A, B, C, or 325, 0.075, 0, and so on. Machines from being managed will become managers and the movement of workers would become similar to the movement of things, in which there is no longer any individual face but only regular, uniform steps and faces devoid of expression, of a soul, of lyricism, of emotion, measured not by a shout or a smile but by a pressure gauge or a speed gauge. 95. This horrifying utopia was satirized by the writer Evgeny Zamyatin in his science fiction novel We. Written in 1920-1, an important influence on Orwell's 1984. 96. And yet it was not this vision that prevailed, much as Lenin may have wanted it to. The system that emerged after 1918 was less the factory-style socialism of modernist Marxism than a union of Marx and Mars. This was the system that the Bolsheviks' detractors described as barracks communism, and they themselves came to describe as war communism, a form of communism that was to have an influence on the Soviet model well into the future. The pure, white horse of Nicholas II had been replaced by Babel's Red Cavalry, not by Lenin's Bronze Horsemen. After a brief respite following the Brest-Litovsk Peace of March 1918, a combination of SR rebels and former Tsarist army officers, bolstered by British and other Allied help, challenged the Reds. The Bolsheviks were faced with a full-scale civil war that erupted across the former Russian Empire. They responded by embracing wartime methods with gusto, but they also moved away from the decentralized civilian militia style of military organization towards a new, more conventional military one, as had the Jacobins. Trotsky founded the Red Army, he dissolved the soldiers' committees, banned the election of officers, and appointed military experts, a euphemism for the former Tsarist officers. By the end of the Civil War, 3/4 of officers were from the old officer corps. Meanwhile the harsh discipline, so unpopular in the hands of the old regime, returned. 97. Many of the other practices of wartime also returned, reinforced by Marxist ideology. Spying and surveillance of popular opinion was one. During and after World War I, many European powers, including the Russian Provisional Government and later the Whites, became anxious about the mood of the population. They both produced propaganda and employed officials to check up on its effectiveness. The Bolsheviks did the same, though unlike Western powers they maintained this spying even after war started to wind down, for they had broader ambitions to transform society and create new socialist people. The Chayka, the new secret police, soon took over from the military in this role, and by 1920 the Bolsheviks employed 10,000 people to open letters and write reports on popular opinion. 98. The Bolsheviks also used wartime methods to control the economy, though as Marxists they were even more hostile to the market than their predecessors. They imposed high grain quotas on the countryside and tried to ban private trade. The Chayka arrested baggers, who illegally sought to bring food to sell in the towns, and the authorities rationed much of the food in urban areas. Inflation and shortages had rendered money worthless. However, some hailed these developments as the achievement of a Marxist goal, the end of the market and money, and the state's control over the whole economy. Trotsky tried to show how this extreme manifestation of state power was compatible with the ultimate withering away of the state. Just as a lamp, before going out, shoots up in a brilliant flame, so the state, before disappearing, assumes the form of the dictatorship of the proletariat, i.e. the most ruthless form of the state, which embraces the life of the citizen authoritatively in every direction. 99. However, war communism did not merely consist of brute discipline. When it came to their supporters, the Bolsheviks could be more populist. Trotsky's Red Army was not a mere copy of conventional Western armies but tried to combine discipline with at least some remnants of the populist spirit of the early revolutionary era. By 1919 the Bolsheviks had begun to solve the problem of military recruitment, which had bedeviled their Tsarist and liberal predecessors, by giving a range of incentives to peasants, From guaranteed rations for their families, to education and land for themselves and their children. The Bolsheviks' continuing message of class struggle also appealed to many soldiers, and an elaborate propaganda and educational department was established to bring the Marxist worldview to the men. 100. Abstract language was translated into terms comprehensible to peasants. So, a cartoon in the peasant journal Bednata showed a peasant boy covered with spiders and leeches labeled landowner, priest, and interventionist. 101. Soldiers were taught a Manichaean worldview with struggle and conflict at its center. Even their biology lessons included a discussion of animals that are friends and animals that are enemies of humans. 102. By 1921, the Red Army numbered a massive 5 million men. It became a bulwark of the new regime, the germ of a new society within the old. The urban Bolsheviks, having come to power with a deep suspicion of the countryside, had created a new power base amongst peasant army recruits, many of them young men at the bottom of the patriarchal village hierarchy. 103. After the Civil War, many of these veterans went on to staff the party and state bureaucracies. The experience of war, and the militarized culture it produced, was to shape Soviet communism, and the politics it projected around the world, for decades to come. It was Trotsky, rather than Lenin, who really reveled in this military culture. Lenin hoped to move from class revenge to a society of dutiful workers who had internalized real bourgeois culture, instilled by a modern and educated communist party. 104. But this was unlikely to happen at a time of fratricidal conflict, and the Bolsheviks' own rhetoric was still full of revolutionary violence. From the summer of 1918 Lenin, like Robespierre towards the end of 1793, tried to control the terror, channeling it against the Bolsheviks' political opponents and discouraging its use as an attack on the whole bourgeoisie as a class. However, local authorities continued to persecute indiscriminately. 105. During the Civil War hundreds of thousands of people were executed by the Cheka and internal security troops, many of them described as rebellious peasants. 106. Whilst many Red Army soldiers may have been enthused by the Bolshevik message, other groups were deeply alienated. Peasants, whose main concern was local autonomy, were especially hostile to Bolshevik exactions. 107. Yet however brutal the Bolsheviks were, they could plausibly claim that they were merely fighting fire with fire. For the whites also pursued campaigns of violent revenge against Jews, communist sympathizers, and peasants who refused to enroll in their armies. The whites were distinctly ambiguous on the land question, and peasants were convinced that they would reverse what for them was the main gain of the revolution, the redistribution of the gentry's estates. So whilst many certainly believed that the Bolsheviks had betrayed the ideals of 1917, many also saw them as the main bulwark against a return of the aristocracy and the Tsar. 108. As the famous Red Army marching song warned. White Army, Black Baron. Again prepare for us the Tsarist throne. But from the Taiga to the British seas, the Red Army is strongest of all. 109. As long as the whites were a threat, the Red seemed like a lesser evil. The Menshevik Martov certainly found this ambivalence when he tried to convert workers to Menshevism in early 1920, so long as we denounced Bolshevism, we were applauded, as soon as we went on to say that a changed regime was needed to fight Denikin successfully our audience turned cold or even hostile. 110. The real crisis for the Bolsheviks came when the whites were finally defeated in the spring of 1920, military methods no longer seemed justified. Yet Trotsky, far from giving up his vision, argued that military methods had to be extended to society as a whole, in peacetime. He set demobilized soldiers to work on economic projects, and took over the railways, seeking to apply top-down military organization and discipline. The Labor Front was to become yet another military campaign, the whole population mobilized into labor brigades. Men and women would work to the sound of socialist hymns and songs. 111. At the same time, he called for the economy to be subjected to a single rational plan. Trotsky came under attack from the radical Marxist wing of the Bolshevik Party on the left, who disliked his use of Tsarist officers and favored a more egalitarian model of society. A number of groups on the left communists, the workers' opposition, condemned the party leadership for betraying its promises of workers' democracy and anti-bourgeois struggle. Meanwhile, Bogdanov and his allies, more interested in romantic, utopian ideas of workers' cooperation and creativity than the conquest of political power, set up proletarian culture organizations, which they believed would foster workers' naturally collectivist psychology. 112. Lenin banned proletkults, seeing them as a rival to the party, and the political left was easily outvoted, but it remained a constant thorn in Lenin's side. However, even Lenin resisted Trotsky's more ambitious projects. He was right to be skeptical. The Russian state was no more able to organize an efficient economic machine than it had been before the October Revolution. Indeed, it was probably less able to. As it took over all areas of economic and social activity, it became a hydra of proliferating, overlapping, and competing organizations. At the same time, officials used their increased power for private gain, with corruption blackening the reputation of the regime. Everybody bemoaned the problem of careerist, amoral and uncontrollable bureaucrats. The Saratov-Chayka described one-party organization as a mob of drunks and card sharks, and Timofey Sapronov, a leftist Bolshevik, complained that in many places the word communist is a term of abuse because officials lived in bourgeois luxury. 113. The hypocrisy of socialist officials living the high life only intensified popular dissatisfaction with the intrusive Bolshevik state. The harvest of 1920 was a poor one, and by the spring of 1921 much of rural Russia was starving. As in 1905 and 1917, shortages of food fueled a potentially revolutionary insurgency. Peasants rebelled against state grain procurement throughout the Volga region, the Urals, and Siberia. The most serious uprising was in Tambov, where the rebels called for a Soviet power free of Bolshevik repression. They united behind a series of rather confused slogans: "Long live Lenin," "Down with Trotsky," and "Long live the Bolsheviks, death to the communists." 114. Unrest soon spread to the towns and, most dangerously for the Bolsheviks, to the Kronstadt naval base, on an island near Petrograd. The Kronstadters had for long been on the more radical wing of the revolution. They had been ruled until the summer of 1918 by a coalition of radical leftist parties, and now demanded a return to rule by a freely elected Soviet. They did not call for the overthrow of the Bolsheviks, but for an end to war communism, the destruction of Taylorism, and a return to the old ideals of October 1917. 115. At the beginning of March 1921, the rebels organized new elections and for over 2 weeks created a mini-commune state. It looked as if a populist socialist revolution was brewing, a third revolution, but this time the Bolsheviks would be its victims, not its beneficiaries. 116. At precisely this time the 10th Party Congress was meeting, and Lenin faced a challenge within the party, from the Bolshevik left. Lenin was faced with a stark choice. It was clear that the divisive war communism model, with its heavy reliance on state power and coercion, had failed. The idea that the Russian people would work as cogs in an efficient machine was a fantasy, as was Trotsky's dream of universal soldierly enthusiasm. Marx's socialist lower stage of communism, centralized state control without the market, which war communism most closely resembled, was clearly not suited to Russia in 1921. This left a dilemma for the Bolsheviks. They could either return to the commune state of 1917, and advance towards communism in Marxist terms, and rely yet again on working class mobilization. Or they could retreat towards capitalism. Lenin's choice was never in doubt. The commune state would only hasten disintegration and chaos, and was incompatible with the Bolsheviks' modernizing ambitions. It also would not solve the main economic crisis, the shortage of food. It had become clear that the market alone would give peasants the incentives to grow grain. Lenin, unwillingly, was forced to allow peasant demands to sell grain on the open market. Shortly after he announced the new economic policy, Bolshevik troops brutally put down the Kronstadt rebellion. At the same time, a ban on factions suppressed the leftist groups within the party, and the leadership ordered the first party purge of the politically unreliable and the class impure. In 1918 the Bolsheviks had responded to the regime's near collapse by centralizing power in the hands of the party. In 1921 they reacted to a second crisis by disciplining the party itself. Lenin conceded that he had retreated from the economic ambitions of 1919-20. "We made a mistake," he admitted, "in thinking that the regime could eliminate the market, and move too rapidly towards communism. The Bolsheviks," he argued, "had to adopt state capitalism." 117. Lenin was worried about the reaction within the party, and insisted that full-blown capitalism was not on the cards. The heavy industry at the commanding heights of the economy would still be nationalized. But the free market in grain had a cascade of effects throughout the economy. 118. Private traders, NEPmen, had to be permitted to operate, to supply grain to the towns. Factories producing consumer goods, like textiles, had to be denationalized to produce goods peasants might want to buy in exchange for their grain. Subsidies to nationalized industries had to be cut, to control inflation, vital if peasants were to trust the currency. As a result, wages had to be cut, labor discipline tightened, and the power of managers and bourgeois specialists strengthened. The position of workers further deteriorated, and unemployment increased. For many workers and some Bolsheviks, this looked just like the old capitalist order. NEP had become the new exploitation of the proletariat. What had happened to socialism? NEP rescued the communists by appeasing the peasantry. The Bolsheviks, a tiny sect within the revolutionary intelligentsia, had risen to power on the back of a popular revolution, but they found the construction of their Marxist state much more challenging. Their early revolutionary methods proved too disruptive, the modernist vision was impractical, and the martial politics of the Civil War created too much opposition. The Bolsheviks did find supporters, not so much within the urban working class, as amongst the young peasants who made up the Red Army. Nevertheless, the regime's appeal was too narrow, and indeed, their economic system was unsustainable. Recognizing the need for greater support, the Bolsheviks moderated their old sectarianism and concessions were made to the mass of the rural population. The Bolsheviks may have avoided becoming victims of a new socialist revolution, but the crisis seems to have taken its toll on Lenin's health. From 1920 to 1921 his exhaustion was evident. In May 1922 he had his first stroke, and he remained seriously ill until his death in January 1924. It is tempting to link his deteriorating health with the failure of his revolutionary hopes. Lenin's unique contribution to Marxism in 1917 had lain in his ability to combine a hard-nosed commitment to modernization with a furious revolutionary impatience. In March 1921 this project was in ruins. Lenin was forced to accept that the semi-capitalism of NEP would last for a long time. Socialism would only be feasible once the working class had undergone a cultural revolution, by which Lenin seems to have meant education and the successful inculcation of the work ethic that he had himself learned from his parents. 119. He never admitted the charge of the Second International and the Mensheviks, that his revolution had been premature. But in practice he had reverted to a Marxism that had distinct echoes of Koskai's revolutionary waiting. In 1920 the painter and sculptor Vladimir Tatlin was commissioned to design a building for the Third Communist International, which Lenin had founded the previous year to rival the Second International of Social Democratic Parties. A productivist artist, who sought to combine mathematical and geometrical forms with social usefulness, Tatlin did a good job of representing modernist Marxism's hierarchical and technocratic vision of politics. The monument was to be a communist successor to the Eiffel Tower. It would demonstrate that the capital of the world revolution had moved from Paris to Moscow. It was a cross between a spiral and a pyramid. There were to be 3 rooms on top of each other, which were designed to rotate at different speeds. The largest, on the bottom, was for legislative assemblies, and was to rotate once a year. The next story, designed for executive bodies, would turn once a month. The smallest room at the top would rotate daily, and would be reserved for centers of an informative character, an information office, a newspaper, the issuing of proclamations, pamphlets, and manifestos by means of radio. 120. The model became a classic of modern design, representing Soviet creativity to the avant-garde intelligentsia of the West. At a time of shortages and poverty, it was a clearly utopian project. The model had to be made of wood, not the metal and glass planned for the actual building. And in place of the intended machinery, a small boy manipulated the ropes and pulleys that rotated the rooms. The avant-garde poet Mayakovsky welcomed it as an alternative to the pompous busts going up around Moscow, the first monument without a beard, but it is unlikely that Lenin approved. 121. Even so, Lenin's mechanical state had much in common with Tatlin's tower. It was hollow and ramshackle. But it did provide a symbol of a modern, non-capitalist system, controlled by a disciplined vanguard party issuing proclamations to the workers of the world. It was this party that was to appeal to so many future communists, eager to find some Promethean force capable of fomenting revolutions and forging modernity. And at a time when the old order was in crisis, many on the left saw Tatlin's tower as a beacon, showing the way to the future. Under Western eyes. In February 1919, one of the most prominent communist sympathizing intellectuals of the interwar era, the German playwright Bertolt Brecht, wrote the play Spartacus, later entitled Drums in the Night. It was published for the first time in 1922 and told the story of a soldier, Andreas Kragler, who has returned from the war to find a Germany full of venality and corruption. His girlfriend, Anna, encouraged by her grasping parents, is planning to marry a bourgeois war profiteer, Merck. Kragler wins Anna back, but in the meantime he has become a revolutionary, leading the denizens of Glub's gin mill onto the streets in support of the insurgent Marxist Spartacists. Anna, seeing him in the demonstrations, rushes out, and urges him to leave the revolution and choose love instead. Kragler gives in. He hands over responsibility for the revolution to the audience and decides on Anna. 1. Brecht wrote Spartacus. During the third, and most radical, revolutionary conflagration to engulf Europe, following those of 1789 and 1848. Much, though, had changed since the previous revolutionary eras. Now, for a vocal minority, government without the bourgeoisie seemed not only possible but necessary. Russia, and the Bolsheviks, had actually created a viable proletarian government, and the imperialism and nationalism of Europe's elites, both aristocratic and bourgeois, had killed millions. Many believed the old order had forfeited its right to rule. Intellectuals, writers, and artists were at the forefront of revolution, and Brecht was one of them, but his attitude was ambivalent. He was skeptical about ideas of heroic self-sacrifice, and Spartacus suggested that the German masses did not want a revolutionary, workers' government. Kragler defeats his bourgeois rival Merck, but then retreats to the comforts of private life. Brecht's view turned out to be realistic. The Communists did not take power in 1919 in Germany, and by 1921 it was clear that the revolutionary tide in the West had receded. Pro-Soviet communist parties never captured the affections of the majority of the European working classes or peasants. By the mid-1920s the ruling elites had restored order and the edifice of authority and property. Yet the hatreds unleashed by war and revolution had not entirely abated, and communists remained significant minorities in several countries. But communists were forced to change their style and approach. Lenin's retreat from revolutionary radicalism to a Marxism of discipline and hierarchy infused the international communist movement. This gritty realism was much more in tune with Brecht's own sensibility. His leather-jacketed machismo, hatred of sentimentality, love of the modern, and disdain for romantic dreams all reflected the hard-nosed communist sectarianism of Western Europe in the 1920s. The contrast with the idealism of 1918 to 19 could not have been greater. 2. In 1915, as Europe was consumed by violence, neutral Switzerland hosted two groups of intellectuals profoundly disgusted by the bloodshed. The first was the anti-war Social Democrats, who gathered in the holiday village of Zimmerwald in September 1915, and again in Kiental in April 1916. Attendance was sparse. Most representatives were from Russia and Eastern Europe, and included Lenin and Trotsky, although the Italian Socialists and the Swiss Social Democrats were also important members. The large Western Social Democratic parties had supported the war and were therefore absent. Trotsky recalled bitterly that half a century following the founding of the First International, Europe's internationalists could be comfortably accommodated in 4 charabancs. 2. It was in these inauspicious circumstances that the foundations for the international communist movement were laid. A couple of months before the meeting at Kiental, at a rather different type of venue, the newly opened Cabaret Voltaire in Zurich, another intellectual groupuscule expressed its horror at the war, the primitivist artistic movement, Dada. Hans Arp remembered how he and his fellow rebels thought. In Zurich in 1915, losing interest in the slaughterhouses of the World War, we turned to the fine arts. While the thunder of the batteries rumbled in the distance, we pasted, we recited, we versified, we sang with all our soul. We searched for an elementary art that would, we thought, save mankind from the furious folly of those times. 3. Dadaists therefore differed from the Marxists in cutting themselves off from politics, at least at first. But in other ways they had much in common. They wanted to outrage the bourgeoisie, with Dadaist performances at the Cabaret Voltaire designed directly to provoke violence and bring confrontations with the police. In 1915 both radical Social Democrats and Dadaists seemed to be whistling in the wind. The war continued. Lenin could not even persuade his fellow anti-war Marxists to approve a split in the Second International. Yet within a year, everything had changed. As the bloodshed continued, the more the left became disillusioned with the war. By 1916 the executive of the French Social Democratic SFIO was seriously divided over war credits, and soon the German Social Democratic Party itself split. The majority continued to support the war, but significant figures such as Kosky and Bernstein now opposed it. At the same time, however, a more radical left-wing minority, led by Rosa Luxemburg and the Marxist lawyer Karl Liebknecht, emerged, calling themselves the Spartacists after the leader of the Roman slave revolt. By April 1917 the party had split, with the foundation of the new minority radical Independent Social Democratic Party. In 1916, Lenin and the Dadaists would have had nothing but mutual contempt for each other. Lenin would have seen them as utopian romantics. But by 1918 some Dadaists, especially the Germans, had embraced a radical Marxist politics, and the incongruously named Revolutionary Central Committee of Dada had been formed. One of the most famous, the painter George Grosz, incorporated graffiti, children's drawings, and other forms of popular art into angry caricatures of arrogant militarists and greedy capitalists. Grosz was to become a leading member of the German revolutionary movement, and was a founding member of the German Communist Party, the KPD. 4. The war had also dented the faith of many ordinary people in the old pre-war elites. Governments demanded enormous sacrifices in the name of patriotism. But as the fighting dragged on, resentment increased. Equal sacrifice did not seem to produce equal reward. On the home front, living standards and working conditions deteriorated, and food shortages were endemic. Meanwhile on the front line what many believed was pointless carnage continued. Unlike the Tsarist regime, most competent governments were willing to forge serious alliances with non-revolutionary socialists. The German Social Democrats continued to support war credits, and the French SFIO joined a sacred union with the government. In return they were given a role in running the industrial economy. As the war dragged on, however, the socialists of the Second International became increasingly compromised by their cooperation with the ruling elites. For many ordinary workers the socialists seemed little more than establishment stooges. Conditions on the shop floor were worsening as discipline tightened. A gulf soon emerged between rank-and-file workers on the one side, and moderate socialists and trade unionists on the other. The socialist establishment's hold over workers was further weakened by an influx of new workers, women, migrants from the countryside and, in the case of Germany, foreign conscripts from occupied lands. 5. These new arrivals had few links with established socialist parties and trade unions, and it was these semi-skilled workers, flooding into the new mass industries of the war, who formed the base of support for the post-war revolutions. 6. Strikes reached a peak in the years 1918 to 25. 7. In Germany in 1917, over 500 strikes involved 1.5 million workers. 8. In Britain strikes remained at a high level throughout the war, and especially affected a few radical areas such as Red Clydeside. Strikes also became increasingly politicized, with protesters obsessively attentive to the unequal wartime sacrifices made by different classes. In November 1916 railwaymen's wives in the town of Niederfeld, in the Austro-Hungarian Empire, complained that they were being deprived of sugar so that the bourgeois and officers could waste their time in coffee houses. 9. In the spring and summer of 1917 mass protests swept Europe and workers also began to demand an end to the war. So even before the events in Petrograd, a popular backlash was brewing against the war, but the example of the Bolshevik Revolution further strengthened the radical left, and in January 1918 massive strikes and demonstrations rocked Germany and the Austro-Hungarian Empire. But it was defeat in war, when it seemed that all the sacrifices had been for nothing, which was crucial in triggering the revolutions. For their radical critics, elites, aristocratic, bourgeois, and moderate socialist, had led their countries along a disastrous and pointless path of aggression. As the Art Nouveau artist Heinrich Vogler declared, "The war has made a communist of me. After my war experiences, I could no longer countenance belonging to a class that had driven millions of people to their deaths." 10. It was no surprise then that in October and November 1918 the old regimes should have collapsed amidst popular, often nationalist revolutions. Superficially, German politics looked strikingly similar to Russia's after February 1917. Workers' and soldiers' councils sprang up alongside a new provisional government consisting of left-wing liberals, moderate socialists, and a minority of radicals, under the SPD's Friedrich Ebert. At the same time, Luxembourg and a small Spartacist group were demanding a Soviet-style revolution and the end of parliamentary democracy. In fact, most of the councils did not demand a Soviet republic, and supported a liberal order. The radicals were a small minority. 11. The sharp division between people and elites present in Russia did not exist in Germany, predictably given the profound differences between German and Russian politics before the war. But Ebert was convinced that he was under threat from a new Bolshevik revolution, and was determined not to become another Kerensky. He therefore acted more decisively than his Russian predecessor, believing that only an alliance with the military and the old imperial elites would ward off the revolutionary danger and guarantee liberal democracy. Ebert's willingness to ally his government with the right against the workers' councils has generated a great deal of debate, and in retrospect it seems to have been an overreaction that contributed to the damaging polarization of German politics between the wars. 12. But at the time, the prospects for European Bolshevik revolutions did not look far-fetched, either to the left or to the right. The Bolsheviks themselves were certainly full of optimism. In March 1919 the foundation of the Third Communist International formalized the split within Marxism between communists and social democrats and brought together the more radical, Pro-Soviet parties. Soviet republics were declared in Hungary, Bavaria, and Slovakia, and seemed to show that there was a real chance that Bolshevism would spread, although the Hungarian government of the pro-Moscow journalist Bela Kun was the only communist regime fully to take power in the West. Strikes and radical protest continued throughout the period 1919 to 21. In the June 1920 elections in Germany, the radical left were at rough parity with the moderate socialists. The Red Wave also affected Southern Europe, and the years 1918 to 20 were to be dubbed the Trienio Bolchevista. In Spain, whilst Italy experienced its Bienio Rosso in 1919 to 20. In northern Italy it briefly seemed as if the factory council movement and the occupation of the factories would really bring about an Italian communist revolution. Worker unrest, some inspired by the Wobblies and other leftists, was especially widespread in the United States, and 1919 and 1920 saw the most powerful strike wave in American history, as workers demanded improvements in conditions and more factory democracy. Communist parties benefited from this grassroots radicalism. Their members were generally young, and often unskilled or semi-skilled. A majority of the participants in the Second Comintern Congress of July 1920 were under 40 and few had played important roles in the pre-war social democratic movement. 13. Many had emerged from the workers' and soldiers' councils of wartime, rather than through organized parties or trade unions, and were reacting against what they saw as a middle-aged, stodgy, and excessively compliant social democratic culture. 14. Communists were in part driven by economic concerns, but several were also radicalized by their experience of the German and Austro-Hungarian armies, with their rigid hierarchies and harsh discipline. Walter Ulbricht was typical of these communist activists. Born in Leipzig, his father a tailor and his mother a seamstress and social democrat, he was brought up within the all-embracing culture of Marxist socialism and Koschei's party. But it was the outbreak of war that led him to embrace militant leftist socialism. His experience of the German army gave him a lifelong hatred of the spirit of the Prussian military. He certainly had a difficult 4 years, suffering both from disease and punishments for distributing Spartacist literature. He finally escaped military prison and returned to Leipzig, becoming active in KPD politics. He then swiftly rose in the communist hierarchy, becoming party leader in Thuringia, and a delegate to the Fourth Comintern Congress in Moscow in 1921, where he met Lenin. 15. It was this generation of communists, born into the proletarian, Marxist subculture of Imperial Germany, and radicalized by war, that was to dominate the communist East German regime after World War II. Ulbricht himself rose to be General Secretary of the ruling Communist Party between 1950 and 1971. The experience of war and defeat also pushed some intellectuals towards revolutionary Marxism. Much of the reason for this lay in their attitude to the bourgeoisie, but the bourgeois they railed against was of a particular type. He was not the narrow, hard-nosed Gradgrind of Marx's Capital, but was best represented by Dietrich Hessling, the anti-hero of Heinrich Mann in his popular novel Man of Straw. Hessling is a feudalized bourgeois, a submissive Hermes to the Wilhelmine Zeus. He is, at root, a cynical opportunist but has learned at school and university to venerate hierarchy. Pathetically he attempts to ingratiate himself with the aristocracy, joining dueling fraternities and even adopting a Kaiser-style mustache, and embraces the fashionable militarism and imperialism. Meanwhile he exploits the workers beneath him. 16. Man of Straw dramatized the theories of imperialism of Marxists like Rosa Luxemburg. They suggested that capitalism had become intimately connected with imperialism and militarism. The old liberal defense of capitalism as the bearer of freedom and peace no longer seemed credible. This analysis made sense to many, even those who were not fully paid-up Marxists. Karl Kraus, the owner of the Viennese satirical magazine Die Fackel, and a critic of nationalism, captured the appeal of communism to angry intellectuals. Writing in November 1920 he explained, "Communism is in reality nothing but the antithesis of a particular ideology that is both thoroughly harmful and corrosive. Thank God for the fact that communism springs from a clean and clear ideal, which preserves its idealistic purpose even though, as an antidote, it is inclined to be somewhat harsh. To hell with its practical importance, but may God at least preserve it for us as a never-ending menace to those people who own big estates and who, in order to hang on to them, are prepared to dispatch humanity into battle, to abandon it to starvation for the sake of patriotic honor. May God preserve communism so that the evil brood of its enemies may be prevented from becoming more barefaced still, so that the gang of profiteers shall have their sleep disturbed by a few pangs of anxiety." 17. But whilst Krauss may have had his doubts about communism's harshness, for others it now seemed normal, fire had to be fought with fire. Before the war, many of the avant-garde intelligentsia despaired of mundane, philistine, bourgeois life, with its enslavement to money and technology. They hoped for a politics of spirit, soul, and enthusiasm. These romantic anti-capitalists often welcomed the war as an opportunity to smash bourgeois complacency and create a new man, full of renewed vigor and spirit. 18. But the war affected radicals in different ways. For some, like the futurist Marinidi, who ended up on the fascist right, it showed the need for even more intense, messianic nationalism. But a more common response was a profound disillusionment with nationalistic flag-waving. Many of the leftist intellectuals of the Weimar period were deeply affected by fighting at the front. Yet whilst the war may have discredited nationalist militarism, it did not do the same for wartime romanticism. Artists and intellectuals were more determined than ever to create the new man, free of the confines of bourgeois society. But now the new man was to be the ideal worker, not a nationalist warrior. Many champions of expressionism in the arts, a movement that prized intense feeling and extreme imagery, moved to the left. The playwright Ernst Toller, for instance, became a leader of the short-lived Bavarian Soviet Republic in April 1919. 19. Given the temper of the time, it is no surprise that the major Marxist theorists of this wartime generation should have been in the radical Marxist camp, and were closer to Alexander Bogdanov and the Bolshevik left than to Lenin. György Lukács, for instance, an intellectual born to a wealthy Jewish family in Budapest, had been a romantic critic of capitalism before the war, but his interests were in utopian forms of mysticism, not the socialist left. Socialism, for him, did not have the religious power capable of filling the entire soul. 20. However, the war and ensuing Bolshevik revolution convinced him that communism was the best way of creating a new society, free of the bourgeoisie's stifling rationality. His friend, Paul Ernst, attributed the following views of the Bolsheviks to him. The Russian Revolution is just taking its first steps to lead humanity beyond the bourgeois social order of mechanization and bureaucratization, militarism and imperialism, towards a free world in which the spirit will once again rule and the soul will at last be able to live. 21. It took Lukács some time to overcome his mistrust of communist violence, and it was only in December 1918 that he was finally converted to communism by Béla Kun. When Kun formed the Hungarian Soviet government in March 1919, Lukács was appointed the Deputy People's Commissar for Public Education for the 133 days the regime survived, staging performances of George Bernard Shaw, Gogol, and Ibsen for the workers of Budapest. In the final days of the Soviet government, this most cerebral of intellectuals became the political commissar for a division of the Hungarian Red Army, recklessly patrolling the trenches and braving the enemy's fire. 22. His Marxism was always more leftist and radical than Lenin's, and he even suggested that the Communist Party should be dissolved once it had taken power. 23. He became more orthodox in the years of his exile in Vienna, but his history and class consciousness of 1923 became one of the most important texts of Western Marxism, a form of Marxism that stressed the power of culture and the subjective over science and the laws of history. 24. Lukács was famously, and rather unfairly, satirized by Thomas Mann in his novel of 1924, The Magic Mountain. As NAFTA, a strange combination of Jew, Jesuit, and communist. In one of the lengthy debates within the novel, he declared, "The proletariat has taken up Gregory the Great's task, his godly zeal burns within it, and his hands can no more refrain from shedding blood than could his. Its work is terror, that the world may be saved and the ultimate goal of redemption be achieved, the children of God living in a world without classes or laws." 25. A preoccupation with cultural power over economics was also characteristic of the Marxism of the influential Italian theorist Antonio Gramsci, even though his background was very different to that of the wealthy Lukács. The sickly son of a poor government clerk from Sardinia, where the landed aristocracy was still very dominant, Gramsci admitted to having had an instinct of rebellion against the rich from a young age. 26. He was perhaps therefore a more natural socialist than Lukács, and once he had entered the University of Turin, an industrial town with a strong union movement, he threw himself into leftist politics. However, he shared Lukács's desire to reconcile Marxism with the politics of the spirit and cultural transformation. Communist intellectuals were not to be arid Koskian scientists, agronomists, and economists. Like the priests of the medieval Catholic Church, they had to be able to understand the passions of the masses. Influenced by the Russian proletkult, Gramsci hoped that the factory council movement would create a new egalitarian proletarian culture, for socialism was an integral vision of life with a philosophy, a mystique, a morality. 27. He always remained true to this radical democratic tradition which placed its faith in elected workers' organizations, rather than a centralized party. 28. Even so, in the complex factional politics of the early 1920s he was recognized as head of the Italian Communist Party by Moscow in late 1923. Lukács's and Gramsci's interest in the cultural and subjective aspects of Marxism was shared by many other Western intellectuals of their generation. The Marxist Institute for Social Research, or Frankfurt School, founded in Germany in 1923, included figures with few links to communist politics, such as the Marxist cultural critics Walter Benjamin and Herbert Marcuse. 29. But all of these figures were less influential in the interwar period than during the next flowering of Romantic Marxism in the West, in the 1960s. They were too young, although their most influential work was written in the 1930s, Gramsci's whilst he was in a fascist prison. Their rejection of scientific, modernist Marxism was also extreme. Yet there was one critic of the old modernist Marxism who was both a major theorist and was active in communist politics, read Rosa Luxemburg. A radical Marxist and a strong supporter of revolutionary democracy, Luxemburg was a critic of modernist Marxist waiting and a social democratic leadership she saw as stolid and unimaginative. Her tastes were the opposite of Lenin's. She hated what she called the German mentality for its routine and officiousness, admiring instead Russian revolutionary verve. 30. If Lenin saw his role as westernizing Russia, Luxemburg saw hers as Russifying Germany. But in other ways she was close to Lenin, a Marxist, born in the Russian Empire in the early 1870s, brought up in an orthodox Marxism, who insisted on a revolution whilst at the same time remaining convinced that capitalism was about to crumble anyway. She also shared Lenin's interest in economics, her main theoretical work. The Accumulation of Capital. Tried to show, like Marx's Capital, why capitalism was doomed by its own internal economic contradictions. And like Lenin, a personal bourgeois fastidiousness in everyday life contrasted rather drastically with implacable criticism of the bourgeoisie. Luxemburg also shared Lenin's attitudes towards revolutionary strategy in 1918 and 1919. A committed militant activist, she called for socialism, immediately, in Germany, and her Spartacus League became the core of the KPD, the German Communist Party established on December 30, 1918. She was always a revolutionary Democrat and critic of terror, and she condemned the authoritarianism of the Bolsheviks. Even so, Lenin retained his affection for her. After her death he compared her to the eagle, in the Russian fable of the eagle and the chicken. She could sometimes fly lower than the chicken, as when she disagreed with him on the question of violence and revolution, but she also soared to heights of Marxist virtue. 31. In 1918 and early 1919 Lenin himself was prepared to accede to the revolutionary radicalism in the West which he had begun to abandon in Russia itself. Western workers, Lenin reasoned, were more mature than backward Russians. In the West revolutions might proceed more smoothly, and achieve power in more diverse ways, without the need for the iron discipline of a vanguard party. So, whilst Lenin was eager to establish a third, Communist International, the Comintern, to rival the second, Social Democratic one, he did not think it needed to impose centralized control. The first Comintern Congress took place in a drafty Kremlin hall on a cold Sunday in March 1919, and was a chaotic affair. Very few of the foreign delegates had arrived, and those who did had to deal with the flimsy chairs at rickety tables obviously borrowed from some cafe, whilst the carpets strove, though in vain, to make up for the heaters that blew terrible gusts of frigid air at the delegates. 32. The frosty temperature was soon countered by the heat of the rhetoric. Many delegates were convinced that world revolution was imminent, and that workers' councils were the seeds of the new state. Indeed, Trotsky's manifesto to the proletariat of the entire world did not even mention the rule of the vanguard, the Communist Party. The model of the new order was that outlined in State and Revolution. 33. 3. For a time, Marxist theory and popular attitudes appeared to be moving in tandem, as Marxist radicals tapped into the ideas of the more militant strains of the workers' movement. Communists did better in some countries than in others, though the pattern was not the one predicted by orthodox Marxism. Unified, cohesive working classes did not produce powerful communist movements. Instead, they helped moderate socialists and trade unionists, who could use the power of organized labor to win concessions from the ruling classes. Rather, communists did best in underdeveloped agrarian economies where industrialization was late and patchy, and the working class was poorly organized. In these countries, peasants tended to be angry at the remnants of an old agrarian order, and moderate socialists were weak. 34. Communists were also helped by defeat in war, which discredited aristocracies and the socialists who had cooperated with them. Russia, of course, fulfilled these conditions most closely. But Hungary also partially fitted the template. Unlike Russia, it did not have a strong tradition of revolutionary Marxist politics. However, it was a predominantly agrarian society ruled by a narrowly based, conservative aristocratic regime, which had lost the war and refused to make concessions either to other classes, or to its minority nationalities. With the discrediting of elites and the threat of territorial disintegration, rural unrest, and a bloodless revolution by Budapest workers brought the liberal Count Károlyi to power in October 1918, presiding over a provisional government of liberals and moderate socialists. Though it was supposedly preparing for elections to a constituent assembly, these were repeatedly postponed, on the grounds that they could not take place while Allied troops occupied Hungary. The government was also paralyzed by divisions between liberals and socialists over land reform. The result was pressure from increasingly radical workers, peasants, and demobilized soldiers. Hungary seemed to be following a path similar to Russia's a year and a half earlier. It also had a Bolshevik party, that took advantage of the unfolding situation. However, that party had been germinated abroad, in Russia, not at home. On the outbreak of the February Revolution, Russia hosted about 500,000 Hungarian prisoners of war, many of whom were highly sympathetic to the Bolsheviks. One of them, the charismatic journalist Bela Kun, became closely involved in the politics of the Soviets and was transferred to Petrograd, where he organized a group of Hungarian prisoner of war communists in Russia. This was one of the first Bolshevik attempts to export revolution. They believed that after Germany, Hungary was the weakest link in the capitalist chain. Revolutionary schools were established in Moscow and Omsk to train Hungarian ex-prisoners, and then to send them as revolutionaries into Hungary. In November 1918, the Hungarian Communist Party was formally established in the Hotel Dresden, Moscow, and from there Kun led a group home to convert the Hungarian Kerenchkina into the Hungarian October. Kun was an effective propagandist and beguiling rhetorician, as even his enemies admitted. 1. A socialist, described one of his speeches. Yesterday I heard Kun speak. It was an audacious, hateful, enthusiastic oratory. He was a hard-looking man with the head of a bull, thick hair and mustache, not so much Jewish, but peasant features, would best describe his face. He knows his audience and rules over them. Factory workers long at odds with the Social Democratic Party leaders, young intellectuals, teachers, doctors, lawyers, clerks who came to his room, met Kun and Marxism. 35. This energy, combined with Soviet financial help, was highly effective, but the Communists also benefited from the radicalization of the workers' councils, and the threats to Hungarian territorial integrity. 36. The Karolyi government soon became a victim of Allied support for Romanian, Czechoslovak, and Yugoslav demands for chunks of Hungarian territory, whilst the Communists argued that an alliance with the USSR would deliver more than kowtowing to the perfidious Allies. In March the Socialists merged with the Communists to create a joint government to resist them, and the Hungarian Soviet Republic was born. The Hungarians were therefore amongst the first Communists explicitly to embrace nationalism. Revolutionary fervor, and initially they had some success in prevailing on the Allies to improve their terms. It looked as if rejecting Lenin's internationalist orthodoxy might unite a large number of Hungarians behind the communist banner. But in other areas, Kun and the Hungarian communists were much less pragmatic than Lenin. They derived their economic ideas from the radical Marxism of state and revolution, and its model of proletarian democracy, which had been in the forefront of Bolshevik rhetoric in 1917 and early 1918. 37. For Kun, Hungarians were superior to Russians, and therefore more capable of the rapid transition to communism than the Russians. Payment of workers by results, piece rates, was abolished, wages were increased and workers' rents reduced, factories were to be nationalized and the economy subjected to central control. Moreover, the army was declared a purely proletarian body, conscription was outlawed, and all non-worker soldiers were dismissed. At the same time, a terror squad of the Revolutionary Governing Council nicknamed the Lenin Boys, comprising leather-coated toughs, pursued the wealthy and the former leaders of the old regime. Many of these communist experiments caused chaos, and, under socialist pressure, were reversed. But the regime failed to restore order to the urban economy, and, most importantly, it continued to rule in the narrow interests of the proletariat. It ordered that the land be nationalized and farmed collectively. Lenin urged the Hungarians not to attempt this foolishly ambitious step, but Kun's obstinacy was tinged with national pride. Let us carry out the revolution on the agrarian field as well. We should be able to do it better than the Russians. 38. The Communists' use of forced requisitions to feed the army, and their anti-religion campaign, merely convinced the peasantry that the regime was at war with it. The Hungarian Soviet government soon found itself with very little support. Peasants were particularly hostile, but workers too were angered by shortages and a worthless inflated currency. But it was the regime's ultimate failure to defend the nation from foreign aggression that really destroyed it. In the late spring of 1919 the Hungarian Red Army responded to a Czech incursion, and struck deep into Slovakia, establishing a Slovak Soviet Republic in June. Kun even planned a coup in Vienna, although this was easily foiled. However, when the French Prime Minister Clemenceau and the Allies demanded a Hungarian withdrawal, Kun complied, leading to a collapse in army morale and encouraging Hungary's neighbors to counterattack. In its final weeks the regime launched a Red Terror against internal enemies to consolidate their rule, leading to the deaths of 587 people. Kun desperately appealed to Lenin for military help but in vain. The Bolsheviks were too hard-pressed in Russia itself. On August 1 the Revolutionary Governing Council decided to hand over power to a trade union government, and Kun and his allies fled to Austria. The Hungarian Soviet Republic was the victim of foreign pressure rather than popular uprising, but Kun realized that his regime had failed to gain the support of the Hungarian workers, let alone the population as a whole. The Hungarian communists were victims of their own dogmatism and their inability to deliver on nationalistic promises at a time when the state was fighting for its life. In comparison, conditions looked more favorable for communists in Italy. The radical Italian Socialist Party had a long history of effective organization and opposition to the war. Northern Italy, like Russia, a late and uneven industrializer, had a concentrated working class in the Turin, Genoa, Milan triangle, with the radical peasantry in the nearby Po Valley, and the communists were more willing than the Hungarians to appeal to peasants. In October 1919 the SI declared that liberal reforms were not enough and the time had come for the creation of a new type of socialist state. The radical left gained local electoral support, and strikes and boycotts were reinforced by factory occupations in the spring and autumn of 1920. These were the factory councils Gramsci believed could be the foundations of the new state. 39. Yet, as was the case in Russia, the radicals found it difficult to reconcile factory democracy with effective economic coordination. Factory councils narrowly pursued their own interests, and it was difficult to ensure that they delivered supplies to each other to keep the economy going. 40. Coordinating the revolutionary movement also posed difficulties. Radical socialists controlled some areas, but the army and old liberal parties were still masters of the state, and large sections of the population, especially in the countryside, were conservative. Meanwhile, there were profound divisions amongst the socialist workers themselves. The SI's leadership, and most of its membership, were not committed to revolution, and in September 1920 a referendum within the trade unions rejected a proposal that the factory councils become the basis of an alternative revolutionary state, albeit narrowly, by 591,245 to 409,569 votes. Gramsci, like others who had placed their faith in the factory council movement, soon became convinced that a centralized, Leninist party was needed to lead the revolution. The SI finally split in 1921 into socialist and communist parties, and this divided left was no match for the paramilitary right. From early in 1920, the fascists, a coalition of ex-socialist nationalists like Mussolini, supporters of landowners in the countryside and anti-socialist groups, often young and middle class, fought what they saw as a red tide. Convinced that class struggle was destroying the unity and power of Italy, they unleashed formidable violence against the left, and ultimately seized power in October 1922. In 1926 Gramsci himself was arrested and imprisoned. Moscow had harbored great hopes for revolution in Italy, but its main ambitions were concentrated on Germany. The Communists' first attempt to seize power, however, was a failure. In January 1919 Ebert's new government began to root out enclaves of radical influence, and on January 4, 1919 dismissed the leftist president of the Berlin police authorities, Eckhorn. Unexpectedly large demonstrations erupted in his defense, and although Rosa Luxemburg was skeptical of the wisdom of challenging the government, she and the newly formed communists ultimately decided to support the mass uprising, in alliance with the leftist Independent Social Democratic Party. The Ebert government responded by sending in members of the Freikorps, right-wing paramilitary squad set up to oppose the revolution, and on January 11 they stormed the headquarters of the Social Democratic newspaper, Vorwärts, which had been occupied by the revolutionaries. By January 15 the uprising was over and the communist leaders went into hiding. The Freikorps discovered and subsequently killed them with the tacit support of the Social Democratic government. The murders caused profound shock, and the martyrdom of Luxemburg and Liebknecht transformed them into potent icons for the young Communist Party. LLL festivals became central to communist culture throughout the Weimar period. 41. But the repression worked, at least for a time. As Brecht had shown in Spartacus, a majority favored peace and order over revolution, and in the elections that followed, the Social Democrats won 37.9% of the vote, compared with 7.6% won by the USPD, the only far-left party standing. This, however, was not the end of the revolutionary era. The repressiveness of the Social Democrat-led government and its military allies was counterproductive, and Wolfgang Kapp's failed right-wing coup convinced many workers that the Social Democrats could not be trusted to resist the return of the old elites. The Factory Council movement was revived, several areas were cleared of the army and the Free Corps, and in the June 1920 elections the radical left achieved its highest ever vote, 20% for the USPD and Communists against the Social Democrats 21.6%. Strikes and unrest continued in the industrial regions of Germany, and the newly merged USPD and Communists continued to do well. In July 1920 the Second Congress of the Comintern met amidst enormous optimism. The Factory Council movement in Italy seemed on the verge of success, and the Red Army was advancing on Warsaw, bringing communism to the West, or so the Bolsheviks supposed. But by the autumn, the Communists were in retreat on all fronts. The persecution of the Wobblies and other American radicals that began during the war reached a high point during the Red Scare of 1919-20. Thousands were arrested, and many deported. 42. In Europe, the failure of the Italian Factory Council movement in late 1920 and the retreat of the Red Army from Warsaw after August, following its defeat by the new Polish army, marked the beginning of the end. It became clear, however, that the revolutionary era was over with the catastrophic failure of the German Communists' so-called March Action of 1921. The police and army had been deployed to crush strikes in Saxony, and Bela Kun, who materialized in Berlin as a Comintern leader, encouraged the Communist Party to organize a proletarian revolution in response. The rebels were in a minority, and strikes were broken with the help of Social Democrat workers. They were inevitably defeated, thousands were imprisoned and 145 individuals killed. Brecht had been proved prescient, and it may be that his analysis was right too. People were tired of struggle. Whilst many might have been profoundly disillusioned with the old regimes and their stubborn bellicosity, most did not want a horrific international conflagration to be followed by class war. But there were other reasons for the failures of the revolutions. Some communists were too sectarian and ambitious, as in Hungary. Others were discredited by their lack of realism, unable to explain how decentralized factory councils could run a modern industrial economy. Repression from moderate left and far right was also effective. But crucial in undermining the revolutionary impulse was the power of democratic and welfare reforms. Throughout Western Europe, states extended the franchise and increased welfare benefits for workers, especially in Weimar Germany, where the Social Democrats retained considerable influence. The hope of peaceful improvement, combined with the end of the post-war booms that had given workers economic power, soon vanquished communist insurgencies. Even so, the social conflicts of the past had not been resolved. Governments and the middle classes wanted a return to the pre-1914 laissez-faire economic system and the gold standard, which inevitably restricted growth. But this was hard to reconcile with promises made after the war for improved welfare, and living standards were regularly sacrificed, nailed to the cross of gold, the need to keep the currency stable. Workers protested against the resulting low wages and high unemployment, most famously when Winston Churchill returned sterling to the gold standard and the 1926 British general strike was called against the resulting wage cuts. There was a boom of sorts at the end of the 1920s, but it proved to be fragile. Wages remained low as profits soared, and in the United States capital flooded into share and property speculation rather than production for an expanding market. In Central Europe the temporary prosperity was dependent on high levels of short-term loans from American banks. The developed world had failed to forge a sustainable capitalism that secured both prosperity and social harmony, as was soon to become clear. For a time, then, the capitalist system had stabilized itself, as communists admitted. But the revolutionary tide left rock pools of radicalism as it retreated, and communism found a home in many communities of workers and the unemployed throughout Europe. However, its real stronghold was in Germany, where the communists continued to attract over 10% of the vote. The old home of Marx and Engels remained the center of communism outside the USSR. 4. In December 1930, Brecht, by now a serious Marxist and supporter of the KPD, produced what was probably his most controversial play. The Measures Taken. Staged with a control chorus made up of large numbers of workers, it told the story of three communist activists on a secret mission to foment revolution in China. They find a young guide, and tell him that they must all keep their identities secret. If the authorities discover them, not only will they be killed, but the whole communist movement will be in jeopardy. All four put on masks. Yet the guide, emotional and undisciplined, is so outraged by the sufferings of the Chinese people that he tries to help them, removing his mask and revealing his identity. The authorities pursue the young guide, and the three communists realize that he is a liability. They cannot leave him and they cannot take him. So they decide they must kill him, and he himself agrees that this is the only solution. He is shot and his body is left in a lime pit to remove all traces of his identity. The chorus then chillingly declares that the comrades have made the right decision, the necessary measures have been taken for the salvation of the revolution. 43. The play caused a storm of controversy within the left. Ruth Fischer, a communist and sister of Brecht's collaborator Hans Eisler, later accused him of justifying Soviet brutality, as the minstrel of the GPU. 44. Brecht protested that he was merely encouraging his audience to explore the problem of revolutionary tactics and the need for self-sacrifice at a time when communists were under attack from fascism. Even so, the play was to damage him. During the McCarthyite campaign against communists, the House Un-American Activities Committee saw the measures taken as evidence that Brecht was wedded to revolutionary violence, and their judgment precipitated his move from America to communist East Germany in 1949. However controversial and ambiguous Brecht's message on violence, the play does capture the austere character of European communism outside the Soviet Union in the 1920s and early 1930s. Brecht's skepticism of revolutionary radicalism, already evident in 1919, was now widespread. The emotionalism of expressionist art and literature had given way to a sober new objectivity. The failure of the post-war revolutions and the growth of an anti-communist radical right both fed the sectarian and unsentimental culture that Brecht espoused in The Measures Taken. Revolution was still the goal, but emotionalism had to be replaced by discipline. European communists became increasingly reliant on the Soviet Union, and subject to a new authoritarian ethos, worlds away from the council democracy of 1919. They also became more isolated, members of a persecuted sect. The first sign of these changes in the international communist movement came in the summer of 1919, and was precipitated by defeats. If the humiliating Treaty of Brest-Litovsk in March 1918 was the trigger for the end of proletarian democracy within Russia, the collapse of the Hungarian Soviet Republic in August 1919 convinced Lenin that the Bolsheviks must radically revise their approach to world revolution. He now believed that his earlier hope that the Western revolutions could be more democratic than their Russian counterpart was misplaced. Lenin held Bela-Kun responsible for the failure of the Budapest Republic. He had mistakenly merged the Communist Party with the Socialists, had placed too little faith in the Vanguard Party, and needlessly alienated the peasantry. 45. As Lenin explained in his highly influential Left-Wing Communism, an Infantile Disorder of April 1920, Russian lessons showed that absolute centralization and rigorous discipline in the proletariat were essential in a long, stubborn, and desperate life and death struggle against the bourgeoisie. 46. At the Second Comintern Congress of 1920, Lenin and the Bolsheviks seriously began the task of centralizing international communism under tight Bolshevik control. The Congress decided that all parties had to fulfill 21 conditions, the most important being communists' complete separation from the unified social democratic parties. Furthermore, only tested communists could remain members, reformists and opportunists were to be expelled. The principles of the conspiratorial Bolshevik vanguard party were now being applied to the international movement. There was some opposition to this communist purism, especially from the German independent Social Democrats, but Grigory Zinoviev, the Comintern boss, was adamant. Those who opposed the creation of separate communist parties, he sneered, think of the Communist International as a good tavern, where representatives of various countries sing the Internationale and pay each other compliments, then go their separate ways and continue the same old practices. That is the damnable custom of the Second International and we will never tolerate it. 47. All member parties had to be reconstituted as communist parties, and were to be subordinate to an executive committee dominated by the Bolshevik Party. The result was the emergence of pure communist parties, disentangled from the mixed left parties of pre-war Europe. The division in the Russian Party of 1903, between revolutionary Bolsheviks and gradualist Mensheviks, was being replicated in the international communist movement. In some countries, the communists benefited from the resulting splits. In Germany, the tiny Communist Party succeeded in attracting the majority of the independent Social Democrats into the fold, and emerged as a mass party with 350,000 members. Meanwhile in France, the French Communist Party took the majority of the members of the old Second International Socialist Party, the SFIO. But in Italy, the splitting of the old Socialist Party left a smaller Italian Communist Party with a mere 4.6% of the vote. Significant parties also emerged in Bulgaria, Czechoslovakia, and Finland. But elsewhere, in Iberia, the Low Countries, Britain, Ireland, the USA, Denmark, and Sweden, Switzerland and much of Eastern Europe, communist parties were minuscule. Apart from in Germany and Finland, they rarely secured more than 5% of the popular vote, and the Communist Party of Great Britain won a mere 0.1 to 0.4% of the vote. 48. Germany had by far the largest and most powerful communist party outside the USSR. It was clear that the revolutionary tide was ebbing, and in March 1921, the new situation faced the Bolshevik leaders starkly. The March action in Germany had failed, economic collapse had forced Russia to introduce the new economic policy, and it was now glaringly obvious that the Soviet economy could only be built by exporting raw materials to the outside world. In the same month, the Soviets concluded their first trade agreement with a capitalist country, Great Britain. It was clear that full socialism lay over a very distant horizon, as Trotsky explained in June 1921, only now do we see and feel that we are not immediately close to our final aim, to the conquest of power on a world scale. We told ourselves back in 1919 that it was a question of months, but now we say that it is perhaps a question of several years. 49. The result was a new policy. Communist parties were to cease to agitate for immediate revolution, though they were still to prepare for it in the longer term. Instead, united fronts had to be forged with the members, but not the leaders, of reformist socialist parties. As the icy relations between the USSR and the West thawed slightly, the new policy seemed to be justified. In some parts of the world the new line had some real effects, most strikingly in China in the collaboration between the Chinese Communists and the nationalist Kuomintang, and in Britain, where the Communist Party established links with the trade unions through the Anglo-Russian Committee. Many communists, especially in the smaller, more marginal parties, welcomed the opportunity to play a role in the broader left. But in most places the isolation of communists continued. The United Front policy was bafflingly contradictory, banning contacts with social democratic parties, but calling for collaboration with reformist trade unions. Many communists also resisted collaboration, especially in Germany, where they retained their hatred for the Social Democrats. Their hostility was fully reciprocated. The frequent zigzags in Moscow's policy compounded the difficulty of forging links with the moderate left, and isolated the communists even further. A major turning point came with the humiliating failure of yet another attempt at a German revolution, the German October of 1923. Following the French and Belgian occupation of the Ruhr in 1923, the left of the German Communist Party, with their allies in Moscow, Trotsky and Zinoviev, insisted that the Communists could create an alliance with nationalists, forging them into a revolutionary force. Moscow provided substantial funding for the insurrection, but the Communists had massively exaggerated working-class support, and the revolution had to be called off. 50. The failure coincided with Lenin's terminal illness and the resultant power struggle within the Soviet Party leadership. Trotsky's rivals, including Stalin, fully exploited the disaster, and the humiliation was used as an excuse to centralize power and curtail local radicalism. In 1924 the Kremlin launched the Bolshevization of the Comintern, meaning that member parties had to become Bolshevik parties, all part of a homogeneous Bolshevik world party permeated with the ideas of Leninism. 51. In practice, this meant that communist parties were increasingly transformed into tools of Soviet foreign policy. Stalin did not pretend otherwise. An internationalist is one who is ready to defend the USSR without reservation, without wavering, unconditionally, for the USSR is the base of the world revolutionary movement, and this revolutionary movement cannot be defended and promoted without defending the USSR. 52. The actual degree and effect of Moscow's interventions in national communist parties is a complex, and controversial, question. 53. The Comintern, a relatively small organization, clearly could not monitor and control the activities of all communist parties at all levels. Also, in several places communist subcultures emerged, founded on local radical left-wing traditions, which had little to do with Moscow. 54. However, the Comintern did try to establish control over the party's leaderships, and it had several ways of exerting influence, by sending agents to fraternal parties, by supporting party factions against opponents, and, at the other extreme, by expelling recalcitrants and closing parties down. Financial aid also played a role. 55. However, perhaps as important in sustaining Moscow's power was the USSR's prestige amongst communists, and the national party's weaknesses. Whilst there was resentment at Moscow's arrogance, the Western parties had to accept that the Bolsheviks had brought communists to power whilst they had not. And defeat convinced many that strict discipline, imposed by Moscow, was even more crucial than in the past. 56. One way the Bolsheviks controlled the movement was by summoning leading international communists to report regularly to Moscow, and a close network was formed around the inappropriately named Hotel Lux. 57. A grand fin de siècle. Building on Moscow's central Tverskaya Street, it had, however, passed its prime and was now a notoriously shabby and Spartan hostel. It was to be a temporary home to many communist leaders, from the Bulgarian Dimitrov to the Vietnamese Ho Chi Minh, from the German Ulbricht to the Italian Togliatti. Communist activists ran into each other in the cold showers. The Yugoslav Tito first met the American Party leader Earl Browder in these unpromising circumstances. 58. Moscow's International Lenin School for Western Communists, founded in 1926, was another tool by which the Kremlin attempted to exert influence over the movement. Thousands of party members studied there between the wars, most of them young, male, and working class. Compulsory courses included academic classes in Marxism and the history of the workers' movement, and the study of political tactics and how to organize strikes and insurrections. The wisdom of Lenin was supplemented by the insights of the classic German military theorist Clausewitz. Students also visited factories, a rather riskier event for the Comintern authorities, Some visitors were shocked at the low living standards of Russian workers compared with their fellow proletarians in capitalist countries, and asked awkward questions. 59. But most important for the Comintern, especially after Stalin's rise to power, was the inculcation of a Bolshevik party culture of discipline and conspiracy, much like that described by Brecht. Students were given new names and were forbidden from telling friends or family where they were. One Welsh miner engaged in self-criticism for neglecting these principles. His connections with the Labour Party, he accepted, had left him with social democratic remnants I have brought with me from my own country, ended up by committing this gross breach of party discipline and conspiracy which is impermissible in our party as a party of a new type. 60. Life for the Comintern student was tough and intense. Wolfgang Leonhard, a German communist who was at the school during World War II when it was evacuated eastwards to the Ural city of Ufa, remembered his rigorous lessons on Nazi ideology and how to refute it. He spent so much time learning about Nazism that when he returned to Germany after the war and met real Nazis, he found he was better versed in their beliefs and mores than they were themselves. 61. Much of the rest of his time was taken up with either exercise or improving manual labor. Students had to maintain their links with the working class. Our working time was so full up that the only free time we had was on Saturday afternoon and Sunday. At the weekends we were allowed to do whatever we wanted, except to drink, fall in love, leave the school compound, admit our real names, tell anything about our previous life, or write anything about our present life in our letters. 62. Relaxation was rare and consisted largely of regimented folk singing. Some students, like the Yugoslav leader Tito's son, Zarko, who had an affair with an enchanting Spanish girl, refused to submit to the discipline and were expelled. 63. Most survived though, and several went on to be fully committed Leninists and Stalinists, becoming future leaders of European communist parties. 64. Efforts were being made to forge the young, radical, and chaotic parties of the revolutionary period according to a new template issued in Moscow. However, whilst Moscow did generally succeed in persuading or forcing national parties to follow the frequently changing party line, it was not always easy, for national communists had their own agendas and could engage in passive, or even active, resistance. As has been seen, in Germany the party left objected to the united front with the socialists in the mid-1920s, whilst later in the decade, when the line moved to the left under Stalin, the right resisted. The British leadership also opposed the Kremlin from the right. In October 1927 the leader of the British Communists, Blacksmith's son Harry Pollitt, initially opposed the new Comintern demand that a harsh struggle had to be fought against the Labour Party. Realizing how unpopular it would be, it was only in 1929 that the British party leadership fully accepted the new line. 65. Bolshevization therefore made life difficult for the national parties, partly because Moscow's line could be unpopular, and partly because the Comintern's culture could be alien. Party members not only had to learn heavy Marxist jargon, but also knew Russian Bolshevik argot. Party propaganda was often drafted in Moscow, without local consultation, and communists struggled to make the clotted slogans sound appealing. 66. Even so, despite Bolshevization, local parties did try to blend local and Comintern cultures, and they had their distinct characteristics. In Germany, the militant culture fostered by Rosa Luxemburg and the social democratic left before 1914 survived, whilst in Britain, and elsewhere, the puritanical morality of communism made sense to people brought up in a Christian socialist culture of temperance and earnestness. 67. Meanwhile, the Oxford-educated and half-Indian British communist Rajni Palmatud persisted in referring to younger party members as freshers, the Oxbridge slang term for first-year students. 68. Several communist parties saw a gradual decline in membership over the 1920s and early 1930s. The membership of the French Party, for instance, fell continuously between 1921 and 1933. This was doubtless helped by the clumsy hand of the Kremlin, In countries like France and Britain, where moderate socialist political parties were well established, the Comintern sectarianism was clearly counterproductive. Yet for some party members, subject to harassment after the failure of the revolutions, Bolshevik discipline and support could be welcomed. For activists suffering privations, the Soviet Union represented the ideal they were fighting for, a land of milk and honey. Annie Kriegel, in her ethnographic study of French communism, tried to capture their thinking. To the youth with empty hands who approached them, asking to join the movement, they responded by giving him a pile of pamphlets. "There you are, comrade." Shortly thereafter, hounded by the police, his name inscribed on employers' blacklists, the neophyte found himself unemployed. From then on he had plenty of time to be hungry, but also time to spread the good word. He knew with a certainty that there was one country in the world where the workers had waged a revolution and made themselves the masters of that state, the bosses of the factories, the generals of the Red Army. 69. Small, embattled communist communities emerged throughout Europe, even where national parties were tiny. Britain had its little Moscows in Fife, Stepney in East London and the South Wales coalfields, homogeneous working-class communities where communists became involved in defending jobs and union rights, whilst also organizing leisure and cultural activities. 70. Communist activists reported back to Moscow, explaining why miners in South Wales were so receptive to a militant, sectarian communism. Their conditions are bad, and obviously bad. They are largely free from the distracting influence of the cities. Their time is not so broken up, as it is with workers who live in the big cities, by the long journeys and the many varieties of amusement the big cities provide. Their minds are more fallow. The factor of exploitation is very obvious to them. Pits, themselves, provide opportunities for instant contact and the development of a sense of solidarity amongst them. 71. The party where the culture of sectarian struggle and loyalty to the USSR was most fully established was the German one. Here party membership and its popular vote remained high throughout the 1920s and early 1930s. The KPD was often divided over strategy, and the culture of the party also varied by region, but under Ernst Thälmann, its leader from 1925, it combined revolutionary activism with adherence to hierarchy and loyalty to the Kremlin. It soon became the Bolsheviks' favorite little brother, and much of its intransigent hostility to any compromise with social democracy survived the revolutionary era of 1918 to 19. The separation between the communists and social democrats was not an absolute one. They shared the same trade unions until 1928 and sometimes attended the same festivals. 72. And both communists and social democrats addressed their fellows as comrades, and marched beneath the red flag. Even so, the social democrats' participation in suppressing communism had left a legacy of bitterness, as did their identification with the political status quo. In some factories in the Halle-Merseburg region, the mutual hatred was so great that social democratic and communist workers even went to work on different train carriages and ate in separate parts of the company cafeteria. 73. Communists tended to see social democrats as the boss's lackeys, and certainly the latter were better represented amongst the respectable working class, whilst the former did better amongst the poorer and unskilled workers. Yet the KPD soon became a gathering of the unemployed. Communists were inevitably the most likely to be sacked in the efficiency drives of the 1920s, and by 1932 only 11% of German Communist Party members had jobs. 74. Adversity only strengthened the KPD's uncompromising attitudes. Its culture was militaristic and infused with machismo. 75. Its language was often violent, one newspaper was even named Rotpitsk. Propaganda was an effusion of proletarian fists, leather-coated marchers, and billowing red flags. Its rallies adopted much of the style of its radical right competitors, and the uniforms and jackboots made it difficult to distinguish them from the paramilitary Stahlhelm or the Nazis. Thälmann was even described in the party press as Unser Führer. in imitation of the authoritarianism of the right. At times, in 1923 and 1930, the Communist Party used nationalist language as a way of attracting support away from the Nazis and others. Even so, the German Communists were not quasi-Nazis. The party was fundamentally one of class struggle, not national revival, and the Nazis themselves generally regarded communists as their main enemies. 76. The Communist Party's militarism was not limited to propaganda. It had a paramilitary wing, the Red Front Fighters League, until it was banned in 1929, and various underground groups after then. Many communists had guns, brought back from the war, and sometimes they made their own. In 1921, workers at the Leuna plant built their own tank, which they deployed against the police. The German communists, largely excluded from factories, became a party of the streets and, especially towards the end of the decade, engaged in brawls and shootouts with police. 77. Unsurprisingly, this martial party was overwhelmingly male, even though it had one of the most feminist programs of all Weimar parties. Even so, it was too small and isolated to threaten the stability of the German state in the mid-1920s, at a time when the economy as a whole was recovering and a liberal politics was still able to incorporate a majority of interests. As had become clear in the USSR in 1921, militant, sectarian communist parties were too divisive to appeal to anything more than a minority. But this only applied in normal times. Everything was to look very different when the economic downturn came. V. On May 13, 1928, the New York Times published an article entitled America's New Civilization, which reported on a lecture given by the French academic André Siegfried in Paris. Siegfried had argued that the greatest contribution of the United States to the civilized world was the conquest of the material dignity of life, through mass production techniques and prosperity, and the journalist praised Siegfried's encomium to the United States. However, the Times believed that America's contribution to the democratic ideal and its export of a social system free from caste were of even greater importance than its economic achievements. 78. Both Siegfried and the New York Times expressed a widespread belief that the newly dominant United States, and the laissez-faire democratic model it embodied, had succeeded in overcoming the social divisions of the revolutionary era of 1917 to 19. Within months, however, this faith proved to be misplaced. In the summer of 1928, the Federal Reserve raised interest rates to restrain a share bubble fueled by poorly regulated banks. American lending to the rest of the world collapsed. The result was a catastrophic constriction of credit in much of Europe and Latin America. Heavily indebted Germany was particularly affected. 79. The economies of the developing world had been suffering for some time from low commodity prices, but the economic crisis worsened when the Wall Street crash of October 1929 brought the fragile boom to an end in the United States itself. The result was a sharpening of social and international conflict, as an atmosphere of frantic sauve-qui-peut reigned. Social tensions intensified as workers and middle classes fought over shares of a shrinking national economic cake, whilst international collaboration broke down as states tried to save themselves with protectionist and other autarkic policies. Capitalism's power to integrate the poor and less privileged, whether workers, peasants, or developing countries, into a liberal, free market order was ebbing. There were now fewer incentives for communists, Western or Soviet, to cooperate with liberal capitalism, and communism entered a new radical phase. The crisis of 1928-9 was, however, only the culmination of tensions between the communist and capitalist worlds that had been brewing for some years. The 1926 general strike in Britain led to a deterioration in relations between the conservative government and Moscow, and in May 1927 the British broke off diplomatic links. Meanwhile, the Kuomintang's attack on the Chinese Communists that April was an embarrassing setback for the United Front policy, and a major blow to communist hopes in Asia. German workers were becoming more radical, and in July a failed workers' uprising in Vienna reinforced Moscow's belief that revolution was brewing in the West. From the spring of 1927 the Comintern began to change its line as the Soviet leadership became convinced that its security would be better served by a more militant foreign policy. Moscow began to insist that Social Democrats, especially those like the Germans who had a pro-British foreign policy, be treated as bourgeois enemies, and in 1928 the Comintern declared that a new period of revolutionary politics had begun, the Third Period. Capitalism, it now argued, was tottering, clear lines had to be drawn between revolutionaries and reformists, and the Social Democrats had become social fascists. The new principle of national politics was class against class. Meanwhile the Kremlin became convinced that it could no longer build the economy by relying on trade with the West, but now had to depend largely on the USSR's own resources. The stage was set for a new version of communism that was both revolutionary and nationalistic. And this model was championed by a Bolshevik leader with a rather different culture and style from Lenin's, Iosif Stalin. Men of Steel. Bolshevik bosses had to wait until March 1928 to see Sergei Eisenstein's completed treatment of 1917. October 1. Unlike his colleague and rival, the punctual Pudovkin, Eisenstein failed not only to produce his masterpiece on time, but he also offered a treatment of the revolution at odds with Pudovkin's modernist Marxist tale. Whilst Pudovkin dealt with an ordinary lad full of spontaneous feeling who develops a disciplined, rational, socialist consciousness, Eisenstein's film was infused with revolutionary romanticism. He declared that his goal was to restore sensuality to science, to restore to the intellectual process its fire and passion, to plunge the abstract reflective process into the fervor of practical action. 2. His film is a brilliant rendering of the radical Marxist temper. His account of 1917 contrasted the inertia and decadence of the provisional government with the vibrant energies of the people. And as Eisenstein made clear, the heroism was not individual but collective. The conventional leading men of Hollywood, and indeed of the end of St. Petersburg, were absent. Lenin's role was fairly minor. The famous storming of the Winter Palace scene, where the masses breached the gates and poured ecstatically into the seat of power, was based not on the revolution itself, but on the carefully choreographed mass festivals of the Civil War period, such as the 1920 storming of the Winter Palace, which had deployed its own cast of 10,000. Eisenstein himself had some 5,000 extras at his disposal, live weaponry and the extraordinary tolerance of the authorities. Pudovkin relates how his and Eisenstein's rendering of the iconic storming differed. I bombarded the Winter Palace from the Aurora, whilst Eisenstein bombarded it from the fortress of St. Peter and Paul. One night I knocked away part of the balustrade of the roof, and was scared I might get into trouble, but, luckily enough, that same night Sergei Mikhailovich broke 200 windows in private bedrooms. 3. Eisenstein's deputy joked that more people were injured in the cinematic storming than in the Bolsheviks' actual assault of 10 years earlier. The result was a film of extraordinarily propaganda power that did much to create the myth of October 1917. 4. Eisenstein's imagery penetrated global popular culture, indeed only recently it was used in a Western advertising campaign for vodka. But less appealing today is the real radical Marxist theme in the film, class struggle. In one of the film's most powerful scenes, a worker flees from the troops after the breakup of the July Days demonstrations. An officer and his girlfriend in a nearby boat spot him and call on a number of well-dressed bystanders to stop the Bolshevik. In the ensuing melee the muscular proletarian is murdered by the violent and angry bourgeois mob. The wealthy women are particularly aggressive, stabbing him viciously with their parasols. As often in Eisenstein's films, the imagery is suffused with machismo, and even misogyny. Eisenstein also insisted on transporting the centrality of conflict to the art of cinema itself. Filmmaking, he argued, must be Marxist and dialectical. His montage technique juxtaposed jarring and paradoxical images to create a new synthesis in the audience. in sharp contrast to Pudovkin's smooth and more conventional linkage method. 5. However, Eisenstein's film was considerably less well received in the USSR than Pudovkin's. It was deemed to be inaccessible to ordinary people, and his decision to portray Lenin was regarded as an affront to his dignity. Nevertheless, Eisenstein's themes were much more in tune with the developing political order under Stalin than Pudovkin's. The film, a celebration of the energy of revolution, was completed just as Stalin consolidated his power and launched his second revolution, and it was screened in the same month as the so-called Shakti show trial of bourgeois specialists from the Donbass mines was staged. This affair, like October, was pure political theater designed to mobilize the masses against the supposedly continuing influence of the bourgeoisie. The background of Eisenstein, the Jewish architect's son from Baltic Riga, could not have been more different from Stalin's, the offspring of a shoemaker from Caucasian Georgia. But both were escaping from the more pragmatic Marxism to which Lenin had retreated in 1921 and which seemed to have reached a cul-de-sac by 1927-8. And both were trying to revive the revolution and the class struggles of the Civil War, engaging the popular enthusiasm which the regime believed it had once had, and now had lost. Stalin, predictably, soon abandoned radical class struggle, concluding that it was too divisive, and the message of October had soon become outdated. But his use of mobilization and the manipulation of mass emotion continued, despite the twists and turns of party policy. Eisenstein also made efforts to follow the party line, and oddly, given their difficult personal relations, it is by watching the corpus of Eisenstein's films, from the revolutionary radicalism of October to the more inclusive patriotism of Alexander Nevsky, to the paranoid search for purity shown in his Ivan the Terrible, that one can gain insights into the shifting culture of the Communist Party and the ideas of Stalin himself. Stalin, of course, did not create Stalinist communism alone, and we should not exaggerate the role of his personality or background. Stalinism seeds were embedded in a number of forces, including Bolshevik culture, civil war, and the crises that gripped Russia in the late 1920s, both the fear of a military threat from abroad and disillusionment with Lenin's NEP. But Stalin was able to take advantage of these crises more effectively than any of his rivals. And to understand why requires an understanding of his approach to politics, and a journey back to the region where he spent the first 26 years of his life. For in contrast to Lenin, scion of a professional, assimilated cosmopolitan minority within the Russian Empire, Stalin had emerged from a veritable cauldron of nationalist and class resentments, Russian Georgia. 2. At the center of Gori, a provincial town 86 kilometers from Georgia's capital, Tiflis, is a romantic hilltop fortress. Gorky described it as a place of picturesque wildness. In its courtyard is a spherical stone, from which Amaran, a Georgian Prometheus, is said to have thrown his sword before his cliff-chained incarceration as punishment for challenging the gods. Each Maundy Thursday Gori's blacksmiths would hammer their anvils to symbolize the renewal of his chains and thus prevent him wreaking revenge on his oppressors. 6. Iosif Jugashvili was born in 1878 in the shadow of this castle. He was the son of Besso, a poor artisanal cobbler, and his mother was the daughter of a serf. Georgia was a society awash with stories of Promethean rebellion and vengeance, unsurprisingly given its history. A mountainous borderland, sandwiched between empires, it had a long history of foreign invasion, culminating with the Russians, who had ruled for the previous 80 years. Periodically it had attempted liberation and therefore acquired a well-established warrior tradition, idealized, Walter Scott style, by romantic nationalist writers. Iosif grew up at a time of particularly high tension between colonizers and colonized, as Tsar Alexander III sought to impose Russian over local cultures. When Iosif entered the religious school in Gori, the teaching medium was still Georgian, but within 2 years Georgian teachers had been displaced by Russians. Georgian was only permitted to be taught twice a week. 7. His next school, the seminary in Tiflis and the main higher education institution in Georgia, was run by Russian priests in a reactionary disciplinarian style. Any progressive thinking was extinguished by censorship and the Georgian pupils were regarded as inferior. Stalin remembered them snooping, spying, prying into one's soul, humiliation. 8. This priestly regime became an ideal breeding ground for Georgian revolutionaries. As another Bolshevik alumnus commented, not one lay school, nor any other type of school produced so many atheists, as did the Tiflis seminary. 9. The seminary was also a highly effective manufacturer of Georgian nationalists, the young Jugashvili amongst them. At the age of 16 he had several romantic nationalist poems published in the Nationalist Journal, Iveria. And when this was closed down by the authorities, he published in a more leftist journal. Yet Georgia was not only a land of resentful nationalists resisting oppressive Russians. It was also one of the most ethnically diverse regions of the empire, where Armenian and Jewish merchants, Georgian nobles, peasants and artisans, and Georgian, Russian, Azeri and Turkish workers all rubbed shoulders with Russian officials and soldiers. It was, moreover, riven by class and status tensions. The emancipation of serfs had been fiercely resisted by the impoverished Georgian nobility, and nobody was satisfied by the resulting settlement. 10. Iosif was therefore adrift in a highly stratified society in which he suffered social humiliations. In June 1891, for instance, he was not allowed to matriculate because his family could not pay his fees. It was only the charity of the hated priests that allowed him to continue his education. He was also keenly aware of the social failures of his uneducated father, of whom he spoke with some contempt. Although Besso was clearly ambitious and had, by moving from country to town, raised the status of the family, he also drank, went bankrupt and was forced into lowly factory work in Tiflis. He died in a drunken brawl when Iosif was 11. 11. It is no surprise, then, that Iosif's early nationalism was intertwined with an entrenched resentment of elites, as was suggested by his choice of Koba, the bandit hero of Georgian legend, as a hero. Like many Georgian nationalists, he reveled in the medieval Georgian epics about heroic knights and the romantic novels based on them. And patricide by the nobleman Alexander Kazbegi was a particular influence, its hero Koba, according to a friend, becoming a god for him. Iosif wanted to become another Koba, a fighter and hero as famous as he, and he was later to take the name as his revolutionary nom de guerre. 12. Kazbegi had something in common with Bakunin, an aristocrat who romanticized the peasantry, and he even abandoned his privileged life to live with the mountain Georgians. In patricide, Koba joins a group of outlaws come adopted brothers, who avenge the poor but virtuous mountain dwellers by defeating the brutal Russian officials and their Georgian noble collaborators who oppress them. For Iosif, Koba was a suitable role model, for several reasons. He had little respect for his weak father and was therefore reliant on the male brotherhood networks that were so important in the South Caucasus. 13. He was also a confident, domineering child, who had to be the boss in any group, the head of a new family of brothers. Banditry, moreover, was not just something to be enjoyed in bygone chivalric romances, it was rife in rural Georgia. Stalin's behavior as an adult makes it difficult to avoid the conclusion that he was unusually vindictive, suspicious, and willing to engage in violence. But he also grew up in an environment where rebelliousness and violence were commonplace. Despite this violent and picturesque background, it is important to be wary of exaggerating Stalin's image as a reckless, unfettered bandit king. Stalin had a calculating, devious side, and was by no means the most radical amongst the seminary students. He also admired modernity, and Marxism became for him, as for his fellow Georgian Marxists, a way of transforming an angry resentment of injustice with a strategy for achieving that modernity. And in the Georgian context, modernity meant Russia. For although the radical Georgian intelligentsia loathed Russian imperialism, they regarded its culture as superior to their own, as it embodied the modernity the Georgian radicals craved. The future of Georgia lay in casting off a past of warring nobles and fractious clans, and embracing a unified state within a socialist Russia. For such radicals, an internationalist Marxism was infinitely preferable to a chauvinist nationalism that might, in the Georgian context, spark civil war and invasion from the south. 14. The Georgian Stalin always had a very firm grasp of the lessons of colonial subordination. As a member of a backward, stratified society confronting a much more powerful foreign empire, he was to stress the importance of national spirit and unity, even when he had transferred his allegiance from Georgia to Russia. Despite emerging as a star pupil, excelling in logic and Slavonic ecclesiastical singing, Iosif remained a rebel, and could not escape the seminary quickly enough. 15. The Georgian Marxist underground was his natural home. Yet he found his party colleagues, most of whom backed the Mensheviks in downplaying social division, complacent, and he was soon looking for a new political home. 16. Lenin's Bolsheviks provided an ideal new brotherhood. They were more militant and radical than the Mensheviks, especially Bogdanov and the Bolshevik left, with whom Stalin sided in 1905. 17. Moreover, they were more Russian than the largely Georgian and Jewish Mensheviks. Stalin rapidly assimilated himself to the more modern culture, and from 1907 never again published in Georgian. In 19 years the ambitious boy from provincial Gori had made the enormous cultural journey to national Tiflis, and onwards to Imperial Petersburg. Iosif had become Iosif. After the 1905 revolution Stalin stuck closely to Lenin, making himself useful as a man with influence amongst Georgian and Azeri workers, though even then his brittle egocentricity made him unpopular with many of his fellow revolutionaries. 18. He was effective, and became known as the party's expert on the minority nationalities. He was also willing to do Lenin's bidding. Even when he seemed to be closer to the Koba of old rather than the new Marxist man, organizing the expropriations, or armed robberies in Georgia, to bolster Bolshevik funds, he was doing so at the behest of Lenin. In 1912 he was rewarded by appointment to the party's Central Committee, and, after a lengthy period in Siberian exile, he returned to the center of the leadership in 1917. After the seizure of power, he was made Commissar for Nationalities. The contrast between Lenin and Stalin, man of steel, is a subject on which much ink has been spilt. Whilst some have denied any real divisions, others have detected in Lenin a more liberal figure. 19. The most influential contrast, first drawn by Trotsky, set Lenin the intellectual revolutionary against Stalin the dull but cunning bureaucrat. The views of both, of course, changed over time, but some differences are evident, less in their ideology than in their broader political and cultural outlook. Both Lenin and Stalin were revolutionaries, both saw the party as a conspiratorial, vanguard organization, and both were prepared to use violence to achieve their goals, though Stalin was undoubtedly the more brutal of the two. However, Stalin, whilst accepting the Bolshevik vision of a disciplined, industrial society, tended to stress the power of ideological or emotional commitment, whereas for the more modernist Lenin organization was more central. 20. Stalin was therefore more comfortable than Lenin with using the campaigning methods of the radical left, whilst at other times, he was willing to exploit the powerful force of nationalism, a force he understood well as a former Georgian nationalist. 21. By the late 1920s he had also become much more hostile to any sign of ideological disunity than Lenin had ever been. Stalin's image of the future society also departed from Lenin's. When Lenin tried to describe the party or the socialist future, he often looked to the factory or the machine. Stalin's default model, however, was much more militaristic, and his favored political metaphors were military, religious, or organic. 22. His vision of the party was the product of an odd encounter between the Communist Manifesto and chivalric romance. As early as 1905 he called for the party to lead a proletarian army, in which every member would cultivate a belief in the party program. It was to be a fortress, vigilant against alien ideas. Its gates were only to be open to the truly faithful, those who had been tested. To accept people who lacked commitment was tantamount to the desecration of the Holy of Holies of the party. 23. Stalin's party was one of warrior monks, and in 1921 he compared it to the Sword Brothers, the crusading order founded by the Baltic Bishop of Livonia in 1202 to convert the Slavs. 24. By the time of the Civil War, Stalin's approach to the party had been transferred to the field of geopolitics. 25. If the party was the seat of ideological purity, the Holy of Holies, the rest of the world was arranged around it in Dantean concentric circles, with virtue diminishing with distance from the center, geographically, ideologically, and socially. Russia was near the divine center, advanced, cohesive and on the right side of history. The periphery of the USSR, Ukraine, the Caucasus, Central Asia, was in purgatory, more backward, nationalistic and peasant-dominated, and beyond purgatory lay the inferno of hell, the lands of the evil, foreign bourgeoisie. The main goal of the party, that band of knightly brothers, was to purify itself, imbibe the spirit of militant and transformative Marxism, and then disseminate it across the USSR, before venturing abroad at some time in the future. In the meantime, the priority was self-defense against the pernicious foreign and bourgeois influences penetrating its unstable borderlands. Stalin had a particular interest in geopolitics and Russia's borderlands, but his view of the world had much in common with the culture of the party that emerged from the Civil War. His belief in the centrality of ideas and ideological commitment made sense to the Red Army Bolsheviks, who understood the vital importance of morale in war. Any chink in ideological unity could lead to defeat. It is therefore not surprising that Stalin relished war when it came. Even though his role was merely to collect food supplies in southern Russia, he quickly transformed himself into a military commissar, substituting suit and tie for the martial attire of collarless tunic, breeches and tall boots, an ensemble he favored thereafter. 26. His behavior was brutal and cruel, and in some ways his militaristic, mobilizing political style was closest to Trotsky's. 27. This may have been one reason for their mutual loathing, but there were others. He was deeply hostile to Trotsky's use of upper-class Tsarist officers. Stalin accepted the NEP retreat. But contemporaries should not have been entirely surprised when he eventually emerged as the destroyer of NEP. As disillusionment with NEP spread throughout the party, Stalin was ideally poised to devise an alternative course with appeal within the party. And that new path amounted to nothing less than a second Bolshevik revolution. 3. In the classic Soviet novel, Cement, written between 1922 and 1924, the proletarian writer Fedor Gladkov tells the story of Gleb Kumilov, a Civil War hero, who returns home from the fighting to find that his beloved cement factory is idle and decaying. The locals have turned to goat herding and selling cigarette lighters. Gleb sets about trying to restore the factory, applying the radical heroism imbibed during the war to economic reconstruction. One of his fellow communists, an anti-NEP utopian, is prone to reminisce about the war. If you only knew how I love the army. Those were the most unforgettable of my life, like the October days in Moscow. Heroism. It's the fire of revolution. To which Gleb replies, that is so. But here on the industrial front we must also have heroism. The mountain has fallen, crushing man like a frog. Now, for a real big effort, shoulder to the wheel, and shove the mountain back into its place. Impossible. That's precisely it. Heroism means doing the impossible. 28. But Gleb has to struggle with resistance in all quarters. Cossack bandits rebel and whites attack, only to be repulsed. Kleist, the old German engineer, has collaborated with the whites and is initially skeptical of Gleb's plans. But Gleb, in a scene deliberately reminiscent of Belly's Petersburg. Plays the role of a revivified bronze horseman, placing his hands on Kleist's shoulders and infusing him with the will to help the industrial effort. However, it soon transpires that the most dangerous enemies are not foreign experts, but homegrown bureaucrats. Schramm, the head of the Council of the People's Economy, though nominally a communist, has the soft face of a eunuch, with a gold pince nez perched on an effeminate nose, and is full of bourgeois affectation. He loves luxury and consumes corruptly acquired delicacies with his decadent cronies. He accuses Gleb of being a dreamer who is guilty of disorganizing enthusiasms but is himself a passionless technocrat, signaled by his monotonous mechanical voice. 29. Nevertheless, Gleb is not to be deterred, and sets about mobilizing the workers to rebuild the factory. He is at once a human dynamo and descendant of the medieval Russian knight, the hero of the old Russian epics. Schramm, meanwhile, is exposed as a saboteur and arrested, and in the final scene the factory is opened in front of a blood-red banner declaring, "We have conquered on the Civil War front. We shall conquer also on the economic front." 30. Few today would read Gladkov's Cement for pleasure. Nevertheless, unlike some other proletarian literature, it was not merely a Pravda editorial in novelistic garb. Despite its unpromising title, it had literary pretensions, was written in a highly emotional, even purple style, and became enormously popular. Party leaders praised it, Stalin himself was its main promoter. And though Gladkov has Gleb formally endorsing NEP, the novel is chiefly notable for capturing the disappointments common amongst many party members. And as the novel's parting slogan illustrates, it both describes the new problems facing the regime, and suggests a way of solving them. The Soviet regime, having defeated internal bourgeois enemies, now faced external ones, and having achieved some measure of economic stability after the chaos of civil war, now had to think about economic growth and international competition. Gleb's solution was to return to the methods of the Civil War, when bands of committed party members had supposedly mobilized the masses in a class struggle. And by the end of the 1920s, many communists agreed. Cement also revealed the profound contradictions embodied in NEP. Although Lenin and Nikolai Bukharin, NEP's great supporter, told communists that they must learn from in order to compete with the bourgeoisie, the regime still defined itself as the dictatorship of the proletariat, and was based on class favoritism. Class aliens, the aristocracy and bourgeoisie, and former people, priests and supporters of the old regime, were deprived of the vote, and found it difficult to enter university. And whilst everybody agreed that NEP was temporary, there were deep disagreements over how long it was to last. Radicals, like Gleb, may have formally acquiesced in NEP, but they were profoundly out of sympathy with its principles. Meanwhile, more technocratic communists, like Schramm, were convinced of the need for rational management and class reconciliation. Both views coexisted within the collective party leadership that emerged during Lenin's final months. The majority supported NEP's survival, but of these only the intellectually gifted but politically weak Nikolai Bukharin was deeply committed. Other leaders, one by one, began to defect to the radical left oppositions. The first was Trotsky in 1923, an unlikely convert to the left given his defense of harsh discipline and Tsarist officers during the Civil War. Lev Kamina and Zinoviev formed their own opposition in 1925, and in 1926 all three joined together in a united opposition, which berated the pro-NEP leadership of Stalin and Bukharin for its neglect of class struggle, egalitarian democracy and international revolution. This division between more inclusive technocrats and partisan radicals was hardened by the peculiar structure of the new Soviet system, which became the foundation of all communist regimes thereafter. Although the small circle of leaders in the party's political bureau decided all major issues, below them the power structure was divided into two parallel hierarchies, the party and the state. The state's duty was to administer the country, and it tended to adopt a practical, managerial approach. It was generally run by party members with a modernist bent, communists like Schramm, and employed non-party bourgeois specialists. The party, by contrast, was to act as the ideological kernel of the state, to oversee policy and make sure that the regime retained its ideological spirit. 31. In practice, of course, their roles often overlapped, and both sides, each with a different value system and culture, struggled for influence, sometimes viciously. NEP, therefore, was an unstable order. Whilst some officials happily spent their time trying to make state capitalism work, others were deeply unhappy with the class compromises they had to make. They hated the regime's relative inclusiveness, its toleration of merchants, street markets, and conspicuous consumption. As one commentator, an academic, explained, "During war communism we recognized only one social category within our camp, the good. Evil was consigned strictly to the enemy camp. But then came NEP, injecting evil into the good, and disrupting all. No longer waging an open war against each other, good and evil coexist today in the same collective." 32. The evil he referred to was not just political, but moral, and cultural, and even psychological. As Cement demonstrated, amongst many in the party virtue was intimately linked with class origin. The bourgeoisie was regarded as effeminate, selfish, and luxury-loving, the proletariat as masculine, collectivist and self-sacrificing. For many Bolsheviks, communist society could only be built by the virtuous new man, willing to sacrifice himself or herself to the common good. The real danger was that the market, and with it bourgeois influence, would corrupt workers, contaminating them with selfishness, smug philistinism, and a shallow hedonism. So despite Marx's, and some Bolsheviks, claims that morality was an entirely bourgeois phenomenon, and would wither away under socialism, most Bolsheviks were highly moralistic. Women's behavior was especially targeted as an index of virtue. One supposed expert, writing in the newspaper Komsomolskaya Pravda, opined, "Contemporary female fashions are conditioned reflexes for the arousal of inflamed emotion. That is why it is essential to battle for the expulsion of Parisian fashions from our lives and for the creation of hygienic, simple, and comfortable clothing." 33. So, whilst the party leadership and economic managers preached collaboration with the bourgeoisie, the party as an organization was obsessed with maintaining its ideological purity at a time of retreat, much as it was in Western Europe. As has been seen, social democratic parties had long shared some of the features of exclusive religious sects. The notion of conversion to Marxism was a common one, as was the conception of the party members' life as a journey from disorganized revolutionary spontaneity to a disciplined consciousness. 34. And once the party was in power, it was determined to make sure that all of its members had had the same experience. Those entering the party had to give an account of their lives, often in written autobiographies. They were expected to admit to earlier political sins and show that they had truly converted. One student, Shumilov, described how he had read illegal Marxist literature when in a German prisoner of war camp. As a result, he had experienced a spiritual rebirth. He experienced the revelation of the essence of being, rejecting his old Christianity and embracing Marxism. 35. Once members of the party, communists were subjected to a whole range of tools and methods designed to keep them pure and exclude alien ideological influences. The most important of these was the purge. Until the second half of the 1930s, the purge was not automatically connected with arrest and repression. Those who fell foul of the purge were either expelled from the party or demoted to a lower status. First applied in the party in 1921, and extended to other institutions afterwards, the purge was a regular process, intended to check that party members were committed and morally pure, though of course it could be used to remove leaders' opponents. Party members were questioned about their attitudes, their past and their knowledge of Marxism before a commission of 3. Questionnaires were filled out, and members questioned on their past thoughts and behavior. In 1922 and 1923 the Sverdlov Communist University in Moscow replaced termly exams with purges, in which academic achievement was judged alongside party-mindedness and political or moral deviations. 36. In 1924, purges were extended to all universities, and poor academic standards or political mistakes could lead to expulsion from the party. Another way of discovering revolutionary commitment can be seen in the academic seminars of communist universities. Academics were worked over, or subjected to aggressive questioning in public meetings. If they were discovered to be in error, they had to confess their sins. This was the root of the criticism and self-criticism campaigns of the Stalinist period, and influenced the struggle sessions used later by the Chinese Communist Party, experienced by the Chinese students of Moscow's Communist University of the Toilers of the East. 37. Such confrontational methods of interrogation also had much in common with the agit trial, a form of theatrical propaganda developed in the Red Army. These mass spectacles in which, for instance, soldiers participated in trials of actors playing capitalists and whites, were to become the basis of the Stalinist show trial. 38. However, alongside detailed inquiries into individuals and their views, purges relied on the cruder criterion of class background, for it was assumed that proletarians were more collectivist and virtuous than the bourgeois. But defining class was not as easy as it sounded. Were workers from large factories to be favored because they were purer than those from small workshops? Was the class of one's parents to be decisive, or could one overcome a bad class background by working in a factory or joining the Red Army? Members of exploiting classes had to repudiate their parents if they were to gain admission to university by publishing an announcement in a newspaper: I, so and so, hereby announce that I reject my parents, so and so, as alien elements, and declare that I have nothing in common with them. But this was not guaranteed to work. Inevitably, applicants for the party or university invented proletarian backgrounds for themselves, whilst denunciations for concealing class background proliferated. 39. Despite the practical difficulties of proletarianization, however, party institutions became increasingly obsessed with class and ideological purity. Under Lenin, absolute unity had also been demanded, but by the end of the 1920s, any opposition was seen as a real evil, a danger to the party that needed to be extirpated. 40. Communists increasingly resented the continuing influence of the bourgeois specialists in state administration. Following the so-called Lenin levy of workers into party ranks of 1924, party cells in factories were often very proletarian in composition, and could be very hostile to bourgeois specialists and the managers who worked with them. But particularly radical was a new proletarian intelligentsia, angry at the continuing influence of the old bourgeois intellectuals, or fellow travelers as Trotsky termed them. The NEP was a period of relative cultural liberalism compared with the 1930s, when great poets like Osip Mandelstam and Anna Akhmatova could be defined as fellow travelers and were able to publish. But this was deeply resented by many of the new proletarian party intellectuals. The militant, Civil War culture of class struggle had retreated from society at large to the confines of the party after 1921, much as had happened in Western Europe. The difference, of course, was that the Communist Party was in power. The gap between official ideology and a reality of trade, merchants, and unemployment was therefore stark. The NEP merely reinvigorated radicals' class hatred and socialist radicalism. The main supporters of this radical line within the party leadership were the members of the leftist United Opposition, and they subjected the leadership's policies to harsh criticism. But in late 1927 Stalin and Bukharin succeeded in having them removed from the party. In October Trotsky and Zinoviev were expelled from the Central Committee, and from December purges of the left took place throughout the party. Trotsky was exiled to Kazakhstan in 1928, and left the USSR in 1929, for Turkey, France, Norway and, finally, Mexico. However, paradoxically, the defeat of the United Opposition coincided with the victory of much of its program. Now Stalin had worst his great enemy Trotsky. He could steal the left's ideas, though he gave them a more nationalistic coloring. The deteriorating international environment after 1926 was central to his calculations. The NEP strategy seemed most convincing in the mid-1920s, at a time of relative peace with the West, because it promised growth through foreign trade. But worsening diplomatic relations only strengthened those who favored a more self-reliant economic policy. Many Bolshevik leaders were convinced from 1926 to 7 that the British and the French were planning an invasion with the help of East Europeans. This was, of course, untrue, and the fears seem enormously exaggerated in retrospect. But Stalin, ever suspicious of the foreign bourgeoisie, and seeing the world through the eyes of the former colonized Georgian, seems to have been genuinely fearful. If the Soviet Union was to avoid the fate of India and not become a colony of the West, he warned, it had to build heavy industry and increase its military budget. 41. In these circumstances Stalin adopted much of the left's critique of NEP, and concluded that the plan was not delivering the industrial development the USSR required. The NEP strategy was a fundamentally slow and gradual one. The peasantry would be allowed to profit from producing food, and as they used their profits to buy industrial goods, such as textiles and tools, their increased prosperity, it was reasoned, would benefit industry. At the same time the government could export now plentiful grain in exchange for much needed imported machinery. However, whilst grain production did improve and industrial production increased to pre-war levels, this was not a strategy that was going to deliver rapid industrialization, especially at a time when international grain prices were low. In 1927 a poor harvest and food shortages forced the leadership to make a decision, to maintain the prices paid to peasants for grain, at the expense of industrialization, or to cling on to ambitious investment targets and use state power to extract grain from the peasantry, thus effectively ending the market in grain and destroying NEP. Stalin chose the latter. Echoing his modus operandi as food commissar in the South during the Civil War, he went on a highly publicized visit to Siberia to find grain, though in reality he had already decided where it was, in the coffers of selfish kulak hoarders. The party, he declared, had to wage a class struggle against kulaks. Poor peasants were to be mobilized against the rich proprietors to seize the hidden food, so contributing to the industrialization and defense of the USSR. Stalin's revolution was not confined to agriculture. It was a grand ideological campaign, an opportunity to end the retreat of 1921 and leap forward to socialism on all fronts, much as the radical united opposition had proposed. The market was to be outlawed, and with it all forms of inequality between intellectuals and workers, and between workers themselves. At the same time the USSR was to be dragged out of its backward state and brought into an advanced socialist modernity. The era was described as one of radical cultural revolution. Religion and peasant superstition were to be eliminated, and backward ethnic cultures brought up to the level of the advanced Russians. The party was to be reinvigorated with messianic zeal so that it could mobilize the masses to achieve miraculous feats of development. Stalin encountered stiff resistance from Bukharin and his allies, accused of being a right deviation, and at first he faced a majority of opponents in the Politburo. He had embarked on what he was to call the Great Break with the past. Prometheus had again been unbound, as both modernizer and violent revolutionary. 4. In his memoir I Chose Freedom, Viktor Kravchenko reminisced about his time as a 23-year-old technical foreman and communist youth activist in a Ukrainian metallurgical factory during the year 1929. I was, one of the young enthusiasts, thrilled by the lofty ideas and plans of this period. We were caught up in a fervor of work at times touched with delirium. Industrialization at any cost, to lift the nation out of backwardness, seemed to us the noblest conceivable aim. That is why I must resist the temptation to judge the events of those years in the light of my feelings today, the nagging of the outmoded liberals, who only criticized while themselves remaining outside the effort, seemed to me merely annoying. 42. Kravchenko recognized that he was one of a minority. He was a typical activist in the new Stalinist order. From working-class origins and educated under the new regime, he was determined to bring modernity to his country. He was precisely the sort of person Stalin intended to occupy the vanguard of his new revolution. Stalin saw socialism as a something that would be spread from the advanced elements to the backward by a committed, quasi-military force. But post-revolutionary socialism was also intimately linked with industrialization. With his slogan "There are no fortresses in the world that working people, the Bolsheviks, cannot capture," he deliberately transferred the radical communism of the revolution to the industrial front. 43 Industrialization was a semi-military campaign, designed to defend the USSR against aggressive imperialists. As Stalin declared with a certain prescience in 1931, "We are 50 to 100 years behind the advanced countries. We must close this gap in 10 years. Either we achieve this, or they will do us in 44. The first 5-year plan was drawn up in 1928, and marked the beginning of the end of the market economy. But the term plan, with its scientific connotations, is misleading. Whilst it certainly bristled with figures and targets, they had often been plucked out of thin air by Stalin himself and were impractically ambitious. 45 They are better seen as appeals for heroic effort. Stalin was encouraged in his ambitions by Marxist economists, who applied Engels' curious notions of dialectical materialism to economics. Utopian plans, they claimed, were entirely feasible because Marxism had proved that revolutionary leaps forward were a verifiable natural phenomenon and therefore equally applied to the economy. 46 The old bourgeois science, they insisted, had been discredited. A new proletarian science, which took account of the willpower of the masses, would replace it. This, then, was a militarized command economy based on theorized wishful thinking, not a genuinely planned one. The Stalinists' first objective was to render the party and the state suitable instruments for their socialist offensive. Officials had to be loyal and true believers, any rightist skeptics were to be removed. In practice, this meant purges, usually on the basis of class background. The Shukti trial of saboteur engineers in 1928 was designed to show how dangerous the bourgeois specialists were, and many were sacked or arrested. However, the Stalinists hoped that their revolution would be popular, and the next stage was for the suitably purged and re-energized party to mobilize the working class and poor peasantry. The sober bourgeois disciplines that Lenin had been so eager to impart under NEP were scrapped, the populist militarism of the Civil War era returned. Regular work was replaced by storming, working intensively to fulfill plans, usually at the last minute. The party organized shock work brigades in which workers took revolutionary vows to achieve production records. Money, partly because there was so little, partly because it violated ideological principles, was not much of an incentive. In many factories production communes were created, where wages were shared equally, echoing the artel of old. Self-sacrifice and the achievement of socialism were to be reward enough. 47. Workers, however, were given some incentives, even if they were not straightforwardly material ones: higher status, upward mobility, and the opportunity to vent their fury against unpopular bosses. Stalin explicitly declared that his great break would not just be an economic revolution but also a social one. Denunciations of bourgeois specialists were encouraged by the party, and detachments of reliable workers were sent out from factories to root out bourgeois and bureaucratic attitudes in government. The obedient and committed had much to gain from these purges, for the regime was committed to replacing the bourgeoisie with a new proletarian red intelligentsia. Indeed, this was an age of social mobility. 48 Many of the communists who came to rule the Soviet Union in its years of senescence, the so-called Brezhnev generation, retained an unflinching loyalty to the regime precisely because they had benefited so much from education and promotion during the 1930s. The regime, however, was not content to target the bourgeois specialists. It also had its sights on the supposedly bureaucratic communist managers, the shrooms of the factory, whom it believed had become too close to the specialists. Stalin inaugurated a nationwide campaign of self-criticism and democracy, which entailed bosses submitting themselves to popular criticism. In part, this was intended to put pressure on skeptical specialists and managers to fulfill the state's ambitious targets. But there was also another motive: if workers were to feel that they were the masters of the country, as Stalin put it, they would be more committed to a self-consciously revolutionary regime, and therefore to their work. 49 This was not a return to the workers' control of 1917, but even so, some workers, organized by the local party cell, were given more influence over the production process, whilst the bosses and specialists were the targets of criticism and could easily fall victim to charges of sabotage. As Kravchenko, who edited a factory newspaper at the time, remembered, self-criticism was certainly manipulated, but was not mere rhetoric. Within the limits of the party line, we enjoyed considerable freedom of speech in the factory paper. Nothing that might throw a shadow of doubt on industrialization, on the policy of the party, could see print. Attacks on the factory administration, trade union functionaries, and party officials, exposés of specific faults in production or management, were allowed, and this created the illusion that the paper expressed public opinion. 50. These strategies of mobilization had mixed success. Some do seem to have been enthusiastic shock workers. They approved of the party's revolutionary rhetoric, hated the old managers and specialists, and could expect privileges and favors from the regime. John Scott, a 20-year-old American who went to work at the massive Magnitogorsk metallurgical complex in the Urals in 1931, remembered the warlike atmosphere and the spirit of self-sacrifice that it encouraged. In 1940, Winston Churchill told the British people that they could expect nothing but blood, sweat, and tears. The country was at war. The British people did not like it, but most of them accepted it. Ever since 1931 or thereabouts, the Soviet Union has been at war. In Magnitogorsk I was precipitated into a battle. Tens of thousands of people were enduring the most intense hardships in order to build blast furnaces, and many of them did it willingly, with boundless enthusiasm, which infected me from the day of my arrival. 51. Many others, however, saw the campaigns as a drive to force people to work harder for less pay. 52. Stalin had hoped to finance industrialization by squeezing the peasantry. In reality it was workers who paid the real price, because the other half of the Great Break, the collectivization of agriculture, was such an utter catastrophe. Workers were laboring harder for much less money. Between 1928 and 1933 their real wages fell by more than a half. 53. If the Bolshevik vanguard had some limited success in mobilizing the factories, its attempts to transform the countryside ran into almost universal opposition. This was hardly surprising, as collectivization amounted to a wholesale assault on the peasantry's values and traditional way of life. It had, of course, long been Marxist doctrine that the smallholder peasant was petty bourgeois, and that farms should ultimately be run like socialist factories. It was commonly believed that bigger was better, and collective farms made for greater efficiency through mechanization. But collectivization also became entwined with the party's need to resolve the grain crisis. Collective farms, controlled by the party, allowed the regime to impose its power on the countryside and force reluctant peasants to produce, and relinquish, their grain for the cities. Collectivization involved seizing land from kulaks, and this category swiftly expanded to include anybody who resisted joining the collective. The fate of the kulaks varied: some were imprisoned in the expanding prison system, others were given poor land, others were deported to towns to work in factories or on construction projects, many died on their journey to their place of exile. Unsurprisingly, the process of collectivization soon assumed the form of a new civil war, between the Bolsheviks and the peasantry. Some peasants, the young, poor, or former Red Army soldiers, saw advantages in supporting the campaign, but the vast majority were opposed. And as local party and Komsomol bodies began to falter from the end of 1929, the regime was forced to send out tens of thousands of urban worker activists to bolster the collectivization campaign, a maneuver reminiscent of the Jacobin Revolutionary Army's expeditions to seize grain. These volunteers were convinced that they were on the right side of history, bringing modernity to the benighted masses. A member of a later detachment, Lev Kopelev, remembered their terrifying certainty. I was convinced that we were warriors on an invisible front, fighting against Kulak sabotage for the grain which was needed by the country, by the 5-year plan. Above all, for the grain, but also for the souls of these peasants who were mired in lack of political consciousness, in ignorance, who succumbed to enemy agitation, who did not understand the great truth of communism. 54. Campaigns against religion were a central part of this war for the souls of the peasantry. After a period of harsh persecution during the Civil War, the regime had established an uneasy modus vivendi with the Orthodox Church by the mid-1920s. However, with the Great Break came a renewed assault. In 1929 all church activities apart from religious services were banned, from charitable work to church processions, but more violent attacks were also commonplace. Enthusiastic komsomols and activists from the League of the Militant Godless engaged in acts of iconoclasm and vandalism, whilst church bells were melted down and valuables confiscated. 55. Such campaigns only reinforced the conviction of most peasants that collectivization was a satanic assault on a moral, Christian way of life. One rumor, circulating in the North Caucasus in 1929, presented an apocalyptic prediction of the future under the collective farm. In the collective farm, we'll close all the churches, not allow prayer, dead people will be cremated, the christening of children will be forbidden, invalids and the elderly will be killed, there won't be any husbands or wives, all will sleep under a 100-meter blanket. Beautiful men and women will be taken and brought to one place to produce beautiful people. The collective farm, this is beasts in a single shed, people in a single barrack. 56. Rebellions were widespread and women were often in their vanguard, aware that they would not be subject to the sort of immediate repression their menfolk would suffer. So, in January 1930 in Beligolovo, a village in the western region, 8 communist activists arrived at the church to take away the bell and were attacked by a group of local women, who beat them up and stopped them from continuing their work. 57. The Bolsheviks were bound to win the war of collectivization through brute force, but they lost the peace. Profound resentment of the collective system remained. Peasants, who had been used to organizing work themselves, allocating land through a council of heads of households, were now obliged to obey the command of state officials. Although they were paid for their labor in principle, in practice wages came from whatever was left after all dues were paid to the state. With neither money nor autonomy as incentives to work, they responded to their masters' demands with resentful foot-dragging. Kravchenko, then a member of a grain detachment, was shocked by the appalling state of neglect and confusion on the farm he visited, and ordered the farm's president to assemble the board. In half an hour the men and women theoretically in charge of the collective were in the yard. The look on their faces was not encouraging. It seemed to say, here's another meddler, what can we do but listen? Well, how are you getting along, collective farmers? I began, eager to be friendly. So. Still alive, as you see, one of them said in a surly voice. No rich, no poor, nothing but paupers, another added. I pretended that the irony was over my head. 58. Stalin's response was much more vindictive. Determined to maintain industrialization, which required grain exports and food for workers, he ordered that extremely high grain targets be set in 1931 and 1932, despite poor weather. Between 1932 and 1933 he launched a savage attack on allegedly enemy groups within the peasantry, who were waging a silent war against Soviet power. Through all this upheaval, Stalin insisted on taking grain from the countryside, even if it was the seed grain for the following year, and families hiding food were punished severely. The result was famine. A letter from a peasant in the Volga region in 1932 to the authorities revealed the despair and devastation in the countryside. In the autumn of 1930, the land was all plowed and the following spring sown, and the harvest a good one. The time came to gather the grain, the collective farm workers reaped the harvest without any hitches, but it came time to deliver to the state and all the grain was taken away. And at the present time collective farm workers with small children are perishing from hunger. They don't eat sometimes for a week and don't see a piece of bread for several days. People have begun to swell up with hunger. And all the males have departed, despite the fact that in the near future the spring planting is coming. 59. Stalin's callous pursuit of industrialization at the cost of immense suffering led to a devastating famine, in which an estimated 4 to 5 million died. 60. This was one of the most destructive events in Soviet history, and one of the first of many disasters caused by the dogmatic agrarian policies of communist regimes. The regime was faced with a serious crisis. Food was running out in the cities and strikes were breaking out. The harsh exploitation of the peasantry was partly responsible for the shortages, but so was the wastefulness of the new command system as a whole. During the early years of the Stalin era, a group of journalists working for Crocodile, an officially sanctioned satirical magazine, came up with an inspired hoax. After securing clearance from the secret police and Stalin's economic troubleshooter, Lazar Kaganovich, they created a fictitious industrial organization, which they called the All-Union Trust for the Exploitation of Meteoric Materials. They then set about furnishing it with essential items. They tricked the state rubber stamp trust into issuing them with a stamp, and printed impressive stationery, complete with a fake list of directors drawn from comic characters in Russian literature. Suitably stamped letters were sent out to various industrial organizations raising the exciting prospect of a new source of special, high-quality metals, meteorites. The All-Union Trust for the Exploitation of Meteoric Materials, the letter claimed, had established, scientifically, that meteorites would fall in various locations in Central Asia. They knew, they claimed, precisely when and where they would land and could supply the ensuing detritus to favored partners in Soviet industry. Industrial officials throughout the USSR took the bait. Letters of interest flooded in. The Furniture Trust offered office refurbishment in exchange for the precious metals. The State Phonographic Trust proposed phonographs and records to entertain the expeditionary parties as they traveled through the Central Asian wilderness to recover the meteoric material. Armed with these and more substantial offers, they were granted a large credit by the State Bank. But they went a step too far when they approached the Deputy Commissar for Heavy Industry for help in constructing a factory to process the metals. The Deputy Commissar, less credulous than most, smelt a rat and locked them in his office. Eventually the OGPU were summoned, and they, in the spirit of the hoax, made a show of pretending to arrest the meteoric entrepreneurs. Much to the hoaxer's chagrin, however, Kaganovich's sense of humor did not stretch to allowing them to publish the story. It would have been too humiliating for the Soviet Union's industrial elite. Instead, the officials' punishment was limited to ridicule within the confines of the corridors of power. 61. This story, told by a Crocodile cartoonist to Zara Witkin, an American engineer working in Moscow at the time, reveals much about the nature of the economic system created in the early Stalinist period. The command economy might best be described as a hungry state. Its appetite for resources, whether raw materials, labor, or industrial goods, was limitless. 62. The logic of this system explains why the industrial officials were so easy to dupe. Charged with fulfilling wildly ambitious plans to produce heavy industrial goods, they were blithely unconcerned about costs and practicality, because they simply could not go bust. Profit and loss were immaterial. As long as there was a chance that the meteoric materials were as good as promised, they had little reason to hold back. The ravenous industrial economy swallowed everything that came within reach. It is no surprise that it salivated at the prospect of the meteoric metals. The first 5-year plan built some of the great industrial behemoths of the Soviet economy, such as the metal plants in Magnitogorsk in the Urals and Kuznetsk in Siberia. According to official figures, output doubled in many parts of heavy industry. However, this was achieved at enormous cost. The unrealistic targets, the storming labor methods, and the deployment of semi-trained workers and engineers created shortages, waste, and chaos. Self-criticism and class struggle were also damaging practices which soon escaped party control. In Leningrad, as many as 61% of shock worker brigades were electing their managers, and bosses complained that workers were refusing to obey them. 63 The plan was declared to have been achieved after 4 years, but in reality 40% of plan targets were unfulfilled. 64 Chaos and poor economic performance forced Stalin to retreat, and in June 1931 he announced the beginning of the end of his revolution. He declared that the class war against the bourgeois specialists was officially over, the authority of managers was restored, and the fervor of party activists and secret police reigned in. As Kaganovich declared, from now on the ground had to shake whenever the Soviet manager entered the factory. Stalin was also eventually compelled to abandon his economic utopianism. The second five-year plan of 1933 was, whilst still ambitious, more modest and pragmatic. Most significantly, this was also the beginning of the move to greater inequalities that marked mature Stalinism. Stalin severely trimmed his erstwhile enthusiasm for the achievements of labor heroism. Workers had to be paid according to how hard they worked. They were not yet ready, he declared, for equal wages and appeals to self-sacrifice. These, it now appeared, would only be practical under full communism, not the lower phase of socialism that the USSR currently occupied. 65 During the late 1920s, special rations had been given to higher officials, but these privileges were extended to other officials, engineers, and some other members of the socialist intelligentsia in the early 1930s. Wages also became more differentiated, though engineers and technicians still only received 1.8 times the average worker's salary. 66 Greater class peace might have been declared in industry, but it was to be almost another 2 years before it came to the countryside. Only disastrous famine and urban unrest forced Stalin to retreat in May 1933. Party officials were told to scale down repressions in the countryside, and in 1935 the regime began to compromise with the peasantry. Peasants were permitted to sell some of their produce on the local market, and on the collective farms wage incentives were improved. 67 Though dubbed neo-NEP by critics, this was not a return to the market of the 1920s. The distribution of most goods was now firmly in the hands of state bureaucrats, and remained so until the end of the USSR. Peasants continued to resent the regime, and as a consequence agriculture remained a serious drag on the Soviet economy, as it did wherever collectivization was attempted. Peasants only worked with any energy on their private plots, and in 1950 almost a half of all meat was produced on them, though they constituted a tiny proportion of the land. Yoking together radical revolution and economic development in pursuit of a great leap to communism had failed. The militant party, far from mobilizing the whole population behind the regime, had caused chaos and division. Discontent also emerged within the party elite, and it may even be that some regional party bosses tried to persuade the Leningrad party leader, Sergei Kirov, to mount a challenge to his leadership in early 1934. In some ways, Stalin's experience was similar to that of Lenin in 1921. Like Lenin, Stalin had to retreat from a divisive policy of class conflict to one that embraced a larger proportion of the population. Unlike Lenin, though, Stalin did not embrace a technocratic socialism. Rather he continued to manipulate mass emotion by other means. V. In 1938, 10 years after October, Eisenstein completed Alexander Nevsky. The story of the medieval prince Alexander Yaroslavovich of Novgorod, who resisted the Swedes and invading Teutonic and Livonian knights in 1242. 68. It has a simple narrative. Attacked by brutal Teutonic religious fanatics, the citizens of Novgorod debate what to do. Churchmen, merchants, and officials counsel capitulation. But Domash, a noble, urges resistance, and the town entrusts Alexander with its leadership. Nevsky insists that the townspeople cannot defend Novgorod alone, but must arm the peasantry, and Ignat, the master armorer, eagerly contributes to the war effort. Ignat's peasant infantry finally defeats the Teutonic knights on a frozen Lake Chud, employing a pincer maneuver. In one of the most influential scenes in the history of cinema, the battle on the ice, the Russians lure the knights onto the lake where the weight of their armor causes the ice to crack. Courage and cunning therefore allow the simple, peasant Slavs to defeat the technologically sophisticated, but hubristic Teutons. Alexander Nevsky. Like October was a party-commissioned historical drama, intended to stiffen Soviet resolve against the resurgent German threat. But in all other respects the two films could not have been more different. Stylistically, Alexander Nevsky was much more conventional. With its Hollywood-style narrative and minimal use of montage, its hero was an individual, not the masses, its setting and imagery were archaic, not modern, and patriotic unity, not class struggle, is its theme. Its original title had been Rus, the old name for the Russian people. Eisenstein's film was a cinematic reflection of the fundamental ideological changes Stalin and his circle had wrought in the mid-1930s. Like Alexander Nevsky, Stalin was intent on resisting the Germans, he was never under any illusions about the Nazis' objectives, and the rise of Hitler to power in 1933 reinforced his conviction that the divisiveness of the Great Break could not be repeated. And just as Alexander insisted that the urban population alone could not defeat the Teutons, Stalin now moderated his old Civil War reliance on a vanguard group of militant party members to spread communism. From the mid-1930s, communist ideology was gradually refashioned to attract a broader spectrum of support, including the peasantry and the skilled. This, of course, entailed replacing a highly divisive class message with a more inclusive one. Stalin pressed for the end to discrimination on the basis of class background, declaring in 1935 a son does not answer for his father, and he favored the return of the children of kulaks to the collective farms. 69. In 1936 the new constitution announced that the USSR had achieved socialism, meaning that the old bourgeoisie had been defeated, whilst the former people were now enfranchised. Specialists and scientists, previously suspect, were now to be given back some of their old power and status. Though Stalin never formally declared the class struggle over, and the party remained a vanguard, he was unmistakably implying that the internal class enemy had been largely defeated, and that most of the Soviet people could unite against the enemy beyond the USSR's borders. Nonetheless, Stalin was not prepared to adopt Lenin's recipes for class peace, neither envisaging society as a well-oiled machine nor reasserting the market inequalities of NEP. The plan remained, and Stalin's Soviet Union would remain a land of revolutionary heroes rather than Philistine merchants. 70. The future of the USSR lay with characters of the type that featured in Alexander Nevsky. Proud citizens, defending their nation against foreign threats, with the help of experts, but organized hierarchically by leaders with an almost aristocratic military ethos. The model of socialism was shifting again, from the fraternal band of true believers of the late 1920s, towards a more inclusive conventional army. The USSR, then, was transformed from a land of angry siblings, completing an interrupted revolution against aristocratic or bourgeois fathers. It was, rather, supposed to be a society of friendly brothers, big and little, the older guiding the younger. Society was hierarchical, but it was also fluid, and one's place in it depended on political virtue rather than birth. Big brothers were leading their less developed siblings to the shining future of communism, the more politically conscious, the party vanguard, were raising the less conscious. A new Soviet intelligentsia was organizing workers and peasants, and amongst ordinary people, a new cadre of worker and peasant heroes was emerging, most notably the Stakhanovites, the imitators of the extraordinarily productive hero miner Alexei Stakhanov. This was, then, a more meritocratic, or perhaps virtuocratic, version of the old Tsarist service aristocracy, whereby the state gave status and privileges to those who displayed virtue and served it. The party elite and other favored people, like some Stakhanovites, were given comfortable apartments and access to consumer goods and special food supplies. A new symbolism of hierarchy was also introduced in the mid-1930s, which had echoes of the Tsarist era. Before 1917 civil servants had ranks and uniforms, but they were abolished as signs of the ancien regime, as were the old military ranks. But in 1935 ranks were reintroduced in the Red Army, signified by epaulets and other decorations. Special uniforms were also given to workers in a range of areas, from the waterways to the railways. Meanwhile, a plethora of medals, orders, and prizes was awarded to people at all levels in the hierarchy, from the Stalin Prize, the equivalent to the Nobel, at the top, to Hero of Socialist Labor for Stakhanovites and lesser workers. 71. The socialist value system was merging with an aristocratic one. The new socialist person was now described as the person of honor, earned through service and heroic self-sacrifice. 72. However, in contrast to Tsarist Russia, this heroic, aristocratic ideal was supposedly open to all. Everybody, in theory, could become an honorable person, both members of the party and non-party Bolsheviks, even if some were more honorable than others. The party's attitude towards nationalism shows the same combination of greater inclusiveness and hierarchy. Stalin realized how powerful a force nationalism was, but had to find a set of ideas and symbols that appealed to everybody, a difficult task given that the USSR was in effect an empire rather than a single nation-state, and included a large number of ethnic groups from Russians to Ukrainians, Tajiks to Georgians. Stalin's solution was to return, to some extent, to the Tsarist past and appeal to a Russian nationalism, whilst rejecting the Tsar's Russian chauvinism. He and his ideologists therefore fabricated a Soviet patriotism. At its core was the Russian identity, stripped of such ideologically unacceptable elements as Orthodox Christianity and racial superiority. Audiences of Alexander Nevsky would therefore not have surmised that Alexander was a saint of the Russian Orthodox Church. Indeed, the principal religious figure in the film, the monk Ananias, is depicted as a sniveling traitor. According to the new Soviet patriotism, Russia was the first among equals, within a union bound together by people's friendship. In the 1920s, the Bolsheviks had been very wary of emphasizing Russianness, and had tried to attract non-Russian support by encouraging the development of minority cultures and languages, and even discriminating in favor of non-Russians. But from the early 1930s, Stalin began to alter the balance to benefit the Russians, though in a manner that fell short of Russification. 73. Non-Russian languages continued to be taught, and elements of non-Russian traditions were added to the Russian core. During World War II, cinematic epics based on the lives of national heroes were made for the major minorities. Bogdan Khmelnytsky. For the Ukrainians. Georgy Isakads. For the Georgians and David Beck. For the Armenians. 74. A new Soviet history was being created in which the benign fraternal Russians led their neighboring little brothers towards modernity and greatness. Unlike Nazi nationalism, which emphasized innate racial and cultural superiority and exclusivity, Soviet nationalism, at least in theory, saw history as an escalator. All nations could reach the summit of historical development if they followed the Russian example. A selective, socialist version of nationalism was carefully manufactured by party ideologists, a type of national Bolshevism. 75. History was pillaged for heroes who could be shoehorned into a progressive story of Russian modernization and state building. However unreliable a historian, Stalin always thought carefully about the best way to mobilize the population. Well aware that a pantheon of politically acceptable historical heroes was going to appeal to a broader section of the population than the old dry and divisive class-based propaganda, he convened a meeting of historians in March 1934 to discuss the teaching of history in schools. He railed at the old textbooks with their dry structuralism. These textbooks aren't good for anything. What the hell is the feudal epoch, the epoch of industrial capitalism, the epoch of formations? It's all epochs and no facts, no events, no people, no concrete information, not a name, not a title, and not even any content itself. History must be history. 76. The new National Bolshevism seems to have had some success in expanding support for the regime beyond the narrow party sect, and had more with the onset of war. Alexander Nevsky. Eisenstein's only box office hit, became especially popular. Withdrawn shortly after its release when the Nazi-Soviet pact was concluded, it was shown again following the German invasion, and audiences welcomed the heavy-handed anti-German message. As a Muscovite engineer who saw the film told the local newspaper, "May the contemporary mongrel knights remember the tragic and shameful role played by their forefathers, the Crusader scum." 77. Amongst non-Russians it may have been less effective. But the war provided a powerful external enemy to meld the Soviet people together. The regime's values had become strikingly less egalitarian than those of the early 1930s, and the new medieval and aristocratic imagery worried some. But the ideology was still, in theory, inclusive and modern. Virtue in the new socialist person included culture and enlightenment, alongside political reliability and a collectivist mentality. The concept of culture was inextricably linked with the notion that humanity was progressing along a steeply ascending path from backwardness, poverty, filth, ignorance, and coarseness, to a bright new modernity of comfort, cleanliness, education, and politeness. This new idea of culturedness, universalizing rather than rejecting a semi-bourgeois lifestyle, is especially obvious in the new socialist consumerism of the period. Marx, of course, was no ascetic, and had promised that plenty and abundance would accompany the coming of communism. But there were other, more immediate reasons why the leadership began to emphasize consumption. The urban unrest caused by food shortages in 1932-33 forced the leadership to accept that it would have to aim at providing a decent standard of living, and the new emphasis on payment according to work done demanded that workers have something to spend their hard-earned money on. The Stakhanovites were the models of the new culturedness. They were labor heroes, fighting for socialism, and they were rewarded with honor, medals, and the collected works of Lenin and Stalin. But they also earned higher wages than the average, and were able to live a more comfortable lifestyle. As Stakhanov's party boss mentor Dyukhanov explained, "Now that we have begun to earn decent wages, we want to lead a cultured life. We want bicycles, pianos, phonographs, records, radio sets, and many other articles of culture." 78. The new age of consumption was made official with Stalin's constantly repeated slogan of 1935, "Life has become better, comrades, life has become more cheerful." 79. The economy, however, remained overwhelmingly oriented towards heavy industry, and many consumer goods were only available to parts of the socialist managerial and Stakhanovite elite. But some efforts were made to give a wider group at least a taste of the good life. That good life was, in part, a copy of capitalist consumer culture, a culture that reconciled mass production and choice. But the party's objective was not a consumerist society, in the sense we use that word today, that is, one in which people measure their status by the consumer goods they own, and compete with each other to buy more and better. Rather, consumer goods were, like education, things that would allow the Soviet people to live the good, cultured life, worthy of heroes. A few people could enjoy them now, but eventually everybody would. Also, most importantly, the goods reflected a status hierarchy founded on politics and ideology, not one based on wealth, as in capitalist societies. Stalin's ideal was a society in which people were motivated, and rewarded, according to their heroic self-sacrifice, not money. As he explained, Soviet people have mastered a new way of measuring the value of people, not in rubles, not in dollars, to value people according to their heroic feats. After all, what is the dollar? A trifle. 80. It was, however, the state that was to judge people's achievements, and their rewards, and underlying Stalin's ideal society was a fundamentally paternalistic outlook. The state was the father, giving rewards to its children depending on how well they behaved. Paternalism was absolutely central to Stalinist propaganda, and its most visible element, Stalin's leadership cult. The Soviet welfare state, the schools, hospitals, and social protection which were seen by many as amongst the main advantages of the new order, were all commonly presented as gifts from Father Stalin to his grateful children, rather than the just entitlements of a hard-working citizenry. As Komsomolskaya Pravda declared, the Soviet people know to whom they owe their great attainments, who led them to a happy, rich, full, and joyful life. Today they send their warm greeting to their beloved, dear friend, teacher, and father. Meanwhile, school pupils chanted, "Thank you, Comrade Stalin, for a happy childhood." Some responded to these signals, and the Tsarist-era habit of sending supplicating petitions to the authorities became a common one. The first signs of Stalin's leadership cult were evident in 1929 as he sought to marginalize Bukharin and the right, but it really began to flourish in 1933 when Stalin, vulnerable after the failures of the Great Break, used the cult of his image to consolidate central control. The cult was largely directed at ordinary workers and peasants, and not so much at the white-collar workers, who were thought to be too sophisticated for it. Though embarrassed by its incongruity in a socialist society, Stalin realized that it had a real resonance. In a widely publicized interview with the fellow traveling German Jewish writer Lion Feuchtwanger, Stalin conceded that the cult was tacky, and joked about the proliferation of mustachioed portraits. But, he explained, it had to be tolerated because workers and peasants had not attained the maturity necessary for taste. The party tried to discourage some of the more extreme manifestations of paternalism, which they saw as redolent of the old regime. Whilst ordinary citizens' letters often referred to Stalin as Dya and Batyushka. These epithets never became part of official language. The official cult depicted Stalin as a hybrid Marxist intellectual and charismatic magus, great driver of the locomotive of history or genius of communism, but these images had far less purchase than the popular notion of Stalin as father of the nation. There was, though, no necessary contradiction between the paternalistic idea that Father Stalin looked after the nation, and a belief in social mobility. Pasha Angelina, the first woman tractor brigade leader and a famous Stakhanovite, reconciled the two in a verse recited at a regional conference in 1936. "Oh, thank you, dear Lenin. Oh, thank you, dear Stalin. Oh, thank you and thank you again. For Soviet power. Knit for me, dear mama. A dress of fine red calico. With the Stakhanovite I will go strolling. With the backward one I don't want to." 81. In line with the official message, Pasha thanked Father Stalin for helping young, ambitious people who helped themselves, people like herself. Like an idealized form of the Tsarist service aristocracy, the state awarded privileges and rewards in return for service. But it was a short step from a world in which one father presided over a fluid hierarchy of virtue, to a fixed, unchangeable pyramid of superior fathers and subordinate children. This transformation became increasingly apparent in ethnic politics. Russia emerged more and more as the superior nation, ruling over a graded ethnic hierarchy. And whilst the USSR was not the continuation of the Tsarist Empire by other means, several features of the Ancien regime, albeit in diluted form, were recreated. After 1932 all citizens had their class and ethnic status inscribed in their passports, and this affected how the state treated them. Peasants, in theory, could not leave the countryside without permission. Class background continued to affect educational and career chances, and party bosses started to become a privileged, proletarian stratum. The nomenklatura, as they were known, with special housing, shops, and food supplies, was becoming a new privileged status group, with distinct echoes of a Tsarist estate. 82. In Stalinist culture, also, the figurative Soviet family increasingly looked like one of fathers and sons rather than bands of brothers. Soviet heroes did populate official discourse, but they differed from those of the 1920s. Unlike Gladkov's Gleb, they never attained full maturity as Soviet leaders. They were impulsive and spontaneous figures who always needed the fatherly guidance of mentors in the party. The most famous hero of this type was Pavel Korchagin, the hero of Nikolai Ostrovsky's semi-autobiographical novel, How the Steel Was Tempered, of 1934. Set in Civil War Ukraine, the novel tells of Korchagin's extraordinary willpower. He fights against all the odds, narrowly avoiding death on several occasions, and even continues to struggle for the common cause when paralyzed. Although his character, like steel, is ultimately tempered, he remains immature throughout his life. He is poorly educated and unruly at school. He puts class above love, breaking up with the petty bourgeois Tonia, but only after a great deal of agonizing, and he remains devoted to the communist cause, but only following a period of suicidal depression. He is guided by several party mentors in the course of his heroic career, and never himself becomes a party boss, schooled in Marxism-Leninism. 83. Korchagin was only one of the most prominent of the Sun heroes who populated 1930s Stalinist culture, both within literature and outside it. Arctic explorer pilots and hero worker Stakhanovites were all shown as valued, but junior, members of the Soviet family. Presiding over the new Soviet family were several grandfather heroes. Alexander Nevsky, Peter the Great and other historical figures were now revalorized, but they too knew their place as modest forerunners of the father, the great Stalin. Stalin, however, was not the only father within the party. The USSR became a matryoshka doll society, and lesser fathers appeared in a seemingly endless hierarchy. Many local bosses, their high status earned by their service during the Civil War, behaved like little Stalins, with their own patronage networks, or so-called tails, which they dragged behind them when moved from one post to another. They encouraged their own cults, copied from the great Vazd. 84. Like him, they claimed credit for every achievement that had taken place in their region. Sometimes these cults loomed much larger in the popular consciousness than Stalin's own. In 1937, one collective farm worker, when asked who is the boss now in Russia, answered Ilyin, the chairman of the local village Soviet. It seems that he had never heard of the Supreme Vazd. 85. Stalin's attempts to spread the appeal of an aristocratic military heroism effectively authorized an increasingly paternalistic political culture. The noble warriors of Alexander Nevsky were powerful role models. Nevertheless, it would be an exaggeration to suggest that Stalinist Russia had simply reverted to the ancien regime. Party members were expected to absorb not only military heroic values, but Lenin's almost Protestant ideal of sober asceticism. Party members were expected to follow a strict moral code. They were also, unlike Peter's nobles, expected to master science, of the conventional bourgeois, rather than utopian Marxist variety, and the leadership placed enormous emphasis on the creation of a new cadre of red experts, indoctrinated with an ideological message strictly controlled by the party. The new union of quasi-aristocratic father figures and quasi-bourgeois scientists was abundantly clear in the regional and local elites of the USSR. After the chaos of the early 1930s, Stalin now stressed strict obedience in the economy. Engineers and managers acquired high status, and party officials, once encouraged to adopt a suspicious, vigilant attitude to them, were now expected to help and support them. The party had been partially demobilized, whilst its officials and managers now became a more coherent and unified administrative elite. Viktor Kravchenko, who had become an engineer at the new metallurgical plant in Nikopol in the Ukraine in 1934, describes well his entry into the new elite, and his tense relations with the workers. Personally, I was installed in a commodious 5-room house about a mile from the factory. It was one of 8 such houses for the use of the uppermost officials. Here was a car in the garage and a couple of fine horses were at my disposal, factory property, of course, but as exclusively mine while I held the job as if I had owned them. A chauffeur and stableman, as well as a husky peasant woman who did the housework and cooking, came with the house. I wanted sincerely to establish friendly, open relations with the workers. But for an engineer in my position to mix with ordinary workers might offend their pride, it smacked of patronage. Besides, officialdom would frown on such fraternization as harmful to discipline. In theory we represented the workers' power, but in practice we were a class apart. 86. Kravchenko's observation that a new class was emerging in the USSR, the apparatchiki, with new, bourgeois tastes, was a common one amongst critics of Stalinism, and became central to the Trotskyist analysis. Undoubtedly, during the 1930s a new, powerful social group had emerged. Stalin's own policies were, in part, responsible. He had deliberately reasserted control after the chaos of the early 1930s by strengthening a new hierarchy, with party bosses and communist experts, often of Russian, proletarian, or poor peasant background, at the summit. Unconscious paternalistic attitudes from the Tsarist era may also have played a part. But more important was the absence of any authority genuinely independent of an increasingly unified party-state apparatus, whether an autonomous judiciary or a propertied class. In abolishing the market, the regime gave enormous powers to party bosses and state officials. At all levels of the system, they exerted huge influence in economic as well as political life. Moscow attempted to control this burgeoning bureaucratic power with a panoply of control commissions to investigate corruption. Moreover, everybody was supposed to check up on everybody else, party leaders on state officials, the secret police on the party, and the party on itself, through purges, self-criticism campaigns and elections. But in reality officialdom was very difficult to control. Local cliques could protect themselves, persecuting critics. The retreat from the militant fraternity of the early 1930s had therefore created a highly contradictory system. The rhetoric of equality was still present, but it coincided with a new value system of reward according to achievement, and in practice fixed, almost. Ancien regime. Hierarchies were emerging. This system was probably more stable than either the tense standoff of the NEP period, or the violent radical enthusiasms of the late 1920s, for it established a group of white-collar, educated officials committed to the objectives of the regime. But it also created tensions, as, for different reasons, both the supreme leader above and ordinary people below became increasingly hostile to the new bureaucracy. 6. In the summer of 1935, an ambitious 22-year-old student at the Sverdlovsk Mining Engineers Institute, Leonid Potemkin, tried to show his effectiveness as a student leader by arranging a group holiday on the Black Sea coast. However, after consultation with the Institute's All-Union Voluntary Society of Proletarian Tourism and Excursions, he discovered it was too expensive for most students. He therefore put a proposal to the director of the Institute. The Institute should organize a socialist competition, and give a holiday subsidy to the students who did best in their annual military training classes. The idea was a good one because it gave the Institute ideological cover to help its students. The director readily agreed, and, as Potemkin recorded in his diary, he threw himself into the tasks with enthusiasm. "I'm so pleased with the training course. Here I am, a middle-rank commander of the revolutionary, proletarian army. My heart clenches up with joy. I am all wrapped in ardor and impatience to work with my platoon. I motivate people with my mood. No shouts or cursing, but a strictness that is inseparable from mutual respect, but at the same time by no means subordinate to it. But if I do have a defect, it is that I'm still not always sufficiently cheerful and self-confident. I need to develop my role and my mission and elevate them in the light of consciousness." 87. Potemkin was Stalin's ideal middle-rank citizen. He had embraced the new morality of competitive virtue, and had absorbed Stalinist ideas about leadership, a mixture of strictness and mobilizing enthusiasm. He also had a mission to contribute to society. He was determined to become a new Soviet person, partly because he could see there were advantages for him, as his skillful maneuvering over his student holiday showed, but also because he wanted to remake himself and society. He came from a poor background, and he had to leave school to earn a living. He remembered how he had been weak-willed, sickly, physically ugly, and dirty. I felt that I was the lowest, most insignificant of all people. 88. But the new system allowed him to enter higher education despite his poor qualifications, and he was determined to better himself, whilst improving society. His diary was an essential tool in this self-transformation, a place where he could reflect on his mistakes and successes and vow to do better next time. We cannot say how many Potemkins there were. He was an unusually successful product of the system, and became an explorer and prospector for metals, ending up as Vice Minister of Geology between 1965 and 1975. But his attitudes may not have been unusual amongst the new white-collar intelligentsia. This group was given concrete advantages. From the early 1930s, many of lowly origin benefited from the massive expansion of white-collar jobs and from the purges of the late 1930s. They were being given a new status. As the new command staff of the regime, they were entrusted with the transformation of the USSR. At the same time, however, they were being offered a messianic mission, together with a way of transforming themselves into conscious, advanced people who were taking part in the making of history. Some had doubts, as will be seen, and hid them, others had strong incentives to suppress them, surrounded as they were by a very powerful value system. Some even accepted the Bolshevik view that any critical thoughts were signs of class alien and enemy influence, and had to be removed through internal self-criticism, often practiced by keeping diaries. 89. Responses to the regime were therefore complex, and are difficult to categorize as simple support or opposition. A survey of Soviet citizens who had left the USSR during and after the war, interviewed in Harvard in 1950-1, provides some evidence that certainly suggests that Potemkin's attitudes may not have been that unusual for somebody of his social position. 90. Regardless of the many complaints they had about specific policies and low living standards, most people of all classes approved of industrialization, and considerable state involvement in industry and welfare, although they favored the mixed economy of NEP, not the total state control imposed by Stalin. But the younger and better educated amongst them were more collectivist than workers and peasants. The regime was clearly having some success in integrating this influential group into the system. 91. The Harvard interviews suggest that the regime was less successful in absorbing workers as a whole into the new order, perhaps unsurprisingly given that wages, whilst higher than in the crisis years of 1932-3, were still by 1937 only 60% of their 1928 level. The picture, however, was again complex. Despite the end of class discrimination in the mid-1930s, the regime's rhetoric still gave workers high status, and they could take part in the idealism of the times. Workers were told that this was their regime, and John Scott found that despite complaints about food and supplies, Magnitogorsk workers still accepted that they were making sacrifices to build a system superior to a capitalism that was in crisis. 92. There were strong reasons to become committed Soviet workers, playing by the rules and learning how to use official Bolshevik language to better themselves. 93. A particularly attractive prize was elevation to Stakhanovite status, at least in the early years of the movement when the wages and benefits were good. Workers also had new educational opportunities. Scott found that 24 men and women in his barracks were attending some course or other, from chauffeuring and midwifery to planning. The more ambitious and politically loyal could enroll in the Communist Higher Education Institute to prepare for a career as an official, though the quality of that education was dubious. Scott, who attended the Magnitogorsk Komvuz, found that the students were barely literate and learned a particularly dogmatic version of Marxism-Leninism. I remember one altercation about the Marxian law of the impoverishment of the toilers in capitalist countries. According to this law, as interpreted to the students of the Magnitogorsk Komvuz, the working classes of Germany, Britain, and the United States, had become steadily and inexorably poorer since the beginning of the Industrial Revolution in the 18th century. I went up to the teacher after class, and told him that I happened to have been in Britain, for example, and that it seemed to me that conditions among workers there were unquestionably better than they had been during the time of Charles Dickens. The teacher would have none of me. "Look at the book, comrade," he said. "It is written in the book. The party made no mistakes." 94. There were also, though, many reasons for dissatisfaction, and foot-dragging was commonplace. Some workers also resented the new hierarchies, especially as promotions depended on foremen and managers who often behaved arbitrarily. Stakhanovism sharpened the tensions between workers and managers, and amongst workers themselves. The factory administration decided which workers would be Stakhanovites, and their partiality could lead to discontent and envy. That could be directed against managers or individual Stakhanovites, who were sometimes the victims of intimidation. Many workers had more general objections to the end of egalitarianism in the early 1930s. Already angry at party privileges, many were even more incensed by the new official acceptance of inequalities, which seemed to have little to do with socialist morality. One Leningrad worker declared in 1934, "How can we liquidate classes, if new classes have developed here, with the only difference being that they are not called classes? Now there are the same parasites who live at the expense of others. The worker produces and at the same time works for many people who live off him. There are many administrative workers who travel about in cars and get 3 to 4 times more than the worker." 95. Much working class criticism of the regime, therefore, came from the left, and perhaps most worryingly for the party, the terms used were often strikingly similar to the revolutionary language of 1917. Sharp divisions were perceived between those at the top and those at the bottom, and objections to them were as much moral and cultural as economic. Those at the top were aristocrats who insulted the workers and treated them like dogs. As during the Russian Revolution, social divisions were sometimes seen less as Marx's class tensions based on economic differences than as cultural conflicts between ancien regime style estates. Even so, this was far from a revolutionary situation. Serious strikes did occur in the early 1930s, especially during the famine of 1932-3, and workers could express their discontent passively, by going slow, but many accepted the system and tried to do their best within it. Surveillance and repression also effectively headed off any real opposition. The hierarchies of the mid-1930s had a more mixed effect on women. The state, partly because it wanted to encourage births and population growth, abandoned its earlier denunciations of bourgeois patriarchy and embraced the traditional family. Divorce was now frowned on, and families given financial incentives to have children, much as happened in Western Europe in this period. The authority of parents was also strengthened. The cult of Pavlik Morozov, a child who denounced his Kulak parents to the authorities, went into abeyance. It seems that this rehabilitation of the family was popular amongst many women, though less well received was the ban on abortion. 96. Also, despite its rhetoric about family values, the Stalinist state was still determined that women should work, and they found themselves assuming a double burden, expected to follow a traditional role in the household, whilst working long hours in factories and on farms. Less integrated into the Soviet order, and much less contented, were the peasants. Although life had improved since the virtual civil war of the early 1930s, and the consolidation of farms into collectives did allow some facilities like schools and hospitals to be built, many peasants were disgruntled and bitter. They might have accepted that collective farms were here to stay, but many felt like second-class citizens. Living standards were much lower than in the towns and peasants did not receive the benefits enjoyed by workers. Arvo Tuominen, a Finnish communist who was a member of a grain procurement brigade in 1934, found that peasants were extremely hostile to the regime. My first impression, which remained lasting, was that everyone was a counter-revolutionary, and that the whole countryside was in full revolt against Moscow and Stalin. 97. Andrei Arzulovsky, formerly a middle peasant, was one of the disillusioned, understandably, as he had spent 7 years in a labor camp for allegedly campaigning against collectivization. When he was released, he kept a diary in which he recorded his alienation from the system and the people around him. Yesterday the city celebrated the ratification of Stalin's constitution. Of course, there's more idiocy and herd behavior than enthusiasm. The new songs are sung over and over, with great enthusiasm. I know no other such land where a man can breathe so free. 98. But another question comes up, can it be that people under a different regime don't sing or breathe? I suppose things are even happier in Warsaw or Berlin. But then maybe it's all just spite on my part. In any case, at least the finger pointing has ended. 99. A particular complaint amongst peasants was the abuse of power by collective farm officials. A secret police investigation of 1936, for instance, gave a long account of the filthy, brazen, criminal, hooligan-like actions of a collective farm chairman in southern Russia, Vshchanov, who regularly harassed the women farm workers. When one of them married a certain Mrikin, they needed the chairman's permission for him to join the collective farm, a tricky proposition as he had a criminal record. Vshchanov agreed to admit him if his wife slept with him first. She asked her husband, "What on earth should I do, go to bed with Vshchanov and buy you off, or you will be sent back to the Urals?" Mrikin agreed that this was the only thing to do. There had been complaints to the local prosecutors, and Vshchanov had been brought to trial, but he had been acquitted. The decision was then overturned, and the charges upheld, but he was still in post. Officials had influence and were remarkably difficult to remove. 100. However, amongst those most alienated from the regime were undoubtedly the prisoners of the Gulag, the huge complex of labor camps, supposedly designed to re-educate recalcitrants through work. In 1929 the leadership replaced institutions for long-term prisoners with work camps, designed to extract minerals in Siberia and other remote areas of the USSR where it was difficult to attract free labor. The Gulag soon expanded rapidly with the collectivization campaigns, as hundreds of thousands of kulaks, priests, and other enemies were imprisoned. By World War II, they had become subjects of an enormous slave state, and a central part of the Soviet economy, with a shocking 4 million people in the whole Gulag system. 101. Prisoners were forced to do heavy labor in the harsh climate, and they only received full rations if they fulfilled their work plan. Those who did not often became ill, and were even less capable of meeting their targets. Many were therefore, in effect, worked to death. One prisoner, writing in the earliest, and worst, period of the Gulag, sent a complaint to the Red Cross about the appallingly cruel treatment. Soon they started to force people to work in the forest, with no exception for mothers and sick children. There was no medical care for seriously ill adults either. Everybody had to work, including 10 and 12-year-old children. Our 4-day pay was 2.5 pounds of bread. After March 30, children were sent to load lumber. Loading lumber proved disastrous, bleeding, spitting of blood, prolapse, etc. 102. Given the different treatment received by various groups within the Soviet population, it was inevitable that attitudes towards the regime varied enormously. But one message emerges from the evidence we have, much of it collected by the party and the secret police, a resentment of high-handed and privileged officials. 103. And Stalin himself was well aware of this, for he regularly received secret police and party digests of popular opinion. He, of course, had no objections to strict, harsh discipline, and he was prepared to mete out a great deal of violence himself, but he accused his officials of alienating, rather than mobilizing, the citizenry. 104. It was not only the pretensions of the little Stalins that angered a vengeful Stalin. He also believed that they were frustrating his efforts to prepare the economy for war. Just as Count Potemkin built fake Potemkin villages along the river Dnieper to convince Catherine the Great of the value of his Crimean conquests, so local party bosses exaggerated their economic achievements and lied about plan fulfillment in their reports to Stalin and Moscow. Officials protected one another, and whistleblowers or anybody who broke ranks paid a heavy price. The leadership's demand that party officials support managers had led to collusion to hide mistakes. 105. And at the same time, these officials had their protectors within the top leadership in the Kremlin, among Stalin's inner circle. Stalin, determined to increase his power over the party, now insisted that there were drawbacks to the retreat of the early 1930s and the accompanying demobilization of the ranks of the party, as he put it in 1934. 106. The party, its leader now aggressively warned, was in danger of becoming impure, much as it had during the NEP, and was losing its transformative power. This time, though, the dangers came from enemies and spies within the party. The party needed to purify itself, regain its messianic role, and rearm itself ideologically to prepare for the coming war. 7. In May 1936, 2 months before Stalin sent the secret letter detailing the activities of the enemies of the people, and thus initiating the bloody purges we call the Great Terror, Soviet cinema audiences were treated to another political melodrama, Ivan Pyrev's Party Card. 107. It tells the story of one of the virtuous but simple children of the Stalinist era, the fair-haired Enka, who falls victim to an evil enemy, Pasha Kuganov. But unlike the enemies of the late 1920s, the obviously bourgeois specialists and kulaks, Pasha's true nature is hidden. He arrives in Moscow from the provinces with a shabby wooden suitcase, the very image of the humble but ambitious Soviet new man. He is handsome, hard-working, and soon becomes popular in the factory. He then marries Enka, a good proletarian girl, defeating his rival in love, the good communist Ayasha. But it soon becomes clear that Pasha is not what he seems. A former lover reveals that his father was a kulak, a detail he has deliberately concealed by elaborately faking communist virtue. His perfidy is compounded when he steals Enka's party card and gives it to a foreign spy. When the card is recovered, the party puts Enka on trial for negligence, for as the film makes clear, the card is a symbol of honor, pride, and the struggle of each Bolshevik, and it is the sacred duty of all party members to guard their party cards with their lives. Eventually, though, Pasha's wicked nature is finally revealed to Enka. The foolish girl, who put romantic love over her duties to socialism, has been taught a lesson by the party. Armed with a pistol, she hands her husband over to the secret police. For a viewer today, the film seems bizarre, with its obsession with the apparently trivial party card, a document lent almost sacred significance in the film. Equally strange is the notion that the USSR was threatened by a phalanx of foreign spies armed with these stolen documents. Even at the time, some found the film incredible. The Mosfilm Studios, describing it as unsuccessful, false, and distorting Soviet reality, refused to distribute it. 108. Only Stalin's intervention secured its release, and he clearly had a better sense of popular taste. Party Card had a real resonance with some of its audience, who expressed disgust at the sentimental and unreliable Enka. The press was full of discussions of the film, and the great filmmaker Friedrich Ermler explained to a friend how much it had affected him, even undermining his trust in his wife. "You see, I saw this film and now, more than anything, I'm afraid for my party card. What if someone stole it? You won't believe it, but at night I check under my wife's pillow to see if maybe it's there." 109. To understand the politics of the time, and in particular one of the most dramatic, and mysterious, events in communist history, the Great Terror, we could do worse than watch the strange and sinister Party Card. The terror of 1936-8 still mystifies historians, because it seems so irrational, and profound disagreements amongst scholars over its origins and nature remain. 110. That Stalin should have ordered the arrest and executions of hundreds and thousands of party members and ordinary people, many of them perfectly loyal to Soviet power, and, moreover, precisely the educated experts and experienced officers he needed to help him win the approaching war, seems inexplicable. Clearly, Stalin's psychological peculiarities played an enormous role. He was deeply suspicious, and seems to have been willing to believe some of the extraordinary conspiracies he charged people with, even as he cynically concocted others. He was the figure who ordered the killings, and his thinking will always remain difficult to fathom. However, many, at all levels of the party and society, participated in the terror, and these complex events make more sense if we also understand the radical, messianic aspects of Bolshevik culture, and its response to the threat of war. As in the late 1920s, the leadership claimed that the best way to counter the foreign threat was to purify the party, removing enemies and waverers from it, so it could then remobilize a newly militant society against the foreigner. But the fear of internal enemies was much greater than before, and the terror was a much more controlled, less inclusive campaign than the Great Break of the late 1920s. Leaders did try to whip up the masses against enemies, but the terror was an organized series of arrests and executions, carried out in secret by the police. The first signs of the search for enemies within the party emerged in the aftermath of the murder of the Leningrad party leader, Sergei Kirov, on December 1, 1934. We still do not know for sure whether Stalin was involved, but whoever was responsible, Stalin sent the rising party official Nikolai Ezhov to investigate the murder, with a view to blaming it on the local secret police or his former opponent, Zinoviev. Lev Kamina and Zinoviev were imprisoned and the case closed. Even so, Ezhov, partly because he had his own ambitions within the NKVD, continued to warn of the continuing dangers from the former oppositions, and by early 1936 Stalin allowed him to reopen the case of the Kirov murder. 111. In July 1936 Stalin and the Politburo issued a secret letter to all party organizations, announcing that a grand conspiracy between Trotsky, Kamina, and Zinoviev had been discovered. It was this letter, and the subsequent show trial in August, that launched the first campaign in the Great Terror. We still do not know why Stalin let Ezhov off the leash when he did. It is most likely that he cynically smeared people he wanted to purge, but it is possible he believed in the conspiracies. Certainly the Stalinists commonly argued that any ideological doubts objectively aided the enemy, and were therefore tantamount to a real crime. As Stalin declared in November 1937, anyone who with his deeds or his thoughts, yes also with his thoughts, attacks the unity of the socialist state will be mercilessly destroyed by us. 112. But whatever Stalin's intentions, the search for enemies was presented as part of a broader campaign to purify and mobilize the party, and this is how it was understood by party organizations. 113. And the leadership was especially concerned that this new party activism should reinvigorate the economy, for with Hitler in power in Germany, war was becoming more likely. The first sign of serious efforts to galvanize the economy came in August 1935, when Alexei Stakhanov, a miner in the Donbass, dug 102 tons of coal in one shift, 14 times the average. This kind of stunt had been staged before, but it was Stalin's response that lent it enormous significance. Stalin hailed Stakhanov's achievement as a sign that the age of mobilization had returned. Workers were again capable of heroic feats, they were only being held back by conservative and bureaucratic technicians. Predictably, the Stakhanovite movement soon acquired a strongly anti-elitist character. Whilst workers were given incentives to become Stakhanovites, the campaign was unpopular amongst managers and technicians, who had to reallocate resources so that the Stakhanovite brigades could achieve their records, whilst maintaining normal production in the rest of the factory. Naturally, they were the scapegoats when things went wrong, especially now that the party and secret police were again in the ascendant. As Kravchenko, one of those engineers tasked with staging a Stakhanovite event, recorded, engineers and administrators as a class were being denounced, day after day, for supposed conservatism, for holding back the pace-setters. Our authority kept falling. Politics, flying the banner of efficiency, had the right of way. Communist and police officials had the final word against the engineer and the manager, even on purely technical problems. 114. It was therefore no surprise that the search for enemies within the party soon led to the economic managers, accused of wrecking the economy, especially as some of them had been closely associated with Trotsky in the past. The Shrums condemned by Gladkov in the 1920s were being attacked again. But they were not the only targets. The party was urged to search for anybody who showed signs of bourgeois corruption, or who might not be activist and politically enthusiastic enough. It was not sufficient to be a narrow-minded and pragmatic official blindly and mechanically obeying orders from above, as Stalin put it in 1938. Party officials were also, like Enka, blamed for lack of vigilance. Given the broad definition of the enemy, it was very likely that the purge would spread throughout the party. Denunciations proliferated, and virtually any failing could be interpreted as a sign of hostile intent. Expulsion from the party followed, and then, in many cases, arrest by the NKVD, imprisonment, and possibly execution. Responses to the terror amongst the party faithful varied. Evgenia Ginsburg, an academic, historian and writer, and the wife of a regional party boss in Kazan, Tatarstan, simply could not understand the hysteria. She was damaged by a rather distant association with another historian, Lvov, and was accused of making Trotskyist errors in an article on the 1905 revolution. After expulsion from the party, she was summoned to the office of a Captain Vevers of the NKVD, who berated her as an enemy. Was he joking? She remembered. He couldn't possibly mean such things. But he did. Working himself up more and more, he shouted across the room, pouring invective on me. 115. The reaction of the playwright Alexander Afanajanov, however, was very different. As the historian Jochen Hellbeck has shown, when expelled from the party, Afanajanov struggled to understand it, and, despite doubts, saw his expulsion as an opportunity to destroy the negative, bourgeois parts of his personality and transform himself into a virtuous party member. I killed the self inside me, and then a miracle happened. I understood and suddenly saw the beginning of something altogether new, a new self, far removed from previous troubles and vanity. 116. Unexpectedly, he escaped the police and arrest, and was restored to the party, convinced of its justice. Afanajanov may not have been typical of party members, but others also believed that the purge was an essential tool to purify the party, even if mistakes were made in particular circumstances. The terror also made sense to others, lower on the social scale. There was a populist element to it, and the leadership now tried to whip up antagonisms against the elite. For the first time in years, Stalin announced that party committees were to be subjected to multi-candidate elections, in which the rank and file were allowed to criticize their bosses. He doubtless hoped that criticism from below would reveal what was really happening in the regional cliques, but would also replace any disobedient officials with loyal enthusiasts. He also probably realized that he could improve the standing of the regime amongst ordinary people, hostile as they were to the privileged officials. Stalin was returning to the strategies of the late 1920s, and he was stirring up the deep resentments many ordinary people felt for local elites, as John Scott remembered. Chaos reigned in the plant. A foreman would come to work in the morning and say to his men, "Now today we must do this and that." The workers would sneer at him and say, "Go on. You're a wrecker yourself. Tomorrow they'll come and arrest you. All you engineers and technicians are wreckers." 117. However, the leadership was determined that this did not become a reprise of the Great Break. They resolutely tried to ensure that any self-criticism remained under strict control, even if that proved difficult in practice. In the spring of 1937 the terror moved into its second phase, and the arrests of the party bosses and their clients began. Stalin may have planned this all along, but the NKVD also responded to evidence, often the result of denunciations, that the little Stalins were not fulfilling economic targets. 118. In the spring of 1937 Stalin may also have been convinced, possibly by Gestapo disinformation, that Marshal Tukhachevsky and the military high command were conspiring with the Germans. So despite the threat of war, the cream of the officer corps was arrested. And from that summer Stalin sent his close allies from Moscow to the regions to preside over the arrest and replacement of most of the powerful regional party bosses. The bosses themselves, however, were closely involved in the terror. Under pressure to find enemies, they tried to emphasize the threat from class aliens and anybody with a spoiled past, especially the former kulaks. Moreover, Stalin accepted the regional bosses' demands for a mass repression of ordinary people with bad backgrounds. He was also probably afraid of a fifth column of anti-Soviet kulaks who might join the Nazis if they invaded. 119. In the summer of 1937 the terror entered a new, third phase, that of the mass operations. Stalin and the Politburo, in collaboration with regional bosses, issued secret quotas of arrests and executions, based on class, political and ethnic background. Most of these victims were former kulaks, priests, and Tsarist officials. They also included vagrants and other undesirable groups. Unreliable ethnic minorities who were thought to be in danger of allying themselves with enemies across the border, such as Germans, Poles, and Koreans, were also persecuted. The mass operations were responsible for by far the largest number of those executed and imprisoned during the period. Official figures, almost certainly underestimates, record 681,692 executed and 1,575,259 imprisoned in 1937-8, many, though not all, for political crimes. 120. The result was chaos and economic crisis, as managers and officials fell victim to the arrests. Labor discipline collapsed, as officials refused to impose their authority on workers for fear of being criticized. The first serious attempt to rein in the ideological purge of the party came in January 1938. But the trials continued, including the Third Moscow trial of Bukharin and other leaders. Meanwhile, mass operations against kulaks and ethnic minorities went on well into 1938, and it was only towards the end of the year that Stalin effectively halted the terror, though repressions continued on a smaller scale. Nikolai Ezhov was blamed for the excesses and he was arrested and executed, charged, amongst other things, with leftist overreaction. He went to his execution convinced of the rightness of the terror. 8. Eisenstein's response to the terror was naturally much more ambivalent and sophisticated than the true believer Ezhov's, and he dealt with this difficult, and dangerous, issue in his last films, the historical dramas. Ivan the Terrible. Parts I and II. 121. The reputation of the 16th century Tsar Ivan IV had been rehabilitated in the 1930s as a ruler who had defeated Russia's enemies and unified the country. His deployment of his personal bodyguards, the Oprichniki, to wage a war of terror against the disloyal boyar nobility was commonly seen as a progressive development in the building of the Russian state. Naturally, parallels between Ivan and Stalin, between the Oprichnina and the terror, were obvious to the intelligentsia and party elite. Eisenstein sought to justify Ivan/Stalin. But at the same time he wanted to give some tragic complexity to the character. In Part I, Ivan is shown having doubts about the violence he was unleashing, even against his own family. But these are soon overcome. He easily convinces himself that his personal sentiments must be sacrificed to Russia's greatness. But the sequel's atmosphere is very different. Ivan is now overtly self-lacerating, and the film wallows in an expressionist world of claustrophobic interiors, sinister intrigue, and extreme emotion. In the projected Part 3, Ivan is even shown banging his head on the floor in remorse beneath a fresco of the Day of Judgment, as his confessor and henchman read out lists of his victims. Eisenstein's friends were astounded at his extreme foolhardiness. How could he take such risks? And unsurprisingly Stalin, who had welcomed the first part, was outraged at the second and projected third. He excoriated the film for portraying the Oprichniki as some kind of Ku Klux Klan, and presenting Ivan as if he were a vacillating Hamlet. Yet Eisenstein did not totally misjudge the Vazd. After a course of self-criticism he was permitted to remake the films, but died before he could restart the project. 122. Eisenstein had little insight into Stalin's own psyche. The Vazd felt no guilt about the violence he had unleashed. But Ivan the Terrible Part 2 does capture some aspects of the world created by the terror. October. As simple emotions of class struggle and vengeance had yielded to a far less confident, interior politics, one in which men's souls had to be interrogated in search of inner doubts and hidden heresy. Stalin used show trials and purges until his death in 1953, but he was never to repeat the terror on such a scale. Throughout the 1930s the regime had oscillated between the militant desire to transform society and a willingness to live with society as it was, and that tension continued. Ideological campaigns continued after the war, but the terror was the last time the USSR experienced such an intrusive effort to force ideological unity on the party and society as a whole. The terror also marked the end of populist attacks on officialdom, so evident in the late 1920s and more muted in the later 1930s. In 1938 and 1940 labor discipline laws restored the power of managers and technicians, and the regime increasingly emphasized the more inclusive principles of ethnicity and nation, rather than class. The system known as High Stalinism, highly repressive, xenophobic, and hierarchical, was emerging from the violence and tumult of the 1930s, to become so powerful on the world stage. The terror remained a blot on Soviet communism's escutcheon until its demise. Khrushchev, in admitting its injustice in his secret speech of 1956, seriously damaged the reputation, and the legitimacy, of the Soviet model of socialism, but at the time the terror did not have as great an effect on views of the Stalinist regime, within the USSR or outside, as one might expect. Those who were already hostile, particularly on the Trotskyist left, denounced the bloodletting. But there were strong reasons amongst the Western center-left not to make the terror a significant issue. At a time of appeasement, the USSR was the only real ally against the radical right. The struggle against Nazism was to give Soviet communism another chance. Popular fronts. In May 1937, as Stalin and Hitler fought a proxy war in Spain, Paris was the setting for an international exposition designed to promote peace and reconciliation. A monument to peace was constructed in the Place du Trocadero, and an avenue of peace linked it to the pavilions of Nazi Germany and the Soviet Union. On one side, Boris Yeltsin's Soviet pavilion was topped by Vera Mukina's statue of a worker and a woman collective farmer, marching together and purposefully brandishing a hammer and a sickle. Opposite loomed Albert Speer's massive neoclassical tower, crowned by an imperial eagle grasping a swastika. Speer deliberately designed his edifice as a riposte to the communist pavilion. Some have seen both pavilions as manifestations of totalitarian art, and they undoubtedly showed a certain monumental bombast, both embraced a populist, and indeed somewhat conventional, aesthetic, and the German exhibition showed an obsession with work and heroism every bit as intense as the Soviet one. 1. Yet despite the similarities, the differences were striking. 2. The German eagle was a symbol of empire, and within the pavilion society was shown as a static, peaceful hierarchy. The huge and prominent painting, Comradeship, by Rudolf Hank Stenberg, may have suggested parallels with communist collectivism, but it portrayed building workers clearly subordinate to a dominant architect in an old-fashioned artisanal setting. By contrast, the USSR's pavilion, with its monuments to machines and striving workers, sought to present itself as a more dynamic society, albeit one presided over by the great leader Stalin. There were also subtle differences in the pavilion's depiction of reason and progress. The Soviets crammed their building with worthy and didactic exhibits lauding economic development and social change. The Nazi pavilion, though filled with the latest German technology, adopted a consistently mystical and religious mise en scene. The building itself an odd mixture of classical temple, church, and mausoleum. Indeed, the overall aesthetic of each pavilion recreated stark differences in values. Whilst the Nazi pavilion was self-consciously conservative, its sculptures and architecture neoclassical, and its interior evoking the heavy 19th-century bourgeois style, the Soviet pavilion mixed neoclassicism with modernist touches. Its architecture suggested an American skyscraper rather than a classical temple, whilst within, modern photomontage jostled with more conventional socialist realist painting. 3. The Soviet pavilion represented several crucial features of Stalinist ideology to the outside world. Bolshevism was the force of progress, bringing enlightenment to the world. The ideal society was one devoted to collectivism, work, and production, and its creation, the industrial working class, was now the hero of history. In this vision economics was paramount, and little, if anything, was left of the earlier utopian dream of liberation. All of these themes were reprised in the short course of party history, largely written by Stalin himself and propagated throughout the communist world. Here one found the approved version of Marxism outlined in crude, dogmatic form. History followed its determined course. The Soviet Union had achieved socialism, Marx's lower phase of communism, and the rest of the world would follow. This was a system where wage inequalities remained, and the state was all-powerful. Any plans for its withering away were postponed to the very distant future. Both the German and Soviet pavilions were much larger and more grandiose than those of the other countries. Visitors complained about the bad manners, the excess of pride and the vain pretensions they displayed. 4. In striking contrast to both was the pavilion of the Spanish Republican government, which displayed a rather different approach to the ideological struggles of the time. Much more modest in scale, it was built in an unalloyed modernist style. Like the Soviet pavilion, it used photomontage to teach its visitors about the government's worthy social programs. 5. But unlike the USSR's effort, it also embraced the artistic avant-garde, displaying works by some of Spain's leading artists, including, most famously, Pablo Picasso's iconic Guernica. Picasso, an artist of the left who became a fully paid-up communist in 1944, had produced the painting as a condemnation of fascist aggression, showing the sufferings of the Basque town as it was bombed to destruction by German aircraft only a month before the exhibition opened. The pavilion was built by the ruling Spanish Popular Front, an alliance of communists, socialists, and left liberals, who had tried to bury their differences to resist General Franco's nationalists and their Nazi and Italian fascist allies. It was just one of a number of popular fronts established in the mid-1930s when the Comintern, fearful of fascism, abandoned its harsh anti-social democratic line of 1928. The Spanish pavilion reveals a great deal about the ethos of the popular fronts. They attracted the support of some of the most prominent intellectuals and artists, and embraced people of diverse political and aesthetic schools, from left liberal to communist, from avant-garde to populist, from bourgeois liberal to social democratic. There was, however, a rather less radical interpretation of the Popular Front embodied at the exposition by the French exhibitions. At that time, the French government was headed by the socialist Léon Blum with the support of liberals and communists. The French did not have a pavilion of their own, but various galleries and museums mounted shows, amongst which was a huge exhibition of French art since the Gallo-Roman period. 6. The message was unashamedly patriotic, a patriotism conspicuously endorsed by communists. Moscow, it now seemed, was happy for communists not only to adopt a pragmatic, gradualist road to socialism, but also to embrace nationalist rhetoric along the way. The Popular Front governments, of which there were 3 before World War II, in Spain, France, and Chile, were short-lived. However, during World War II anti-fascist popular fronts of the left were revived, and they remained strong until the onset of the Cold War in 1946-7. Their popularity was a consequence of a far more violent phase of European social conflict. The economic crisis of the 1930s radicalized both right and left as a bitter struggle broke out over who was to bear the brunt of the depression. Radical nationalists argued that organized labor was using democracy to undermine the state, and called for a new authoritarian politics to impose social and racial hierarchy, which they achieved on the Nazis' victory in Germany in 1933. In these conditions, a more modernist and seemingly more inclusive version of communism became attractive to many on the left. Only communist discipline, they believed, was capable of confronting such a powerful right-wing force, and now Moscow was no longer so sectarian, that discipline could be used to defend democracy and the values of enlightenment. The period between 1934 and 1947, therefore, was one of considerable communist success in the West, especially in France and Italy, and in parts of Latin America. This was the era when communism, and with it the USSR, became fashionable amongst the West European and American intelligentsias. But despite such enthusiasm, the popular fronts were always shaky edifices, ready to splinter into many factions, as illustrated by the stark differences between the various expo pavilions. The Spanish embrace of the avant-garde coexisted uneasily with the Soviet-style realist agitprop, displaying in aesthetic form the continuing tensions between a disciplinarian Stalinist communism and a more romantic and radical left. Meanwhile, French hopes that the exposition would embody a rallying of the left and liberal center were crushed when a wave of strikes disrupted work, and on the opening day several of the pavilions were fenced off or covered in scaffolding, an ominous portent of the social tensions that were starting to destroy the French Popular Front itself. Despite these difficulties, the popular fronts remained appealing to some. As long as the radical right was the main threat, much of the liberal left was prepared to overlook Bolshevik authoritarianism and Stalin's cynical foreign policy. After 1946-7, however, the tensions between the culture of Stalinist Bolshevism and that of the non-communist left became too sharp. With the defeat of the Nazis, the aggressive behavior of the Soviets and local communists in Central and Eastern Europe, and the creation of a new form of capitalism more favorable to labor in the West, communism seemed neither so necessary nor so attractive. It is no surprise that the popular fronts were not to survive the war for long. 2. The Comintern sectarian class against class policy of 1928 was founded on a profound misinterpretation of Western politics. It assumed that the workers of the West were becoming more revolutionary, that capitalism was on the verge of collapse, and that fascism, the last gasp of a dying bourgeoisie, was a fleeting phenomenon that would soon crumble along with capitalism. Given this erroneous analysis, it made sense for the Comintern to urge communists to intensify the struggle against the bourgeoisie, including the Social Democrats, and thus hasten the end of liberal regimes. This is why, at a time when the radical right, and especially the Nazis, were going from strength to strength, the communists' fire was, puzzlingly for many, directed against the moderate left, not the right. Even at the time, some communist leaders, especially those in small parties which needed broad alliances, despaired of this policy. Representatives from the American Communist Party, the PUSA, threatened to ignore Moscow's instructions in 1929, but were met with threats from Stalin. 7. The party was soon purged and the rightists expelled, as were all foreign communists who opposed the new line. In several countries, the policy was another disaster for communist parties. Almost half of the members of the pro-communist Czech Red Unions left to join the Social Democrats. 8. In Britain, party membership collapsed, from 10,800 in 1926 to 2,555 in 1930. The new policy of fomenting revolution and encouraging unofficial strikes simply made it more likely that communists would be thrown out of work. Nevertheless, the new policy had some supporters amongst local communists desperate to believe that the time was ripe for revolution. And in Germany, the confrontational politics of the Third Period was particularly popular in the Communist Party, as was the denunciation of the Social Democrats as social fascists. Membership of the party soared, from 130,000 in 1928 to 360,000 by the end of 1932, when it received over 5 million votes, almost 17% of the electorate. The vicious internecine struggles between the Social Democrats and the Communists simply reinforced Communists' view that the Comintern policy was right. On May Day 1929, the Communists ignored a ban on outdoor marches, imposed by the Social Democratic Berlin police chief, Zorgebel. The result was a battle between Communists and the police, over 30 deaths and 1,228 arrests. To the Communists, it was clear that the Social Democrats were tantamount to fascists. Street battles between the Communists and the authorities intensified in the late 1920s and early 1930s. It was in this atmosphere of violence that the young Erich Honecker, later the leader of Communist East Germany, grew up. Born in 1912, in a small town on the Saar, Honecker came from a radical social democratic family that became communist. He himself was a communist virtually from the cradle. As a child he collected money for strikers, and was told to march at the front of demonstrations. It was thought that the police would not fire on children. In his youth he was a member of a workers' gymnastics club and played in a Communist Party brass band. Although he was a roofer by trade, like most German communists he never found a job. His life was politics. He was sent to the Lenin School in Moscow at the unusually young age of 18, where his end-of-year reports were lavish in their praise. A very talented and diligent comrade, understands very well how to relate theory to the class struggle in Germany. Honecker returned, a fully-fledged Marxist-Leninist, to become leader of the Saarland Communist Youth League in 1931. 9. Honecker's, and Stalin's, belief in class struggle and the imminence of revolution was reinforced by the depression that followed the crisis of 1928-9. In Germany industrial output fell by a catastrophic 46%, in France by 28%. Most governments made the problem worse by following the laissez-faire market orthodoxy of the time and slashing state spending. Welfare was cut, increasing the numbers of the poverty-stricken and reducing economic activity still further. The Keynesian solution of state spending to compensate for private caution was not yet widely accepted, and few defended it with conviction. Meanwhile, international attempts to coordinate a response also failed, as states panicked and pursued narrowly nationalistic agendas. Although the collapse of the gold standard in the early 1930s helped the recovery of European economies, the effects of the Depression reverberated throughout the decade. It is then not surprising that many came to believe that liberal capitalism had no answers to the problems of the era. The system seemed incapable of providing employment for the mass of America's and Europe's people. The intellectual tide turned and the liberal optimism of the 1920s evaporated. To many on the center-left it seemed that the Soviet Union, with its growth figures of 22% per annum, had something to teach the West. Even liberal elites were impressed by Soviet success. In 1931, the British ambassador to Berlin wrote that everybody was talking about the menace represented by the progress made by the Soviet Union in carrying out the first five-year plan, and the necessity of some serious effort being made by the European countries to put their house in order before Soviet economic pressure becomes too strong. 10. The response of those on the radical right to the crisis of liberal capitalism was inevitably very different. For them, both liberalism and communism were responsible for fragmenting the nation and thwarting legitimate imperial ambitions. Liberalism was responsible for political conflict and economic crisis, whilst communists preached divisive class struggle. The solution, for the Nazis, the Italian fascists and their imitators in Eastern Europe and elsewhere, was a militarized, masculinized, mobilized nation. This model, of course, had much in common with the Stalinist one. The difference was that for the right, property rights had to remain largely intact, as did social and professional hierarchies. Left fascists and Nazis also hoped for a serious attack on liberal capitalism and its market-based ethos, but they were generally ignored and, in the case of the Nazis, purged. The far right did garner some working-class support. But radical right regimes, broadly speaking, favored bosses over workers, independent trade unions were banned and wages remained low. As the economic crisis intensified, support for both communists and the radical right increased, especially in Germany. Politics was becoming a zero-sum game. The left was insistent that welfare benefits be maintained, the right believed that labor was destroying the nation by resisting the necessary retrenchment. Compromise became difficult. The Social Democratic Party did tacitly support the Catholic Centre Party Chancellor Brüning after September 1930, for fear of triggering elections that might increase Nazi representation. But this alliance antagonized the supporters of both sides. Communist support increased amongst workers, almost overtaking the Social Democrats in the November 1932 elections, whilst Germany's elites began to look for authoritarian solutions to the increased unrest. In July 1932, von Papen, Brüning's successor, staged a coup against the elected Social Democratic government of Prussia, claiming that it could not maintain order, and it looked as if parliamentary democracy was doomed. It was perhaps at this point that a united left could have fought back, as von Papen indeed thought might happen. But the Social Democrats were too demoralized and committed to legality. The better armed communists would not have supported them had they resisted, and even a joint force of the left would have stood little chance against the army. 11. The way was open for the appointment of Adolf Hitler by President Hindenburg in January 1933. Stalin and the Comintern's class-against-class policy certainly played a role in that disastrous outcome, but it was just one factor amongst many. The Nazis swiftly moved to destroy parliament and liberal rights, banning both communists and social democrats and imprisoning thousands. The Nazi takeover was only one of several right-wing authoritarian takeovers in the interwar period. The Italian fascists had banned the socialist left as early as 1924, Hungary, Albania, Poland, Lithuania, Yugoslavia, Portugal, and Spain had all been run by authoritarian governments before the Depression, whilst following the Nazi takeover liberal democracy was abandoned in Austria, Estonia, Latvia, Bulgaria, Greece, and Spain. But the attack on the German left was particularly devastating. At one stroke, the largest communist party outside the USSR and the most influential social democratic party in Europe were destroyed. Events in Berlin inevitably led many communists to question the Comintern's class-against-class line. Surely it was now evident that the main enemies were the fascist and Nazi right, not the Social Democrats. At the same time, the Social Democrats became disillusioned with their centrist liberal allies. The decision of the German establishment to embrace the Nazis was merely one example of liberals' appeasement of the radical right. Just as the communists were rethinking their strategy, the socialists were moving to the left. The time was ripe for a rapprochement between the comrades and the brothers. 3. In 1936 the Soviet film industry produced one of its most successful blockbusters. Circus. 12. Scripted by a team of eminent writers, including Isaac Babel, and directed by Grigory I. Alexandrov, one of Eisenstein's collaborators on October. It was a fine example of the socialist realist Hollywood-style musical comedy. It told the story of an American singer and dancer, Marion Dixon, who is hounded out of the United States by the racist inhabitants of Sunnyvale because she has had a child by an African American. Dixon is rescued by a German impresario, von Neuskitz, but his intentions are exploitative, not charitable. He sees her as a money spinner in his circus tour of the Soviet Union. Dixon propels the circus to the heights of popularity. But she then falls for her co-star, the acrobat Martynov, and decides that she wants to stay in the USSR. The callous Hitler look-alike von Neuskitz, worried about losing his main attraction, is desperate to keep her. In the film's climax, During a dance extravaganza featuring rockets, spacemen, and dancing girls, he brings her black child into the circus tent, expecting that the Soviet audience, shocked, will drive her out of the USSR. But to his consternation they welcome the infant. Skin color, the circus master tells us, whether black, white or green, is of no consequence in the land of the Soviets. Representatives of the various nationalities of the USSR in traditional dress pass the smiling toddler from group to group, each singing a lullaby verse in their own language. Most pointedly, given Nazi policies at the time, the Jewish actor Solomon Mikhoels was shown singing a verse in Yiddish. The film ends with Marion Dixon and her fellow circus artists miraculously appearing in the midst of a Red Square rally, holding aloft red flags, Politburo portraits, and the black child, as they pass Stalin standing on the Lenin mausoleum. Whilst they march, they sing the Song of the Motherland, a hymn to ethnic equality that was so popular it almost became the unofficial national anthem of the USSR. A great deal of the film is taken up with Hollywood routines, whether Charlie Chaplin-esque slapstick or Busby Berkeley-style dance numbers. But the film skillfully interweaves a political message into the popular entertainment. The Nazis, racist and capitalist, and the Soviets, humanist and socialist, are competing for the soul of the naive Westerner. After a period of slavery beneath the heel of von Neisketz's fascism, Marion becomes convinced that life is better under Soviet socialism. Time to celebrate the Soviet Constitution of 1936, the film showed the USSR to be a unified nation, free of ethnic and class conflict, and bearer of the values of the Enlightenment. This was a happy, free society in which any open-minded Westerner would love to live, from whatever social milieu. Even petty bourgeois circus artistes were welcome. The USSR was ready to ally itself with all progressive forces, of all classes. The only enemies were a small group of racist fascists and reactionary elites, represented by the aristocratically named von Neisketz. Circus was mainly designed for a Soviet audience, and it became the hit of the year. But it was also seen in Eastern and Western Europe, especially after the war, and articulated the new Popular Front policy that had become orthodoxy by 1936. Yet it took some time after the Nazi seizure of power in 1933 to bury the differences between the Second International and the Comintern. The poisonous conflicts of the past were not easily overcome. At a local level, however, the advantages of an anti-fascist alliance seemed clear. The left in France was most enthusiastic. As the Depression hit, politics became more polarized, and a violent demonstration by the radical right on February 6, 1934 forced the resignation of the centrist Radical Party Premier Edouard Daladier. 6 days later, the trade unions, socialists, and communists launched a general strike against the right and in defense of democracy, fearing a repetition of events in Germany. The united action impressed the Bulgarian Comintern official Georgy Dimitrov, and he had several meetings with Stalin to persuade him of the need for a new line. 13. Stalin remained hostile to social democracy, and he seems to have accepted Dimitrov's line only very reluctantly. 14. His approach to foreign policy was similar to his domestic policy. The USSR had to remain a unified citadel of the revolution. 15. It had to preserve its ideological purity and be ready to spread socialism when the time was ripe at some time in the future. 16. Indeed, in 1927 Stalin explicitly compared the USSR with Jacobin France. Just as people danced to the tune of the French Revolution of the 18th century, using its traditions and spreading its system, now people dance to the tune of the October Revolution. 17. Class peace and inclusiveness could therefore not go too far. However, given the weakness of the USSR, only socialism in one country was feasible, and the Soviets might have to forge alliances with bourgeois forces in order to preserve it. Ultimately, Stalin believed in the inevitability of war between the socialist and capitalist camps, but that war had to be postponed until the Soviet Union was ready for the battle. 18. World revolution would eventually happen, he was convinced, but it was most likely to occur at a time of war, preferably between the imperialist powers. 19. In the meantime, it was unlikely that new revolutions would occur, especially in Western Europe, where the masses had been fooled by bourgeois democracy. 20. Eventually Dimitrov and others, including the Italian party leader Palmiro Togliatti, won Stalin over, and they were helped by a change in Soviet foreign policy, which now favored an alliance with France and Britain against Germany. At the end of the year, Stalin acceded to the new policy, which was finally endorsed by the Comintern in the summer of 1935. 21. According to the Comintern decisions of 1935, Western communist parties were only allowed to ally themselves with parties committed to a radical, anti-capitalist program, as a prelude to revolution. 22. But in practice the Popular Front policy allowed communist parties to join moderate socialist governments and defend liberal democracy against fascism. They desisted from agitation for a proletarian, communist revolution, at least in the foreseeable future, and they were also allowed to appeal to local nationalisms in their efforts to win support. Communist parties throughout the West adopted the mantle of national unity and reconciliation, in line with the new emphasis on patriotism within the Soviet Party. Even in the United States, communism became remarkably respectable. Although the party was closely controlled by the Comintern, it claimed to have inherited the traditions of Jefferson, Paine, Jackson, and Lincoln, and worked with a broad range of organizations from trade unions to churches and civil rights groups. 23. The Popular Front's inclusive attitude to ethnicity appealed to many second-generation immigrant workers who had suffered from the Depression and identified themselves as a working class. The party that followed the Popular Front line most enthusiastically and successfully was the French one, under the leadership of Maurice Thérèse. Thérèse was born in 1900 and brought up by a family of Jacobin socialist miners in the department of Nord. A studious child, he did not work in the mines for long, and had a number of short-term jobs. 24. But his real life was the Communist Party, and he worked his way up the hierarchy, carefully observing and obeying the demands of Moscow. His communist critics saw him as bland, submissive, and docile, and he certainly lacked charisma. But his calm manner and beatific smile proved ideal for winning over skeptical socialists and liberals. This was not the rabid class warrior of conservative nightmares. His image did not provoke the bourgeois anxiety aroused by the Jewish and seemingly more threatening socialist leader, Leon Blum. Thérèse also always made sure he attended public gatherings wearing a tricolore sash underneath his suit jacket. The communists now stressed their French roots. They presented themselves as the successors to the patriotic Jacobins, whilst the fascists were the equivalents of the old aristocratic émigrés, linked to foreign reactionaries. In June 1939 they even celebrated the 150th anniversary of the French Revolution with a grand Robespierrean festival, in which 600 liberty trees were planted by Phrygian-capped children. 25. The communists also used populist Jacobin language. They spoke of the struggle of the little people against the big, and their enemies were the 200 families, a small quasi-aristocracy rather than the whole bourgeoisie. 26. The communists' new image allowed them to play an important role in French politics for some time, as a non-revolutionary leftist party. 27. However, the nature of the party itself did not change. Like other communist parties, it aspired to be a total institution for its members, in some ways like a religious sect. 28. Like the Soviets, the French learned party doctrine, wrote autobiographies describing their political and personal histories, and subjected themselves to ideological self-criticism. 29. They were expected to keep the party's secrets and treat the outside world with vigilance and suspicion, a potential source of contamination. Their social and family lives were often entirely bound up with the party. They were to remain a vanguard, ready to bring the revolution when the time came, though levels of participation varied, depending on one's position within the party. Whilst maintaining their purity, the French communists were now expected to cooperate with the outside world, and they did so just as workers were being radicalized by the Depression. The result was thousands of new members. A party of 40,000 in 1934 swelled to one of 328,647 in 1937. The French Communist Party had taken over from the German as the leading party outside the USSR. In May 1936, the Popular Front of Socialists, Communists, and Liberal Radicals gained a majority in the elections, and Leon Blum became prime minister, supported by the communists from outside the cabinet. However, it was the Popular Front in Spain that, at least temporarily, contributed most to the increasing prestige of international communism. Here, politics was even more polarized than in France. Indeed, some areas of Spain had much in common with the old agrarian states where communism had been so successful in the years after World War I. In particular, the question of land redistribution was still unresolved. Landless peasants, especially in the south, were attracted to a decentralizing radical socialism, whilst other radicals, in the Socialist Party, the anarcho-syndicalist parties and the quasi-Trotskyist Workers' Party of Marxist Unity also had a good deal of support. But so too did the right, with its heartland amongst the small-holding peasants of the north and the center. When the left, a shaky alliance of left liberals, socialists, anarcho-syndicalists and the small Communist Party, won elections in February 1936, a social revolution was sparked in many rural and urban areas. The left's victory, in turn, provoked a military coup, led by the authoritarian conservative General Francisco Franco. The sharp social divisions within Spain had precipitated a civil war, and within a week a domestic conflict had become an international one, when Mussolini and Hitler sent military aid to Franco's rebels. Stalin was faced with a dilemma. The Spanish Republicans were without foreign friends, Blum in France was too afraid of antagonizing the Germans, and a conservative British government would not expend any effort defending such a leftist government. Only the USSR could halt Franco in Spain, and therefore prevent the balance of power shifting in favor of the fascists. However, Soviet support for revolutionary Spaniards might worry the French and British establishments, and scupper any chance for a collective security treaty against Hitler. 30. Stalin dithered for some time, but eventually decided to send arms and commissars, whilst insisting that the Popular Front should not aim for socialism. Stalin wrote to the Socialist Prime Minister, Largo Caballero, advising him that the parliamentary road was more suited to Spanish conditions than the Bolshevik model. He urged him to take account of the interests of rural and urban middle classes, and to forge links with liberals. For the Soviets, winning the war and keeping bourgeois allies had to take priority over socialist revolution. This led the Spanish Communist Party to adopt a more pragmatic, gradualist policy than many in the Popular Front, including, at times, Caballero himself. But by the end of 1936, it seemed that the communist strategy had been triumphantly vindicated. The communists acquired a large, cross-class membership. 31. And their centralized, militarized approach to politics seemed to be more effective than the more democratic, divided and chaotic socialist and radical forces. The Comintern also organized over 30,000 volunteers from over 50 nationalities, to fight for the Republic, the international brigades. Many of these volunteers were communists and workers. In November 1936, as Franco's nationalists advanced on Madrid, Caballero despaired of victory and abandoned the capital. But General Mayor remained, and he, together with the international brigades and the Communist Party, were vital in helping the population to defend the city. Soviet arms and communist organization and discipline, it seemed, had saved democracy against fascism. 4. 1936 was perhaps the high point of communist prestige in the West. The communists, unlike the French socialists and the British Labour Party, seemed to be the only force willing to act decisively against the forces of extreme reaction. Moreover, since the mid-1930s Western intellectuals had fallen in love with the plan. Communists now had a disciplined and rational image, the heirs of the Enlightenment. They were no longer the revolutionaries of the post-World War I period, or the militant sectarians of the 1920s. Their Marxism was much more modernist and rationalistic. Erich Hobsbawm, the Austrian émigré historian and one of the most incisive communist memoirists of the period, captured this atmosphere of seriousness. He had taken part in the German Communist Party's militant street marches in Berlin in 1932-3 as a youth, but the communism of the British Party, which he joined in 1936 when he went to study at Cambridge, was very different. Communist parties were not for romantics. On the contrary, they were for organization and routine. The secret of the Leninist party lay neither in dreaming about standing on barricades, or even Marxist theory. It can be summed up in two phrases: decisions must be verified and party discipline. The appeal of the party was that it got things done when others did not. Life in the party was almost viscerally anti-rhetorical, which may have helped to produce that culture of endless and almost aggressively boring, sensationally unreadable reports which foreign parties took over from Soviet practice. The Leninist vanguard party was a combination of discipline, business efficiency, utter emotional identification and a sense of total dedication. 32. Many non-communists were also attracted by this ethos of disciplined and clear-headed statism that could counter fascist irrationalism and pull the world out of depression. Leftist intellectuals flocked to the USSR to see the great experiment. In 1932, Kingsley Martin, the editor of the British leftist magazine The New Statesman, declared that the entire British intelligentsia has been to Moscow this summer. 33. Soviet eagerness to welcome and impress visitors with well-crafted propaganda trips only fueled the enthusiasm. Hundreds of travel books appeared, over 200 French intellectuals visited in 1935, and the communist philosopher Paul Nizan gave a lecture tour of France, describing the marvels he had witnessed. 34. The Soviet Union the visitors saw was a blend of their own utopian preconceptions and the Potemkin village socialism presented by their guides. They admired the welfare state, the mass education, and the rational organization of leisure. They envied the high status that intellectuals enjoyed in the USSR. But most of all they loved the plan. The Soviet regime was, in their eyes, a Saint-Simonian paradise, where hard science and efficiency informed a moral vision of social transformation. The British socialists Beatrice and Sidney Webb are the most notorious examples of this type of enthusiast. Technocrats and elitists, they were champions of a rational, modernizing socialism, but enemies of revolutions, which they saw as violent, anarchic, and irrational. In the 1920s they had been opponents of the USSR, but Stalin's first five-year plan delighted them, and in 1932, in their 70s, they went on a tour of the Soviet Union. The result of their researches was a massive, detailed work of over 1,000 pages. The Soviet Union, A New Civilization? Published in 1935. By the time of the second edition in 1937 the publishers had removed the question mark. The Webb's New Civilization was a land of committees, conferences, and consultations. They could have been writing about the London County Council, to which Sidney had devoted so much of his career. They read reams of official documents, including the Stalinist Constitution of 1936, and assured their readers that full provision was made for elections, democracy, and accountability. It would be entirely wrong to call the Soviet Union a dictatorship, they declared. 35. Writers like the Webbs were eager to accept the reassurances of the Soviet authorities for political reasons. Others succumbed to cruder manipulation. The minor French landscape painter Albert Marquet proved a much more awkward case for the All-Union Society for Cultural Relations with Foreign Countries, the body that hosted foreign visitors. He was not interested in politics, and was certainly not a communist. His guides reported that he was irritable and unimpressed. But things changed when he visited the Museum of Contemporary Western Art in Leningrad. He was gratified, and surprised, to see that his own paintings were prominently displayed as part of the permanent exhibition, alongside works by Matisse and Cézanne. What he was not told was that VOKS had arranged for them to be taken out of storage especially for his visit. Marquet went on to attend various stage-managed meetings with young artists who claimed to value him as a mentor, and he was favored with wide press coverage. On returning to France, his attitude had been transformed. "I did like it in the USSR. Just imagine, a large state where money does not determine people's lives," he gushed. In a terse report, VOKS congratulated itself on the success of its elaborate efforts. The Soviet artistic community was widely involved with this work. The work went according to plan. 36. But for some visiting fellow travelers it was not manipulation or credulity that led them to overlook political repression and violence. They simply saw it as necessary and inevitable. The African-American singer Paul Robeson declared in 1937, "From what I have seen of the workings of the Soviet government, I can only say that anybody who lifts his hand against it ought to be shot." Similarly, the New York Times correspondent Walter Duranty, who notoriously denied the existence of famine in 1932-3, believed that violence was inevitable in a backward country like the USSR, though he was also interested in ingratiating himself with his hosts to further his career. 37. Others deliberately hid the negative sides of the Soviet experience because they did not want to undermine the anti-fascist cause. The French writer André Malraux was a revolutionary romantic, and had little sympathy with the disciplinarian communist culture of the Comintern. In private he was scathingly critical of the USSR, but he remained a firm supporter in public. 38. The English historian Richard Cobb, who lived in Paris at the time, explained the political choices as they then appeared to the liberal left. "My first sight of France was Action Française strong-arm team in full spate, beating up a Jewish student. And this was a daily occurrence. It is difficult to convey the degree of hate that any decent person would feel for the pimply, cowardly leisures. France was living through a moral and mental civil war. One had to choose between fascism and fellow traveling." 39. The Chilean poet Pablo Neruda used a similar language of unavoidable, difficult choices, although he, unlike Cobb, became more committed to the communist cause. In his memoirs he recalled how his time in Spain convinced him to support the communists. The communists were the only organized group and had put together an army to confront Italians, Germans, Moors, and Phalangists. They were also the moral force that kept the resistance and the anti-fascist struggle going. It boiled down to this: you had to pick the road you would take. That is what I did, and I have never had reason to regret the choice I made between darkness and hope in that tragic time. 40. Neruda was not alone, and the Spanish Civil War was central to the revival of communism's popularity in Latin America. There were, of course, close cultural links with Spain, and many went to fight in the Civil War. Spanish exiles also played a large part in improving communism's fortunes there after years of failure. Communist parties had been founded after 1917 throughout Latin America, and attracted many intellectuals, but as in many countries outside the developed world they did not flourish in the 1920s. Extreme repression by authoritarian states, backed by the influential Catholic Church, explains much of their weakness, but so does the Comintern's narrow obsession with the proletariat, a tiny class in most Latin American states. They therefore found it difficult to compete with broader populist parties, and to harness the radicalism of the peasantry. Some Marxists, like the Peruvian José Carlos Mariátegui, formed a socialist party that sought to unite a broad front of workers, intellectuals, and indigenous peasants, but he was strongly condemned by the Comintern for his populism. The Comintern did support two uprisings in El Salvador in 1932 and in Nicaragua in the late 1920s and early 1930s, both of which had strong peasant participation. Neither succeeded, and the Comintern played very little role in the rebellion of the Nicaraguan communist leader, Augusto Sandino. Prospects for communist parties improved after the beginning of the Comintern's Popular Front policy, especially where there was significant industry and a powerful labor movement. In Mexico, a relatively weak Communist Party forged an informal alliance with the reforming socialist President Cárdenas, and in Chile Communists actually won elections in 1938 as part of a Popular Front government under the left liberal Pedro Cerda. In Chile, as in Mexico, Communists benefited enormously from their role in the Spanish War. 41. V. Not everybody on the left, however, saw Spain as a vindication of Comintern's strategy, and it exacerbated what was to become a major split in international communism, that between Stalinists and Trotskyists. Active in exile in Turkey, then France, Norway, and Mexico, Trotsky became one of the main Marxist critics of Stalin. He despaired of the popularity of the USSR amongst the Western intelligentsia. Under the pretense of a belated recognition of the October Revolution, the left intelligentsia of the West has gone down on its knees before the Soviet bureaucracy. 42. Yet by the time he wrote this, in 1938, the love affair between Soviet communism and Western leftist intellectuals was already beginning to sour. The Moscow show trials of 1936, 1937, and 1938 and the purges of the Comintern bureaucracy had an ever greater cumulative effect and deeply disturbed many communists and fellow travelers. Paul Nizan refused to discuss them, even with his friends Jean-Paul Sartre and Simone de Beauvoir. 43. However, the crisis of the Popular Front policy, and particularly events in Spain, were the main causes of disillusionment. The Popular Front was a shaky compromise. Communists were dropping their old revolutionary goals, temporarily, to appeal to reformist socialists. But at the same time they remained an anti-liberal, disciplinarian party that sought to retain working-class support. This was the essence of Soviet communism, and for Stalinists the iron discipline of the party was what gave the party its advantage in the fight against fascism. It was a tricky, and ultimately impossible, balance to maintain. It was communism's realism and moderation that initially caused problems for the Comintern, as it found itself having to deal with an eruption of popular radicalism. In France, Blum's government came to power amidst massive strikes and factory occupations. Trotskyist groups within the Socialist Party were even arguing that the time was ripe for revolution. The Popular Front granted significant concessions to workers in the Matignon agreements, including the 40-hour week, but the strikes continued. Maurice Thorez supported Blum. Now the workers had gained so much, they should know how to end a strike. But afraid of being outflanked from the left, the communists soon began to go along with worker demands and relations with the liberals and socialists became tense. Meanwhile, Blum's decision not to intervene on the Spanish Republican side for fear of triggering a European war led to further conflict. The socialists began to fear communist strength. 44. However, it was the centrist radicals, believing workers had won too much at Matignon, who ultimately destroyed the Popular Front, and in 1938 Blum was forced out of power. In Spain, the communists were less willing to make compromises with the more radical left, for here Soviet security was at stake. The victory of the left in the 1936 elections was, in some areas, accompanied by a social revolution. Anarcho-syndicalist-inspired workers took over factories and expelled their owners, peasants seized land, and set up collectives and cooperatives. Just as Lenin had rejected factory councils in 1918, the communists were convinced that egalitarian experiments merely undermine the war effort. Victory demanded centralization and economic efficiency. They argued that the time was only ripe for a market socialist type of regime, ruled by a coalition of progressive forces, including elements of the bourgeoisie, with private ownership permitted. At the same time, they were virulently hostile to the leftist communist POUM, led by Trotsky's old associate Andrunin. Therefore they and their ally, the technocratic Republican Prime Minister Juan Negrin, attracted a great deal of support from middle-class groups anxious about the power of workers and anarchists. 45. In May 1937 the Republican government, with communist support, moved against the anarchists and POUM in Barcelona. Resistance was crushed, and the Soviet Secret Service, which had a significant contingent in Spain, sent its assassins to murder Nin and arrested other remaining POUM activists. 46. George Orwell, like many of his generation, was eager to help the Spanish Republic. But unlike most, he ended up with the Trotskyist POUM, by chance rather than ideological conviction. Orwell was in Barcelona during the May Days, and his account of his experiences published in 1938, Homage to Catalonia, proved one of the most powerful and influential denunciations of Soviet-style communism of the era. Initially he had disagreed with his POUM comrades' hostility to the communists. As he observed, the communists were getting on with the war while we and the anarchists were standing still. But after experiencing communist and republican oppression in Barcelona, he changed his mind. He now declared that the communists were at fault for stifling popular radicalism. Perhaps the POUM and anarchist slogan, "The war and the revolution are inseparable," was less visionary than it sounds. 47. He reasoned that the communist social conservatism alienated the Western working class, which might otherwise have put pressure on governments to support the Spanish Republic, whilst undermining a potential revolution in the territory occupied by Franco. The debate over who lost Spain continues. 48. The Soviet secret police's obsession with purging enemies on the left doubtless undermined support for the Republic. But probably more significant in democracy's defeat were the paucity of help from abroad and the strength of Franco's German and Italian allies. Stalin, it seems, remained committed to Spain to the end, but he had to husband his resources for the defense of the USSR against Germany, and against Japan, which had invaded China in July 1937. 49. Trotsky was one of the unexpected beneficiaries of the Spanish Popular Front's failure. Soviet behavior in Spain, together with the show trials, fueled disillusionment on the left, and Trotsky attracted communist dissidents to his cause. The murders of Nin and other supporters gave the movement its martyrs, though its greatest martyr was to be Trotsky himself, killed with an ice pick by one of Stalin's assassins in August 1940. In 1938 Trotsky founded the Fourth International, a new force on the left to rival the Second, Social Democratic, and the Third, Communist, Internationals. Trotskyism was a leftist, radical branch of Bolshevism, and its ideas were typical of the various left oppositions that had existed within the Soviet Party since 1917. It championed a revival of socialist democracy, and denounced Stalinism for its authoritarianism. But it did not advocate pluralist, liberal democracy. It adhered to the Marxist-Leninist commitment to the single, vanguard party, though politics and the economy were to be run in a participatory way. Trotsky was also reluctant to be too harsh on the Stalinist system itself. He argued that a bureaucratic caste had emerged under Stalin, but he insisted that this was not a new class. The USSR had not become a state capitalist system, but was still a workers' state, even if a degenerated one. In the international sphere, Trotskyism was more optimistic and revolutionary than Stalinism, and it was deeply hostile to the nationalism underlying Popular Front politics. His theories of permanent revolution and combined and uneven development both justified a revolutionary politics in the developing world. Unlike Stalinists, who stuck more rigidly to Marxist phases of development, Trotskyists believed that underdeveloped, agrarian societies could skip phases and make rapid revolutionary leaps to socialism. They always, however, insisted that only the proletariat could be in the vanguard, even when leading the bourgeoisie and the peasants in their permanent revolution. 50. The membership of the Fourth International was tiny. Optimistic official figures put it at 5,395, and almost half of its members were members of the Socialist Workers' Party of the United States. Trotsky's radical Marxism, and his defense of workers' council democracy, was predictably appealing in the more libertarian culture of America, where the discipline-obsessed Second and Third Internationals had been weakest. And Trotskyism was to be highly influential amongst American intellectuals, especially the New York group. Saul Bellow, Irving Howe, Norman Mailer, Mary McCarthy and Edmund Wilson all at one time had connections or sympathies with Trotskyism. 51. Yet many American Trotskyists found even Trotsky too indulgent towards Stalinism, and in 1939–40 the Socialist Workers' Party was shaken by an acrimonious debate on the nature of the USSR. The party split, and Max Shachtman created a new Workers' Party, more hostile to Stalinism than the orthodox Trotskyists. He, like several other American Trotskyists, were to become Cold Warriors, and by the 1960s were to constitute the core of an influential group of militant liberals, the neoconservatives. Elsewhere, Trotskyism was to come into its own as a powerful force during the 1960s and 1970s, as the USSR became less attractive. Even so, the movement retained a deserved reputation for endless disputes and splits. The Trotskyists were the first serious champions of the idea that Nazism and Stalinist communism had to be compared, and were both totalitarian regimes, and their analysis appeared prescient when, on August 23, 1939, Berlin and Moscow concluded a pact. In fact, the treaty was not the product of a real friendship, but of Stalin's belief that he had no alternative. 52. The British had little real interest in a formal anti-Hitler military alliance, whilst Stalin could not risk war with Germany. But Stalin also had no qualms about the alliance, and, as in the past, hoped that socialism would benefit from a war within the imperialist camp. Speaking to Dimitrov, he exulted that Hitler was throwing the capitalist system into chaos. The Pact of Non-Aggression helps Germany to a certain extent. In the next moment we will incite the other side. 53. At the same time, the Comintern declared the end of the Popular Front. Stalin was not planning imminent revolutions, but he did believe that war might lead to future revolutions, and the Comintern line became strongly anti-bourgeois. 54. Meanwhile, the Red Army was in a position to spread socialism by force into the Baltic, Polish and other lands taken by the Soviets as a result of the pact. The Popular Front line, the Comintern now declared, was heresy. The evils of Anglo-French imperialism were denounced, and anti-fascist propaganda was banned. Unsurprisingly, the pact caused a crisis in communist parties. Harry Pollitt refused to accept the new Comintern line, and was replaced by Rajni Palmadut as leader of the British Communist Party. 55. In France, a third of the Communist Party's parliamentary delegation resigned. Paul Nizan was one of those who left the party in disgust. Nevertheless, despite deep reservations, the Communist parties bowed down before the demands of Soviet foreign policy. However, the reconciliation between Moscow and Berlin was bound to be short-lived, despite Stalin's conviction that he could successfully avoid war until the imperialist powers had weakened each other. And with Hitler's surprise attack on the USSR on June 22, 1941, the Comintern performed yet another volte-face. Anti-fascism was back. The USSR was now the ally of Britain and then America. And again, despite the debacle of the Nazi-Soviet pact, many on the Western left saw the Soviet Union and its brand of communism as the only savior of the world against an aggressive, authoritarian right. World War II was to be the Popular Front's finest hour. 6. If Tsar Nicholas II was set, and failed the exam set by the Great War, his successors were faced with an even more difficult challenge in 1941, an all-round test of our material and spiritual forces, as Stalin put it. Afterwards Stalin, at least, was in no doubt that he, and the system he had created, had passed with high honors. The lessons of war are that the Soviet structure is not only the best form of organization, in the years of peaceful development, but also the best form of mobilization of all forces of the people to drive off the enemy in wartime. 56. Not only that, but the USSR had saved civilization, and the West, from Nazi domination. Stalin's argument was not wholly implausible. In 1914 Russia was a poor, largely agrarian country, and could not mobilize the men and materiel to defeat its invaders. By 1941, Russia was still far more agrarian and much poorer than its rivals, but despite enduring a far greater burden of fighting and casualties than in World War I, its economy did not collapse. The USSR lost about 27 million people in all, including 10 million military personnel, compared with 350,000 British and 300,000 American military losses. The old Soviet view that the USSR won World War II virtually single-handed is, of course, false. All efforts in the war were interlinked. The Soviets received significant aid, direct and indirect, from their allies, and the Axis powers were very likely to lose against a coalition that could draw upon the combined resources of the United States, the British Empire and Russia. Even so, as Stalin never tired of pointing out, the Germans had to pour many more resources into the Eastern Front than other fields of battle. The contribution of the communist system itself is more difficult to assess. During the war it displayed all of its weaknesses and its strengths. The narrow centralization of power in the hands of Stalin himself contributed to a catastrophic misjudgment in 1941. Stalin refused to accept the Germans were planning to attack despite a great deal of evidence to the contrary. 57. Hitler's Operation Barbarossa caught the Soviets by surprise and was a huge blow that brought the Germans rapidly to the gates of Moscow. Compounding the problems caused by Soviet centralization was the persistent communist mistrust of professional elites. The Red Army's leadership lacked the depth of experience of its German rival. Few Tsarist officers were employed in the Red Army in the 1930s, and most of its upper echelons had only learned their skills during the Civil War. The purges of 1937–8 had further undermined the army. About 20,000 officers out of 142,000 were arrested. The ineffectual Kliment Voroshilov, one of Stalin's inner circle and a political crony, also contributed to the disastrous defeats at the beginning of the war as defense commissar. Finally, the sheer harshness of the Soviet regime itself had a seriously detrimental effect, alienating many, especially in non-Russian rural areas. In 1941–2 the Red Army suffered from mass desertions as between 1 and 1.5 million recruits joined the German forces. 58. However, certain features of Soviet communism, no matter how distasteful, proved their worth in wartime. The breakneck industrialization of the 1930s may not have been necessary, there were alternatives, but by the late 1930s the Soviets were outproducing the Germans. By the late 1930s, the USSR was probably the largest defense producer in the world, with massively more of everything than the Germans even then, other than air power. 59. The centralized administrative system also had advantages. Unlike its Tsarist predecessor, the Soviet government was able to control and direct food and industrial goods throughout the war, thus avoiding mass civilian starvation whilst maintaining defense production. The regime even succeeded in organizing the transport of huge industrial plants eastwards, far beyond enemy lines. It seems, moreover, that the very ruthlessness of the regime and the efficiency of its police system helped to stem the collapse of order. Blocking detachments shot thousands of deserting soldiers. In the course of the war 990,000 soldiers were punished by military tribunals, 158,000 of whom were sentenced to death. 60. There was a great deal of popular collaboration with the Nazis, especially amongst non-Russians, but there was also considerable support for the Soviet regime, something the Germans had not expected. German treatment of their Slavic subject populations as racial inferiors to be exploited strengthened the Soviets' ideological claims. Communism seemed to be the only bulwark against the law of the jungle, the equation of might and right. The picture is somewhat obscured, however, by the ideological shifts of the period. The communism of the war was not the same as the communism of the 1930s. War against the Germans forced the party to adopt a more inclusive politics, going even further than it had in the mid-1930s. The communist sectarianism and ideological purism, so pronounced during the terror of 1936–8, were much less evident. The regime began to make peace with groups it had previously stigmatized, especially peasants and priests, for this was to be a national struggle in which everybody was included, whatever their class background. Even kulaks imprisoned in the Gulag were released to fight in the Red Army, earning their reintegration into Soviet society in the process. Startlingly, Stalin's first speech after the outbreak of war addressed his people not only as comrades and citizens, but brothers and sisters. As the writer Ilya Ehrenberg explained in an article in Krasnaya Zvezda, the Red Army newspaper, in 1941, all distinctions between Bolsheviks and non-party people, between believers and Marxists, have been obliterated. 61. Koba's band of brothers was far larger and more inclusive than had been countenanced before. Stalin realized he needed to mobilize Russian nationalist feeling, even more so than in the past. Zia Rodinu, Zia Stalina, was the new battle cry. And the enemy was no longer the smug, top-hat bourgeois but the screeching German parasite/rodent/demon. In 1941 state persecution of Russian Orthodoxy was halted, and in 1943 Stalin restored the Patriarchate, in the hope that support might be garnered amongst the Orthodox in Eastern Europe after the war. Senior Orthodox clergy now effectively became part of the nomenklatura. The three most senior churchmen were given chauffeured cars. 62. As the Germans encroached on Russian soil, many were prepared to unite behind the communist banner in the defense of hearth and homeland. Wartime Marxism-Leninism bore not only the savor of nationalism but also a hint of liberalism. Restrictions on private plots were relaxed, and peasants were allowed to sell produce from this land on the open market. Cultural policy too became more forgiving. Big band jazz was now fully accepted and American tunes were played by front-line groups. 63. The Red Army came increasingly to resemble conventional bourgeois armed services, and officers were given more power. But the most remarkable departure from revolutionary communism was the dissolution of the Comintern in 1943. This gesture was designed to appease the Allies, proving that the USSR had no desire to spread the revolution to the West. But possibly as influential in the decision was Stalin's waning interest in international communism. 64. Since 1941 he had seen greater potential in the All-Slavic Committee, which had enjoyed success in Eastern Europe, the center of Stalin's post-war ambitions. This more inclusive politics proved capable of attracting the support of those previously alienated by earlier class struggles. As the popular novelist Viktor Nekrasov later remembered, "We forgave Stalin everything, collectivization, 1937, his revenge on his comrades. With open hearts we joined the party of Lenin and Stalin." 65. Yet if the war had encouraged prodigal sons to return to the Soviet family, it also produced new black sheep. 66. The party still demanded ideological uniformity, and campaigns of purification and purging continued. However, the enemies were now defined in largely ethnic rather than class terms, especially peoples accused of collaborating with the Nazis. Whole peoples were deported: the Volga Germans, Chechens, Ingush, Crimean Tatars, Kalmyks, and Karachais. Others suffered from more limited but still traumatic purges, including the populations of the Baltic states and western Ukraine. Much of this was carried out with great brutality, and the resulting hatreds were deep and long-lasting. Indeed, the rebellions of the Balts and West Ukrainians contributed to the collapse of the USSR in 1991, and the Chechens and Ingush remain a thorn in Russia's side to this day. It was to be some time, however, before the backlash came, and meanwhile, to the west of the Nazis, Western popular fronts generated support by communizing a politics that was, in its fundamentals, more liberal. The experience of Nazism radicalized populations subject to its rule. The Nazis' new order was a far-reaching ideological project that sought to create a European empire of racial hierarchies. Hitler, captivated by the example of the British Empire, explained that what India was for the British, Ukraine would be for Germany. 67. The Germans were also much assisted by collaborators, many of them from local conservative elites. These circumstances, an imperial power imposing its rule by force and relying on collaborators from amongst the old social elites, were, of course, ideal for communists. Communists were militant, well organized, and used to underground political activity. Moreover, in the chaotic conditions of war, freed from the intrusion of Moscow and the Comintern, local communists were able to adapt their message to local conditions. Communists were amongst the most committed members of the resistance to Nazism. In some places they were indeed the only political force prepared to resist the occupations. Socialists' response to Nazi occupation depended on particular circumstances, and they were not as consistently anti-fascist as the communists. In Denmark they collaborated, and in France the majority of socialists sympathized with Marshal Pétain's anti-communism. Communists were at the forefront of the resistance in the countries where they subsequently became prominent, especially in Italy, France, Greece, Czechoslovakia, Albania, and Yugoslavia. Yet, despite their strength, communist parties in Western Europe, with Moscow's full agreement, were determined to remain part of a Popular Front alliance, both to win the war and, more importantly perhaps, to win the peace. They therefore had to discourage the revolutionary expectations of their followers. In 1941 the French Communist Party pursued a policy of assassination which led to bloody German reprisals and antagonized local populations. They soon decided to adopt less militant tactics, and by 1943 had joined de Gaulle's cross-class provisional government. The keenest supporter of the Popular Front policy was the Italian leader Palmiro Togliatti. Indeed, his character, a mixture of shrewd, cautious politician and well-read intellectual with broad cultural interests, made him the ideal figure to navigate both the dangerous world of the Comintern High Command and the more pluralistic terrain of Italy, where communism was always likely to be a minority force. Togliatti was the son of a lowly state clerk, born in Genoa. He was a friend of Gramsci's and with him a member of the radical Ordine Nuovo group after World War I. 68. With Gramsci's arrest he became leader of the Italian Communist Party, though he continued to live in exile in Moscow. He soon emerged as a major figure in the Comintern hierarchy, and was its representative in Spain during the Civil War. But he combined loyalty to Stalin with a willingness to think seriously about why the Comintern's communism had proven to be so fragile in Western Europe. His analysis was based on a partial interpretation of Gramsci's prison notebooks, a new sacred text for his party which he alone had seen in Moscow after Gramsci's death in 1937. 69. Gramsci, learning from the failures of the early 1920s, argued that Western communist parties had to abandon the Bolshevik strategy because circumstances were so different. In Russia the state was all, so a Leninist seizure of power, or war of movement, was essential. In the West, civil society was much stronger, and revolution would only come through a long-lasting war of position. This war entailed communists and the working class campaigning to establish not only social but also cultural leadership of society. Togliatti brought Gramsci's ideas to an Italian party that had won wide support during the resistance and was therefore well placed to become a national party. Its strategy was to establish hegemony over society as a whole, the family, the countryside, the workplace, and the arts, and not just the state. Togliatti, however, was much less radical a communist than Gramsci. Gramsci never abandoned revolutionary politics, and he would not have approved of Togliatti's alliances with a whole range of bourgeois groups, including middle classes and peasants, and at the highest level even the Christian Democrats. Like their French comrades, the Italian communists sought to situate themselves in the traditions of leftist nationalism, the Tricolore, Garibaldi, and the Risorgimento. Fundamental social transformation was to be put off to the distant future, parliaments and capitalism had to stay. Togliatti's party was no more democratic than Thérèse's, and he was almost as loyal to Stalin. But the Italian communists' culture was new. Whilst the French party remained the sectarian, worker-oriented organization of the 1930s, Togliatti, in contrast, took advantage of Mussolini's destruction of the old Italian party and was effectively able to refound it. he brought in a group of communist leaders from an intellectual background who had not grown up in a Bolshevik culture, and who lent Italian communism an air of urbanity, modernity, and cosmopolitanism. 70. Togliatti's strategy had a great deal of success. It appealed to a generation of left-leaning intellectuals, angered at fascist collaboration, its record in the resistance was impressive, and there was a vacuum in the center-left. The Communist Party's membership rose from 5,000 in mid-1943 to 1,771,000 in late 1945, most of whom were workers and peasants. In addition, it had 5 million affiliated trade unionists. Even so, it could not deliver enough votes to be successful in elections, and remained in opposition. The other successful Popular Front communists were the Czechs. Like the French and the Italian parties, they had already been a significant political force before the war. Leading the resistance, they joined the non-communist President Beneš's government. Stalin promised Beneš his backing as prime minister after the war, as long as he was prepared to outlaw collaborationist political forces. Between 1944 and 1945, Stalin was a firm supporter of popular fronts. Indeed, he was even more willing for communists to take part in bourgeois governments than in the 1930s, especially in Italy and France, where he wanted them to oppose any attempts by the British or the Americans to interfere. He continued to believe that communist takeovers in the West would be unlikely for some time, and he insisted that communists avoid frightening talk of world revolution. For Stalin in 1945, as in 1935, the security of the USSR was paramount, and despite the defeat of the Germans, he concluded there was no room for complacency. The Soviet economy had been shattered by the war. Estimates suggest it lost about 23% of its physical capital. 71. Stalin was terrified that an aggressive Germany would rise, yet again, from the ashes. But he was also facing a new rival, both wealthier and intent on shaping the post-war order, the United States. In 1945, however, Stalin still believed that peace, and even collaboration, between East and West would be possible for some time to come. The gilded wartime reputation of the USSR was reinforced by the new, emerging center-left consensus in much of Europe. The Nazi experience had discredited the radical right, but efforts were also made to learn lessons from further back in history. The extreme radicalization of politics of the 1930s was blamed on the laissez-faire economics of the 1920s. The emerging post-war consensus viewed markets tempered by regulation and planning as a better model. States were also to spend money on social welfare. These intellectual shifts benefited the moderate Popular Front communists. They even gained substantial numbers of votes where they had previously been very weak, 10.6% of the electorate in Holland and 12.5% in Denmark. However, communists were strongest in those West European countries which had seen significant resistance movements. In France and Italy, communists took over from the socialists as the main party of the left, where they remained for some decades. By 1946, the French communists had gained 28.6% of the vote, the Italians 19% and the Finnish communist-led alliance 23.5%. All three parties took part in post-war Popular Front governments, reflecting, in part, a benign Uncle Joe's lionization in the West. The cultural and ideological trade went the other way as well. Soviet citizens had little contact with the outside world in the 1930s, but during and after the war millions of soldiers saw the world of capitalism with their own eyes. They were stunned. The gap in living standards was enormous. The Soviet writer Konstantin Simonov described the encounter as an emotional and psychological shock. 72. This could generate anger. The defeated Germans were still living better than the victors. But it also exposed soldiers to the attractions of a less austere way of life. The Western films taken from the Germans as reparations or trophies, and widely shown in the USSR, also portrayed Western culture, music, and fashion. Soviet youth, contemptuously labeled the stylish by party activists, were particularly smitten. In 1945-6 it looked as if the Second Popular Front would be more successful than its failed predecessor. It is perhaps worth imagining what a Paris exposition after the war would have looked like, had a shattered France had the resources and confidence to organize one. The pavilions would have been constructed and arranged very differently from 1937. The German Tower would have been in ruins. Italy, France, and Czechoslovakia would have built edifices along the lines of the left patriotic French exhibitions of 1937. And close to them would have been a refurbished Soviet pavilion. It might have looked as if the Popular Front had won. But two other pavilions would have told a different story. The old Spanish pavilion, which showed so strikingly the tensions between radical leftism and the authoritarian Soviet communism, would have survived, but would have been taken over by the new communist regime in southeastern Europe, Tito's Yugoslavia. And a new and immense American building would have replaced the old German pavilion as the main rival to the Soviets. This competitor was to be much more successful than the Nazis in destroying the Popular Front project, and with its Soviet influence in Western Europe. 7. In 1944 Stalin had such faith in the Popular Front model that he decided to make it the centerpiece of his East European policy. As in the past, security lay at the heart of Stalin's thinking. He wanted a buffer zone to protect the Soviet Union, and the advances of the Red Army in 1944 and 1945 gave him one. The Americans and the British accepted that the Soviets were to have some sort of sphere of influence. Churchill and Stalin concluded the secret October 1944 percentages agreement, which allowed the Soviets to dominate Bulgaria, Romania, and Hungary, in exchange for British power in Greece. It was also accepted, implicitly, that the USSR would dominate Poland, whilst the Anglo-Americans had France and Italy. Yet Stalin, anxious to remain on good terms with the Allies, also agreed at the Yalta Conference in 1945 to allow free elections in the countries occupied by the Red Army. How could these very different agreements be reconciled? Stalin thought the answer lay in the creation of pro-Soviet leftist governments, people's democracies. Like the Spanish Republican government of 1936-9, they would be broad coalitions of non-fascist forces, elected through the ballot box. They would not try to establish radical socialism, limiting themselves to redistribution of the large gentry estates, whilst control of internal security and intelligence would make sure that they pursued the foreign policy interests of the USSR. And to Stalin, a Soviet-led Popular Front in Central and Eastern Europe looked far more feasible than it had in Spain. Ideas of pan-Slavic unity could marry local nationalisms with Soviet interests. The USSR, for instance, supported the creation of homogeneous ethnic states and the expulsions of Germans from Czechoslovakia and Poland. Also, the experience of fascism had driven liberals to the left. As Stalin put it in a conversation with the Bulgarian Dimitrov at his dacha in January 1945, the crisis of capitalism is evident in the division of the capitalists into two factions, one fascist, the other democratic. The alliance between ourselves and the democratic faction of the capitalists came about because the latter had an interest in preventing Hitler's domination, for that brutal state would have driven the working class to extremes and to the overthrow of capitalism itself. 73. Did Stalin think that popular fronts were for the long term, or did he plan rapidly to Sovietize Eastern Europe? Ultimately he expected popular front democracies to become fully socialist states, but in countries under the occupation of the Red Army he thought this process would be a peaceful rather than a revolutionary one. Communist parties would gradually take over, though the timetable was left unclear. As he told Dimitrov, the Bulgarian communists were only to adopt a minimum program, as it would give them a broader basis of support and would be a fitting mask for the present period, but later the maximum program would be appropriate. 74. In 1945 the prospects for communists in the Soviet sphere of Europe looked rosy, especially in three countries, Yugoslavia, Czechoslovakia, and Bulgaria. It is likely that had the Yugoslav communists held an election, they would have won it, and it has been estimated that the Bulgarian communists had the support of between a quarter and a third of the population, whilst in 1946 the Czechoslovak communists took a massive 37.9% of the vote. Even in less hospitable lands, such as Hungary, communists were strong. The Hungarian party secured almost 17% of the vote. The war had pushed Eastern Europe to the left as it had the western half of the continent, discrediting Nazi imperialism and Western liberal appeasement. Moreover, the interwar Central and Eastern European regimes had not made much of a success of development. Neither the more liberal policies of the 1920s nor the economic nationalism of the 1930s had helped the region to catch up with the West. The communists' confidence in state action, planning, and welfare thus seemed very appealing. But there were also serious obstacles to the planting of pro-communist popular fronts on East European soil. Most countries had been deeply suspicious of the USSR before 1945. Romania, Hungary, and Bulgaria had taken the German side in the war, and Poland had a long history of poisonous relations with Russia. But everywhere, center-right parties were reluctant to work with communists. On their side too, local communists did not help the process of coalition building, as they were often deeply unhappy about sharing power. The German communist Gerhard Eisler, for instance, remarked of democracy, free elections, so that the Germans could again elect Hitler. 75. Local communists often saw the Popular Front as a brief transitional phase on the way to imminent socialism, and naturally tried to persuade the Soviets of the advantages of pure communist rule. However, the Soviets themselves had a significant share of responsibility for the failure of the Popular Fronts. As in the 1930s, their insistence on giving absolute priority to the interests of the USSR turned many potential sympathizers into enemies. To begin with, Soviet determination to enforce reparations on Germany by dismantling factories in the eastern sector and exporting them to the USSR was deeply unpopular. In the Soviet-occupied zone of Germany, administrators consistently placed economic exploitation over winning German hearts and minds. On one occasion, Red Army soldiers even interrupted a showing of the uplifting circus, marching its worker audience off to dismantle a German factory for shipping to the USSR. 76. In addition, widespread and unpunished rape, committed by Soviet soldiers, created deep loathing of the occupier, especially in Germany. At the same time, communist-controlled security services launched purges not only of collaborators but, increasingly, of any opponents of the communists. The Russians even began to alienate close friends. Jacob Berman, a Polish communist leader who had been one of Wolfgang Leonard's instructors at the Comintern school during the war, found Soviet high-handedness irritating, but tried to explain it to a skeptical interviewer in the early 1980s. The Soviets were only doing this, and giving us advice, out of concern for us. They wanted our revolution in Poland to take the form they were familiar with, the best one in their view, because it was victorious. They couldn't, after all, shed their mentality and jump into someone else's. I'm deeply convinced of that, and I wish you would enter into their way of thinking. I know it's not easy. 77. Other communists were less understanding, and saw the Russians as imperialists, pure and simple. For Milovan Djilas, a leader of the Yugoslav communists, the Russian response to complaints about Red Army behavior displayed arrogance and a rebuff typical of a big state towards a small one, of the strong toward the weak. 78. It was, however, by no means clear in 1945 that the popular fronts would be so short-lived. Their development depended on local circumstances. In Poland, it was clear before the war ended that Stalin was determined to impose a decisive communist influence. Mistrusting the London-based Polish government, he sent Moscow-based Polish communists with the Red Army to set up a government in Lublin, recognized by the USSR. The Soviets then systematically repressed all elements of the non-communist resistance. 79. Even so, communist control did not mean the imposition of the full Soviet system, clans, collectivization, and the end of all independent organizations. This did not happen in most of Central and Eastern Europe until 1947-9. In Eastern Germany, similarly, the decisive role of the Red Army ruled out the creation of a serious popular front. Communists led by Walter Ulbricht, amongst others, were flown in from the Hotel Lux, and told to forge alliances with the Social Democratic Party. However, the army itself was the main authority in the Soviet zone, and as the revived German Communist Party failed to establish itself, the Russians forced a merger between the two parties, to create a communist-dominated Socialist Unity Party. The Russians increasingly ruled through the Communists, who were widely regarded as their stooges. In Romania, the Soviets had hoped that their moderate social policies, and willingness to work with those parts of the elite untainted with pro-German sympathies, would win over local opinion. Yet liberals, socialists, and elites resisted Soviet demands and were reluctant to work with communists, some of whom were pushing for radical land redistribution. The Popular Front on the ground clearly was not working, and each side tried to secure the support of the great powers. The Communists told the Soviets that the West was intervening on the side of the liberals and undermining the Yalta agreements, whilst the liberals alleged that the Soviets were communizing Romania. In February 1945 negotiations had ceased, and the Soviet emissary, former show trial judge Andrei Vyshinsky, angrily instructed King Michael to install a communist-dominated government. Storming out of the meeting, he slammed the door so hard that he cracked the plaster on the wall. 80. More solidly based were the popular fronts in Hungary and Czechoslovakia. The Hungarian communists, part of a leftist government, presented themselves as nationalists and did not press for radical social change. Meanwhile in Czechoslovakia, the communists were the strongest in the region. The betrayal of Czechoslovakia by the Western powers at Munich and the victory of the Red Army over the Nazis gave the Czechs a particular reason to feel sympathetic to a new socialist course. There was also a great deal of sympathy for Stalin's Slavic nationalist project after the Nazis' imperial racism. 81. As Zdeněk Mlynar explained when he described why he had become a communist in 1946 at the age of 16. During the German occupation, I lived in a state of unconscious fear. As a Czech, I knew that the Nazis considered the Czech people an inferior race, and if Hitler emerged victorious, my fate might be the same as that of my Jewish classmates. The main victor in the war had been Stalin, those in power in the Soviet Union were communists. At that time I automatically considered the system better, more just, and stronger than the one under which I had lived up to that point. I had a rather vague notion, but one I couldn't get rid of, that most likely this was the prototype of the future. 82. Yet here also the popular fronts lost support as they were beset from left and right. Workers and poor peasants wanted more radical change, whilst the majority of the population feared communist redistribution. It was no surprise that the conservative smallholders party won the Hungarian elections of 1945 with 57% of the vote, compared with the communists' almost 17%. 83. The Czech communists also lost support. The Soviets and their communist allies soon realized that only rigged elections and intimidation would secure the Popular Front's power. The main threat to the Popular Front model in Central and Eastern Europe therefore came from the center and right, as it did in Western Europe. Here, the 1939-45 war had different effects from those of 1914-18. Whereas World War I had mobilized workers and peasants in vast armies, who then demanded compensation once the fighting was over, the Nazi occupations had shattered working-class organizations, already weakened by depression and right-wing regimes, and whilst World War I had discredited the failed, aristocratic elites, the chaos of World War II had given local notables a new role in defending their communities, at the same time creating a new group of officials and bureaucrats. 84. Perhaps most importantly, the violence, which had affected civilians as well as soldiers, had shown at its most devastating the consequences of the social conflict that had lasted since 1918. Most wanted a quiet, private life, They might have wanted planning and welfare, but there was little desire for a radical transformation of society. Figures like Togliatti and Thérèse understood this, and were intent on remaining within a liberal political consensus. Yet the Popular Front was also challenged from the left, by a more radical communism, largely in southern and southeastern Europe. Here communists led the partisan struggle against the Nazis. They had mobilized peasants who favored land redistribution, and supported a more radical social revolution. Conditions were closer to Western Europe in 1917-19 than elsewhere. Old, narrowly based elites had been seriously discredited and the communists alone seemed untainted. This world favored not masters of the war of position like Togliatti, but militants of the Bellicon type. In Greece, the communists created a powerful resistance organization, EAMLS, which could not reach a compromise with the British-backed monarchist resistance. The conflict led to a vicious civil war. Stalin refused to help the rebels, sticking to the percentages agreement, and the fighting continued until 1949. The communists were more successful in Bulgaria. Though not as large a group as in Greece, they had been actively involved in resistance. Stalin tried to persuade them to include their rival agrarians in a popular front, but they only did so reluctantly, and were determined to destroy their opponents and rule alone. 85. The Bulgarian communists' room for maneuver was, however, limited by the occupying Red Army. Tito's Yugoslav communists, in contrast, had liberated the country themselves, and were in a stronger position to ditch the Popular Front. They also had the confidence to challenge Stalin's unrevolutionary but politically overbearing model of communism. Tito's friend-turned-enemy, Milovan Djilas, began his work on Tito's life with the sentence, "Tito was born a rebel." 86. Tito came from a family of respectable, though indebted Croatian peasants, and he was proud of their history of rebellion against the Hungarian gentry. 87. He was a charismatic man with a quick intellect and a dandyish style. As a child he wanted to be a tailor. He was, however, apprenticed to a locksmith. As a youth he traveled around Europe looking for work, ending up in the Daimler-Benz factory south of Vienna, where he mutilated his finger in an accident, a badge of his working-class origins. However, as with so many communists of his generation, it was the Great War and the Bolshevik Revolution that radicalized him. Like Bellicon, he was drafted into the Austro-Hungarian army, taken prisoner by the Russians, and joined the Red Guards in Russia during the revolution. He then returned to Yugoslavia, where he joined the Communist Party, was imprisoned in 1928 and tortured, and on his release became an organizer for the Comintern in the Balkans. He spent some time in Moscow ensconced in the Hotel Lux, and gave lectures at the Lenin School on trade unionism. One of his tasks was to organize the transport of volunteers to fight in Spain. He based his office in Paris. Fighters could secure visas on the pretext of seeing the 1937 exposition, and it was then easy to smuggle them into Spain. Later in 1937, he benefited from Stalin's purge of the Comintern, and was appointed head of the Yugoslav Communist Party. From this position he led the resistance to the Germans. According to Djilas, admittedly not a neutral observer, Tito was conspicuously without a particular talent except one, political. 88. But Djilas was willing to concede that this sole talent was a powerful one. Tito was not a deep thinker. Despite reading basic Marxist texts in prison and in the Comintern school in Moscow, he was weak on ideological issues and was embarrassed by his poor education. Nor was he a rousing speaker. But his strength lay in his self-belief, energy and charisma. He identified wholly with the communist cause, partly because he was steeped in the Comintern's culture. As Djilas remembered, with some condescension, his speech and delivery overflowed with clichés and concepts inherited from Marxism and folk wisdom. 89. But Tito also saw communism as a system for the aspirational and ambitious. It helped lowly people like himself to better themselves. In the communist messianic historical role of the working class, Tito found personal and sacrificial social meaning. Whenever he used the phrases the working class, workers, working people, it sounded as if he were talking about himself, about the aspirations of those in the lowest ranks of society to the glamour of government and the ecstasy of power. 90. Tito's confidence and political nous helped him to establish an independent communist regime, free of Soviet domination. Unlike rival resistance groups, the communists stressed multi-ethnic harmony, a powerful message after the vicious conflicts between Serbs and Croats during the war. Tito also succeeded in securing international support, from both Churchill and Stalin, in 1945. However, the fact that he came to power through Yugoslav, rather than Soviet, efforts allowed him to follow an independent, more radical line than other East European regimes. The popular fronts in Yugoslavia and its satellite Albania were complete shams from the start, despite Stalin's efforts to broaden them. Tito engaged in brutal massacres of opposition forces, and began to pursue ambitious Stalinist planning and radical reforms in the countryside. He also backed the insurgent communists in Greece. Tensions between the Soviets and Yugoslavs were in part caused by a clash of cultures, between a young communism in its radical puritanical phase, and a mature, more inclusive communism that had made some compromises with the broader population. A dinner, organized by Marshal Konev for Yugoslav communists visiting the Ukrainian front, encapsulated the differences between the two. Gilas recounts how much the Soviet officers enjoyed the extravagant feast of caviar, roast pigs, and cakes a foot thick, washed down with plenty of vodka. The Yugoslavs, however, went as if to a great trial. They had to drink, despite the fact that this did not agree with their communist morality. 91. Stalin, though, had hoped that Slavic unity would attract the Yugoslavs into the Soviet fold. As he told Gilas, "By God, there's no doubt about it, we're the same people." 92. Stalin himself was less concerned with Tito's radicalism within Yugoslavia than with his threat to Soviet international dominance. Yugoslav help for the Greeks threatened to scupper the agreement with Churchill, giving the Allies an excuse for intervening in turn in Bulgaria and Romania. Stalin was further angered by broader Yugoslav ambitions in the Balkans, Tito's involvement in Albania, his conclusion of an agreement with Bulgaria in 1947 without Moscow's permission, and his claims on lands in Italy and Austria. In early 1948, Stalin engineered a series of threatening encounters with the Yugoslavs. In one letter, delivered by the Soviet ambassador, the Yugoslavs were warned, "We think Trotsky's political career is sufficiently instructive." 93. Yet Tito refused to give in to Soviet bullying, and the Yugoslavs were expelled from the Comintern's replacement, the Cominform, on June 28, the anniversary of the assassination of Archduke Franz Ferdinand in Sarajevo. Neither side wanted the split. For Tito it was a bitter psychological and intellectual blow, which, so he believed, brought on the gallbladder attacks that plagued him for the rest of his life. 94. Yet the split also damaged Stalin's authority in Central and Eastern Europe. A leader in the Soviet sphere had stood up to Moscow and survived. The Greek and Yugoslav models were not a significant threat to the popular fronts. There were pockets of radical communism in Southern Europe. The Italian communists, especially, had an important, though minority, left wing. But the parties of Western Europe were wedded to moderation. Even so, the radicalism of the left contributed to fears that the moderation of the popular fronts in the West was a sham. This fear was a major factor in the transition from uneasy peace to the Cold War and the end of the popular fronts. 8. Debate still rages on the causes of the Cold War, that epical struggle between liberalism and communism, and this is not the place for a detailed discussion. A traditional Western account blamed a millenarian communism or nationalistic Stalin, driven by the search for global domination. A 1960s revisionism accused a greedy capitalism, desperate for world markets, but neither explains a complex reality. 95. Neither side desired conflict, but given the mistrust between the Soviets and the West, which had prevailed throughout the war, it is no surprise that the alliance broke down. Stalin's behavior was probably most destabilizing, for whilst he hoped that peace with the West would last for some time, he never abandoned his ideologically inspired view that capitalism and socialism were in conflict, and the latter would ultimately prevail. He also behaved opportunistically, seeking to expand his sphere of influence. 96. For their part, the Americans and the British acted in ways that frightened a suspicious Stalin. Stalin, as always obsessed with the weaknesses of the Soviet borderlands, was primarily intent on securing a sphere of influence around the USSR. To the west, there would be a stockade of friendly East European states, including, he hoped, a pro-Soviet, united Germany, to the east territories lost earlier to the Japanese and now reclaimed, in Manchuria and the Kurils, and possibly to the south an enclave in northern Iran, influence in Turkey and the Bosporus and trusteeship over former Italian colonies in North Africa. This was a maximum program, and Stalin realized that achieving it would be a struggle, but he was probably confident that a great deal could be secured by agreement with the Allies. 97. The United States would be given the Western Hemisphere and Pacific, whilst Britain and the Soviet Union would reach agreement based, as the Foreign Minister Maxim Litvinov put it in November 1944, on amicable separation of security spheres in Europe according to the principle of geographic proximity. 98. The power and ambitions of the United States were much greater. The Americans were determined to stop a repeat of the 1930s by preventing any one power dominating the whole of Eurasia. Isolation, as the war had shown, only allowed enemies to build up their resources and ultimately threaten the United States. A huge network of bases was constructed worldwide, and America showed its technological and military superiority by exploding the atom bomb. America was just about prepared to accept the Soviet domination of the area the Red Army occupied in Eastern Europe, but no more. If the Soviets controlled Western Europe and Japan, they might use their resources to challenge America, just as the Nazis had done. 99. Conflicts over many of the Soviet demands strained relations between the United States and the USSR in the course of 1945, but their immediate geopolitical interests were not necessarily incompatible. On the face of it, the informal division of Europe in 1945 could have worked. Stalin won some of his demands and lost others. Truman's judgment of Stalin at Potsdam: I like Stalin. He is straightforward. Knows what he wants and will compromise when he can't get it. 100. Was being borne out. Stalin was indeed willing to make concessions, pulling troops out of Manchuria and Czechoslovakia. In 1946, however, relations began to deteriorate more seriously. In part, Stalin's inconsistency, brinkmanship, and opportunism were responsible. 101. In attempting to extend Soviet influence in Iran and Turkey, he fueled suspicion of his motives and his intentions became difficult to predict. The Soviet realization that the United States would not give it aid without imposing political conditions also contributed to tensions. But an important force underlying the change in relations was the ideological nature of the conflict, and the obsession of both sides with what might be called ideological security, an anxiety that made peace very unlikely. Stalin, as has been seen, had been obsessed with this issue for many years, and it appeared especially worrying to him after the war, for the relaxation of ideological controls alongside greater contact with the West had generated expectations of further liberalization as reward for wartime sacrifices. This was something that Stalin, now fearing a possible struggle with the United States, would not permit. For him, liberalism would open the USSR to Western influences, and only a wholly ideologically committed population could resist a Western challenge. In a speech of February 9, 1946, he warned of the possibility of this new struggle. It was a defensive speech, addressed to a domestic audience. 102. But American observers interpreted it as a sign of aggressive intent. This in turn triggered anxieties about Soviet subversion and the internal stability of the United States. The deputy head of the American mission in Moscow, George Kennan, wrote his highly influential long telegram less than a fortnight after the speech, arguing that Stalin planned to roll back American influence through communist subversion in the West. Stalin, he suggested, might not be an ideological fanatic, but he was a security fanatic. He had a neurotic view of the world affairs, fueled by a traditional and instinctive Russian sense of insecurity, intensified by communist ideology and an Oriental secretiveness and conspiracy. Stalin's USSR was bound to launch a sustained campaign to destabilize the West, and its main weapon was a network of collaborators within Western communist parties. Efforts will be made to disrupt national self-confidence, to hamstring measures of national defense, to increase social and political unrest, to stimulate all forms of disunity. Poor will be set against rich, black against white, young against old, newcomers against established residents, etc. 103. America had to respond by containing Soviet power within its current borders, whilst preserving ideological unity and confidence within the United States. Kennan's analysis of Stalin's thinking in early 1946 exaggerated Moscow's ambitions in Western Europe. Stalin and the Western Communist parties remained committed to popular fronts even as relations between the two sides deteriorated. The Soviets did not support the radicals in Greece and were unhappy about Yugoslav pretensions. But the Americans' anxieties were understandable. From their perspective, communism was on the march throughout the world, in Europe and Asia. They might not be able to do anything about Eastern Europe, but the USSR had to be contained within its sphere of influence. And as Western Europe suffered from economic collapse after the war, the Truman administration became increasingly worried about the West's ideological security. 104. Conditions in the winter of 1946-7 were bad, and American officials warned that unless the United States provided aid and support, communists would exploit the disillusionment. According to the newly founded Central Intelligence Agency in September 1947, the greatest potential danger to U.S. security lay in the possibility of the economic collapse of Western Europe and of the consequent accession to power of elements subservient to the Kremlin. 105. Communists were particularly strong in Italy. Once they came to power, it was feared, they would use the unscrupulous bullying tactics they were employing in Eastern Europe. What the Soviets had failed to achieve by force of arms they might gain by internal subversion.